A dark figure burst out of the building. A man with red hair and a cold face charging forward with a sword. Where is he headed? The fierce flames scorched everything, creating a path of destruction. He raised his sword, shouting his technique. Meteor strike, instantly shattering the space around him. The tall building immediately collapsed, but the opponent managed to block his attack, leaving the man even more stunned. What was that? The opponent taunted. Is that all you have got? Kim, if you are done, it is my turn now. This situation will happen in the future. After blocking the red-haired man's attack, the opponent quickly retaliated with a slash. He was already expelled from the guild, and soon it would be the tale of the strongest hero. Flashing back to the past. One day, countless plants and animals on Earth were transformed into monsters, and invaders from another world flooded in. Other races began to conquer the world. Now, the world truly had become an era of chaos. The people were drowning in fear. Help! Help me! But the monsters, lacking any humanity, roared violently as they attacked the weak. To combat this, humanity formed guilds, organizations that gathered heroes with special powers. At this moment, a real boss was roaring madly. Ready to tear anyone apart, it raised its massive axe, charging toward its prey, causing Hong, the Karos Guild leader, to curse aloud. Damn, how is it so strong? Just when Jun Haik was defending against the right-wing attack from Jitus, unexpectedly swung the axe in its left hand at an unprepared Jun Hae, leaving him immediately bewildered. There is no way to block this. At that moment, another teammate quickly arrived to help. It was Yu Jihan, the support of the Karos Guild. He immediately shouted. Now, the teammate quickly understood, attacking Jitus from behind. Got it. She immediately unleashed her technique. Thunderstorm strike. Powerful bolt of lightning struck the monster directly. Instantly, the surrounding space was destroyed. The girl then arrogantly mocked the monster. What is wrong? Feeling a bit shocked. This person is the mage of the Kurozyman Guild. We have bought ourselves some time. The next member is the assassin of Limia from the Karos Guild. She immediately dashed in to execute her technique. Blink slash. Soon after, the goat collapsed, howling in pain. But it was not fully defeated. Angrily roaring and attacking Mia. Unexpectedly, Maya showed no fear, just raised her hand to remind. Look above, the red-haired man is diving down, delivering a powerful blow, meteor strike, and attack with devastating force. These people are all part of the Kuros Guild, and after finishing the monster, the red-haired man sighed. This dungeon is not a problem. The red-haired man, named Kim Hai, the leader of the Karos Guild, informed the members that the boss had been defeated. Hai, along with Jihan, was a founding member of the Karos Guild until recently. After a fierce battle, Jihan faced Hinti. Ha quietly called Yu Jihan's name, then announced something that left Jihan stunned. You have been expelled from the guild. Jihan seemed unable to believe his ears. What? But he could only accept leaving under the pouring rain, then looked at his account balance. After 5 years of working like a dog, the reward was only 10 million world. Jihan's gaze was unusually deep, unable to forget the moment he was kicked out of the guild. Juno had mocked him back then. What had he accomplished during all this time? I added. For newcomers, if you put in some effort, you can be just like you. Maya was even colder, bluntly saying, Yu Jihan, you are too weak. Hainti then bluntly said, in this guild, you have no value anymore. Jihan recalled everything with disappointment, regardless of his rain-soaked face. What was he staying in the Kuros Guild for? Would the story of the hero Yu Jihan end so meaninglessly? Then, Jihan activated his ability, analyzing the probabilities. His unique skill randomly activated in specific situations. After being expelled from the Karos Guild, he stayed home for a week looking for a new guild, and what he found was the Kunja Guild. At that moment, Jihan was amazed to discover that if he joined Kunja, the probability of Kunjam developing into a strong guild was 99%, so Jihan's ability was to see the probabilities. With this ability, Diane was determined to succeed beyond them. Transitioning to a dark room, a sigh echoed from within. The girl sighed in frustration, just pouring water into her noodle cup when the power went out. Suddenly, someone pushed the door open, startling her. Who is it? Dihan, soaked to the skin, mumbled, Kunche, then clearly stated, I am here to join the Kuncha Guild. The girl was taken aback by this. Join a guild? Unexpectedly, Jihan fainted right after, leaving the other person bewildered. Huh. Hey, are you okay? After a while, Jihan woke up. The girl then asked Han, you are awake. You have been unconscious for an hour. You are Yu Jihan. Right, this is the leader of the Kunja Guild. Kim Soo Jihan was surprised to hear this. How do you know my name? Sai-Hu did not answer, just presented the hero certificate from when he was at Ko's, leaving Jihan stunned. That is Shu, who then asked directly, you were in the Karos Guild, right? Someone from a big guild like you should not be lacking anything to come here, right? Jihan fell silent upon hearing this and told Sai-Hu, I will explain everything. After listening to Jihan's story, Sai-Hu understood a bit more. Still, I roughly understand the situation. However, she wondered, but with your experience, Yu Jihan, you could easily apply to other big guilds. Right? I do not understand why you want to join Keeman. Jian hesitated upon hearing this. He thought to himself whether he should tell her the truth or not, that he had that mysterious ability, but Sai-Hu had keenly noticed that he seemed to have a personal reason he could not disclose. Then let me tell you about myself first. As she spoke, she removed her headphones to reveal her elf ears and said directly, I am a half-breed between humans and elves, a half-elf. Jan was quite surprised, a half-elf. As the invaders from another world increasingly entered Earth, the existence of other races had been revealed. One of those typical races is the elf. Sihu said to Jia, in me flows the blood of the elf race that once slaughtered humanity. So, what do you think? Do you still want to join Kunja? Jan looked straight at Siu, who was also waiting for his answer. Unexpectedly, Jan teased, if you want to scare someone, you are shaking a bit too much. He then continued, I have no prejudice against elves because I have met them many times and found they are no different from humans. Discrimination just because of different races is the behavior of trash. Hearing that, Siu immediately blushed, then said to him, oh, today I have heard a good story. I will seriously consider your application to join, Yu Daihan, and will contact you later. Dian politely replied, yes. Thank you. Suddenly, at that moment, Siu's spirit stone began to glow. Surprising Siu. What is happening? Is Florin reacting? The spirit stone shone brightly, flying towards Jihan. Sai-Hu, sitting beside, also did not know what the spirit symph was doing. It had been asleep for 12 years, but now it flew to touch Jan, leaving Siu full of questions. Why is this happening? Even Jan, seeing the spirit flying towards him and glowing brightly, could not understand what was going on. What is this? Sai-Hu, witnessing this scene, seemed unable to believe her eyes. She hurriedly wanted to reach out to hold it back, but it was too late. A strong blue light shot straight up into the sky, piercing through the 9 layers of clouds. Sai-Hu was flung back, sitting there dumbfounded, repeatedly saying, no, it can't be. Looking at the light surrounding Jihan, seemingly having guessed something. Has the spirit symph made a pact with a human? Yui Jihan, the hero chased out of the guild, becomes one of the only 120 people in the world to possess this super rare job. A spirit magician has a type of hero like that. Those who make pacts with special spirits to wield their power. The super rare spirit magician profession. Spirit magicians are active all over the world. The bone spirit magician Luca Harrison, the sea spirit magician Melosi Soy, the sand spirit magician Abibaka. Each of them possesses power on par with an entire guild. They are beings that surpass standards. And now, a new superior being has been born. Wind spirit magician Yu Jihan. Jan asked in confusion. So I have made a pact with a spirit. Sai-Hu replied. That is right. The wind spirit previously made a pact with my mother, who has now passed away. Hearing that, Diane hurriedly said, if that is the case, I have to return it. Break the pact or something. But Sai-Hu replied, it is too late. Once a spirit chooses a master, it won't easily change, unless the one who made the pact dies. Hearing this, Jen asked Siu, so what should I do now? Sai-Hu asked back, what do you mean? What should I do? I already said that Yu Jihan was approved. Are you really planning to run away? Jan quickly denied it. No. Then he declared loudly, I have no intention of joining any other club but the secret club. Sai-Hu felt a chill and awkwardly turned to respond. You do know how to read people, do not you? He then told Jihan, okay, I will teach you how to use spirit power gradually. But Jihan did not want to waste time and replied, no, let us check it out right now. To what ghost? The monster area. In short, ghost refers to a special area where monsters appear, ranging from level 1 to level 5. The closer to level 1, the stronger the monsters. After that, Jian and Sihu arrived at the level 5 ghost area, which was suitable for testing, but noticed Sihu seemed anxious, looking around nervously. Jihan quickly turned to ask if something was wrong. She admitted, actually, this is my first time in a ghost area since I was an intern at the Hero Academy. Hearing that, he was surprised and asked, why did not you say so earlier? Sihu Shali replied, because I am the club president. I felt embarrassed seeing that. Jan said, all right. For now, let me lead the way. Then Jan stepped into the ghost area first. Sihu quickly followed behind. The surroundings had already turned into a mess. Jan turned to ask Sihu, do you know what kind of monsters will appear? Sihu quickly took out her phone and replied, yes. Wait a moment. The monsters appearing in the bone ghost area are chisfish. Jan asked for confirmation. Chisfish, Sihu explained, according to the news, about 2 weeks ago, a truck carrying chicks had an accident here, which led to this. Daihan nodded upon hearing that. Chicks. Huh. Not a bad training opponent. From now on, this place will be the battlefield. where blood can fly and flesh can be torn apart at any moment. In the club, there are only 2 pioneers, so Dan has to handle both offense and defense. Suddenly, Sue sensed something and said, "I feel something over there in the parking lot." As the two approached, they discovered a level 5 Chiss fish monster happily devouring a corpse. The two of them turned pale at the sight. Jan quickly turned to say, "Sue, support me." The monster had also noticed them and attacked. Jan realized it was coming. He quickly braced himself for the monster's attack, unexpectedly smiling mysteriously as he turned to call Sai. Saihu understood the cue and began chanting a spell. After mumbling for a while, she unleashed a decisive wind arrow, shooting sharp arrows of wind straight at the Chiss fish, causing it to scream in pain, finally collapsing on the ground in surrender. Jan praised her. "You did pretty well, Saihu." Hearing this, proudly boosted. "After all, I am the top graduate from the Hero Academy." Unexpectedly, a shadow darted past Daihan's back. Saihu quickly noticed and reminded Daihan, "Jahan, behind you. 3 Chiss fish are charging at you from behind." Jahan quickly turned around and activated his skill. After gathering information about the opponent, the probability analysis began. Then Jan sought the most effective way to dodge the attacks. The analysis chart immediately produced results. If he crouches down, the chance of avoiding the attack will be 82%. Jan quickly followed through, then used the power of the acceleration spirit, swiftly decapitating the 3 monsters with ease, effortlessly resolving the threat. Saihu watched in disbelief. "No, it can't be. Has he mastered it to this extent? He really only awakened 1 day ago." She looked at Jian's back and could not help but marvel. How can someone be so outstanding? Jan sheathed his sword and said to Saihu, "Sue, let us hurry up and harvest." So you quickly snapped back to reality. "Oh, right." Jahan thought quietly. That should be enough of a check. Right. Suddenly, he noticed something and quickly turned to warn. "Danger." Sue. Saihu was still a bit dazed in response. I did not even realize a monster was attacking from behind me." The monster lunged forward, attacking with its beak. Jihan quickly analyzed. Chance of victory, 12%. Seeing this, Jan asked Saihu, "Saihu, can you control its movements?" Saihu looked a bit confused but replied, if just a little, then yes." Before she could finish, Jan charged ahead. Thinking that would be enough, the monster stomped angrily for letting its prey escape. Roaring in fury, Jan quickly rushed in, commanding Saihu at a critical moment. Right now, Saihu did not dare to delay, using her wind technique to create countless magical chains to control the monster. Jan seized the opportunity to rush in, aiming straight for its weak spot. As the control wore off, the monster screamed in rage. Daihan faced the creature, and memories flooded back to him. Every word from Hein Tethek echoed in his mind. "You, Jan, you are so useless." The mocking words spurred him to fight. At that moment, a net tightly bound the monster. At this moment, Daihan delivered the final blow. Wind slash. His face was filled with determination. Little did he know, a figure far away had witnessed everything. Seeing Daihan's powerful display, they could not help but exclaim, "Oh! Besides myself, are there other spirit mages in South Korea? This person is the Earth Spirit Mage. Yunyi, in the area of level 2 monsters, Kwangsin Province." The roars of monsters echoed everywhere. The dust was thick enough to prove how fierce this battlefield was. Suddenly, a monster opened its mouth full of sharp, terrifying teeth. Then, the other monsters continued to roar. Junhyu attacked the monster, saying, "Watch this." He activated his burst skill, causing the monster to scream in pain. Then it angrily attacked Jun-ik. Realizing the situation was dire, Jun-ik quickly called for backup. "Imsean, hurry up, I can't hold it for long." Soon quickly came to help. "I got it." She began to harness her power, unleashing the thunder strike. Powerful bolt of lightning crashes down on the monster. The destructive force and blinding light make it clear what fate awaits this beast. The light gradually fades, revealing the monster knocked out on the ground. Seeing this, feels proud. Hemph, making such a fuss over these monsters. Run is indignant. "Hey, I almost got caught up in that," but Shine retorts, "Who told you to be so careless?" Then she continues, "Anyway, I was about to retreat, but Run seems to have sensed something." Urgently shouting, "Iman, watch out behind you." Unexpectedly, another monster lunges to attack Shun. Sai immediately panics. There is still one left, unable to hold back a curse, then instinctively calls out to Jan. "Damn it. You Jihan, hurry and support." But then she remembers. Oh right, that guy is not here anymore, and quickly dodges the monster's attack. Suddenly, a sharp blade slices the monster in half. That was Kim Hein T's doing. After defeating the monsters, Season and Junhyu sit down, panting. Sai is now completely exhausted, truly unable to go on. Jun also sighs. Are not they different from normal? Could they be mutated monsters? But Shine replies, not really. They are nothing special. Hointi then steps forward. Continuing, they are just regular giants to kill. He clenches his fist. Questioning, but why are you struggling with monsters like this? As he speaks, he angrily slams his hand against the wall. Jun H, seeing this, hurriedly stutters an explanation. Brother. Hein Tia. About that, at this moment, Shan and Juno turn to see Maya has returned. She reports that Mia has finished handling Area 2. Hointi turns to remind her, Maya, I told you not to act recklessly. He then emphasizes, no one is supporting you now. Mia calmly replies, I know Jun He at this moment brings up the name of the old teammate Yu Jahan. Is it because of the absence of that guy that things turned out like this? Hearing this, Hone immediately grows angry, shouting, that is not true. Even if he were here, he would just be useless Yu Jihan. I do not need someone like that. Unexpectedly, Yu Jihan reveals his true abilities at this moment. Sai, who witnesses everything, unable to help but exclaim, he single-handedly took down that giant mutated monster. Who is Yu Jihan? At this moment, another footsteps into the level 5 area. Seeing the chunks of flesh that Jan cut, he can't help but marvel. Whoa. Did those two really take down the mutated monster? Seeing this, he smiles wickedly. Truly wonderful. Saihu hurriedly rushes over. Worried, Jihan, are you hurt? Unexpectedly, at this moment, Jan collapses. Saihu panics, quickly supporting him. Are you okay? Jan struggles to reach out, calling Siu's name. Siu, though barely hanging on, Jan still reminds her, hurry and harvest. Mutated monsters are not encountered easily. They will definitely fetch a high price. Hearing this, Saihu's face darkens, and he angrily punches him. Oh my. I thought you were worried about something. But then Sihu noticed an issue, and it seems there is just too much to harvest. Right, Jan agreed. Yeah. There is no way you two can handle all this. At that moment, a stranger appeared to greet them. It seemed like you guys needed help. He introduced himself. Hello, heroes. I am Trang Sa from the Monster Handling Company. Meng Xing. And I am also the director of Muvang. Su seemed unfamiliar with this service. A monster handling company, Jan quickly explained to her. They specialize in collecting items dropped by monsters. However, with the stranger's appearance, Jan was extremely cautious. But why would an employee be here in this area? Soam quickly made up an excuse. Since our company is newly established, we have to do this to survive. So I would like to ask if the remains of the fish spirits can be handed over to our Mun Vine company. Su heard this and happily said to just give it to him. But Jan remained silent, feeling that something was off, though he eventually accepted. Then Saim got to work. I will check the remains first. While collecting the chunks of meat, he pretended to be unaware and sighed. Don't make it too neat. With this quality, it should fetch a high price. Saihu got excited and jumped up. Then we need to change the office. Little did they know that Saim was secretly plotting. Fine. You can take the scraps. Then he aimed for the shiny purple crystal. But in return, this precious item is mine. The mana crystal only comes from mutated monsters. Just having this can make you rich. Suddenly, the ground on both sides of Siam rose, causing him to panic. Oh! Suddenly the rocks around formed two stone pillars that could crush Siam at any moment, forcing him to brace himself. This also surprised Siu and Jihan. What is happening all of a sudden? Soam quickly begged for mercy. Please, spare my life. I will return the mana crystal. From a distance, a voice came. Those traders always seem to be fidgeting. Huh, can you use stolen items from others? Saihu looked at the person approaching. It was Diyu, and without hesitation, he said, that mana crystal is mine. Right, Saihu recognized him as a first-level hero. Yunha. In shock, Siu exclaimed, Yun Doha from the Death Guild. What is he doing here? But Jan did not hold back, grabbing the mana crystal and declaring, this is the rightful loot of the Met Left Guild. A first-level hero is trying to steal it, but Ziyuha would not reason. This was just an order from the Hero Association. That mutated monster was supposed to be handled by me. Jan replied fearlessly, that is your problem. You realize the danger yourself. At that moment, when he activated his probability analysis skill, the chance of winning was 0%. Doa then said to Jihan, it seems like there is a misunderstanding here. In the blink of an eye, Doa vanished from Jihan's sight, only to instantly appear behind him, whispering, this is not a request. Just as Daihan managed to react and turn around, Doa's large hand grasped his face. His speed left Jian unable to respond in time. He then pressed Daihan's head down to the ground, growling a warning before mockingly greeting him. Hello, Junior Spirit Mage. Doa kept Daihan's head pinned to the ground. Sao hid behind a wall when he saw Doa arrive, seemingly not wanting to meet him. Damn it. Why do I have to run into this guy? And it seemed that Doha was someone difficult to mess with, the president of the core guild, one of the 5 largest guilds in Korea. His demeanor exuded an unmatched authority, and he was the only Earth Spirit Mage in the world of superheroes. It appears this person is not someone to be trifled with. Earth Dragon Yun Doha. Saihu pointed directly at Doha, demanding him to back off from Jihan. From her staff, an energy radiated. Jihan stood inside, warning her that it would be best for her to stay right there. He pressed Dai-Han's head firmly against the ground to threaten her, stating she would die by his hands. Hearing those words, Saihu could only drop her weapon, her face angry but helpless. Hugh sang. This person was very serious. Jihan's hand on the ground suddenly relaxed. Losing strength, Daho saw this and was very suspicious. Dead. An energy surrounded Jihan. He growled back at Doha. He was the one who would die. Jihan's power, when unleashed, was so great that it could send Doha flying into the air. When launched, Doha could only raise his hands to shield himself. What was that? He was knocked back by Jihan's power and hit the wall. Doha braced himself against the wall, feeling confused. Clearly, he had been knocked down. His gaze at Jihan in front of him sharpened. Jihan was slowly getting up, and beneath where he had been lying was a glowing orb. It turns out that in a moment of crisis, he summoned that orb to help him. The moment it hit the ground, he had summoned a spirit to nullify the damage. Doha adjusted his glasses slightly, considering everything that had just happened. Not only that, but he had also concealed the spirit to create an opportunity for a counterattack. Looking at Jihan fumbling in front of him, he thought to himself that this was quite interesting. This brat. At that moment, the system notification also warned Jihan. Danger. If he continued to use spirit magic, his chance of dying was 95%. In Jihan's eyes, a beam of blue light flickered as he calculated in his mind, attacking to drain his remaining mana, but he was not causing any damage. Meanwhile, Doha did not wait and charged directly at Jihan, pushing his glasses. Is this the power of a level 1 hero? This is unbeatable. His foot stomped down, causing the ground to sink in. Now, Junior. Doha confidently steps up to challenge Jihan. We have exchanged moves once. Now let us start the second round. Who will start? Doha holds a purple crystal in his hand. His face is veined and tense, looking completely ready for battle. But now Jihan raises his hands in a plea. I give up. Hearing this, Doha angrily questions him. Why give up now? Your goal is that crystal, right? Have no intention of fighting anymore. He then threatens Doha with the rules, making his brother furious and unable to react. You won't violate Article 38. Clause 9. The declaration of surrender from the hero's law. Tusk. Just as it was getting interesting, the mood shifts. Suddenly, Doha glances behind him. Helicopters appear right above him, and it seems he anticipated this. Right on time. The guys from the association seem surprised to see the helicopters. Is that the Hero Association's chopper? The helicopter door opens, and Jikung scolds Doha from above. Yun Doha, why did you take action on your own? Doha shows the crystal to Jikung. I have already handled everything, and you are complaining already. Doha approaches the helicopter but does not forget to turn back to get information on Jan. I will put this match on hold for now. Oh, by the way, what is your name? Jan braces against the wind from the helicopter. He has also revealed his identity to him. Yu Jihan from the Secret Association. Hearing that name seems to jog Doha's memory. Secret Association. He stands before them, making a suggestion. You guys should join the 4th level promotion exam. Doha strokes his chin, indicating, I will introduce you directly. Hearing this, Jihan looks surprised, not understanding why he is doing this. Why is that? Du turns his back to leave, waving goodbye to the two, just for fun. The helicopter quickly takes off. Turning to leave, Du leans back in his seat and advises. Did you hear that? Quickly submit your introduction. The exam starts in 2 days. How can I submit my introduction now? Deking keeps nagging Doha about various things, but she suddenly realizes something. An unverified guild. A wound appears on Doha's arm, surprising her. Yun Doha, are you hurt? Doha's face lights up with a smile, clearly very interested in Jihan. How can that be? So interesting. So interesting. Back at the Secret Association's base. It is so shabby here that even your friend has been messed up for a while now. Soem kneels on the ground, showing off his cute dog ears and tail. He is teary-eyed, feeling guilty. His apologies are now useless. Jihan, with an angry face, exudes a dark aura. He stepped in front of him. Apologize and get ready to take a beating. Wait, let me speak first. Soem quickly looked for a way to change the subject. Actually, I overheard something earlier. You guys are taking the level 4 exam, right? Soem hinted to the two of them. The exam will take place the day after tomorrow. You guys need to start preparing right away. Right. Prepare. He also gave some advice to Daihan. Hearing that, he instinctively looked down at the sword in his hand. From my observation, Yu Daihan's sword has lost all its durability. The other equipment is the same. If you go to the exam like this, You will definitely fail. He went silent and placed his hand on his chest, assuring him, so let us head to the workshop I know to prepare again. After that, you can hit me however you want. Upon hearing this, Jian and Sihu exchanged glances, silently understanding the final intention. The two agreed to let Siam take them to make new weapons. So lead the way. The sunset light appeared in the fiery sky, at an apartment building with two signs, buying items from monsters on the 3rd floor. Weapon workshop. Siam stopped Jan and Su here, and he opened the door to enter. Diane glanced at the scene inside the room, a bit surprised. Yes, there was not a single person inside the workshop, and they wondered why no one was there. Sihu, his face radiated a murderous aura as he questioned him. That girl over there, she lied again, did not she? Ha! There is no way that is true. Behind Sa, the shadow of a man appeared and questioned. Who is that? A man holding a hammer stepped outside to explain. Today is a holiday for the workshop. The man with a long beard hoisted the hammer onto his shoulder and chuckled. Ha! What is going on? Are you the blacksmith, a dwarf? Almost all of them have such modest heights. The Deef tribe is known for having top-notch blacksmiths. The weapons these people create are incredibly exquisite and have high damage. The weapons they forge are of rank quality, the tribe that heroes seek the most. Sihu's eyes lit up when he saw the man in front of him. I have never seen this whip before. Neither have I. The two were engrossed in conversation, unaware that Siam was quietly sneaking away behind them. Sihu turned his head and smiled in admiration at him. You are quite impressive. Meng Xing. I did not expect a workshop to operate like this, but when she turned back, Siam had already slipped away. Hey, where did he go? But the man behind laughed and explained. Ha! What nonsense are you talking about? The man proudly introduced himself. I am human. And moreover, I am pure Korean. Hearing this, Jihan and Siu looked shocked, as if struck by lightning. They seemed to not believe it. Korean, is that true? The two truly did not believe his words and insisted he prove it immediately. No one could deny that he was Dufa. Show us your ed. Ha! I have never seen such crazy people before. The man immediately presented his ed. Here. Look, this is my ed. Jan and Sue rushed over to closely examine his ed to confirm its authenticity. Let me see. The id contained all the man's information and even had the official seal of the South Korean government. 27 years old. Idaho number Namhan 960.319. 31 Gang District. Dong Sion. Nambon, Sabuk Village, Dongtan Street, 21169, 2010, Dong X District. Gang. But what is this photo? Both of them glanced at Hoon behind him, immediately suspecting it was a fake. Siu, call the police quickly. Sihu, upon hearing this news, became furious. Her rage had reached its peak. Are they scamming us again? Siu, call the police at 222. Hoon looked down in front of him as if realizing something. Yeah, he requested to Dai Han. Wait, can I see your sword? My sword? Hoon looked at his sword in front of him, unable to hide his admiration. Oh, those markings are impressive. Through those markings, he could guess the man's identity. Are you a spirit mage? When he heard that the man could guess his true nature, Jahan was taken aback. How did you know a top-notch blacksmith could determine a hero's profession just by looking at the marks on the weapon? There are cracks on your sword. He also seems to have figured out your true nature. Too bad this sword seems like it can't handle the power of tin anymore. Han immediately turned to search through his weapons. Just a moment. I have a weapon perfect for a spirit mage. Found it. Hoon presented a new sword to Jihan. He introduced the celestial sword. When Jihan opened it, the sword emitted an energy that enveloped his body. Sword of Hoon. Hearing the name of the sword, Sihu beside him scoffed, saying it sounds too weird, and then time passed quickly. At a magnificent white castle, the day of the promotion exam finally arrived. A hand lightly touched the doorknob. The door opened, revealing the silhouettes of two people looking into the room where everyone was gathered. Jihan and Sue quickly stepped inside. She looked around at the lively conversations, seeming intrigued. Whoa, there are so many people. On the contrary, Jan seemed like he had been waiting for this day for a long time. It has been a while since the level 4 exam. Right, back at Karo's, it was probably just like this. A man behind him shouted an insult. You jerk. Everyone immediately looked at Jihan, whispering and continuously mocking him. That guy who got kicked out of Karo's. Right, he even dares to come to the level 4 exam. Ha, if it were me, I would be too embarrassed to continue being a hero. Ha, Sihu understood from their words, and she immediately moved closer to whisper to him. They are talking about Jan. Are not they? Don't worry. People often gossip when they gather like this. He remembers the time Doha hit him before and breathes a sigh of relief. Besides, it is good that the incident in the foggy area of Abon has not spread. Deep down, he resolves to keep his identity as a spirit mage hidden. Drawing attention to himself won't bring anything good. Everyone falls silent. A voice rings out behind them. causing a commotion over a trivial 4th-tier exam. A man in a luxurious suit slips his hands into his pockets and slowly walks in. Get a grip. Jen looks at the man and seems to recognize him. You are nothing special. Not even average. The man steps stop in front of Dai-hun. He looks down at Jan with a mocking tone, saying he falls below the standards of a 4th-tier judge from Young-sech. A spark lights up in his eyes. That bastard Yun Doha. Yoon-sech's face radiates danger. Is he questioning him? That guy who came in through the back door. Is it really him who introduced me with a 1% chance of passing the exam? Doha is stirring his coffee when someone calls for him. Yun-do Jung stands behind him, reporting the situation. I have sent the recommendation letter for the kid to advance to Tier 4 that you suggested earlier. So fast. Jung looks into his resume and feels a bit puzzled. But I find it strange. In the resume, it is Yoon-sech, and this person is nominated. Why did you choose a judge from the Yoon-sech state? A 4th-tier judge. Yoon-sech is a Tier 3 hero. In a room at the 4th-tier examination center, 2 men wield swords and charge forward. The men surround Young-sech, aiming to defeat him. He looks sharply at the group. 3 men run in a circle around Young-sech. Doha explains why he chose him. To force him to take down the judge alone. To make him fight recklessly from the start. The 3 swords of the other men quickly point at Young-sech's neck. Truly, the strength of those 3 is so weak that Young-sech sends them flying with one blow. A bunch of fools. The 3 men quickly fall to the ground at his feet. At this moment, the notification system announces that Group 12 has failed. 3 people stand in a closed room, looking down at the battle below. The 2 up here are very curious to see if anyone can surpass him. Is the Yoon-sech group being a bit too harsh? At this rate, I wonder if any contestants will succeed in passing. Henexi looks down at the defeated crowd mockingly. All those 5th-tier fools are the same. 4th-tier judge Kim Hans. A beside him places a hand on his forehead, looking helpless and just sighing. How do we report this to the higher-ups? 4th-tier judge Oe. A teenager with a covered face announced to the other 2. There is only 1 round left now. This person is also the final judge of the competition. A level 4 judge bursting onto the scene. The information board displayed images of Jihan and Siu. Let us see. Is this a secret meeting? When Henexi saw the 2 of them, he immediately felt joy. It is them, is not it? All 3 judges recognized the 2 of them, those nominated by our president. The core group. The footsteps of the 2 echoed through the hallway. This might be a bit challenging. Jihan and Siu entered with their weapons drawn. The 3 judges silently criticized. Our leader does not know how to be flexible at all. Young-sech was already inside, holding a sword and waiting for the next person to enter. His identity was quite formidable. Leader of the core group, level 4 judge. Bang Yun. Jihan and Siu stepped into the room opposite Yun. The system also announced, welcome to the level 4 examination center. In the next 5 minutes, you will have to duel with the judge. If you defeat the judge or... Yoon-sech's face showed a fierce determination upon seeing Jihan. If recognized by the judges, you will qualify for promotion. Saihu became furious upon seeing him. How could a group of level 5 heroes defeat a judge? Yoon-sech's gaze was filled with murderous intent, as if he wanted to kill both of them. He had faced many hero groups and emerged unscathed. Jan stepped forward and advised her, Siu, please support me like you did last time in the fog area. Yes. Understood. His body began to radiate energy as he drew the sword that Hoon had given him. This will be a tough battle, the system announced again. Starting now, you will proceed with the level 4 examination. Just as the announcement began, Yoon-sech quickly attacked Jan unexpectedly. Luckily, his power was strong enough to withstand it. Attacked unexpectedly right at the start, but he was sent flying up onto the roof, releasing a huge shockwave. Young-sech aimed for Siu, preparing to strike her in the face. Jan, but his punch only hit an empty space, leaving him unprotected. Yoon-sech seemed surprised that his punch could not touch Siu. The punch merely halted in midair, blocked by an invisible barrier. At this point, he realized that the introduction was not fake. Although Jan had been knocked back to the corner, he still acted to protect Suyu Jihan. But Young-sech unleashed a special move, kicking her hard and sending her flying away. He quickly dashed forward like a bullet, his sharp eyes fixed on Jihan. The 2 swords clashed directly against each other. It seemed like Jan had the upper hand compared to Yoon-sech. Damn. So heavy. Can a wooden sword really unleash such tremendous power? He quickly calculated his next move in his mind. First, he needed to create some distance. Dai-hen immediately used his special technique to knock him away, retreating behind the violent wind. But Yoon-sech quickly balanced himself and executed a successful landing. Using the wind magic technique, he used his sword to brace himself, thinking to himself, what a bothersome talent this is. Jan had quickly taken the opportunity to appear behind him, ready to strike down. Yoon-sech then noticed him and immediately looked back. Why did he choose the Yoon-sech gang as the judge? DV King was very curious, not understanding why Doha would do such a thing. Sending a recommendation letter like this would backfire. Right, this secret meeting will be difficult. Holding a coffee cup in hand. Smiled smugly. We can only deal with it this way. It seems Yun Sek's techniques can contend with Jihan's wind-cutting swordsmanship. Jan was continuously slashed at by Yun Sek from above. The broken sword technique was indeed broken. He was struck by his techniques and immediately felt pain. The sword strikes accurately targeted his body, causing blood to spill out. After being hit by Young Sek's attacks, Jan fell to the ground, and he immediately walked up to mock him. He lowered his head to the ground, still bleeding from his mouth, thinking, "Damn it, my speed is not what it used to be." He remembered why he had lost so much power. The force from defeating that Sikh's bird to Yundoha had affected him until now. He looked at the sword in his hand, filled with doubt. Moreover, this sword had consumed a massive amount of magical power before. Young Sek looked down at Jan, who was kneeling on the ground, mocking him. "Is this all you can do to receive a recommendation from Yundoha? He declared that you would be eliminated right here, but he did not know that Tishiu had unexpectedly attacked him." She gathered energy on her weapon and shouted, "Stay away from Jihan." Tishiu's strike came down, but Young Sek easily dodged it. Her feet began to touch the ground. Saihu stood in front of Jan to protect him. "Siu, from now on, let me handle everything." At this point, Saihu was determined to protect him. "I can't keep hiding behind Jihan forever. At the very least, I must be able to do this in the movie." Yun Sek looked at the girl in front of him, scolding her. "Are you an idiot?" "I am not a fool." Saihu, with her short hair, declared to him, "I am the president of the secret meeting, Kim Siu." Here, upon learning her identity, Young Sek was not surprised at all. "Oh, it is a half-elf." Saihu immediately charged into battle with him, but deep down, she knew it would be difficult for a half-elf like her to attack a spirit mage. Young Sek quickly used the same technique again, launching swift sword strikes towards her. Sue closed her eyes, feeling everything around the half-elf. Able to hear the flow of magic, Young Sek's slicing strikes came rapidly. She also used her special technique to create a white circle in front of her. Wind arrow. Her technique created an arrow aimed straight at Young Sek, but it was far too weak against him. He just needed to lightly swing his sword to deflect that arrow. So foolish. She thought that at such a close distance, she could affect him, but he did not expect a beam of light to appear behind him. Once again, Young Sek predicted her next move and responded, "Are you preparing to attack me unexpectedly?" What he did not expect was that Siu had conjured many techniques around Young Sek. What is this? The arrows from Siu's magic circle simultaneously attacked Young Sek. Even he did not expect this. Can a level 5 cast so many spells at once? His eyes widened as he realized something new. Moreover, countless spells appeared around Young Sek. Level 6 magic. 2 gigantic hands emerged from the ground, immediately gripping his legs. No, it must be level 7. Just by holding him tightly, those hands allowed the arrows to rush straight towards him. This created an enormous explosion. A cloud of smoke erupted, forcing Sue to cover her eyes with her hand. She looked inside, secretly thinking he fell into a trap. Even if he is a judge, Young Sek had to remain silent. Praised her, saying it was not bad. Truly a good strategy to close the distance and surround me like this. Young Sek had appeared behind Sue without her noticing. He pressed the blade of his sword against her neck, but it was too slow. Saihu's eyes widened in shock, not expecting him to escape so easily. That is level 7 magic, and he blocked it. So when will you attack again? At this moment, Jihan, who might be injured, stood up, declaring, "I will fight." He announced to Young Sek, thinking that due to his arrogance, he would lose. Bang. Young Sek began to swing his sword, calculating in his heart. The sword did not absorb magic, so he had to waste a bit more of his own magic. He thought of a way to defeat him, compressing his magic from the spell to the maximum and then releasing it. The sword he raised to the sky accumulated a lot of magic inside, counter-attacking with wind magic and iron wind sword technique. In some office, countless medals and badges were placed in luxurious glass cabinets. A man with a goatee stood with his hands behind his back, looking out at the scene outside when there was a knock on the door, and he spoke up, "Come in." A blonde assistant entered with a folder, ready to report the situation to the man. "Sir, here is the status report of Team Kim Hein T for today." The man lightly turned his head, indicating he understood. The man still did not turn to question his assistant. "Is Kang Yu adapting well?" Queen Kim Kang Yu. That man is quite cunning as he has plotted to secretly undermine Hunta's group. I am talking about the one I eliminated and transferred to Kim Hunta's faction. The Kiros, led by Master Deng Seep. The blonde assistant scanned the report in his hands and reported the situation back to Deng Seep. Currently, he is in the process of adapting to new things, so there are still some unstable points. Kim Hein will know how to adapt on his own. He is much more useful than Yu Jahan. The blonde assistant suddenly looked frightened, his hand holding the report trembling as he stammered to inform him. "What about Jan? I also have a report. Yu Jahan has participated in the promotion exam to level B." Upon hearing his assistant report that news, a dark and sinister aura emanated from Deng Seep, but he turned around and smirked, seeming not to believe what his assistant just said. That stupid name. He could not even get a recommendation letter, and yet he is participating in the promotion assessment. That news from the assistant shocked him with a weight he never expected. He received a recommendation letter from Chairman Yun Do-ha. It seemed he was very surprised to learn who recommended Jan for the promotion. At this moment, a wooden sword appeared on the ground, broken in half. Diane held the sword against Yun Sech's neck, who was sitting on the ground with a deep cut beside him. One of his eyes shone as he stared down intently. Yun Sech sat on the ground, biting his lip, his face dirty and seemingly beaten quite a bit. But he suddenly laughed, having found the answer to his initial question. He was wondering how he could be recommended by Mar. Yun Do-ha, a circle of light appeared above Daihan, while Yun Sech, sitting on the ground, bowed his head in submission, but internally he silently complained. Alright, I admit defeat. Spirit Mage is really unfair. The competition was over, and the place had become quiet. Su and Jihan sat warily at the table outside the door. He sighed. Oh man, we made it out. Saihu looked at him with sparkling eyes, obviously admiring his talent. She was very curious. Daihan, what is wrong with you? How can you adapt to the spirit so quickly? Every time I meet you, I am amazed. I do not even know. Daihan quietly looked at his hands, feeling puzzled inside. Indeed, after this battle, I feel more in tune with the spirit's power. He recalled Duha's figure leaving, filled with questions. Could it be that they have such intentions? Jan turned to praise her combat skills today. You did great too, Siu. I could win thanks to you. Hearing in Kang, she was very pleased and excited. It was just a small thing. Diane glanced over, worried about something. Somehow we got through the combat test, but there is still the interview left. From behind the door, those who just finished their interviews stepped out, reassuring each other. Thanks for your efforts. Everyone. Su and Jihan sat silently watching the others walk out from the room, listening to the announcements. Next, the secret society is invited to enter. The judges held onto Jihan's group file, praising him without reserve. Your team was very well prepared. The combat test had a lot of interesting points. The two judges beside were reviewing the files of the two people from earlier. Those two just walked in. The judge in the middle prepared to announce that if there were no issues, we would promote you. A voice suddenly interrupted Su and Jihan's mood. No. We should eliminate them. Donghu nearby disagreed and sharply countered. He was in a defensive position but seemed very hesitant. When attacked, he appeared a bit flustered. The warrior club is in chaos. Donghu, fuming, crumpled the files of the two, refusing to allow their promotion. It is unbelievable they could reach level 4 after such a session. So if that is the case, the Secret League has failed the promotion exam. His mocking laughter implied as much. Ha! At this rate, there is no chance of promotion at all. He was intentionally speaking loudly for everyone to hear. Jahan and Su sat down in 2 chairs opposite the 3 judges, who were the next to interview. Please take a seat over there. Hello. We are the Secret League. The judge in the middle seemed surprised when he saw the files of the two. He wanted to confirm with them once more. You are the only group that won in this sparring assessment. Right, it is truly surprising, is not it? Doyen smiled charmingly, surprising Su beside him. You are overpraising us. We were just lucky. Ha! Thank you very much. The judge in the middle smiled at Dongho beside him, wanting to know their opinions. How about the 2 judges? I guess there is no need for further interviews. Right, Dongho seemed unwilling to let them off, pointing at Su to provoke her. Hey girl, show us your ears. Upon hearing his request, Su immediately pulled her hair back to reveal her ears for him to see. Her hairstyle seemed a bit awkward. Oh. Fine then, Saihu, while pulling her hair back, revealed her elf ears. Oh. What is this? Clearly, Dongho wanted to stir trouble for the two to mess up the interview. You are half-elf, are not you? Dongho, with a twisted face, licked his lips mockingly. I thought she was purebred. Hee, what a pity. Hi-a. The judge beside could not hold back from his perverted actions anymore and spoke up. Haley Dongho, watch your words. Will you? He immediately regained his demeanor, sounding insincere. Oh, I'm sorry. That is just my habit. Daihan's face was flushed with anger, veins bulging, but he only apologized to brush it off, so please relax. Right. Yu-jan, this jerk. Saihu immediately held his hand to calm his anger. Yu-jan, I've lied. Really? Jan clenched his fists, trying to calm himself. Alright then, I have to hold back. Dongho still has that attitude, asking them to continue the interview. Right, I can't fall for that provocative machine. The female judge next to him seemed surprised after seeing Sue's profile when she learned who her father was. Oh, Sue's father is a Kim Jane, who works at the Kyoto Monster Research Institute. Right. Yes. That is right. The female judge continued the interview as usual. Recently, you managed to catch a mutated chis fish in the Ma area. That is right. The two judges nodded at each other in agreement. They were very surprised by the background of the two of them. Whoa. A new guild with just 2 members that has reached this level. Hey, look at that half-elf girl, Dongho said with a mocking expression, leaning on the table at Su. In my 10 years as a hero, this is the first time I have seen a half-elf establish a guild. Looks like we are about to make things difficult for her, so I want to ask. He set up a scenario for her. Suppose you encounter a group of elves attacking Korea. Which side would you stand on? That question left Su speechless. That question made it hard for her to respond. She hesitated, unable to make a decision. Whoa. That is unbelievable. Without hearing Su's answer, Dongho pressured her with a sharp gaze. What? Jan could not hold back anymore. He spoke up, still addressing that guy. Is this how warrior guilds interview other guilds? Daihan. Right. His gaze at the guy showed his anger, continuously providing counter-arguments to the previous question. I have not seen you care about the promotion exam at all. You just want to attack our guild leader. Right. His question immediately alarmed the 2 judges beside him. Dongho was just waiting for this moment. He slammed his hand on the table, declaring, I am the judge. I have the right to judge. The male judge stood up, patting the guy on the shoulder to dissuade him. You too. Stop it. Our little guild is being insulted like this. Jan's anger had reached its peak. He loudly declared to them that it would be better for us to withdraw from this promotion exam. Calm down. You too. Su reached out, wanting to ease his anger, but she could not. Did we come here today just to argue? I am really sorry. Su felt very guilty. Her eyes were welling up with tears, thinking about going back to the guild's secret room. Su was in the workshop cafe. Jan entered the room, shyly apologizing to her. I am sorry that we got into the promotion exam because of me. Oh, it is really okay. Holding the coffee cup in her hands, it seemed she did not blame him but was very grateful to him. On the contrary, I should thank you for standing up for me. She was truly grateful for the protection he gave her at that moment. This was the first time someone had defended her in that situation. There, Su. Diane was now focused on Su's fingers continuously hitting the keyboard. I really wonder why you keep hitting the reset button while we are talking, she shyly explained. But deep down she really wanted a chance. I just want to know who passed. The hero headquarters is loading the list of successful candidates. Please wait a moment. I am really sorry. The screen's output changed as Su immediately turned to look straight at the computer. Oh. Alright. After reviewing for a moment, she was very surprised and exclaimed, our team has successfully advanced to level 4. Oh. After hearing that both of them had been promoted, they just looked at each other without saying anything further. Dongho turned away to admire the scenery outside. The female judge was very curious. Hey Dongho, what are you thinking? That apple is falling from his hand. Is everything really okay? Oh. I am sorry for causing a commotion right now. He continued tossing the apple in his hand while explaining to the two. I got a bit carried away by my own curiosity. Just testing it, the apple fell into his hand again, wanting to see how far it could go. Dongho clenched the apple in his hand. His face was full of tension. It seems he is targeting that damn Daihan. Jan and Sihyu stared at the computer screen, not really understanding. Just try climbing higher. Why is that? The computer screen displayed a notification and included the admission information for the Jan team. Congratulations to the 4 guilds that have been promoted. 99 Guild, Kinini Guild, Metlefi Guild. Mungzing. I will deal with you up here, in the monster area. Zone 2. The black car rolled on the cement floor while a lot of people stood by the roadside cheering excitedly. The door of that mysterious black car opened, revealing the scene inside. Kim Heinti had a serious face, completely ignoring the crowd that began to shout. The Kim Heinti Guild has arrived. Kim Hyant, please look this way a bit. Omer. Heinti. The crowd was becoming uncontrollable, and one of his companions immediately shouted to stop them. Oh no. Do not come this way. Everyone get back. Kim T-Hyun approached, gripping the arm of the other person, speaking in a low tone. What are you all doing? Saying that, he smiled brightly at the fans. Thank you all for coming to support us today. You could get hurt, so please step back a bit to watch. Then they turned and left, and the fans behind immediately erupted. Hyant is so sweet. Good luck today. He quickly walked through a space portal. Once there, Hyunan's face immediately darkened as he cursed. Damn it. So noisy. Junan turned around calmly and asked him. There are more people here to watch than yesterday. Right. Hyant did not answer but complained. Why is it that you guys always show up at just the right moment? Suddenly, a hurried voice rang out from behind. Hyun. Did you see the girl standing at the entrance? That guy just asked and then covered his mouth to laugh, jokingly saying, honestly, it makes me want to throw up. It is just that ugly. He is the assistant of the Kuro's club. Continue. After having a good laugh, he started to flatter. What type of girl does Hyant like? Kim Hyant answered briefly. A beautiful girl. Kim Kang-yu immediately expressed his interest. Then this weekend, I will call some classy girls and invite you to the club. Sai interrupted irritably. Hey, that rookie over there has me and Maya here too. Can you stop chatting like that in front of us? Kanga casually replied. Then Sishun should go too, she shouted angrily. What? Why would I go there? Kangyu laughed and said, half joking, half serious. There are many guys who want to meet Sishun. Sun, having just heard that, flipped her hair, her earlier anger fading away. Oh, what is that about? Kangyu still smiled and said, I will prepare a bunch of handsome guys for you. While saying this, he thought to himself, so easy, really too easy. If I flatter them nicely, everything will be fine. Thinking of this, his gaze suddenly turned cold and shot towards a direction. It was the cold silhouette of Limia. He was curious inside. But about that other person, he had no idea what she was thinking. Limia sensed his gaze and immediately responded firmly. What? Kangyu quickly turned away. No, it is nothing, he silently told himself. I need to keep an eye on this. At this moment, Kim Hyant noticed something behind him. The other person cheerfully waved at him. Hey Kim Hyant. He approached, exchanging a few words with Han Hein. Time really flies. How long has it been since we last met in the demon area? Hyun politely replied. It must have been a few months since we met there. The person suddenly noticed and asked, Huh. Where's he? Kim Hyant wondered. Who? The man described the guy carrying that bag. After hearing this, Kim Hyant turned to look at Kang Yu, tilting his head slightly and replied. He left the team not long ago. This is the new member who will replace him. Kang Yu, being pointed out, bowed to greet them. Nice to meet you. I am the assistant, Kim Kang Yu said. Upon hearing this, he showed his surprise. Really? What a pity, is not it? Kim Hyanta frowned and hesitated to ask, why do you feel it is a pity? He recalled and said, about a year ago, when I was with you guys, he helped me a lot. His tone carried admiration. Looking back, the way he moved was truly amazing. How could he move around so fast while carrying a big bag? The man waved his hand to remind him. That guy left the club. If he has not found a new club yet, tell him to contact me. I will bring him to work in our club. Saying that, he turned away. Alright then, have a good day. Kim Hyant said in a deep voice. Is that Yujan really that good? Kim Kang-yu sighed in frustration. I heard he just got in Hunta's way. He is just a useless guy. The person earlier exaggerated him too much. Suddenly a voice called out. Hey, draw your sword quickly. Kim Kang-yu looked confused. What? The giant monster was targeting Kim Hunt. He calmly repeated. Hand me your sword. The massive sword struck the ground. Cracking it. Kim Hyanta charged forward with the sword, frowning and silently thinking of a name. Yuji, elsewhere. Blow and held a stick announcing to everyone that this haunted area had been confirmed as level 4. Everyone should evacuate quickly. Just then, 3 panicked people ran up, the person in yellow hurriedly adjusting their clothes. Complaining that house prices were about to drop, the person with him held a child and replied, the house is about to be demolished. And you are still worried about that? Then the 2 stopped at a place. Is it here? The other person replied. Seems like it. Daihan frowned. Observing the surroundings, the area where the Iron Claw cat appeared was a level 4 haunted area. And next to him, Su was still focused on his phone. Suddenly, the level 4 Iron Claw cat appeared, causing everyone to panic. Jen quickly grabbed his sword and rushed forward, urgently calling out to a girl. Su Siu immediately got serious, preparing to fight. She stood a few meters away from Jan, using her power to unleash 2 bursts of light. The Iron Claw cat was hit by her 2 beams of light, quickly puncturing its sides. At the same time, Jan seized the chance to dash in and slice it in half. Saihu sighed in relief. I thought fighting in a level 4 haunted area was still a bit early, but it turned out to be easier than I thought. Right, we even managed to deal with that mutated fish monster before. Saihu looked at the monster curiously, wondering how to move the Iron Claw cat's body down to the first floor. Diane hesitated and replied, I think we need to call the monster handling company. While the 2 were discussing, a loud scream echoed. Help me. The 2 hurriedly ran towards the scream. Saihu said worriedly, it seems like there are still people who have not evacuated. Diane calmly replied, let us go save them. Having said this, he suddenly paused, thinking, but that voice sounds a bit familiar. Does not it? He immediately shouted to signal. Secret society here. Are you okay? Before he could finish, the other person's cries cut in. Please. Save me. The 2 looked at the scene in panic. Why were there so many decaying monster corpses scattered on the bloody ground? Saihu clasped his hands in delight and said, Whoa. I did not expect to find us in a place like this. I think this is destiny. At that moment, she suddenly asked with annoyance. Isn't he that right? The distant Meng Tang lowered his head to the ground. Clearly explaining, I went to the bathroom, and suddenly I needed to go. Deanne crossed her arms casually and said, should we sign a contract? Actually, thanks to you, I got a good set of gear. Saihu angrily protested. No way. Jan, stop right there. Jen disregarded her words and walked up to him with his hands in his pockets. Hey, do you want to sign a monster hunting contract with us? Trangsai asked. Puzzled. Huh. Why me? Daihan smiled, extending her hand towards him, radiating an aura like a living Buddha. Even though something unfortunate happened, I really admire your profession. Trangsai felt grateful. Thank you. Then I will call you Brother Jihan. After saying that, he turned and ran off quickly. Sung Feng casually said, let me handle the remaining corpses in the house. Sai folded his arms in reproach. What if he causes trouble again? Dahan smiled to reassure her. It will be fine. I need someone who can deal with monster corpses immediately, and even with a fish bowl. Are you sure you can collect all its parts? So just leave the handling to him. Just then, a loud voice interrupted him. Heroes, stop those innocent monsters. Stop now. It was the commanding voice of a man holding a mic. He showed no sign of stopping. Monsters are lives that deserve respect. They are lives. Saihu asked curiously. Who is that? Diane replied leisurely. The group protesting on the sidewalk is the International Monster Protection Alliance. It is abbreviated as UPS. This organization has declared that monsters can coexist peacefully with humans like other plants and animals. Recently, protests have been happening frequently around haunted areas, causing significant damage. Saihu hesitated and asked, Jan, do you agree with those people? He answered without hesitation. Of course not. This is absurd. Even if I witness heroes falling right in front of me, can I recreate that scene again? The crowd continued to surge forward in chaos, not sparing the heroes. Why should not they, everyone, do your best for the sake of those precious monsters? Suddenly, they excitedly announced and pushed forward. They rushed wildly towards the two. Look, there are some heroes. Do not let them go. In the blink of an eye, both of them were surrounded by a throng of enthusiastic people. Jen took a defensive stance. Mumbling, what is going on? A girl among them shouted upon seeing the monster's corpse. Whoa. Everyone, come see this, she cried as she held the monster's head, wondering how they could be so cruel. The people around her were also lamenting. Oh, Kitty, we are so sorry. The other girl shot a glare at him, accusing him of being a hero while doing something so evil. Someone else chimed in, a hero? They are the real butchers here. Daihan frowned, thinking to himself, this is troublesome. Heroes can directly intervene with ordinary people. Only confront them until the Hero Association sends help. Just then, another voice rang out. Can you guys move aside a bit? The newcomer continued. I see something over there. A citizen shouted back. Who are you? The ground cracked under the force of his stomping. He retorted. Me. You are the ones I despise the most in this world. Suddenly, the surrounding space was enveloped by a massive layer of golden aura. The man smiled and introduced himself. I am the Earth Dragon, the war god Yunha. Yundo exuded a terrifying aura. Some called him Earth Dragon, while others referred to him as a clown. At that moment, Dua smirked cryptically. In the West, he was also known by the name Earth Town, indeed fitting the nickname. Each of his steps carried a tremendous weight that affected the ground. Dua nonchalantly said, but the name I like the most, he continued, is War God. The protesters broke into a sweat upon recognizing him. It is the war god Doha. Why is a level 1 hero appearing in a place like this? Jen thought helplessly. Why does he keep hanging around here? Does he really have nothing better to do? Yundoa slipped his hands into his pockets. Facing them, now, it is time for you all to go inside, he said lightly with a playful smile. As soon as he finished speaking, he shouted Mew. Immediately, a blinding explosion occurred. The monster he summoned appeared, roaring intimidatingly at them. Jan gritted his teeth in confusion. What is that? He stared incredulously at the giant monster named Muha he had just summoned, filled with curiosity. Is it really a spirit? You commanded it to strike. The monster Mew immediately obeyed the command and spewed poison from its mouth. 3 beams of light shot towards the protesters at unimaginable speed. The 3 beams split, picking off individuals one by one. In the blink of an eye, countless people fell victim to its sharp claws. The crowd panicked, shouting, put us down. How can a hero do this to civilians? Saihu, witnessing this scene, could not help but say, oh, this is horrifying. Jan gritted his teeth, controlling all the civilians without harming anyone. He managed the elemental powers astonishingly well. Yundoa suddenly spoke up. Sorry to keep you waiting. As soon as he finished speaking, both of them were startled and looked at him. Du approached casually and asked, I heard you passed the level 4 assessment. Right. Dahan wondered to himself, did I really fight a monster like this? Jan tried to stay calm and replied, thanks to you, you assigned a good examiner for me, did not you? Yundoa laughed, resting his hands on his hips. Are you talking about the Yun Sech faction? His style is a bit aggressive. Daihan thought to himself, feeling a little uneasy. Because of that, I almost died. Dua said nonchalantly. But it seems like you have become a bit stronger now, just as I expected. Are you curious to see? Yundo unleashed a strong aura, suppressing Jihan, and asked, Who is stronger? Diane remained silent. You came here just to say that. While we were talking, another voice interrupted. What is going on? Yun asked. A group of people rushed over to inquire. What is happening in the level 4 area? Is it related to the guild? Saihu panicked and reminded them. Sihan, members from other guilds are here. Doha interrupted her. There are a lot of people watching. Let us move to another location. At the construction site, the workers were busy moving back and forth with their project. Everyone greeted Yun Doha warmly as he entered. Hello. Yun Doha, are not you on a mission today? Doha waved and responded briefly to them. Jen remained silent, observing the surroundings to make a judgment. Is this the headquarters of the Keta Sai? It is very crowded. Doha turned to speak with him. We are currently working on building while training underground. If it gets noisy, just try to bear with it. Diane hesitated before agreeing. All right then. In the magnificent skyscraper, Yun Doha leisurely led Jan deeper inside. He took Jae-han through an area where blue electricity coursed through the air. Jan turned to look at it, thinking it felt like stepping into a quiet cafe with no customers. The noise from the construction had almost faded away. Saihu excitedly chatted with him. It is amazing to build such a large tower with barriers of this caliber. It must have taken a lot of effort. Truly a big guild. They invest without holding back. Dahan asked in confusion. Is it really maintained like this? She immediately replied. Of course. Su calculated and said a number. I guess it must be around 200 billion. Jan's jaw dropped upon hearing that. 200 billion, that is a lot of money. A woman approached them. Joining in, I am glad you know this fact, she said cheerfully, adjusting her glasses. It seems like you are very interested in the magical barriers. Right, the price is just about a real figure. This lady here is the vice president of the Sai. Parky. Daihan looked at her with excitement. Oh, so Mems. Park Ji-king is the vice president of the Core Association. Su was also a bit surprised. I thought you were just an ordinary secretary. Yunoha ran over to greet her. Hey. Secretary Park, do you remember the fun game from last time? Prepare it for me. Okay. D-King immediately took the order. Yes. Yun Doha, I will get ready right away. At this point, her attitude changed completely, furiously pinching Midoha's cheek. Did you think I would say that? How dare you neglect your work on today's schedule? Yun Doha winced in pain from her strong pinch. What do you think you are doing with the president? Jung immediately retorted. Then you should act like a proper president. Jihan and Su helplessly watched them, thinking that both inside and outside were noisy. After a while, they decided to sit quietly inside the office. Yun Doha picked up a cup of water and began. Now let us get straight to the point. What do you think I brought you here to talk about? Jihan replied gloomily. I guess it might be because of the wind spirit I have. Yun Doha took a sip of water, comfortably admitting it. Bing. Immediately, a strange, blinding light shone from the table, and a pale golden dog appeared, looking at him with sparkling eyes. ZQ patted its head and said to the two of them, Say hello. This is my companion. The dog obediently let him pat its head, and even barked a few times in agreement. Yunha reminded him, You saw it when I faced the damper. John immediately recalled that giant monster, feeling a shock. It was really a huge difference. Mu suddenly made a few incomprehensible sounds to help build. Mu is busy. Yun Doha understood its intention and replied. Oh. Just a moment. Mu turned to him and asked. Customer. Diane awkwardly waved. Hello. The dog looked at him with interest, slightly tilting its head and giving a small sound. Saihu excitedly called its name. Mu. Only Jam was still tense, wondering what it was doing. Yun Doha asked him. You should also summon your spirit. Jan quickly agreed. Alright then. Jan swiftly opened his palm, seriously accumulating the power to summon the spirit. A small orb in his hand flew in front of Mu, and it immediately recognized that it was the spirit. Yun Doha was not surprised and asked, As I guessed, this is the wind spirit. What is its name? Diane quickly replied, Its name is Div. Repeated. Xin. Got it. The reason I brought you here today is because of Xin, he calmly explained. Until now, the only spirit discovered in Korea is Mu. This has not changed. For 17 years, I have operated as a spirit mage. I have also reviewed your hero records, but I found no records of spirits. Yun Doha recalled and mentioned, The only suspicious thing is the moment Yujan left the Karos Association and joined the Secret League. At this point, his expression became much more serious than before. But the unbelievable thing is that you got the spirit power from a new guild. How did you manage to form a contract with the wind spirit? Jan hesitated, looking at Siu. It seems Siu understood his feelings and stepped in, saying, Let me explain this. After she finished speaking, she began to recount. Initially, there was a previous contract. Yun Doha was also a bit surprised. A previous contract, Su quickly explained. That was with my mother. Anahaz was the one who signed the contract before. After a while of explanation, Yun Doha leaned back and said, I get it now. He rubbed his chin, pondering the amount of information he just received. Who would have thought you signed a contract with Nahas's spirit? This is the first time I have encountered a situation like this. Doha silently thought. I always assumed that once the contract signer died, the spirit would vanish too, so I still do not fully understand spirits. Coming out of his thoughts, Doha cheerfully said, Alright then, although my questions remain unanswered, we can get straight to the main issue now. Saihu looked surprised. What? Isn't the contract the main issue? Yun raised 2 fingers, indicating, that is true, but today I will discuss 2 main issues. Daihan hesitated. 2 issues. He adjusted his glasses. Let me put it plainly, his expression and tone became serious. As the leader of the guild, I want to take over your guild. Jihan froze at this point, and Su could not handle the shock and exclaimed, What? Yun smiled. Calculating, on the condition that I will transfer all shares of the guild. 200 billion. Saihu jumped up, stammering in disbelief. Are you serious? Doha replied calmly. Such an important matter is no joke. If you think it is not enough, I can offer more. Doha bent forward, his demeanor cold and distant, proposing that she could maintain the 2-person group as it is now, and if she wanted, she could recruit another hero, or he would recruit her while he would directly guide Daihan in summoning magic, and he would not interfere in their guild activities. Doha asked their opinions on this, saying this proposal was quite interesting. Right, Su awkwardly replied. Whoa. This is indeed a very tempting offer, but it is just too sudden. He added, I will give you more time to think about it. Of course, the sooner you respond, the better. At this point, a firm voice rang out, but I do not want to. Doha's face twisted in frustration as he asked. What? Saihu, furious, looked at Jihan and kicked over a bowl of rice. The guild. I will never sell it. A loud crash echoed sharply. Saim propped himself up, looking at the hanging figure and wondered, what is going on? What happened? He glanced around, searching for someone. I have handled everything. But where did Jan go? Saim looked down at his hands, feeling a bit disappointed. He was about to show off that he had just found something amazing. Over here, Doha was still trying to persuade him. If it is still not enough, I can offer more. Jan did not agree verbally but said, I heard that covering this place with magical barriers has already cost about 20 billion. His gaze was icy, and his words cut like a knife. That is nowhere near enough. He smirked arrogantly. The Met Lasai will become a major guild. Just like the Ki Ti Hai. Doha's face suddenly turned pale. Saihu, frustrated, grabbed his collar and scolded. Why did you make that decision on your own? While the two were arguing, Doha's strange laughter drew attention. He covered his face, laughing maniacally. For reasons unknown, Doha's eyes turned red with anger. You think you can turn a guild with just 2 members into a powerful one? Hey Junior, are not you being a bit too arrogant? Jan replied calmly. Well, let us just call it confidence. Doha thought as he adjusted his glasses. Confidence. Huh. His tone sounded even more certain than that. Truly an interesting character. With that thought, he raised both hands and said, All right, I give up on the acquisition. Saihu hurriedly interrupted. Hey, just hear me out. Okay. Doha waved his hand dismissively. Since we are here, I have to deliver what I need to. DV King brought in the gemstone held in a transparent box. Doha immediately asked him, Do you remember what this is? Jian recognized it at a glance. It was the magical crystal from before. Jan looked at him in confusion. Why is brother returning this? Doha cheerfully replied, Our association has finished researching it. I initially intended to give it to you, so I could acquire Met Lex. As Jihan opened the box, he heard him say, as a senior elven mage, This should be acceptable. Jan, half believing and half doubting, examined the olive. Then I will accept it back. But why are you making a fuss over this? Just then, Sin and the purple stone clashed fiercely, causing him to call out in panic. A bright, powerful light emitted from both sources. Doha watched the scene with delight. Spirits can absorb the magical power contained in the magical crystal to grow. You should collect more magical crystals. If you do so, Sin will also be able to take on its true form. Jan looked at the blurred figure behind the orb. Pondering, take on its true form. At the Up branch in South Korea, a sweet voice rang out from the microphone. This is the International Monster Protection Alliance. How can I assist you? The expression of the staff member suddenly turned mischievous as she asked, You mean your pet cat has turned into a strange creature? Right. She typed on the screen while comforting the customer. Don't worry. We will safely capture it. I think it will take about 3 hours. Just then, a staff member approached to ask her colleague, So when is our next volunteer activity? The other hesitated to answer. I think it is on the 21st of this month. The girl with pink hair chatted. During the last volunteer event, when the old lady hugged me tightly, I felt so warm. The short-haired staff member smiled in agreement. That is right. They are all kind-hearted. The girl with purple hair looked at the news articles about the good deeds of the Alliance. Her voice dull. I always feel regret. Everyone should know about these good things more. The short-haired girl smiled reassuringly, saying that one day, others would know about us, one by one, and that would be the joy of my life. Suddenly, a growl echoed, making her face go pale. Both looked towards the sound, and the purple-haired girl gasped in surprise. Oh no. She looked at the monsters locked in the cell and said, "Looks like they are really hungry. It is about snack time for them." The girl announced to her colleague, "I am going to get some food." The short-haired girl reminded her, "Just give them a moderate amount." Tez Inguninga went to the cage and wondered what to throw in for them today. Oh look, inside that dark place is a middle-aged woman with her hands and feet tightly bound, her mouth also sealed. The purple-haired girl sighed. She is still alive. Huh. The short-haired girl crossed her arms in agreement. This old woman is still strong. The sound of keys jingled, and the girl threw the old lady into the monster's cage. The girl softly coaxed, "Now, enjoy your meal." The monster, like a hungry tiger, immediately pounced, and soon the place was drenched in bright red blood. The other girl seemed delighted by the scene. "The way our cat eats is just too cute." She turned to ask, "I will go get more." "Okay." The short-haired girl refused. "Don't feed them too much. Wait until dinner to feed them again." As she said this, she suddenly noticed something. A car with its lights on appeared behind them. The purple-haired girl recognized it. "Oh, it looks like the manager has arrived." The car door opened, and a pair of long legs stepped out, the man's face cold and stern. But then he cheerfully said, "Hello everyone, this is Yip Branch Korea." Manager Emu, as he stepped in. Someone asked, "Welcome back, manager. How's work going?" Minsu replied to her, "I brought more beautiful and kind friends. They are in the building next door. Everyone come over later to check them out." The others exclaimed excitedly, "Oh, that is what a manager is like." And Minsu stood in the middle of the office, arms wide, saying, "Everyone, pay attention. I have good news." He suddenly opened a strange box. "This is from the company we have been collaborating with for research." He picked up a gun. Inside held a tube with a purple substance, his face smiling mischievously. "The prototype has been created." Everyone immediately buzzed with excitement. If that is the case, Minsu turned to respond to them. "Do you all remember the chis fish we introduced into the haunted area in Bizen recently?" He recalled and recounted, "We succeeded in implanting the ghost crystal to create a mutant strain. But its stability is low, so the body quickly deteriorates and is very hard to control. Right now, he stands before the cage looking at the bloodthirsty monster affirmatively. But this time will be different." Minsu grinned, aiming the gun at the monster. "Let us make you even more beautiful." With a loud bang, blinding purple light filled the entire cage. The screams echoed alongside its gigantic shadow cast on the wall. Minixu watched the scene, delighted, then clapped, and others joined in, continuously marveling. Minixu stood with her back to them, wondering how such a monster could be so beautiful. The area where the Iron Claw Cat appeared, a level 4 monster zone in Incheon. People were bustling and crowded everywhere. Saihu looked around critically. Unlike yesterday, there were more barriers today. Right? Zhen glanced over at her. After the conflict with Upsi yesterday, they seemed to assess that it would be difficult to quickly eliminate the Iron Claw Cat. He faced Sue and said, "If we are lucky, we might get the monster crystal from the mutated creature today." As he was speaking, a figure suddenly appeared behind him, confusing her. Sam sighed in frustration. "Where did Jian go?" Saihu stepped back. Startled, Jen turned around to greet her. "Is that you, Meng Xing?" he asked. Puzzled. "What is going on?" Saim said angrily, stomping her feet. "Yesterday, you assigned me to handle the bodies of the Iron Claw Cats. And then you just disappeared." Diane felt guilty. "That is right."
I'm sorry.
This only made Saim angrier.
Oh, is that so? Oh.
"Really?" He crossed his arms and trembled, then suddenly covered his face and laughed heartily. Saihu was puzzled by this scene. What is wrong? Has he gone crazy? He held his phone out in front of them and asked, "Can you two still be calm after seeing this?" After looking at the screen, both of them immediately panicked. Staring at it, Saim smiled brightly. The mutated fish cup and the group of Iron Claw Cats caught yesterday had all sold out. On the phone screen was the shopping order. Sue panicked. "How much is this in total?" 1. 10,000,000. 5.5 billion. Right, Trang Saim chuckled proudly. Since it was the first time discovering a mutated fish cup, it sold for a high price. Sue immediately melted to him. "That is amazing. I really trust you." Meng Xing, Emperor Minxing. Trang Saim was even happier with her praise. "Everything sold out under my hands." He added, "By the way, I want to talk about the sales commission. Normally, the commission for handling and selling is 10%. Jahan immediately shattered his idea with a 4% figure. Trang still listened, stunned. What? He immediately expressed his discontent. Jan. Oh no. Dear customer. There are norms even in the monster handling industry. Jan insisted on 4%, while Trang Siam offered 8%, but he remained firm on 4%, not to push the price down further, saying that he was resolute. Alright, then let us settle on 4%. Trang Siam felt wronged. Why did he end the negotiation on his own? Moreover, the dialogue does not match at all. Is Jan really such a rogue? Saihu is confused by the situation. What are those two doing? Suddenly, Su goes quiet and notices. Hey, she is coming over again. Upon hearing this, Saihu looks back in curiosity as a giant foot appears. A fierce-looking rat carrying a backpack walking down the road. Saihu immediately feels bewildered. What the heck is that? A passerby exclaims. Isn't that a beast tamer? A person nearby responds. Haven't you seen her before? That is Min Yuri from the Snowflower Association. The beautiful girl next to that rat is Min Yuri, the president of the Snowflower Association. The people around clear the way and gossip excitedly, saying she is famous for only hunting iron claw cats. That is so annoying. Really? Why is that? Who knows? I am not sure either. Right now, Min Yuri is heading straight toward them. Saihu shows obvious excitement. Beast tamer. That is so cool. Daihan. Uninterested. Reminds him, we should hurry into the haunted area. That beast tamer is famous for hunting iron claw cats. If we go in late, that giant rat will take everything. The rat seems to sense someone talking about it, raising its head to look at them, intimidating them with its presence. Daihan is taken aback by its intimidating aura. Damn. What is that? Just then, as Jan looks up, Chila suddenly opens its mouth, revealing sharp teeth aimed directly at Jin, leaving him stunned. Realizing something is off, Saihu quickly turns to shout a warning. Watch out. Jan and Siam both look up, their faces showing clear concern, but Jan appears calm, reassuring, saying it will be fine. The reason he can stay so calm is that he has scanned Chila to analyze the probability of an attack. The results come in quickly. The probability of the monster attacking him is less than 2%. No sooner had he said that than it stuck out its tongue and licked Jan's face. Seeing the situation unfold like this, both Su and Same look utterly dumbfounded. Not expecting this move, at this moment, it appears very friendly, continuously licking Jan's face when suddenly a figure approaches with a sound. This is quite rare. Did Chila notice someone else? The newcomer is Min Yuri, the beast tamer, her face bright and cheerful as she lightly brushes her hair and greets. Nice to meet you. I am Min Yuri from the Snowflower Association. Hearing this, Jan politely extends his hand in response. Nice to meet you. I am Yu Dehan from the Secret Association. And this is President Kim Siu. Upon being introduced, Su can't take his eyes off Yuri, filled with admiration for Min Yuri. She seems really strong. Then she quickly reacts. Oh. Hello. At this point, Chila gets even closer, hugging Jan tightly and licking his face even faster. Observing this situation, Yuri asks, do you have any pets like hamsters at home? He quickly replies, no, I do not have any animals. Hearing his response, Yuri seems skeptical. That is strange. Chila would not act like this without a reason. Suddenly, Siam approached from behind and said, are you Min Yuri from the Snowflower Society? Right after that, he knelt down, taking Yuri's hand, his eyes sparkling, making her a bit surprised. Very happy to meet her. I am Trang Same, director of the Dreaming Monster Handling Company. If you need to collect monster corpses, feel free to contact me anytime. Hearing this, she awkwardly replied, no need, but it seems he does not realize and still wants to use this as an excuse to get to know me. Oh. Do not say that. Just then, Chila unexpectedly appeared from behind Same with a sharp gaze that warned him something was off behind. Suddenly, there were whispers from others. Hey, look over there. At that moment, Siam was crouched down, being hugged by Chila, and seeing this, Yuri awkwardly approached wanting to help. Observing the situation, the other two began to gossip. Min Yuri is talking with another group over there. That cold girl is actually chatting. Then he seemed to remember something and continued. If I am not mistaken, those two talked to Yundoa yesterday. Right, these words immediately reached Jihan and Siu. He silently assessed them. Oh dear. The others. It seems Yuri also sensed the discomfort with the situation and immediately spoke up. Oh, I'm sorry. It is my fault that everyone is paying attention. After that, Yuri led Chai away and said goodbye. I will go ahead. You all work hard. Finally, Siam was set free. He lay there panting in Chila's drool. Watching her leave, Jahan politely responded. Yes. Goodbye. His eyes began to scan with a thought emerging. Min Yuri from the Snowflower Society. The last time I saw news about the Snowflower Society was about 3 or 4 years ago. Watching her back leaving with Chila, he felt quite puzzled. With such a reputation, she should have leveled up to tier 3 by now. Right, but why is she still stuck at tier 4? At that moment, she was smiling with Chila as they headed back. Thinking about it, Jihan suddenly shook his head, realizing it did not concern him. He then urged everyone. We should hurry and go in. Saihu, holding a dry branch, poked at Siam and looked up to reply. Sure, glancing at Siam lying face down on the ground. Jihan instructed, you stay here. Meng Xing. He quickly replied, yes. At the large blue apartment building numbered 207, both Jihan and Siu entered. Looking around as they walked, suddenly, Saihu felt something strange and spoke up, what is going on? We have reached the 5th floor and have not seen any sign of the monster. Jihan guessed that another group must have come before them. At that moment, he proposed a solution. We have no choice but to search each floor. Saihu suggested taking the elevator, but he was quickly dismissed by him. What if the elevator gets stuck? So they both took the stairs, with Saihu leaning against the wall. Panting. Huff, huff, the wizard can climb stairs. Daihan replied, wizards have to train their bodies too. While they were walking and chatting, someone at the top of the stairs called down to them. Who is there? This person, hot-tempered with a displeased face, shouted, what is going on? Who are these little pests? This was a member of the Sword Association named Munkainen. He had a grim expression as he came down, followed by another member with a threatening gaze. Don't you see the sign on the 1st floor? From floors 207 to 209 is the territory of the Sword Association. So you better move along. Hearing what Mun King Jin said, Saihu could not believe it and shouted, what? Are you serious? We climbed all the way up here and are exhausted. Of course, they were indifferent to her confusing words. Hemph, do not these nameless guild members understand Korean? The situation was split into two sides, with the arrogant Mun King Jin asserting a rule created to secure the best territory in the shadows. If a large guild demands territory, smaller guilds have to comply, and Saihu was in that category. Jihan and Sihu indeed fit the description he mentioned. This rule applies even to guilds with just 2 members. Mun King Jin leaned down and shouted, if you understand, then get lost. Jihan might have understood, but the Met Left Guild is not a small guild. Then his calm retort was surprisingly cool as he simply said, leave. Jihan did not hesitate to face him directly. We all knew that taking territory while opening up was illegal. I will file a complaint about your illegal actions to the hero headquarters. His fearless words threatened back, making Mun King furious as he glared. Are you crazy? He slowly drew his sword. Suddenly, 3 more guys appeared behind Mun King, overwhelming them. His voice dripped with disdain. Do you think the hero headquarters will protect your lives? But Jihan's face remained unfazed, and he coolly replied, are you trying to scare me? In his mind, he began analyzing the situation. 1 wizard. 2 warriors. Due to the nature of the emergency exit stairs, it was tough for all 4 of them to descend at once. A glint of determination flashed in his eyes as he grinned. It was worth a shot. Data began analysis. The probability of winning against the team in front of him was, at that moment, the scene resembled a battlefield. Both sides were ready to strike. One of Mun King Jin's men jumped down and shouted, what are you planning to do? At that moment, the data also returned a result of 80%. Without hesitation, they both charged at each other, swords drawn. Mun King Jin realized that Jihan's abilities and strength were not to be underestimated, which shocked him. What is this? He is not even moving. Not wanting to back down, he called out to his teammates. What are you waiting for? Charge, the accomplice replied immediately. Yeah. Got it. He then focused his power to assist Mun King Jin. Realizing his intention, Jen immediately signaled his teammate Q. Siu immediately cast a supporting spell as she signaled from the other side. I am ready. Both sides clashed fiercely. Jihan's side used wind arrows while Mun King Jin's side used fire arrows. Then a loud explosion erupted when one side's force became greater, causing everything to explode. The power released was so immense that it blew up a corner of the building where both sides were fighting. Taking advantage of that moment, Jan and Saihu jumped out to escape. Unexpectedly, Mun King Jin's side chased closely behind, shouting, they are running. Quick! Chase them. Suddenly, Sue raised her hand to cast a spell, wanting to stop them, and responded fiercely. Who is running? A wall of fire appeared, separating Mun King Jin from his accomplices. She used a technique called firewall. Seeing this, he turned around to look at his separated companions, grinding his teeth in anger. Unaware that Jihan had jumped down from above, right where he stood, Jihan launched an attack, but this guy was quite quick and managed to block it with his sword. Mun King Jin's hand holding the sword shook with frustration as he muttered, damn it. What the hell? Is he also a level 4 mage like me? Suddenly he growled a warning. What are you doing? Aren't you going to protect your feet? Immediately, Mun King Jin kicked hard at Jihan's leg. But unexpectedly, it was Mun King Jin who fell down this time. With a thud, he fell down with an expression of disbelief. Lying on the ground, he still could not keep his mouth shut. Damn it. Did you think you would be safe after this, if the Sword Association finds out about this? Before he could finish his sentence, Jihan interrupted. So what? Then that careless sword plunged dangerously close to his neck. At that moment, Jihan questioned Mun Jin with a smirk that clearly showed mockery. So, will the Sword Association protect your life? The guy with the hat in the crowd was bound tightly by a binding spell. He wanted to advise Mun Jin. The president. I do not think we are a match for him. Su held a magical weapon in one hand, using fire, and then she asked, You, Jan, have been spared for now. Mun Jin was stunned, unable to believe it. A variety of magic. Who are these monsters? The other two were at a distance from the wall of fire that Su had erected to separate them from Hao, who was urging them on. Come on. Hurry up. What are you standing there for? I am not good at casting water magic, so it takes a lot of time. A claw suddenly appeared from behind when both still had no idea. The guy with armor on both shoulders was impatient. This is boring. I have not seen a single steel claw cat yet, and it is already a waste of effort. At that moment, he was rambling on, unaware of the unexpected guest's arrival. It was the steel claw cat that appeared right behind him. Suddenly, he felt something behind him and turned around. At the same time, the blonde guy successfully cast a water blast. Using water to break through the wall of fire, he happily turned to share with the other guy. Alright, we broke through. Let us move. What hit him was a horrifying scene. His teammate was being taken into the sharp jaws of a gigantic monster. His consciousness was fading, but his mouth kept crying for help, even with his last breath, please. Witnessing that scene, he froze in place, unable to believe what he had just seen. This person was still talking to him, and now was in the mouth of a monster. He panicked and shouted, catching both Jian and Su off guard as they turned back, hearing the scream from the emergency exit stairs. Did the steel claw cat appear? Jan's face tensed up. I do not think so. A scream like that is not it. To confirm, he activated his scanning ability to analyze the probability. The probability of Yu Jan surviving suddenly plummeted as the sound of footsteps approached, followed by the deafening roar of the monster echoing everywhere. It showed its long tongue and sharp teeth, switching to hunting mode and roared loudly. The probability analysis reported a result of 0.5%. That was Jihan's survival probability alert. He understood that the mutated steel claw cat had appeared. Both Jian and Su stood frozen, watching the ferocious steel claw cat approach. Seeing it appear, Saihu widened his eyes and spoke up. Is that a steel claw cat? Daihan frowned, his eyes glued to the monster as he replied. I think that is a mutation. Clearly seeing its shape, the mouth was the most mysterious and unusual part, leaving him in awe. But this was the first time he had seen such an extreme mutation. The guy in the hat, pale as a ghost, screamed, What the hell is that monster? Mun Jin hesitated before responding. A mutation. Both were now trembling all over, unable to keep calm. At this moment, Jan knew he needed help from the other two and spoke up, asking for assistance. You two need to unite with us. Before he could finish, the two cowardly guys turned and ran, not forgetting to shout an insult. Stop joking. How can four of us take on a mutated monster? Seeing this, Jahan angrily cursed under his breath. Those damn fools glanced at the monster, and he predicted that the two of us could not possibly deal with a level 4 mutation. With each giant step and sharp claw, the ground sank beneath it. It no longer moved slowly but charged straight at the two. In Jahan and Su's minds, they thought in unison. It is coming. Jian firmly gripped his sword, drawing it sharply. At the moment it lunged, the blade struck straight at it, but surprisingly, despite its size, it reacted quickly. Before he knew it, it swung its arm to block Dai Hun's attack. At this point, he had to tremble and grit his teeth, wondering what kind of monster this was. If I had not infused my sword with elements, it would have broken long ago. Instead of prolonging the time, I need to finish it with one blow. Jan's sword still remained at the monster's neck, but with only one hand. How could he hold it? It raised its other hand high. Without a sound, it swung hard at Jan while he was being controlled by the sword. But luckily, Shu reacted in time, using her staff to unleash a powerful wind strike that momentarily saved him. Right after, she signaled him, Jan, right now you need to combine your attacks smoothly. Charge in, and strike straight at that mutated monster. Then Jian suddenly realized it had dodged. That enormous arm was no longer restrained. It gathered momentum for its next attack. Indeed, caught off guard, Jihan was thrown back by its swing. The impact was so great that Jihan spat out a mouthful of blood as he was thrown away, wondering how it could be so quick. Seeing Jihan severely injured, Su screamed in worry, Jan. But she could not just stand by. She cast a spell, firing a barrage of arrows to attack it. The arrows aimed straight at its head. It seemed like it would be hit, but life is not a dream. Unexpectedly, in the blink of an eye, it swiftly moved to the side, successfully dodging the attack. The claws scratched towards Saihu, and her whole body seemed frozen in place. Realizing she could not escape, suddenly, a voice called out, Chila. Instantly, Chila rushed out, squeaking loudly. Luckily, it appeared just in time to push the monster down, saving Saihu's life. Both of them fell outside, breaking through the wall. Everything happened in the blink of an eye, leaving Saihu momentarily stunned.
Yes,
It is Chila. Just as she was trying to process what happened, a voice spoke up. I heard the explosion and came to check, only to find the two of you here. And the visitor was none other than Yuri. Then she politely greeted them, saying she was glad to see everyone again. Sue thought to herself, Min Yuri from the Snowflower Guild. Looking at Jihan's serious condition, with a lot of blood flowing, he might be unconscious. Yuri spoke up. It seems like you two would have been in big trouble if I had arrived a bit later. Looking out at the broken wall while Chila held back the monster, Yuri said, I will handle this mutant, so please take Jian and escape. Hearing this, Sue replied worriedly, you can't handle it alone. We should call for other heroes to help. Suddenly, Yuri's gaze became determined, with a hint of cold detachment reassuring her. Don't worry. I know how to deal with that beast better than anyone. Sue's expression froze for a moment, surprised by the change in her demeanor. Without further ado, Yuri jumped down through the broken wall to confront the monster. At that moment, Chila was grappling with the monster on the ground. Although Chila was twice its size, the creature still fought back, showing its impressive strength, but it could not hold on for long before the monster spat out a mouthful of blood, howling in agony. Chila noticed it was throwing itself back and coughing up blood, as if trying to say something, but only squeaked. The monster suddenly bit Chila's arm, and at that moment, Yuri landed, calling out to Chila. Yuri immediately cast an ice spell. Cold ice arrows targeted the spot where the monster lay. Chila sensed that Yuri would act, so she quickly moved aside, and the monster was immediately frozen in place. Its whole body was frozen, caught mid-roar. Just when it seemed everything was over, the monster unexpectedly broke free from the ice. Yuri quickly climbed onto Chila's head to assess the situation. Pondering silently, can it still stand after being hit by so many ice arrows? It is not a normal mutant. Is it? Then it roared and charged at Chila, wanting to attack, but Yuri coldly aimed her ice bow at it, her voice deep. Regardless, the outcome won't change. The arrow was immediately released. This was the ice-sealing arrow. Reflexively, the monster dodged, but it was all within Yuri's expectations. The ability to move was the greatest strength of the Iron Claw cat. She aimed directly at its knee to shoot the arrow. Instantly, it was injured by the cold ice blows and fell to the ground. Seeing that it was hit, Yuri exclaimed, "You won't be able to get up after that blow." Still, her eyes remained alert, analyzing the situation carefully. The extraordinary mobility of the steel claw cat comes from its feline agility. Observing the trembling wound pierced by the icy arrow of this monster, a thought crossed her mind. However, if the muscles contract due to the cold, the joints won't be able to bear the weight and will shatter. At that moment, Yuri coldly informed it, "Our battle ended the moment you got hit by my ice arrow." Saihu, witnessing the entire process from above, was left in awe. It is hard to believe the mutated monster that Dai-Han and I had to wrestle with. Suddenly, Jan let out a sound. His body began to move, and he called out, "Cough." Sue replied instantly, "Dai-Han." His breath was heavy, but he still managed to say, "We have to hurry and help Min Yuri Shu." Thinking he might just be waking up and unaware of the situation, she reassured him, "Don't worry, she has it under control." Suddenly, Jihan firmly stated, "No, it is not over yet." In his eyes, the probability analysis began to kick in. The probability of Min Yuri defeating the steel claw cat made his face change instantly. If this continues, she will be in danger. Below, Yuri approached the steel claw cat. She still had that cold expression. She aimed directly at a point and said, "I will end you as painlessly as possible." Then it let out a loud, piercing scream. Yuri still had not made her move to finish it off. Perhaps she thought it would be better to let it release some tension before dying. Suddenly, a brown and golden furred figure with white accents appeared, its claws long and sharp. To her surprise, in the blink of an eye, a whole pack of unmutated steel claw cats surrounded Yuri. The result probability showed under 10% as they began to roar and charge. Above, Saihu helped Jan observe the current situation, and just by looking, he understood that it had summoned all the steel claw cats in the fog. I came here. He felt like he understood something. So that is the reason. He turned to ask Sue if she knew how to use flying magic. She replied, "Though not perfect, I can use it to some extent." With that, Jian wrapped his arm around Sue's waist, making her blush. "Jihan, where are you placing your hands?" He began to cast magic and instructed. "All right. Then use it when I signal." The streams of power gradually concentrated in Jihan's hands, and he felt he had no other choice. No other way but this. Preparing to take off, he lifted Sue in his arms, using flying magic to accelerate. This made Sue want to cry out in fear. "Wait. You have to tell me what you are planning to do first." The steel claw cats began to creep closer, and they were all shot at. Yuri, expressionless, faced them, using magic like a real gun. Just then, another one appeared from behind, likely a blind spot she had not identified, allowing it to run rampant. Luckily, Chala rushed in, grabbing its head and slamming it down to the ground. causing it to scream in pain unexpectedly. They were still numerous and surrounding the two of them. At this point, Yuri was starting to tire, no longer as strong as she was at the beginning. In her heavy, labored breaths, she thought that no matter how many she killed, it would not be enough. But each of those creatures was like a pack of wolves, hungry for prey and ready to pounce. Yuri suddenly remembered where that mutated monster was hiding. She needed to catch it quickly. While she was thinking, a scream jolted Yuri awake. At that moment, Jahan and Sue were jumping down at lightning speed. Sue, terrified, clung tightly to his neck, and Jihan shouted a reminder. Use the protective spell. The staff in his hand immediately lit up and responded. I was planning to use it anyway. He raised the magic staff high and cast the protective spell. In Jihan's perception, even though he had slowed down, it still was not enough to stop. At this point, he quickly cast a spell to alert Sue, and with his keen sense, he proposed a solution that would save his magic power. But there was no other way. In the blink of an eye, the two of them emitted a blinding green light. The effect of the storm spell activated. At this moment, they both landed safely, but Sue was still dazed and asked in confusion, "Did we succeed?" Meanwhile, Jan quickly absorbed the magic power again. Memories from earlier rushed back to him. Just like when he had slayed the mutated Sis creature, he would make a straight cut, so he really had a quick and efficient solution drawn from the previous battle. Thinking of this, Jia jumped high, wielding his sword to slash down at the group of steel claw cats with a wind slash technique. The sharp downward slashes shook the earth and shattered everything. At this point, both his and Sue's feet touched the ground safely. Diane's sword stabbed forcefully into the ground, using it as a support to breathe heavily, weighed down because his body was still injured, so he could not exert his strength as usual, even though he had tried to control his magic power as much as possible. This was the best he could do. Lost in thought, Yuri ran over and shouted, "Metlefi, I told you to run away. Your actions are pulling him out of his memories." Jihan stood up, reproaching, "Is this how you speak to someone who is helping you?" Yuri shot back, "I can handle this on my own." Jan's next words darkened Yuri's expression. Why was she so haunted by that steel claw cat? Suddenly, Sheila growled with alertness as she looked ahead, and Sue quickly sensed something unusual. From the pile of debris, a pair of glowing eyes of a steel claw cat emerged, causing her to panic. There are still a few survivors. Hearing this, Jan heightened his vigilance, and he understood that it was calling them here. The image of the initial mutated steel claw cat appeared beneath the surface, smaller but moving in a pack of 7. All of them were now in Yuri's line of sight. She could no longer maintain her initial calm. Instead, there was a clear look of astonishment on her face. Her voice rang out, "Its bones must have been shattered." Jan responded based on his judgment. "I do not know why, but it seems like it has the ability to heal." Then Jihan emphasized a healing cat beast. This case is probably rare, so it felt strange and hard to believe for Yuri as she spoke. The ability to heal. Suddenly, Yuri's eyes widened, filled with the haunting memories of the past as a female voice called out to her. "Hurry. Run away. Run now," she urged, her body covered in injuries. Back then, Yuri stood in shock with blood on her hands. Jihan turned to her and said, "The number of healing cat beasts has decreased significantly, and that mutated monster is badly injured. If we work together, we can surely take them down." As soon as he finished speaking, Yuri could not hold back and soared forward. She accelerated, charging straight at the group of healing cat beasts. She looked so reckless. Jahan shouted. Yuri's expression left him in disbelief, confused as he watched. Why was she acting like that? Then he made a guess. Is that why her group only has one member? Not thinking much more, Jahan turned to signal, "Sue, help me." She immediately received the signal and ran over, replying, "Yes." The healing cat beasts were very perceptive and realized that Yuri was about to attack them, charging forward with growls. But Yuri dashed past them, raising her fingers to shoot multiple ice projectiles into their bodies. Her face was as cold as her own magic. And then the figure she was searching for appeared. The mutated healing cat beast, which was now nearly recovered, stood in front of Yuri. Just as she was ready to attack the mutated beast, a regular healing cat beast rushed in to strike. Seeing this, Yuri shot ice at it and shouted, "Don't interfere." Suddenly, the mutated healing cat beast leaped over Yuri, leaving her stunned. She turned to look at it with a rare expression of surprise on her usually icy face. Its mobility has recovered to this extent. Unexpectedly, its target was someone else as it grabbed that person and opened its mouth wide to consume them. At that moment, Jahan rushed, ready to draw his sword. Growling, "You should not eat that. Cold food will give you a stomach ache." In an instant, Jan swung his sword, severing the arm that was holding the person of the mutated healing cat beast. The severed arm cried out in pain. Sheila lunged forward, grabbing it and slamming it down in anger, taking the opportunity for Sue to use her spear, stabbing it 8 times to pin the mutated healing cat beast's face into the ground. At the right moment, Jian charged in with his sword, wanting to deliver a decisive blow to finish it off and end the battle here. But before he could strike, Yuri unexpectedly blocked his path in front of the mutated healing cat beast. Shouting, "Don't he kill it!" Fortunately, he managed to stop just in time. Otherwise, he would have harmed her. In disbelief at Yuri's actions, Jihan angrily said, "What are you doing, Min Yuri? We need to finish it off before it heals." Yet Yuri still stood in front of him, blocking his way. "There is a reason for this. We need to capture this mutated monster alive." Jihan was starting to lose his patience, because he did not want to miss the perfect moment to finish it off before it recovered and attacked everyone. He countered, "Capture a creature like that? Are you serious?" "Back off. Behind it is the shivering Iron Claw cat." Suddenly, Yuri's expression changed, her cold gaze and darkened face showing she was ready to fight. If Jihan tried to touch that mutated Iron Claw cat, I could not let him do that. Hearing that, Jihan gritted his teeth, confused, asking why she had to go this far. Meanwhile, the Iron Claw cat had started showing signs of recovery. A stream of pink magic flowed over its skin. Then, it let out a loud roar, its body now transformed in an unusual way, unlike its original form, while Yuri stood in front of it, blocking Jihan. The entire process and image of the strange mutated Iron Claw cat were captured in the eyes of Jihan and Sihyu. Both were stunned and overwhelmed with fear. "What is that?" At the same time, other Iron Claw cats were preparing to attack, and Si warned, "Jihan, the Iron Claw cat is charging at us." At that moment, Jihan found himself in a dilemma. "Damn it. I am almost out of magic. What should I do in this situation?" Suddenly, Yuri's voice rang out, "What are you doing?" Hearing that, Jihan turned his attention. A mysterious figure appeared, face covered, wearing a hat, and raised a hand to cast gravity control magic. Instantly, the entire pack of Iron Claw cats fell to the ground, unable to rise under his pressure. Seeing this, Su and Jihan both tightened their grips on their weapons and asked, Who is there?" Suddenly, a voice shouted. The fools felt a sense of familiarity. Dian seemed to recognize it. A man stepped forward, weapon in hand, the other hand in his pocket, speaking with a tone mixed with sarcasm. "You just leveled up to level 4 and you are struggling this much. I am very disappointed." The one beside him, wearing a white robe with golden patterns, cracking his knuckles, excitedly added, "Aren't you all bragging about an impressive talent?" "Ha!" A woman among them slowly drew a sword from her hip and chimed in, "It is quite impressive that they managed to hold out for so long." The masked man who had used gravity to take down the Iron Claw cats spoke up. "Stop the chatter and deal with them already." Jihan immediately recognized that they were the reinforcements from the Yunsuch gang that had arrived. From a nearby corner, someone was watching the spectacle from start to finish with a faint smile.
"Oh."
Finally, a formidable one has shown up. This person had a long scar at the corner of his mouth, holding a pair of binoculars, smirking as he spoke. "Is this the level 3 hero team of the T-Tel Sai?" With a villainous face. "Just seeing them makes it clear they are cunning and scheming." At this moment, he spoke up, "I thought a level 1 hero would intervene, but maybe I was expecting too much. This guy is from the Yup branch in South Korea." Director Amu, an employee, spoke up and asked him, "What should we do now?" "Director," Imu replied, "there is no other way. We have to retreat. The current body of that Iron Claw cat looks terrible. It has mutated abnormally, its shape no longer recognizable." Imunixu spoke, "We have managed to harvest some things, although there were some issues as it spread toward the end, but the power of the liquefied mana stone is quite satisfying." Unbeknownst to them, behind him Mainu was another gang. The hooded figure obscuring his face grinned sinisterly and commanded, "We will proceed with the plan as scheduled." Before them lay a scene of desolation. The bodies of the Iron Claw cats scattered on the ground, and the energy stones on their bodies had turned into liquid. Enixi, upon seeing the sight, exclaimed in disbelief, "What the hell is that?" Youngsik said calmly, pausing for a few seconds before continuing, "The hero headquarters has a lot to do now." At the same time, Jahan was being supported out by the rescue team, while Si waved his hand to indicate he was okay and did not need help. On the other side, Yuri passed through the barrier, returning to her usual form. At that moment, she suddenly turned back to look at something. A week later, at the secret gathering, Jin held his phone, reading several news articles on the screen. 20k deaths in REM. Level 4. Ina reported that heroes need rapid improvements in the hierarchy of REM. The hero headquarters needs more in-depth discussions about classifying Iron Claw cats. While he focused on reading, he heard Same's voice in his ear. What happened over there? He was very curious, continuously asking about the foggy area that has been in the news for several days now. "It seems like you have been through a lot," Jin finally responded. "I told you I can talk about what happened in the foggy area with civilians. Just keep asking and I will let you know." Sam protested loudly, frustrated. "But we are partners. I deserve to know." He found the guy annoying, regretting that he had hired him in the first place. He then reflected on the incident with the Iron Claw cats. 8 heroes had sacrificed themselves in the foggy area. On that day, the hero headquarters underestimated the number of Iron Claw cats hiding underground in the parking lot. The appearance of the mutated individual had stirred the Iron Claw cats, leading to a tragedy. At this point, Jan nervously peeled off the bandage on his face. Feeling a bad premonition about this, it seemed too perfect to be called a coincidence. He recalled the image from that day, and that mutated creature was unlike any individual he had seen before. After some thought, Jan casually tore off the remaining bandage, telling himself not to overthink it. The hero headquarters would soon announce the investigation results. Just then, Same spoke up again. I just remembered I have not seen Sahe today. Jahan, though stressed, still replied, she has some personal issues to deal with, so she is taking a week off. Just at that moment, the landline phone suddenly rang. Both of them turned their attention to it. Wondering who could be calling, Saim was a bit surprised, saying, I have never heard that phone ring before. Daihan walked over to the phone and replied, because that is the hotline for the hero headquarters that all the guilds have. Still, he found it puzzling and wondered, but who would call the secret society on the hotline? He then picked up the phone, saying, Secret society, I can help. The voice on the other end was Yuri, which caught Jihan off guard, making him widen his eyes. Hello, I am Min Yuri from the Snowflower Society. He was so surprised that he stuttered, Yuri Min. As soon as Saim heard the name, she immediately paid attention. Daihan, still in shock, asked, what is going on? Sam was also anxious, listening closely to their conversation, feeling a bit panicked as she exclaimed, oh no, where's my popcorn? Yuri's voice came through, saying, I am sorry for using the hotline, but it is the only way I could reach you. Daihan tried to pretend he was calm and smiled, replying, oh, I understand. Ha! Yuri proactively asked, how's your injury? He politely replied, it has been a week, so my injury is nearly healed. Then he also expressed concern. How about you? Yuri simply replied, I'm fine. After that, both of them fell silent. Jan was a bit skeptical, wondering, she is not just using the hotline to check if I am okay. Right. A few seconds later, Yuri spoke up, Jihan, I know this is a bit sudden, but can you meet me today? Her request made Jihan hesitate a little. Siam was now holding popcorn and a drink, ready to go. Hearing this felt like a thunderbolt, and he exclaimed in disbelief, today? No way. At the same time, at Saihu's apartment, she was wrapping cloth around her weapon while answering the phone. Hi Dad. What is up? Her dad's voice came through. I heard you faced a mutated monster in the fog area. Oh. Are you hurt? Saihu politely replied, no, I'm fine. He then carefully reminded her to be really careful in the fog area. The support position often gets targeted more than you think. Saihu was surprised and asked, really? Dad had said this a dozen times already. He still was not reassured and kept rambling on. If you feel danger, do not turn back but just run away. However, before he could finish, Saihu interrupted. That is enough, Dad. Her father was a bit flustered but quickly changed the subject. It is fortunate that I heard you are working with a reliable guy. Saihu was silent for a few seconds, then smiled softly, agreeing with his tone. That is right. Jan has contributed a lot to the guild. She expressed her gratitude, saying that if she did not meet him, she would still be stuck. On this side, her father simply replied, I understand. Her father was none other than Kim Jiano, the head researcher of the Tokyo Monster Research Institute. He smiled gently and said, I hope to meet him one day. At this point, Jiano reached for a photo. Continuing slowly, a hero who has inherited your mother's elemental powers. I want to know more about him. Just then, a staff member walked in and announced, Sir Kimja, we need to test the sample that just arrived. Alright then, Jono replied. We will be there shortly. You go ahead. Then he told Siu, I have to leave now. We can talk later. She quickly asked, wait, Dad, when are you coming back to Korea? John replied succinctly, I will return on your mom's Memorial Day. We will talk then. With that, he hung up immediately. Saihu looked at the phone and muttered, he is just like that, he only says what is necessary. After that, Saihu stretched and reminded herself to pack up. Just then, she received a call, the screen showing Mung Yiga's name. Saihu wondered to herself, what could be so urgent for him to call? A moment later, on the not-so-crowded street, Jan, dressed nicely, stood waiting for Yuri. He recalled when Same held up a lucky bracelet, smiling brightly, saying, this is a lucky charm. It will bring good things. Good luck, buddy. At that time, Jahan did not really believe it and replied, what luck? Now, looking at the bracelet on Tojin's hand, he regretted listening to his nonsense. Just then, he heard Yuri's voice behind him. Jahan turned around to see her, bit tense, asking, have you been waiting long? Jahan glanced at her, thinking, She looked so different from when I saw her in the fog. Then he replied, I just arrived, Yuri exclaimed.
Oh.
Thank goodness. Then she proactively said, I have made a reservation. Let us go there. Daehan agreed, saying, sure, but they have no idea someone is secretly watching them. Same, holding a drink with BP Jiang. Exclaimed, they are going to eat together, Sai-Hu. Seeing this, angrily said, what is he thinking? She clenched her fists, feeling both angry and frustrated. Thinking, she had planned to attack us in the fog. But now she is talking to Jan as if nothing happened. She is definitely trying to steal him away for a president. This is unacceptable. While Sue was thinking of stopping it, Jahan and Yuri were having lunch together, and she complimented the food. This food is delicious. He nodded in agreement. It really is. When they reached the cafe, watching the two of them chat, Sue and Sim could not accept it and exclaimed, no. Inside, Yuri said the coffee smells great. Jian simply replied, that is right. Next, the two followed Yuri and Jihan to the shooting range. He saw her shoot and praised her. Whoa. You shoot well. The other two silently felt jealous. After that, Jihan and Yuri strolled around. He offered to hold her teddy bear for her. However, she politely declined. Behind them, Sai-Hu saw that he was not saying anything and broke the silence. Very suspicious. She roughly pinched his neck, concluding that they were definitely dating. However, Sai-Hu turned her back and walked away. Sai-Im, with a swollen face, called out, are you just gonna ignore them, Sai-Hu? She pretended to be indifferent and replied, why should I care about who he wants to date? Though she said this, Sai-Hu still wondered to herself, I know I should not care, but why do I feel so sad? Finally, the sunset came. Jan stretched his hand comfortably and said, this is fun. I have not gone out like this in a long time. Yuri smiled gently and replied, yeah, thanks to you, I feel better. Then he carefully asked, so is not it time for you to explain why you wanted to meet me today? The question made Yuri a bit tense as she turned to exclaim, what? Jan looked at her and said, you did not meet me just to hang out. Right, I am waiting for you to say it. Yuri's expression grew serious as she quietly said, the truth is I want to go somewhere with you. Before long, they moved to the hospital. Jihan asked in surprise, the hospital? Yuri confirmed, that is right, my sister is being treated here. He silently followed her, carefully observing his surroundings. Wondering, is her sister sick or something? Unexpectedly, one of Daehan's eyes lit up, and he could not understand why he softly exclaimed, what is this? Daehan was confused, silently questioning, why is my probability analysis skill activated? At this point, they had entered the hospital room. Yuri introduced the person lying on the bed. This is my sister, Soon. Jan looked at the girl Soon, as the system screen suddenly lit up, showing her current state as unconscious. Magic deficiency syndrome has progressed to 95%. After reading it, he repeated the key point, magic deficiency syndrome. Yuri continued, you might wonder why I'm only hunting iron claw cats in the foggy area. That is because of that girl. She explained that we were attacked by iron claw cats 4 years ago, and she has been unconscious since then. The doctor said they do not know the cause. Jahan then spoke up, so this is why you are researching iron claw cats. Yuri walked to the bedside and straightforwardly admitted, that is right. I thought that if I did this, I could find some clues, but it seems I have made a mistake. I thought the recovery ability of that mutated monster could help my sister. But the report I read today showed that there is no connection at all. Saying this, she turned to Jihan and bowed her head to apologize. I am sorry for my behavior that day. I know you Amis. Sure were in danger because of me. He quickly shook his hand to comfort her. You do not have to worry about that. I understand why I did that. At this moment, his analysis skill activated again. The system board continuously displayed messages analyzing manure from the Snowflower Association as a key factor for the development of the Honeycomb Association. The final message stated that it had gathered 1 per 4. Daehan realized something and thought to himself, so the secret society needs her. After the system confirmed that Yuri was a piece of the puzzle, Jan speculated on why this analytical skill had emerged now. While analyzing the probabilities, he was sure he had seen it before. He recalled the day he saved Mun Zhang in the foggy area. At that moment, seeing Su fuming, Jahan spoke up to intervene. Su, I think that is enough hitting. Right then, his analytical skill activated, analyzing Trangsai from Menqizing Company. The system display above his head indicated that this was a crucial factor for the development of the secret society. In that moment, Jan thought to himself, the system showed the information collected was 0 per 4. And he realized that his analytical skill seemed to be leading to a new mission, a type of analysis he had never seen before. So he decided to establish a contract between Meng Zhang and the secret society to test this skill. Back in the present, Jan stood in front of Yuri with a familiar overlap, and now, the analytical skill that activated that day also appeared for Min Yuri. He looked at the system display indicating that 1 per 4 had been collected. Quietly repeating, 1 per 4 collected. Jan supported his forehead with his hand, deeply focused on his thoughts. Does that mean including Min Yuri? I need to find 3 more members. Seeing him seem dazed, Yuri worriedly asked, Jahan, you do not look so good. Are you okay? After a few seconds, he finally replied, I'm just feeling a bit dizzy. Jian still holding his forehead, his mind immersed in his own thoughts. The analytical skill showed that if he joined, the probability of the secret society becoming a large guild was 99%. But suddenly there was a new condition. He squinted tiredly, Long grumbled to himself, why does this damn analytical skill always cause trouble for me? But just a moment later, Jen decided to accept it. Alright, I will meet those conditions. After thinking it over, he asked Yuri, how long have you been hunting the Miyu Claw? Yuri seemed a bit surprised and replied, about 4 years. Jan turned to Soon on the hospital bed and bluntly asked, so during that time, you have not found any clues to wake your sister up? Yuri might have felt embarrassed, as she turned her gaze away and slowly admitted, yes. After asking those 2 questions, Diane politely suggested an alternative to help her. I am an outsider, so I do not know your situation well, but if you still have not found any clues by now, do not you think it might be time to find another solution? Yuri was very attentive and immediately asked, what solution? At this point, he pulled out a tube of medicine and suggested, let me tell you a story. Then Jan rolled up his sleeve and began to recount. When we get hurt on our hands or other parts, we often use antiseptic cream and apply ointment. Do you know what the ingredients of the ointment are? Yuri thought for a moment and replied, I do not know. So he explained it himself. One of the main ingredients commonly used is Centella asiatica, known in Korea as Byeonpool. You know, it is a green herb that grows a lot in the mountains or fields. At this point, Diane pointed to his scars and continued explaining, it has many benefits like antibacterial and anti-inflammatory properties. While it has not turned into a monster, many researchers are hopeful about it. Actually, when we get injured, Centella asiatica does not directly affect the wound, but the extract from this plant helps heal the wound. Isn't that amazing? Although the causes of the wound and that plant are unrelated, Jan's voice still echoed in her ears, but Yuri said nothing. Her gaze shifted elsewhere. At this moment, he cleverly connected it to Soon's situation. Similarly, from something unrelated to the Iron Claw cat, she could also find another solution to help heal her sister's illness. Yuri then had an epiphany. Looking into her eyes, Jahan could sense that Min Yuri had also understood this. Watching her reach out to touch Soon, he guessed what she was thinking, but her heart would not follow. Thinking about the image of her tirelessly hunting the Iron Claw cat, Daihan speculated that her continuous pursuit of the Iron Claw cat might be an obsession with those who had caused her sister to become like this. Finally, he got straight to the point and said, so, I want to make a proposal. Yuri immediately turned around and asked, a proposal? Jahan directly invited, I would like to officially invite you to join our guild. Yuri was so shocked that she yelled, what? She seemed not to believe her ears. Asking again, join? You mean join the secret guild? Jahan confidently confirmed, yes. That is exactly it. He proactively offered benefits to persuade her. If she joined the secret guild, the entire guild would actively support her sister's recovery. Not only that, Jahan emphasized that he was not just speaking empty words, but he was sincere. I will make it clear in the contract. Yuri was so shocked that she could only gape, momentarily unable to respond and remained silent. At that moment, Jahan's eyes sparkled with a bright light. He stared at Soon, continuously analyzing the probabilities. The probability of Minion recovering and waking up. The probability that Min Yuri would help Minion wake up. The probability that Min Yuri joining the secret guild would help Minion wake up. Finally, the system displayed the results. Current condition unconscious. Magic deficiency syndrome progressed to 95%. Daihan felt a bit disappointed, thinking it still showed the same condition as before. However, he remained determined. Although the chances of recovery were still unknown, he could not let this opportunity slip away. Just then, Yuri responded to his earlier proposal. Can I answer later? Jihan seemed to want to say more, but finally just comfortably said, of course. Take your time to think, she softly replied. Thank you. He did not want to pressure Yuri, quietly telling himself that it would be best to take a step back. That might be the right choice. Once outside the hospital room, Jan waved his hand to say goodbye first. I am so sorry, but I have to go now. Yuri politely replied, it is okay. I am sorry for bringing you here. As he turned around, he accidentally caught sight of the bracelet on her wrist and exclaimed, oh. Then Jan turned back, removing the bracelet while saying, that is right. Min Yuri, I have this gift I want to give you. Yuri asked in surprise, huh, what is it? He held out the bracelet towards her, saying, this is a lucky bracelet made from the fur of a cyenge. I heard that wearing it will bring good luck. I think this bracelet would suit your sister better than me. Yuri accepted it, smiling as she replied, thank you so much. I am sure Jean will love it. After that, Jen bid farewell once more. Well, I am off now. I will wait for your answer. Yuri then felt warmth, taking a few seconds to respond with her agreement. Alright. The scene shifted to a luxurious high-rise building, where a high-level meeting seemed to be taking place. Everyone's expression showed coldness and the atmosphere was silent. At that moment, the president of the North Dungseo suddenly spoke up. It is too late. The meeting host, seeing that, Junyang had no choice but to start. It has been a while. Some guilds have not arrived yet, but let us start the meeting right now. While he was speaking, another person walked in. The president of the Yundoha Guild just arrived and immediately complained. This morning has been tiring enough already. He casually chatted privately. What kind of people have you hired? D. King complained. I have told you many times to hurry up, but Zidihu was the one complaining instead. I am already busy, and I have to come here too. Seeing him dawdle, someone shouted, why is this bastard talking so much? This person is Kang Dong-in, the president of the Warrior Guild. He asked, dissatisfied. Don't you see everyone is waiting for you? Zhu greeted him mockingly. Warrior Guild. Are you guys still alive? I thought you were dead in the Emma Level 1 area. Dong-in immediately got angry, stood up and shouted, how dare you look down on us warriors? We took over that blurry area a long time ago. At that moment, a laugh came from the other side, saying, whoa, so noisy. The president of the Red H Guild said, leaning on his hand. Even though you have become president, you are still pretty dumb, he said with a calm tone, filled with disdain. Haven't you gotten any smarter since you lost to me? Upon seeing him, Lukelha's eyes instantly filled with anger, shouting a challenge, bitch Kang Tron. If you are annoyed, let us settle it one-on-one. However, Kang Tron firmly refused, taunting back. Not interested. You are weaker than me. Ha! The reason these two have a personal grudge is that comparing B Kang Troll with Yundoa shows B Kang is rounder. 103 matches, 52 wins, 51 losses, while Yundoa has 103 matches, 51 wins, 52 losses. They are just one match apart. At this moment, a girl chimed in. How old are you and still so combative? It turns out to be Kim Min-dong, the president of the Snowball Guild. She said in disgust, it is always like this. These men are really foolish. Buko had his hands in his pockets, with a mocking tone. Oh, who is this? Kim Min-dong. It has been 3 years, has not it? It has been a long time since we last met, and you have become an old maid. Huh. His words immediately made Min-dong furious, slamming the table and shouting, who is an old maid? Then came a barrage of curses from her. However, Deluda did not care much, sitting in his chair, laughing and saying, you are still as stubborn as before. Ha! DV Kyun could not hold back and spoke up. Which girl would not feel offended when called an old maid? At this moment, Runwai once again interrupted the argument. All 6 guild leaders are present now. Let us start the meeting right away. He became extremely serious as he announced. The reason the guild leaders were urgently summoned was due to the incident involving Thet Tro Miyu that occurred in the M Level 4 area in Incheon a week ago. According to the investigation results, we discovered signs of interference from Yups. Kang Tron, after hearing this, still calmly whistled, while Dong-in seemed very focused. Min-dong had a cold expression, showing no emotion, and Ziyua still seemed to take everything lightly, smiling and saying, oh come on, he is not overthinking it. Let us just go there right now and crush them. Right, the moment Do expressed her opinion, someone immediately judged it as dumb. After that, Min-dong shared her thoughts. Yupfi's an international company. It is very difficult to make a decision just because of one situation like that. Meanwhile, why do we have to stay alert even when we leave? Junyang also agreed with her statement. Just as Kim Min-dong said, the Heroes Association cannot act immediately, and it will create a diplomatic issue. After finishing, he suggested everyone look at the screen first. Junyang played a video while introducing the footage of a mutated beast called a claw cat that has appeared this time. The people in the meeting began to discuss, what is that? Is it really a monster? Kang Tron still held his chin in astonishment. It looks disgusting. Junyang continued to lead the meeting. As you saw in the video, it looks quite different from the monster we know. The Hero Association has received similar reports about necrosis. The little monster found at Mount Gijang is another example. A few months ago, a large number of monsters called Grass Reapers at the Goldfa facility also mutated. Just like the Claw Cat. Dong-in normally asked, what about that? Aren't new types of monsters always being discovered? Junyang further explained, that is right. If everyone just looks at the appearance, it is nothing special. But after researching the mutated Claw Cat, there is something unusual about this. Min-dong urged, unusual? Don't waste any more time. Get to the point. So Junyang directly stated the 3 keywords. Mana Crystal. At that moment, a giant mana crystal was also displayed on the screen along with his voice. Everyone knows that mutated monsters contain mana crystals. It is the stone that holds a large amount of magical power, according to the Monster Research Institute. A monster called a mutation is actually created, although it is still being researched. It is a creature we cannot investigate with current technology. Jun Yang's gaze remained very serious. He continued seriously. But the mana crystal found inside the claw cat. Someone could replicate it and turn it into a core. The people in the meeting began to murmur with this information. They can turn it into a core. But you just said that it can't be done with current technology. And who could do it? At that moment, JK turned to ask Doha, "Do you know anything?" However, he was not at all flustered. Calmly replying, "Do I look like someone who knows a lot? I do not know anything, except that spirits can absorb mana crystals." Although he pretended not to care, Doha was actually thinking about the number of monsters that need to be tested for those experiments. Thinking this, Doha suddenly spoke up with a hint. "What are you guys doing? It is quite obvious." Kangtron squinted one eye, showing interest, saying, "An interesting story. There are still many parts that are unexplained." Then, he looked at Jun Yang and asked, "What will we do about Ips? You said you found evidence. What is it?" He frowned and said seriously, "On the day the Claw Cat incident happened, I noticed some suspicious individuals inside the foggy area." Jun Yang continues to release another video and asks everyone to watch the footage recorded by the drone. On the screen, a name Jun Yang introduces himself. "The man standing on our building is Lim Minsu, 33 years old. He is believed to be a high-ranking figure in UPS. Until 4 years ago, he was a researcher at the Magic Institute. There are notes stating that he was expelled due to an unfortunate accident." Kang Chan, curious, asked, "An unfortunate accident? Huh, what did he do?" Jun Yang looked at the laptop screen and paused briefly, saying, "The recorded reason is that he tried to conceal his surprise by claiming that he stole the magic stone stored at the Research Institute for an illegal human experiment." Jun Yang announced to all members that based on this evidence, the Hero Association considers Lim Minsu the prime suspect in the current case and must arrest him as soon as possible. We recommend investigative cooperation between the guilds, transitioning to the street outside, where people are passing by the bus station. At that moment, 2 young men raised their phones to start filming, telling each other, "Hey, look, oh, damn." It turns out the person they see is Jihan. Seeing him waiting for the bus, the 2 young men laughed mockingly. "Isn't that guy over there a hero?" "Ha, a hero taking the bus." "Yeah." However, he did not pay them any mind, just looking at his phone screen with 4 consecutive messages from himself. "Does Sai-Hu, are you coming to the office today? I have something important to discuss." "Does Sai-Hu, are you sleeping?" Daihan wondered. Why has not she replied? "I have something I need to tell her today." He quietly recalled the system message about Yuri from yesterday, an essential character for the development of the secret society, and spoke to himself inwardly. What happened yesterday, although not yet confirmed, is better discussed regarding recruiting Min Yuri, even if it is not due to probability analysis. But if we could recruit an experienced person like Min Yuri, it would be the best choice for the secret society. However, here comes an obstacle. He felt helpless and realized that the main issue is money. With a hero like Min Yuri, the price will be quite high. Jan recalled the average collaboration price with Same and thought if we negotiate well, we could manage it with the available funds. While he was focused, the car arrived. The driver asked, "Aren't you getting in?" Daihan snapped back to reality and quickly replied, "Oh, I will get in now." After getting into the car, he requested to head to the location. The driver readily agreed. "Okay, I understand." However, after glancing at him through the mirror, he realized and excitedly exclaimed, "Oh, are you a hero? Looking at your outfit, I think I guessed right." Jahan was a bit surprised and admitted, Yes, that is right." Once confirmed, the driver happily laughed and said, "I never thought I would be picking up a hero. I will brag about this at the driver's restaurant later." "Ha." Diane also smiled brightly and replied, "Ha. Thank you, sir." He continued to chat. "You look like someone from a big guild. Are you from the Red H Guild, the Warrior Guild, or the Core Guild, or maybe the Karos Guild? Those guilds have been popular lately." Jan's smile suddenly became awkward as he honestly replied, "I am not from a big guild. I am from the newly established secret society." In his heart, he thought, "You might not know," but unexpectedly the driver said, "The secret society. Isn't he that the guild that fought with the Iron Claw Cat in the full bit apartment?" Diane was surprised again, asking, "Huh, you know about that?" He laughed and replied, "Ha, yes. I live in that apartment." Jian's eyes widened in surprise. "Really?" The driver continued sharing, thinking about meeting his benefactor like this, when he suddenly noticed something outside the window. The driver suddenly exclaimed, catching his attention, "Oh, whoa. What a black leg this morning." Seeing that, Jihan also looked outside and immediately spotted a schoolgirl with 2 animal ears sticking out from her head. He thought to himself, "A beastman." The driver's voice sounded tired. "I am so tired of them already." Jen asked in confusion. "What?" He explained, I heard beastmen suddenly go wild because they have some wildness or something. He spoke up for the girl. If you look at their uniforms, they seem like normal students. She must be a beastman who has completed the rehabilitation program. The driver still had biases and preferred not to mention age. They still are not human. I do not know what heroes are like, but if people like us are attacked by them, we will definitely die. Hearing this, Jahan did not know what else to say. He thought of the image of innocent people being slaughtered and felt sympathy. If that is the case, his reaction is understandable, because everyone is afraid the invaders will attack. Jan looked at the beast girl through the window, contemplating. However, it is not right to discriminate against a child. Is that really the right thing to do? Suddenly, Diane thought of Sai-Hyu. She must have always endured looks like that. Just then, Jan saw something and exclaimed. A few guys appeared behind the beast girl outside. He wondered who those kids were. Immediately, Diane shouted, "Hey, I am getting off here." The driver, surprised, asked, "What? You are far from your destination." As soon as the car stopped, he dashed out in a flash. The driver, confused, shouted, "Hey, kid, you have to pay first." Beside the beast girl, those kids were still quietly following her. At this moment, the girl sensed something and turned her head to check. Immediately, she started running. Two men shouted, "Damn it." She noticed. Catch her. They quickly caught up and covered the beast girl's mouth with a handkerchief. Just as she managed to cry out help, the girl's eyes gradually lost consciousness. After she fainted, the young man realized she was a beast person. The man replied, "We are lucky. The VIP guests will be very pleased to see this." At that moment, Jen also ran over. He shouted, "What are you doing?" He reached for his sword and demanded, "I give you 3 seconds. If you do not let her go, you will die." With that, he slammed down hard, then immediately started counting. 1, 2, 3. The two kidnappers were shocked, thinking, is that really 3 seconds? Just then, a hand shot out to block him. Jen quickly noticed the tall guy standing in front of him. He took a few seconds before speaking up to remind him, "You are blocking my business, hero." Daihan, expressionless, wondered what was wrong with this guy. A man's hand shot out quickly. Jan's eyes lit up with a bright blue aura. Jan held his sword, standing under the large figure, his gaze dark. "Seriously? You are blocking my business." Jan's gaze was stern. The hero played in blue at a secret meeting. The phone on the table buzzed and rang, signaling a message. Sai-Hyu looked down at her phone, which was shaking with an incoming message in silence. Hunt, sitting on the sofa, looked at Sai-Hyu and yelled, "Why are you ignoring Jihan's calls? That is a disturbing message." She picked up her phone to check, and Hunt laughed, saying, "What reason do I have to ignore Jan's contact? Is it because of what happened yesterday?" Sai-Hyu shouted angrily, "Oh, it is so noisy." She picked up her phone and focused on it, saying, "This is so annoying. Why send a message like this?" Suddenly, Sai-Hyu's eyes widened in surprise as she whispered, "Huh. Inside that phone are messages sent to a tracking device." "Oh, yeah, sorry. I have something important to tell you. Siu, are you still awake? Please come to the address I sent. It seems someone has been kidnapped. When you arrive, please bring the equipment." Kidnapped in a remote, deserted place filled with dust, Jan held his sword defensively in front of 13 and 2 men holding a girl. He crouched defensively against the guy's outstretched hand. Is he also one of their accomplices? Get out of the way. If you do, I will try to go easy on you. Jan's serious gaze sharpened as he heard the guy's words. Anyone who blocks the way has no other choice. A massive fist swung in front of Jihan. "I will kill you." A thought crossed his mind. It seemed like this guy was not someone who could be reasoned with. The guy slammed his fist into the ground, creating a loud noise and a powerful burst of light. However, Jihan had vanished without a trace, the ground where he stood now shrouded in smoke. Confused, where did the hero go? A hero's footsteps landed nearby. The hero, Jan, landed on the back of 013, stretching powerfully. Behind him, his eyes shone brightly. "Hero." The guy turned around, raising his hands high, surrounded by the power of the hero, who held his sword with glowing eyes. 013, "I am furious. I will kill you." Suddenly, Daihan turned, blocking with his sword between 013's hands, creating a loud sound and bright light. Daihan held his sword before 013, trembling amidst the swirling purple energy. His eyes sparkled as he thought this must be an attack filled with magical power, and he had endured his attack. In front of him was a sword wielded by a guy with blazing red eyes, filled with rage. Could this guy also be a hero? Jan suddenly heard the sound of the kidnappers as 2 men got into the car, carrying the girl. "Hurry up, close the car door." He turned and glanced angrily, muttering, "Damn it. They are about to escape." He carelessly raised his hand high. "Don't be careless." The guy brought his hand crashing down onto the ground. Sihan reflexively jumped high. Jan flew out in a defensive stance. with white smoke and dirt flying everywhere. Since this is a residential area, I want to handle it with as little damage as possible. His eyes shone brightly around the sword, radiating light, but there is no other way with this strike. A guy in a black shirt filled with ominous energy called out to stop. Jan, standing below, heard the boy above him. It would be troublesome if he caused more noise. With a casual demeanor, he slipped his hands into his pockets. Hey man, you are lucky today. Normally, we would kill all the witnesses, but today we are a bit busy. You know, Daihan stood below, holding his sword defensively. Is this guy also a magic user? Aligned with that other one, the company in his serious gaze looked down. Have you forgotten the directive that the quieter you are, the better? Oh, causing trouble on the first mission already. There is no one around right now. Do you want to get scolded by the manager? I do not like that. Scolded. Silence lingered for a while before the sound came. Just withdraw. No one was there as he punched the wall, sending debris flying. Daihan. The dust cloud covered his face and squinted. He was shielding himself from the dust as he spoke. Suddenly, see you later, buddy. Then no one was left, just some debris in front of Jihan. He quickly sheathed his sword. They have disappeared. Who are they? Daihan cautiously turned to look behind. There are too many shady things here. Two tall buildings with a stream of green light moving between them. Jan hovered, looking down at the busy street below. His serious gaze was analyzing, in front of him, the direction where the kidnappers would come from. 17% to the left, 90% to the right, 38% behind. Then Jan quickly descended. If I use my analytical skills to determine the direction, finding them won't be hard. The phone in his pocket lit up and made a sound. Holding the sword in one hand and the phone in the other, he moved swiftly. Siu, have you arrived at the location I sent? Yes. I am taking a taxi there. Jan answered the call seriously. Moreover, what is this about a kidnapping? I witnessed a Beastman student being kidnapped. The voice on the other end replied unexpectedly. A Beastman. Saihu sat in the car, anxious. I am in pursuit. You should contact the police first. If I find anything, I will get back to you. Yes. I understand. She hung up, staring at the phone in silence, feeling tense and worried. Saihu thought seriously, worried about the increasing hate crimes targeting other races recently. She sat in the car, pondering why such things were happening. A quiet night, an old building, and a car's headlights. The footsteps of a gentleman approached. Saiyan stood tall, holding the sword. Found it. There is the black car. That is the one I saw in the alley. The nightlight illuminated the car, revealing a masked boy sleeping inside. Suddenly he heard a noise outside and woke up. What is going on? Is it over? In front of him was Si-Han, eyes bright as he knocked on the car window. Suddenly, his hand holding the phone trembled as he pressed it. Panic. Damn it. How did you catch up? A strong force took the phone from his hand. He smashed the window while holding the phone, his gaze fierce. I told you to get out. He was trembling in fear. Are you diff? Wait, you are the hero. Right, I can explain. So, the car door was kicked open by Jihan, without any hesitation. Get down here and talk. He was grabbed by the collar dangerously. Jihan seized his collar, sword pointed at his neck, threatening as a hero uncovering a crime scene. I have the right to arrest you, even decide your fate. This is your last chance. He frowned in fear. Explain what you are doing here. Now, damn it. In the old, suffocating room, many had been kidnapped by them. Two boys, blindfolded and gagged, shivered in fear. Silent. A tall man in a suit came in carrying something on his shoulder, and then dropped it in front of a man sitting in a chair with his arms crossed. Singing softly, the guy looked at him. Is this the high-quality goods we just captured? Yes. That is right. Rixus was bound and gagged. Unexpectedly, this was the beast girl the VIP guests desired. His hand peeled the tape off the girl's mouth. Boo. Rixus, tied up, shouted loudly in front of him. Help me, he laughed loudly. Ha! What a brave little girl. The girl raised her head. Anxious. Money. I will give you all the money. Is that okay? What? Money. Huh? How much do you have? He stood up, looking at Rixus lying there. About 2 million. Oh my. 2 million. The girl looked up at him. That is all my savings from working part-time every weekend. Oh. That is truly the money you have worked hard to save. He frowned and raised his hand, sinisterly. But you know what? He grabbed Rixus's hair, a dangerous grin on his face. We have decided to sell you for 900 million. Rixus trembled as he grabbed her hair. Her eyes welled up with tears, and she shivered all over. They said they would use you for some kind of experiment. But do not be sad. Compared to other beast girls here, you are treated quite well. Rixus could not believe what she heard, tears rolling down her cheeks. At least it is better than being sold for food. Right? Someone. He sat down, holding the girl's hair. Rixus looked around at the empty space, full of white cloths and blood in despair. Someone. Help me. In the dimly lit room late at night, Rixus sat with her hands tied. He stood solemnly, reached out, and said, in 40 minutes, the clients will arrive, so remember to prepare well. Clean up that disgusting stuff over there too. Yes. I understand. Rixus's eyes lit up, her mouth bleeding as she looked at him. Angrily crying, do you know what you are doing? He turned around to look at the girl, grinning wickedly. If the people outside knew about this, what if they did? He looked at Rixus, slyly. You think anyone would care about a freak like you? No way. Some people are running away from a big fire. Think about the things you have done to humanity. Wouldn't everything be fine if I did the same to you? Rixus sat and listened to him speak, in people's eyes. You guys, her eyes turned red with glowing sparks, just a monster. Then Rixus unleashed her power, her eyes blazing red. I did not mean to resort to this, but I have no choice but to run while being chased. Suddenly, my power was cut off, and the little girl's eyes widened in shock. Huh. How come the magic can't move? Behind Riz, he raised his hand high, ready to grab the girl. Something feels off. Right. He slammed his hand toward the girl, strong bursts of white light flashing. Rixus was pinned down by his hand to the ground. Angry. What have you done to my body? His face twisted with malice. Of course, we gave you a magic-suppressing drug meant for beastmen. You think we did not prepare for your escape? He glanced at him and said, Hey, if you hurt the merchandise, how can you sell it? The girl trembled and stammered. The beastmen are extremely rebellious. If we do not do this, who knows what they will do later? Rixus had been gagged and blindfolded by him. Perfect. He turned to walk past her. Just take her to the reception room, and if she gets too unruly, we can force her to take sleeping pills. He replied, Yes. I understand. Suddenly, there was a loud noise, and he trembled all over unexpectedly. He and the other man looked up towards the source of the noise on the ceiling. What was that sound? Clearly, Jan was preparing to punch down, already given orders to monitor above. Then a surge of light erupted, and some debris scattered. Jahan landed on the ground, and he and the other man covered half their faces with their hands. Who the heck is this? Jan appeared and said, You dare to engage in human trafficking targeting ordinary people. He extended his hand. According to the hero law, all of you will be arrested. He recognized and angrily told the other man, He is the hero who caused chaos when we brought that girl back. If that is the case, you should have informed me from the start. Daihan looked at the other man, and they silently argued. I thought they would let it slide, so there would not be any problems. After a long silence, Jan looked over at the kidnapped people, murmuring, Is this all they have done? He glanced over at Rixus lying on the ground, some lifeless bodies covered with sheets, and blood still visible. He grimaced, realizing the situation was indeed more serious than what he had heard above. The two men stood stiffly, seriously looking at him. I intended to act with restraint and hand this over to the police, but I guess that won't be possible now. Daihan's eyes lit up as he held the sword in his hand. From now on, you are monsters. He silently bowed his head. Help me. Then he knelt before Jan. Save me. We only received threats from those above, so we had no other choice. His eyes shone and then darkened. Those above, who are they? He knelt on the ground with both hands and bowed his head. Right now, I can't say, please be lenient. His hands glimmered. Grinning slyly. You think I would say that? Daihan stood among the armed men, preparing to charge at him, quickly restrain him. His eyes lit up, and a green aura rose. His whole body radiated a powerful energy, scanning the surroundings and analyzing probabilities. A loud bang echoed and light burst forth. The two of them aimed their swords down at him, but he had vanished. Did he disappear? The four of them searched around as he flew high above. They were surprised. I am up here. You idiots. Daihan was soaring high on a powerful current. They had concealed their clues and approached him. Not like ordinary amateurs. He swung his sword back. Could they also be heroes? Daihan rushed toward them quickly, and they could not dodge in time. He swung his sword at them, and a beam of light erupted. The guy behind him raised his sword and shouted, Daihan ducked to evade, startled to see the sword zipping past him. Thinking to himself, what is he doing? Jan, holding the sword, looked serious as he saw him fall from a distance, unexpectedly not believing his eyes, filled with rage. They lay on the ground as Daihan approached with the sword. Immediately, the chosen squad of level 5 heroes appeared. His gaze brightened on the right. Dangerous, head out here. In the room, they were all taken down by him. The guy and he were both scratched and lying on top of each other on the ground. Extreme. Jan walked over to Rixus and removed the tape from the girl's mouth. Who is it? He looked at the girl. I am here to save you. It is all okay now. The girl sat up, and he untied Riz. Police are on the way, so you can explain everything that happened. Right. Yes. I can do that. Rixus turned to look at the girl, glancing at those who were lost. What about those kids? Jan answered the girl quietly. I'm sorry. But there are no children alive there anymore. Rickus trembled all over. Why? Jan unexpectedly sat behind. Watching Rickus, the girl burst into tears. Why do we have to go through things like this? He looked at the girl. We were just born normal. Why do they see us as monsters? So frustrating. So frustrating. Diane lowered his chin, thinking he wanted to calm the child down, but no matter what it said or did, he did not dare to speak. Then alert. Some people came as well. Those words could not comfort them. A boy held the radio at headquarters. This is Alpha. We are currently moving inside. Confirmed that the hero of the secret society has suppressed the crime. On the other end of the phone line, all members should move carefully. Saihu looked up, worried. Late at night at the old house, two men sat at the dining table chatting. Thank you for preparing this position for me today. Ha! I should be the one thanking you for supporting me. Su held a glass of wine in his hand. The sample you sent me this time has been very helpful. Now, the perfect conclusion can finally be reached. The man in the elegant suit held a bottle of wine. You have checked the news and verified it, right? This time, I have done something significant, have not I? He reached for the bottle and poured it into the glass. The association is keeping an eye on you. Right? Ha! You do not have to worry about that. Minix-Su held the wine glass and listened intently to the man. Thankfully, everything is fine, but I hope there won't be any losses on our side. Is there something unpleasant today? He raised his glass. Contemplating. You said there is something unpleasant. Haven't you received the report yet? In the police house. They were serious. It seems a fly got into the construction site with many materials that need to be studied. So there might be issues with the supply this time. Dahan put on a coat and stepped out with Rickus. Whether it was a coincidence or not, they say that Fly was the hero who saved the mutated cat last time. Minsu raised his glass, wishing he could get drunk right now. Things like that. His eyes glinted dangerously. If that is the case, then do not worry. He crossed his arms and held the teacup forward. Serious. Because we will go out and handle it directly. Outside the building, the police had set up a cordon around it. Police officer was carrying a boy, and the boy in a vest confirmed there were 12 children. Moreover, Lai Jonguk was confirmed dead. Jan stood with everyone, and someone called him from behind to turn and look at Jihan. Saihu, arms crossed, worried, asked, "Did you come?" Saihu approached and asked him if everything was resolved. As he spoke, they both looked at someone carrying a body out of there. Not all had been found yet, and suddenly Saihu's eyes widened. Realizing there were children who had died before I arrived, the boy set down the stretcher, and she looked at the white cloth and asked, "What about the criminals? I have not killed them yet." Saihu's eyes lit up, angry. "We will take them back and proceed with the interrogation as per regulations," he thought to himself. Seeing her, that fierce expression of hers was something he had never seen before. Jan lowered his chin, pondering, knowing it was because she also came from an elf background, so she would be angry. But this incident surely had something hidden behind it. Both of them stepped out and grabbed a guy roughly. Even if they are scum, I have no choice but to let them live to understand the situation. Jan turned to look at him cautiously and said, "They probably would not have come here, but this seems to be where the traffickers call it VIP, so you guys investigate." "Understood, I got it." The police officer pulled his hat down. "Oh, the hero should probably leave now." "Leave? For what?" The police car had its lights on, and the two of them were standing and talking. "I heard the victim has something to say to you heroes." Rixus sat in the car, looking out the window. To me, 3 pairs of feet walked along the sidewalk. Rixus walked with Shu and Jihan. "I'm sorry. I apologize for making an unreasonable request." "It is okay. We feel comfortable with it too. The kids directly asked us, not the police, to take them back." The girl pointed ahead. Big bro. Right in front is the Henyun shelter. The 2 kids are playing in the yard. The shelter for other races only gathers the weakest individuals from other worlds to Earth. This place also provides basic accommodation for children of different races, similar to an orphanage, until they grow up. Jan glanced at Rickus, thinking that since this is said to be the largest care center for other races in the country, does that mean the kids here will become targets for kidnapping? Suddenly, Daihan noticed something. "Oh, I see a woman standing in front of the shelter." Thinking to myself, "Is that Dong?" I held my hands in front of my chest, my eyes filled with worry. Rickus ran to hug Yung. "Oh, Principal." The girl hugged her, trembling and crying. "I'm sorry." "Dear Principal." Yung comforted her. "No, you did not do anything wrong to apologize." Yung saw Jihan standing watching them. "Oh my god, I am so sorry." No, it is fine." She introduced herself. "I am Dong Yung. The principal of the Hanyun shelter just contacted you. You are Kim Siu, the president of the secret society. Right?" She bent down as Si waved her hand. "Thank you both for saving our Rickus." "Oh no. This is what heroes should do. I did not do anything that remarkable. After Young finished speaking, Soo-in exchanged silent glances. If you two do not mind, please drop by the center for a bit before heading back. They moved down the hallway towards the room, Jan asked, and Ying turned to respond. This place is quiet. Since it is getting late, I have already put the kids to sleep. Some kids ran out. Crying joyfully, there they are. Rickus. He and she smiled at them. The kids ran out and hugged Rickus happily. Kids. I told you not to come out. Luckily, your sister is safe. Are you hurt anywhere? Diane smiled shyly. I guess the kids have not been sleeping much lately. Ha! She turned to smile. Ha! I am sorry about that. Then Rickus took the kids away. Smiling. I will take the kids inside. You all can chat comfortably. He looked at the girl, thinking, despite everything that happened today, she remains optimistic. In the room with Yihan and Siu, they sat on the sofa. Sorry about the noise. Is it a bit much? No, on the contrary. Watching the kids makes me happy. Ung lowered her chin and looked down. When I first heard the news, I was so shocked that I told the kids Rickus had been kidnapped. It seems the kids were too scared to sleep and were waiting for Rick to come back. Sue seriously asked, are there any other victims in this shelter besides the kids? She lowered her face seriously. The only child related to this incident at our Henyun Care Center is Rickus. The children of other races there seem to have come from nearby care centers. Ong looked at Siu and said, you mentioned this time. Does that mean something like today has happened before? A person from outside walked in, and she turned to look. Excuse me, Leela brought in 3 cups of coffee. Director, I have brought the tea. The girl set them down on the table, smiling at her. Oh my. Lala. Thank you. It is already this late. This is what you should do whenever guests arrive. Lila looked at them seriously. The girl gestured to him and turned to ask Yu Ying. The person you mentioned earlier is this one, right? Yes. That is right. Lila bowed her head towards Sue and Jahan. Thank you both for saving Rickus. Saihu listened intently as she spoke. Lila is a child who has also gone through something like this. On Young recounted to him and her. 4 years ago, 2 children at our center were kidnapped. Although Lila was released, that other child could not return. Jan lowered his chin, and Siu slammed his hand on the table. That is really unfortunate. Is there anything else we can assist you with? Yu shook his head with a smile. If possible, we would like to make a small donation. Her serious gaze recounted. In the past, many organizations expressed their desire to help us, but their words were almost the same. She stood before 3 well-dressed men. I will support many more expenses. We will make Korea a wonderful place for other races to live. Such words, but the reality is that the help we receive is minimal. On Young said while looking at Leela. When Lilo was kidnapped, only one major gang helped us. A major gang? Really? Jen remembered a powerful man who held his hair, the Kot-2 association led by the hero Yundoa. Right, he played a crucial role in finding Leela. Jan sweated on his face, thinking that Yundoa from 4 years ago was notorious for being a thug. That was before he became the president. The 3 boys had strong, muscular bodies. But back then, it was the opposite. Due to the opposition from philanthropists, a major conflict had erupted. Among the philanthropists, there were races that really hated heroes. Jan sat quietly and said, it really is not easy. Even just giving and receiving help can lead to complex misunderstandings. Yu Young lowered her face, feeling sad. In that situation, at our position, we can't express the opinions we want to say. We will only accept the goodwill of everyone. Saihu raised his hand behind his head. If that is the case, then you do not need to worry. What? What do you mean by that? She opened her eyes wide. Maybe she did not know, but I also carry the blood of another race. Lila covered her mouth, and Yu Yang looked at her in surprise. Half-elf. But I heard that the leader of the secret society is Siu. Jan, Yang, and Lila looked at Siu. It is the gang formed by the half-elf. That is all there is to it. She looked serious. I have been discriminated against for being of a different race while growing up. Saihu stood among a crowd discussing her. There were times I shut my heart and always kept a suspicious mindset about everything. I was really afraid of those who would kill me. Saihu turned to look at Jihan. But there are still people who understand me. I think those people have made me change. She opened her eyes wide in surprise. Dong Yuyang is also someone like that. Right. Yuyang's eyes widened in disbelief, thinking to herself, how could this be? The desire to change against the solid wall called racism. Su and Jan stood side by side, and Dong Yuyang felt a new breeze bringing that desire right before her eyes. From the slightly opened door, a gentle breeze blew, and that wind was on the other side of the door. Risa stood behind the ajar door, her anxiety beginning to shake the heart of the listener. The night was dark, and the streetlights shone down. Saihu bowed in front of Jan, apologizing. You are not at fault at all. As Saihu spoke, her fist clenched in the astonishment of Yu Yang and Lele standing behind her. But the regular donations not being in the plan will affect the guild fees. Right, let me contribute a little. Saihu bowed her head while Daihan stood there with his arms crossed. eyes wide open. Are you okay? Stop it. Just stop. He sighed with a slight smile. Anyway, you look very much like a guild leader today. After all, the guild leader is still you, Sue. If that is not a mistake, then everyone should listen to what the guild leader says. Right, Saihu clasped her hands together. Jahan. She stood seriously with her arms crossed. Someone like you has a vague relationship with Min Yori. Just thinking about it makes me furious. What? How can you approach someone from another guild without reporting anything to the captain? He replied, no, that was a forced situation. From afar, girl rushed towards Sue and Jihan. Unexpected. Wait a minute. He saw the girl speak. Rixus. Jan turned to ask Rixus, who was standing there, panting. What is going on? I still have something to say. Rixus hugged her chest with both hands, looking at Jihan and Saihu. Thank you both for saving me today. I was so shocked that I could not thank you until now. The girl choked up, closing her eyes, happiness welling up. Thanks to everyone. I now have the strength to move forward. I really appreciate it. Jan and Saihu stood listening to Rikisa. She said, I have something to give you both as a token of gratitude. Something you want to give? The girl spread her palms. Something from another world where I used to live. Jihan and Saihu covered their faces from the overwhelming light of the power. This is the object I brought from Callum. Jian's face darkened as he held the glowing gem in his hand. Saihu leaned over his shoulder, looking down at the gem. Could this be a magical stone? The other party calmly said, I want to give you a gift of gratitude. Saihu immediately asked back, what is it that you want to give us? She took out a shining crystal and held it out to them. The brilliance was blinding, and a deep voice slowly spoke up. This is an artifact from Kolem, the world I once called my home. Diane stared at the large stone in her hand. Still looking bewildered, Saihu, with his keen eye, immediately recognized it, exclaiming in astonishment. This is a mana crystal, transitioning to an old building made of bricks with a run-down sign, the Hediat of the Secret Society. Saihu sat with his arms crossed on the chair, his face filled with surprise as he exclaimed. He was thinking about inviting Min Yuri to join. Really, Jan calmly convinced her, we are now a rank 4 guild. Is not a time to recruit some new talents. Still not a definite decision. But she did say she would think about it. Hearing this, she suddenly remembered their meeting the other day with Yuri. Her cheeks flushed slightly, and she felt a pang of guilt. So they were not on a date that day. So embarrassing. I have misunderstood everything from the start. However, she still hesitated over this proposal, nervously asking, but do you really think we can recruit someone like Minorishi? How would you know if you do not try? It is worth a shot. What I mean is, opportunities to recruit a hero like Minorishi do not come by every day, especially for a small guild like Epic. His words about a small guild hit Sue like a heavy stone to the heart, leaving her stunned. Finally, she agreed to compromise, accepting Jihan's idea but not forgetting to remind him. Alright, if you think it is the right move, fine, but this is just a one-time thing. Next time, remember to consult me before doing something like that. Clear, he replied cheerfully. I will remember. Then she cleared her throat and softly said, I think that wraps up this discussion. Saihu's eyes brightened, eagerly asking him about the gift from Rixus. When will we use it? At this moment, Jan remembered and quickly turned around to calmly respond. Oh, you mean the glowing turquoise crystal? This mana crystal. Sue approached and used a testing machine to examine it. Seriously evaluating a blue mana crystal she said was brought from Kolem. Right, Jen agreed with her. Yes. Indeed. It seems to have a much higher mana density than what we find here. He then had a thought. Turning to leave, we could hand it over to Xin F, but I think this could be a good learning opportunity. Saihu looked at him in confusion, curious to ask, what do you mean by a learning opportunity? But Daihan just casually replied that she would see. He directly spread his palm in the air, and Xin quickly appeared. As soon as it appeared, it immediately dove into Jan's shirt, causing him to question in confusion. Hey, where do you think you are going? He gently pulled it out, soothingly saying, we are in the office, so there is no need to hide. It looked around vaguely. Chet, I am so excited to fly around up high. Daihan grew impatient and ordered. Come on. Calm down. You are giving me a headache. But it showed no signs of obeying, prompting Jihan to lower his voice and snap at it. Get down. Immediately, Saihu stood aside, surprised, thinking to himself, since when could he talk to Xin like that? As if they were as close as a mother and child. Daihan walked over to the crystal, calmly commanding, Hi Xin, look at this, a magic crystal. I know you like these things. Xin gasped in surprise. Whoa. Instantly, it flew towards it but was quickly blocked by Jahan. He warned sternly, not so fast. He raised an eyebrow at it, irritatedly questioning, you did that back at Dill. Remember, do you know how embarrassed I was then? Xin reacted angrily. Jan squeezed its form, his gaze cold and threatening. If you keep acting like a spoiled child, You won't get this magic crystal. Got it. Sin helplessly agreed. He continued the lesson. Now jump 3 times for me. And it quickly complied, and spinning clockwise, Sin began to fly in circles. Witnessing this scene, Sai-Hu was astonished. Wondering, oh, I thought he was just training, but this is like military training. She unconsciously thought of her mother when Sin signed the contract with her, treating it like a lifelong companion, a close friend, but Yu Jihan treated it like a pet dog. Sai-Hu tried to hold back tears, resolutely deciding, well, he chose him as a master. Good luck, kid. After training Sin for a while, Jen finally praised it. Very good, because you followed my instructions. You get this magic crystal as a reward. Receiving approval, Sin immediately charged towards the crystal aggressively, prompting Jihan to raise his voice in reminder. Hey! Slow down. Boom. A sudden explosion of light erupted, the colorful spirit radiating strongly, enveloping the entire room. Diane struggled to hold onto the treasure, thinking, this reaction is much stronger, probably because Xin absorbed more magic power than before. Suddenly, he recalled the advice from Du, to collect as much as possible. Ultimately, Xin would be able to materialize a physical shape. Diane came to his senses, looking at the cracking egg in his hand. Wondering, is Xin really beginning to materialize a physical form? Just as Yundoa said, boom, the egg unexpectedly shattered, unleashing the spiritual power inside, creating a massive shockwave. As Jian slowly opened his tightly shut eyes, he was completely stunned, his body floating in the mystical space covered in emerald green. He could not help but think, where am I? Soon, a low voice echoed back to him, don't panic. You are in the virtual space I created. Jihan turned to look back, muttering in confusion. You are the one with the giant cracked egg in front of me. Sin calmly introduced itself. Nice to officially meet you. Ija Hansi. Now we can have a proper conversation. Jen was taken aback, exclaiming in astonishment. What is going on? I did not know you could talk. It then explained to him. Thanks to the magic crystal you gave, I was able to temporarily open this space for us to talk. The wet stains on the surface started to fade away. Sin quickly urged on. But I can't hold it for long. The barrier is starting to break down. Jen got straight to the point, seriously asking, why did you bring me here? What do you want to say? If this space consumes a lot of magical energy, then you will be taking a big risk. Sin replied calmly. We are being targeted. He curiously asked in surprise. Targeted by whom? Slow explained. Just like I can regain some power from the magic crystals, they are also growing stronger thanks to these crystals. Pay close attention to those around you. Sometimes the person you trust the most is the one with the most secrets. Jean still felt a bit confused, questioning, what do you mean by that? Are you saying someone I know is a traitor? But Sleep could only helplessly reply, I can't be sure. That is something you have to figure out on your own. The rays of light inside began to escape from the shell, and before leaving, urged him. And one more thing, you must protect Kim Sue at all costs. That is Nei's will and the reason you were chosen as her successor. Jan, upon hearing this, felt confused and kept asking, I was chosen as her successor. Why are you talking about something so serious without any warning? Give me a heads up. Sin suddenly exploded again. It only left him with cryptic words. You will understand in time. We will meet again when the moment comes. The space around began to fade away, but Jahan was still unwilling and shouted loudly. Wait a minute. Suddenly, he jolted awake, drenched in sweat, with a terrified expression as if he had just encountered a nightmare. Sai-Hu quickly approached, worriedly asking Han, are you okay? Daihan. He gasped for breath while calling her name. Sai-Hu. Sai-Hu breathed a sigh of relief, exclaiming, I thought something serious happened because you were not waking up. Dahan looked around dazedly, wondering if he was back. Then he forced himself to sit up, seriously saying, I just met Sin. Sai-Hu, not understanding what was happening, asked suspiciously, what do you mean you met him? Jian blankly replied, I do not know how to explain. Just then, a flash of light appeared beside them. In front of them stood a small figure with wings glowing brightly, joyfully exclaiming, Chit. Seeing this, Daihan stared at it in shock, thinking it looked completely different now. The scene shifted to a large area behind the mountains with solidly built structures, the Korean branch of Yups. Inside the laboratory, the lights were turned off to conduct something. A white mouse with bright red eyes appeared. Not far away stood 2 assassins. Their cold voices echoed with their names. Company 013, Company 015. Imminsu quietly poured a vial of purple liquid onto the white mouse, slowly saying, so I have heard that the latest hybrid kidnapping did not go as planned. Due to losing a main delivery base, our business partners have started to lose faith in us. So who should I hold responsible because of this mess? Just then, the mouse's body suddenly underwent a significant transformation. Its muscles bulged unusually, and it screamed in agony, Not a moment of hesitation before it responded. I realize this might sound strange, but our mission is just to scout the area. We can take down the hero that has appeared because we are worried about exposing ourselves, and so you were worried. As the words left his mouth, he suddenly felt an invisible pressure that rendered him completely silent. Minsu turned around, his eyes filled with murderous intent. His jaw clenched tightly as he questioned in a low voice. Is that your excuse for failing to silently deal with a single hero? You should know that is not why I created the two of you. I want to repeat it. Not a moment of panic. Sweating profusely, keeping his head down, Minsu glared at him with a terrifying look, coldly warning him to keep Jahanyu from Epican in mind. Yes. 015 and 013 immediately stood at attention, responding in unison. At that moment, a guard rushed down the hallway, bursting through the laboratory door, breathlessly reporting, Sir, we have a problem. Mins asked suspiciously, what is going on? The guard replied, flustered, the heroes. They just barged in and are currently seizing everyone and everything in the office. At the same time, Yun Seech led his team forward. He narrowed his sharp eyes at the opponent and spoke in a deep voice. This is a direct order from the association. Gather them all immediately. Immunixu's face immediately darkened, gritting his teeth in silence. Someone was gently knocking on the wooden door from outside the room. When it opened, Young Sich entered, and there was Doha waiting. Curiously asking, You called for me, sir? He turned around joyfully and said, I heard about what happened in Area Rank B. They said your team rushed in and saved the situation. Yunixich replied calmly, We just helped clean up. By the time we arrived, the mutant was almost down. Doha cheerfully encouraged him. Oh. Come on. Do not be too humble. Take the credit when it is due. I know you just got back to work, but I need you to handle something. Yunixich also vaguely guessed. Asking suspiciously, Is it another M rank? But that was not the right answer. Doha slowly stood up, pondering before replying. No, not this time, he said seriously. I need you to capture a manager from Y. Blim Misu and all his subordinates. Young Sisuke's gaze immediately sharpened, quietly reminding him, Has the hero department approved this arrest? If we act without their approval, we could get into trouble. Doha bluntly dismissed it, firmly stating that we would have to take the risk. This time I am making the decision. The association may require us to report to them, but if we keep following procedures, we will never catch them. More importantly, there is an insider among the association. As soon as he finished, Young Seek was left astonished. He seemed unable to believe his ears. Questioning again. Wait, you are saying there is someone in the Hero Association collaborating with Yu.X Kamadoa calmly explained to him. This must be related to the recent involvement of many heroes in shady matters. Given the current situation, I see no benefit in cooperating with the nukes. He also did not forget to remind Yun Sech. Be careful out there. I have a feeling what they are planning is far worse than we think. Back in the present, he stood silently in Minsu's research room with the team. Nearby were the sounds of resistance from the staff here. Let me go. We have not done anything wrong. Yun Sich rolled his eyes at them. Thinking, he warned me about some criminal activities. The guards and ordinary staff were easily subdued and gathered in one place. But no one here looked like a significant threat. Just as he thought this, Henextifi approached from behind to report. Finding that most were just civilians, Young Sich curiously asked, Is there any clue about Lim Minsu's whereabouts? He helplessly replied, We have interrogated them, but no one is talking. Suddenly, a voice rang out, catching Yun Sech's attention. You all will die. A man tied on the floor kept mumbling when he heard this. Yun Sech quickly approached, looking at his dazed expression, and seriously questioned him. Hey, what are you rambling about? His dry lips parted, and a weak voice emerged. All of us. He glared at Yun Sech, his pupils flashing with hostility, speaking in a trembling voice. Will die when they come. Young Sech narrowed his eyes at him, impatiently ordering, Who are they? Don't be vague. Just say it. He seemed like a lunatic, rambling philosophically. When the blessed ones arrive, you will see how blind and arrogant you are. Young Sech pondered for a moment, beginning to analyze his words. The blessed ones. Could this be related to Lim Mu's plan? Henexi hurriedly interrupted. He is just a ranting fanatic. Keep going. But Hin and Dongyu had noticed something unusual. The two of them immediately heightened their vigilance. Something is approaching. The source of the magic power I sense is like that of a monster. Sure enough, not far away, two figures were slowly approaching. No one looked at them with an indifferent expression. Constantly murmuring, Kill the heroes. And surprisingly, not even a year seems enjoyable. He exclaimed with excitement. Oh, look who it is. It is those heroes from before. He excitedly exclaimed. Good, I need someone to vent my anger on. Hyan attempted to draw his sword, confusedly asking, I do not understand why their magic signatures resemble monsters. Henexi exclaimed in confusion. What is going on? Can someone explain? Dongho could only shake his head. I do not know either, but one thing is for sure. They are very dangerous. Yun-sich calmly stood up, casually asking, do you two know where Lim Yu is? Not even a year after the power started to spread, he smirked disdainfully. Of course I know, but why ask when you are just going to? A massive bulge began to rise behind him, growing larger, turning into soulless husks. Countless demon centipedes crawled out from behind him, and he signaled for them to charge at their prey. The three of them watched as Damn Dead aggressively approached, and AA quickly drew his sword, the dazzling light flashing as he executed his sword technique. With a swift swing, she easily sliced through a series of them with her sharp, quick strikes. Just then, I heard the sound of desperate screams in her ear. The others were tightly wrapped up by the centipedes, screaming in fear. Help us. Hin was confused as to why he was attacking them. Were not they on the same side? She looked at the strange figure behind him, controlling the monsters with one hand, and shivered involuntarily. This guy is definitely off. While Hin was distracted trying to calm them down, he seized the opportunity to backstab. Just then, he circled around behind her and threw a punch towards her. Hin immediately sensed him and cursed angrily. Damn it. I forgot about that guy. But as he swung down, a shield of light blocked the attack. He felt the pain and growled in anger, realizing that the hero had blocked the attack. He had used his strength to shield Hin. He glared at him and whispered, now's our chance. From above, Hangsok suddenly appeared, raising his leg to deliver a kick aimed straight at the opponent's head. Let me handle this. Bang. His powerful kick struck 013, causing him to fall down. His body lay motionless on the floor, neck twisted to one side, completely unable to rise. The ominous figure behind them silently observed, noting their success in taking down Company 013, truly a third-rate team under Da. Master Lim Minsu has escaped the building, so we need to... Just as he thought this, he noticed Yun-sich charging in with a weapon. Yun-sich activated the spear and coldly asked, you think you can relax at a time like this? A sharp line cut through the air. What the hell? He took a fatal blow from the opponent and fell backward. In his last moments, he glared at Yun-sich, bitterly wondering why he was so fast. The figure collapsed on the floor, one of his arms completely severed, fresh blood staining the area as he angrily thought. The report was completely wrong. He was much stronger than we knew. Yun-sich retracted his weapon and calmly said to the others, that is a rookie's mistake. Just a second's lapse, and he is caught. Just then, the other three rushed over at the same time. Hangsok joyfully exclaimed, I found him. Yun-sich instinctively looked back and said calmly, all right, let us finish this. He then ordered his subordinates, I need updates on the injured. Take these two with you. At that moment, he heard a weak mocking laugh in his ear. Eha. It was the ominous figure. He still had enough strength to speak, his tone dripping with sarcasm. How funny. Just after talking about being cautious, Yun-sich looked at him suspiciously. He was still conscious. How long did he plan to stay there? Company 013. Just as he finished speaking, 13 slowly stood up. He pulled out a purple capsule, stuttering each word, drink the blessing, as the ominous figure stuck out his long tongue, revealing the capsule in his mouth. It seemed that you guys were lucky to be the first to witness the second blessing. Back to the outside world at a skyscraper. Sue and Jihan stand in front of it, a bit pensive. She turned to him, saying it seemed they were done with the repairs. Yun also chimed in, perhaps it was finished quickly because their president Ji is an earth mage. Just then, someone approached, their gentle voice ringing out, long time no see. Epic Yi. What brings you two here? It was none other than Vice President Dod Bong. Sue politely greeted him. Hello. Back Ji. We came to see Yun Doha. The gentle voice declined. Wait, I'm sorry. Yuna is not here right now. Jihan was not surprised, calmly saying, oh, that is too bad. I wanted to discuss something with him. Please let him know we stopped by. Zhang immediately agreed. Okay, I will inform him as soon as he returns. Just then, someone rushed over, anxiously calling out, Madam. He quickly reported the situation. We have lost contact with the Yun-sich team. The last contact. They were still in Building Y. Goat was taken aback, exclaiming, what? Her face showed clear tension as she anxiously said, we need to discuss this inside. We can't talk about it here with outsiders. Gun. Deep down, she could not shake the worry of what was happening. Are they in danger? Why is this happening just when Yun Doha is absent? Suddenly, a voice called out, catching her attention. Back Ji-yun was Jihan. He seriously asked her if she could explain the matter between your gun and Yik. In the clear blue sky above the city, a helicopter appeared. Hovering, it flew to the roof of a building, preparing to land at the designated spot on the terrace. Jihan and Sihu were sitting inside, and he exclaimed in surprise, did they raid the Yipsa office? Baek Jagan sat opposite them, seriously saying, what I am about to say is highly confidential. She began to recount that not long ago, the The Hero Association ordered all guilds to cooperate in a joint investigation of Yups, targeting a person named Lim Minyu, suspected to be the mastermind behind recent monster mutations. This information has been sent to all major guilds, including the top 6. The plan is that in a few days, all G will coordinate the investigation. Hearing this, Sihu could not help but wonder, if this case was significant enough to involve the top 6 guilds, why was the guild acting alone? Jaegu had to explain, Yunoa does not trust the other guilds. Some central operations often cause unnecessary conflicts, so this time we are investigating on our own, which is why we sent the Yun Sich team to raid the Up building. But Su pondered, you lost contact with them and can't send reinforcements without being exposed. Jaegi admitted, that is right, now the only way is… But she had not finished when someone interrupted. Let us handle it. Dai hands touched the soldier beside him, gazing calmly at the outside scenery, saying, continuing, we are a new guild, so no one will suspect, and with just 2 people, it will be easier to sneak in. Soon after, the helicopter door opened. 2 people from the HE were waiting. Jan looked at his palm, thinking, moreover, this is the perfect time to test Sin's new abilities. He then turned around and shouted to Saihu Kim Saihu to use flying magic. She gasped in shock. What? You want us to jump down? There is no time to think. With that, Jihan's feet pushed off the doorframe. He jumped down freely. Saihu Bov could only call out helplessly. Give me a few seconds to chant the spell. A pick Gil entered the scene, transitioning to a dark basement with no lights. The place was devastated. Blood splattered everywhere. Someone was slumped down, covered in injuries. It was Yunseksh. He jolted awake, weakly coughing. His vision blurred, wondering in his mind, am I unconscious? What happened? He lifted his head, dazedly looking around, worriedly asking, is everyone okay? But upon closer inspection, the sight before Yunseksh completely shocked him. There was not a single person uninjured. Dark red blood scattered everywhere, with bodies lying on the ground. Henexi was face down in a pool of blood, Hyan slumped against the wall, a large streak of blood behind him, and Dongyu was no better, covered in blood sprawled on the floor. Yunseksh could not accept this scene, exclaiming in shock, how could this happen? But quickly, his pupils constricted, startled to realize something. When he turned to look at himself, he froze. Discovering an arm had been severed at some point, he clutched the wound, screaming in utter rage. Ah! Yunseksh could not hold back tears, grinding his teeth as he trembled, feeling immense self-blame. It is my fault. I should have been more vigilant. Just then, someone approached, mocking him. Are you just gonna sit there forever? He had platinum hair, with a long horn drooping down. Asking amusedly, didn't you say losing focus in battle means certain death? It is not even a year. His body had completely transformed. Looking grotesque, he declared loudly, so what are you waiting for? Get up. I won't let this magic crystal go to waste. Company 015, a Nahler monster. He looked over at the large figure beside him, cheerfully asking, we are thinking the same. Right, Company 013. He had now become a gigantic gorilla with massive muscles. Expressionless he replied, weak hero, Company 013, a gorilla monster. Yunseksh stared at them blankly, instantly realizing the problem, so their bodies had merged with the monsters. Seeing their condition, a suspicion arose in him. Is Ip really conducting these experiments? He recalled his superior's words, resolved to inform Yundo at all costs. Just then, Henexi Fi showed some movement, groaning in pain. Yunseksh immediately felt joy. Whispering, Hans, can you hear me? His eyes were tightly shut, his face contorted in visible agony, trembling with self-reproach.
I'm sorry.
Commander, I should have protected everyone as the team leader. Yunseksh quickly grasped the situation. His eyes, and he interrupted, cautiously reminding, enough, you can't move. Gil was calling for help. Henexi gently touched his eyes, resolutely saying, it does not matter. I won't survive. You have to leave us behind and run while you still can. I will hold them off as long as I can. But Yunseksh could not agree. He clenched his teeth, anxiously reminding, don't say any more. I am losing blood. Hanok tried to open one eye before losing his sight, uttering his final words of denial. You have to live, boss. As soon as he finished speaking, a powerful force crushed his body, blood splattering everywhere. Yunseksh witnessed the whole scene. Blood smeared across his face, his expression dazed and speechless, eyes wide open, unable to hide his shock and killing intent. With the sound of a hero's growl in his ears, it was not long, he used his bare hands to destroy Hanseok, his fierce gaze dying out. Yunseksh could no longer hold back. His rage completely erupted, his eyes filled with bloodshot fury. Roaring in anger, you bastards! He brought all his hatred, shouting, I will kill you both. But before he could take a few steps, A giant hand appeared in front of him, blocking the way. No one directly threw him away. Yunexi was thrown away with immense force, crashing against the concrete, his body in pain with no place unhurt. Crying out, no one stood behind, leisurely enjoying the show, laughing heartily in a tragic way. Ha! He delightfully reminded no one not to kill him. Take him back, and we will extract information about the hero's plan. Suddenly, a low voice echoed from behind him. Actually, no one is leaving here. It is Sihu and Jihan. They quickly found their way here. No 13 immediately recognized and was surprised, thinking, Yu Jihan, what is he doing here? Sihu looked at the horrifying scene in front of him. Frightened, covering his mouth, trembling as he said, we need reinforcements. They need urgent medical help. Jan said nothing, just silently denied. It was already too late. No one unexpectedly charged towards them. Muttering, the boss wants you Jihan. No 13 was startled, hastily trying to stop him. No, you are wrong. Come back. But it was too late. No one was right in front of them, crazily roaring to kill Duan Yu. Jian calmly said to Sihu, Kim Si, let me handle this. She snapped back sharply. What? No way. You can't fight him alone. Jan quickly focused his strength in his hands, calmly instructing, just step back. Okay. I do not want you to get hurt if something goes wrong. Sin appeared and said seriously, I do not know if I can fully control it yet. He quickly used his spiritual power, completing the wind elemental state. After merging with his master's weapon, Jen grabbed the spear and spun it around. His expression suddenly turned cold, his fierce gaze filled with killing intent. Boiling inside, I could feel the immense mana from Xin. When the gorilla No 13 charged in, he aimed the spear straight at it, chanting a spell. Surging through my sword, the light emitted was blinding, the blade descending upon the opponent. The ultimate move, a terrifying beam of light erupted, completely overshadowing everything. Both No One and Sihu were left gaping in astonishment. Only Daihan maintained a serious expression. After asking everyone to stay away from the battle area, Daihan unleashed a fiery attack from the tip of his sword. His eyes sparkled with a blue aura as he struck the monster 013 with a powerful slash. The clash between the sword and the monster generated a tremendous destructive energy. The light left everyone speechless, and C's astonishment was evident on his face. Now, Jihan's gaze was ablaze. His cold demeanor and overwhelming aura were the hallmarks of a genius. The steel-winged sword technique. Since ancient times, many fascinating things have been discovered, including spirit magic, which harnesses natural power through contracts with spirits. Typically, those who wield magical powers to attack or heal others are considered spellcasters. While the common magical elements do reflect natural power, they merely mimic spirit magic. To achieve pure spirit magic, certain conditions must be met, which most practitioners overlook. Spirit magic relies on a connection with spirits to control natural power, fundamentally differing from ordinary magic. Jihan is also someone striving to utilize the pure power of spirit magic. In Yu Jian's case, although he communicates well with spirits, he faces a significant limitation. The limitation Jian has yet to overcome could become a major threat if a spirit magic user cannot control it, which is a severe lack of magical energy. A simple reason for this is that Yu Jihan is not a hero with exceptional innate magical talent. Every time he uses spirit magic, he risks a great deal between life and death. Each time he casts a spell, the system always sounds a warning bell. If he continues to use spirit magic, the probability of death is 95%. Jihan has been trying to find the best way to use spirit magic, but an unfortunate event has clearly occurred. Even though he has bridged that gap by skillfully using minimal magical energy techniques, it is closer to swordsmanship and cannot be considered complete spirit magic. Everything might just stagnate. However, now the situation has changed. The awakening of Symph in Jihan's hands is real, and everything is spinning like a whirlwind. He has found a way to solve his energy depletion issue. Since the spirit has manifested, instead of using his own magical energy, he can now draw upon Sin's magical energy. At the moment he unleashed a powerful slash accompanied by dazzling golden light. Now he is no longer restricted by magical energy. Jihan can confidently assert that Yu Jihan has finally become a true elemental mage. After the performance, the dazzling light and dust gradually dispersed around. Everyone was trying to wipe away the haze in disbelief, muttering to themselves, it was truly incredible. He looked at the gash stretched across the ground and the body of 013, which had been cut in half. He could not believe what he was seeing. He had defeated the awakening 013 with a single blow. At this moment, 013 had reverted to its true human form. The man murmured, before you ignite, become a hero. 013 tried to convey to Jihan that he must kill him. The last words he left were just 4. Death order. Director. Then, the dreamy purple energy blazed brilliantly. He thought to himself, that strange purple magical energy, clearly a common trait among mutated monsters. After some calculating thoughts, a flicker of anger shone in his eyes. Daihan looked at the group in front of him and wondered, could they have merged with mutated monsters? Just a moment ago, After Jean used the failure sword technique, I am now approaching him directly. We have met before. Right. We fought once back then. Not stopping there. He did not hold back in threatening the mutant before him. We did not determine a winner last time. But this time I won to let you escape. Just as he finished speaking, Jan called for help. After being urged to channel his spirit energy into each strike, Jan's eyes suddenly glowed fiercely, his aura flaring up like a VIP charge. I will make you reveal everything Upsi is planning. Sensing the killing intent radiating from the tip of Jan's sword and in his words, Daihan gritted his teeth and thought of a way out. That sword technique is very dangerous. Facing him head on right now is too risky. Suddenly, he recalled Minsu's threatening words. Bring Udian's head back here. Thinking of this, Daihan felt as if he had been frozen. But if I go back empty-handed like this, he glanced around for more schemes. And suddenly his gaze caught something. He spotted a man lying unconscious on the ground. And an idea sparked. That is right. There is him. Thinking of this, Daihan sent one of his tentacles rushing to wrap around Yunsech to take him hostage. He lifted Yunsech's limp body high, threateningly declaring, "This guy is important to you. Right, Sai-Hu." Restless, hurried to Jan's side, intended to use Yunsech as a hostage. Sin also flew in, adding a confusing remark. Poor felt he had caught Jan's team off guard. Confidently grinning, "You just try to make a move, and I will crush this guy's body right away." Jan's face darkened as he switched his grip on the sword, speaking as he walked. Not letting that happen, he made a heartfelt request, giving Daihan a real way out. "Let go of Yunsech, and I will retreat peacefully." Daihan received this and immediately trusted it. Grinning triumphantly, "Good. At least you know what to do." Moreover, he secretly scorned Jan. What knave fools, the nature of heroes is so easily exploited. The more he thought, the more confident he became. Surely there would be backup waiting. The director must have sensed something was wrong and would soon send reinforcements if he could just buy time until then. In a moment, lost in his thoughts, Daihan revealed a gap, and Jihan optimally took advantage of it. He rushed in and softly asked, "Do you really believe that, with just a basic sword strike?" Daihan sliced off the tentacle behind Daihan. He was attacked unexpectedly, unprepared, and angrily cursed. "Damn it. You bastard." Jan showed no signs of holding back. He just kept his sword ready to strike. "You seem more knave than you look." With that, a sharp blade sliced through his abdomen without a moment's hesitation, and he looked down in shock, realizing he had transformed to level 2, yet was cut down by a simple stroke of the sword. The upper part of his body fell heavily to the ground, causing him to cry out in pain. Hemph, in no time, he lost the ability to resist, only able to watch helplessly as the sharp tip of the sword pointed at his face. Jan looked down arrogantly and coldly asked, "I will ask just once, why is PC plotting something while you stay silent?" He also asked who Lim Minsu was and where he was now, but you did not answer his questions and instead mentioned Yunsech in a self-deprecating tone. "Now I understand why he cares about you." He kept laughing mockingly, greedily tempting Jihan. "You Jihan, you are truly special. Join us." At that moment, he remembered Yunshi's terrifying smile, his voice full of cunning. "Even though the director ordered your death, if you join us, your life will be spared in ups." He even revealed some confidential information. Among the heroes, some have received favors from the director. He used flowery language to entice Daihan. "Just think, if a spirit mage like you received more blessings, you would definitely become much stronger than you are now." However, 0.1 years enthusiasm was bluntly rejected by handsome Jan. "I do not care about that stuff. Stop talking nonsense and answer my question. What are you planning? You have reached a dead end, unable to move forward or retreat." He had no choice but to scoff before gazing at the featherless chicken. "You fool, you know nothing. The director's plan has already been set in motion. Yunsech, being cared for by Siu. Heard you say. You will find out soon enough." At the same time, Yunsech's body suddenly shook uncontrollably. Sai-Hu worriedly called out to him, "Brother Yunsech, are you awake?" Yunsech glanced at the girl who was concerned for him, unable to help but wonder. "Met Leffy Si. How do you understand what he means?" Siu immediately replied, "We were sent by Mies, Park Jiking to rescue you." After that, Yunsech was helped up, his body in a very weak state. With his right arm already lost, he laughed at himself, the title of judge now making him look pitiful. Sai-Hu reminded him to stay still. "I have stopped the bleeding. Now you need to rest." At this point, Yunsech obediently lay down, curiously asking, "One source of their magical energy has disappeared. Does that mean one of them has been dealt with?" Sai-Hu beside him explained thoroughly, "If you are talking about those who merged with monsters, then do not worry. Jihan took care of both of them." But contrary to what Siu expected, Yunsech surprised her even more. "What are you talking about?" Yunsech unconsciously glanced around, his voice still steady. "I can still feel a powerful magical energy." Clearly, one of them is still around. Suddenly, his pupils constricted, revealing tension in the depths of his eyes. No, this is different. Young Sitch used his abilities to sense the surroundings. This is a completely different level of magical energy than theirs. At the same time, Diane from the other side was also taken by surprise by Siu's sudden sound. What is that? What is happening? What is going on? Dihan sensed a powerful aura behind him, and he immediately turned and swung his sword. Is there another one besides them? Suddenly, his sword was blocked by something. The voice of the mysterious woman echoed, unexpectedly swinging her sword at him. In an instant, Jian did not recognize it. What is that? This guy? Jan's gaze quickly met the person in front of him. The woman with flushed cheeks spoke softly. It is Jerry. You look so cool. Just my type. But the only thing I care about right now is her strength. Effortlessly blocking my sword with a glowing aura to avoid revealing too many critical points. Jan quickly stepped back, watching her casually file her nails with a small knife. He reminded himself, this girl is not to be underestimated. She continued with interest. I like you now. Then Jerry began to walk closer to Jan. You tease. Looking closely, you are even more handsome. Do you want to belong to me? A fierce red light flickered in her eyes, her pupils like a cat's, her demeanor sly as she whispered. Jerry will take good care of you. I am immune to girls, especially those who play with knives. Jen immediately retorted. I refuse. Glancing over Jerry, he wondered. Another experiment from Ups. She swung the knife in front of her, wearing a disdainful smile. Really? What a shame. Suddenly, a moan was heard. Miss Jerry. She noticed that a half of a year is lying on the floor. What is that? The company of a year lying here will catch a cold. Is he trembling and pleading? Please give me one more chance. Jerry pretended to worry as she squatted down next to 105. No way. Just looking, it is clear you have already taken 2 magic crystals. Did you forget that experiments like you can handle more than 2? He still tried to cling to his last chance, his dark eyes gleaming with desperation. Please give me one more magic crystal. I can kill him. Before he could finish, Jerry casually brushed the knife in front of her, smiling in refusal. No way. I said no. Jen looked at her in astonishment, not knowing what she intended to do. Just a moment later, he realized the knife he had just seen was deeply embedded in the brain of a year. From the start, this loser does not have a second chance. A cold stab. She immediately pulled it out and turned to seduce Jan. What about my love? Her cheeks flushed. She looked at him with a sharp gaze and asked, opportunities only come once. Will you seize it? After witnessing the scene of Jerry executing him without mercy, the flames engulfing him flared up at his feet. Julian stared, puzzled. I thought you and him were in the same boat. Hearing his question, Jerry smirked with a condescending grin. In the same boat? Please. Do not tell me my brother is mourning that guy. Pitying him is not something you should bring into a fight. Then she glanced at the body wrapped in purple flames, continuously humiliating him. Weaklings like him deserve to die. Just a burden for others. Keeping him alive only dirties the world further. What else could he do but clean up the trash as soon as possible? With that, she began to point her dagger at him, her eyes gleaming with excitement. But whatever. Enough talking. Suddenly, Jerry pushed off with his legs, launching himself forward. I can't stand men who never know when to shut their mouths. At this point, Jerry's knife was close to Jan's neck. He coldly shook his head to the side to dodge. Jerry was quite surprised when a spirit appeared to block her attack. At that moment, she smiled with delight, her cheeks flushed. You are quite an interesting guy. Your pet is pretty unusual too. While she was still lost in her compliments, he managed to land a hit. The strength of Jan pushed her back a long way, and the energy from the strike even shattered the ground, sending dust flying. Seeing that he had knocked Daihan down, Sin shouted. Looks like the guy next to him is also underestimating her. She does not seem to have anything but nonsense. At that moment, Jan realized he had been separated from Doha for too long and thought he should return to Kim Si-hyu immediately. There might be others around here. Just as Dihim was about to leave, a figure rose from the dust behind him, and the voice sounded deeper. He wondered where he was going. My love. Her eyes sparkled with a fiery red. I have not seen a hot guy like you in a long time. Jerry's face had burn marks, and her veins on her neck and arms were bulging. Now Jerry has got me. He turned to look at her, reminding himself that he knew that hit had landed. Jerry did not hesitate for a second, immediately showing his enthusiasm and charging forward. Come on. Jerry is not done playing yet. Jan could only stand still, disheartened. He really was not interested, but did he have any choice but to eliminate her? Thinking this, Jihan called for Sifsef to return with the blade immediately. It transformed into blue light, merging with the blade. Just then, Jerry had closed the distance, showing even more delight than before. Oh, What is your next plan? Daihan did not realize that Thying Ho Tikingachu was slicing her across as he had beautifully dealt with him. Suddenly, his pupils contracted. Sensing something was off, the image of her northern-southern figure was a bit strange. Was it an illusion? She slipped away in the blink of an eye. In a moment of surprise, he had not realized when Jerry had run up behind him. Where could she have gone? Luckily, Jan's instincts kicked in just in time. Did he manage to block her strike? If he had been a few seconds slower, Jan would have had to reincarnate again. He thought to himself, if he had not reacted quickly, things would have been much worse. Her moves were just like a professional assassin. At this moment, his eyes lit up, scanning the system information. The probability of defeating her was 85%. But there was no way she could dodge another blow. With that thought, he struck down hard, knowing it was impossible, standing this close, but Jerry was just a bit faster. Jen was taken aback. She managed to evade again. After that, Jerry dodged a few meters away from him. He could not help but wonder. She was fighting wildly, without any strategy. Jerry exhaled a sigh. Whoa. That was pretty close. At this moment, she took on a serious stance, saying that if she had been 2 seconds slower, he would have taken her down, showing that he was not just relying on luck to handle those mutants. Looking at the skills of the girl in front of him, Jan felt this match was a bit tough. If he did not take her down right now, she would become a big problem later on. Therefore, Jen decided to give it his all once more. His eyes shone brightly, filled with a murderous aura. The next attack could cause aftershocks to Kim Siu, but he had no other choice. He needed to use his sword technique one more time. Seeing the aura on the sword, Jerry felt more excited. Oh, look at that glowing thing. It is an aura. Right, I have never seen anyone use it before. Then she crazily rushed forward to strike him. Jerry is ready now. You can come at any time. Jan showed no mercy, his eyes cold as he looked at her. I am going to blow this place up. Let us see how she dodges this. The space seemed to be filled with just the two of them, and they were about to collide violently. Suddenly, a slow voice interrupted the action. Enough already. Jen glanced toward the source of the voice. Jerry was no exception, surprised by the presence of that person. The young man in the white coat spoke in a deep voice. I told you to assess the situation. Do not use all your strength like that. Jerry slightly adjusted her glasses and politely greeted him. Well, forget the situation. It is nice to meet you. The man with a scar at the corner of his mouth smiled and introduced himself. Me. His sharp gaze swept over him. And you must be Yu Jihan. Right, the match between Jihan and Jerry was also delayed. She waved at Misu. Oh, hello Amisu. Jan frowned, thinking to himself, so that is Amisu. Why did he suddenly show up here? Jerry hurried over to Misu, looking a bit annoyed. I told you I could handle this. Why did you come here? He asked back, neither fast nor slow. Is this what you call handling it? Look at the mess you have created. She still refused to admit it, looking for a valid excuse. What do you expect? I can't handle this neatly. Suddenly, Minsu's expression changed. His eyebrows furrowed slightly as he looked at the body engulfed in purple flames. He asked, so both companies 013 and 015 are gone? Jerry beside him lazily nodded. Yeah. And on top of that, he even dared to ask for 2 more magic crystals even after a humiliating defeat. Minsu arrogantly glanced at the 2 bodies below. How pathetic and miserable they looked. He then turned to Jerry and said, Jerry, get the magic crystals from them and come back quickly. She replied, irritated. Arguing back, what? I want to stay a bit longer. At this moment, Daihan, who had been sidelined, finally spoke up. Who said she could leave? Daihan even placed his sword against Minsu's neck and declared loudly, you are a class-wanted criminal. Minsu, you have been caught. His gaze remained resolute. The Hero Association has sent reinforcements. Do not struggle in vain. Just surrender. Minxu was not only unconcerned but also smirk. The reinforcements came from the association. His words only made Jihan raise a huge question mark. Oh. Great. That is exactly what I wanted. He calmly asked back. What are you talking about? Minsu's mental state immediately changed. He laughed loudly, accompanied by a heavy energy radiating outwards. Everything that has happened so far has been part of my plan. Jian's body sensed something unusual. He instinctively crouched down, trying to brace himself with the sword. This energy is too dense. No human has such powerful energy. Minsu's glasses shone brightly due to the emitted light. He said coldly, fine. My original plan was to lure all 6 guild leaders here, but thanks to the core guild leader, everything has gone off track. He had no qualms about revealing the biggest secret in his plan. At least I managed to distract all 6 major guilds. That can't be called a complete failure. Hearing this, Daihan could not hide his surprise. Wait, so you tricked the entire association? No one from the association would agree to something like that. His rebuttal was nothing but a joke to Misu. He smirked. Ha! Of course, They all opposed this request. Jerry beside him added dangerously, "Oh, darling, you are much more knave than I thought." And it does not stop there. The latter words made his eyebrows twitch. Did you ever think there is always a rat lurking within the association? Remembering the Hero Association's headquarters, Daihan also started to understand. Wait, does that mean, cut to the president's office? A well-dressed man is tapping on a file. This man is the president of the Hero Association. Yun Yang, he hurriedly looked at his watch and mumbled, "It is time." Before he could adjust his tie, he left the room in a hurry. Suddenly, a voice called back to him, seeming like he was in a rush. He turned to look at the man in front of him, the sunlight behind him casting a radiant glow. "Yun Doha?" There is a hint of anger in Doa's voice. "Are you breathing properly?" The traitor Jun Yang tried to stay calm, adjusting his glasses and asking back, "What are you talking about?" The traitor, just as he was about to show off, he received a blow from Doa that knocked his glasses off. The concrete pillar summoned by Doa slammed Jun Yang against the wall. He let out a soft groan. "Why did you attack me?" Doa shoved his hands into his pockets. Responding coldly, who could manipulate 6 major guilds and the Hero Association, even leaking classified information from the Hero Association to UPS. His brows furrowed tightly as he clearly articulated each word. "Only one person could do that. And that person is you." Jun Yang, pressed tightly against the wall, spoke in a shaky voice. "What? No, you are mistaken. I would never." But suddenly, a hand emerged from the top of the pillar. Jun Yang pushed lightly to break free. Now he was not hiding anymore and confidently flaunted his personality. "Tell me, how long have you known about this?" At this point, Jun Yang was no longer hiding and spoke directly. He broke the stone pillar with one hand and said, "I must have handled the situation very carefully. You are attacking me without any evidence." Right. Doa clearly had no proof, but he remained quite confident. "My instincts have never been wrong. I never liked you from the start," he continued, a person not from a hero background being the president of the association. At this moment, he ran his fingers through his hair, smiling, as an aura erupted around him, enveloping his body. "Oh haha, not from a hero background." Something rose behind Jun Yang. He shot back. "Do you think I got to this position by running errands for heroes?" As his words ended, a pair of large wings tore through his clothes and spread out. He flew into the air, with 2 horns sprouting from his head as if they were driven in by a stick. This was a blessing created by peace. He could not stop praising UPS. Their technology was on another level. Monsters of the evil wing type. Doa glanced at his form, his voice dripping with disdain. "Down there, indeed. It suits someone like you, sticking around here and jumping from one place to another." However, he also felt a bit worried. Had he used the magic crystal extracted from a mutated monster to cause this transformation? Jun Yang smirked back, saying that heroes were just relics of the old age. Those outdated things. As he spoke, Jun Yang charged to attack Doa. "Let me handle this myself." Doa also began to cast his magic. A beam of golden light radiated from his hand. His spirit was very high. At that moment, concrete pillars emerged from the wall, blocking Jun Yang's path. But that was all. As soon as he finished speaking, he made the rubble stick together as one. Suddenly, laughter came from inside the concrete mass. "Hemph. Nothing different from before." Jun Yang confidently smashed it and broke free. A level 1 hero is not that impressive. Huh. Doha was a bit surprised. Did he dare to pierce through my spirit technique? As Jun Yang struck, Doa quickly dodged. He tightly gripped his arm and shouted, "Did you think an elemental mage is weak in close combat?" Then he directly yanked Jun Yang's arm off and yelled, "I prefer it this way." Suddenly, with his arm severed, Jun Yang screamed in pain. My hand. My hand." But just a second later, he turned hostile, opening his mouth to unleash an energy ball. "You thought I would just say that? Huh." The ultrasonic scream hit Doa's ears directly. Sad head. He struggled to withstand this high-pitched sound. This is Evil Wing's ultrasonic attack. Have they really merged with the monster? That power even destroyed the hallway of the building, causing a terrible explosion. After the dust settled, there was no sign of Doha left, and the outer glass was shattered. Run Yang laughed joyfully at what he had achieved. He felt proud, thinking he had dealt with Doha. "Ha, the one called Yun Doa from the Bone Society is not anything special. Huh, even standing proudly like a person in the middle of the building. Because of having to obey the orders of a useless leader like you, your subordinates have to die like dogs. Right? Don't you feel sorry for your subordinate?" From the Young Sich gang. Just when he was feeling high, a voice suddenly rang out, extinguishing his smile. "This bastard is really noisy." He had been standing right at the edge of the wall for a while, scratching his ear. Indeed, Evil Win is troublesome for being so annoying. Looking at Doa, who had not a single scratch, he worriedly thought, "Is there really no damage?" At that moment, Doha raised his voice. "We are heroes, always ready to sacrifice our lives." However, as soon as he finished speaking, a brilliant aura enveloped Doa once again. "Still, I do not think the Yun Sich gang will die easily, and that cheap provocation was not bad. A glint of amusement flashed in his eyes as he said, "You have managed to make me angry now." Blind one. After Doha waved his hand, the entire building seemed to shake. He thought to himself, what is this? The tremor from the ground is outside. The earthen rocks are rising up as if to envelop the entire building. It is getting deeper and deeper. Runyeva could not believe his eyes and yelled, "There is no way to swallow the entire guild building." Seeing the shocked expression of his enemy, Doha could not help but feel amused. "Didn't you say spirit magic is outdated?" Then he used earth magic to wrap up Jun Ying. "Keep talking. Will you?" Doha is controlling a piece of broken wall hovering as a foothold, tightening his grip on Jun Young. This is a binding skill mixed with elemental magic. This time, you won't break free easily. Ha! Contrary to what he expected, Run Young suddenly smiled. The longer he laughed, the louder it got. Doha felt both disgusted and curious. "What is so funny? Are you crazy?" Run Yi was bound but still quite defiant. Under the pretext of an investigation in cooperation with UPS, the 6 guild leaders had gone out. Right now, Soon is missing a significant number of heroes. Cunning glint shone in his eyes, his words full of implication. "Don't you realize why we are trying to get you out of the city?" Watching the normal crowd strolling leisurely, he declared that the new plan starts now. In the bustling crowd, a mother and son were out for a walk. The boy spotted something and exclaimed, "Mom, what is that?" The mother, noticing her son's curiosity, teased, "What is our little master looking at?" She also looked in the direction her son pointed, but her expression suddenly darkened. In the sky, there were gigantic monsters of all kinds, and the people screamed. Monsters. They had begun to attack the city of Sun. Inside the guild building, Junning continued to laugh maniacally. There are no heroes strong enough to protect Sun right now. Just when Jun Yung thought the plan was going smoothly, Doha laughed confidently. "I told you so." Below on the street, a monster had locked onto its target. The people screamed, "Help me!" The boy from earlier, along with his mother, could only hold each other tightly, frozen in place, before the monster could catch them. It was pierced through by sharp ice shards. "We are the heroes." A girl appeared and softly spoke. "A monster dares to disturb a place that is not haunted. Serves it right." She stood in front of the two, calming them down. "Everything is fine now, because we have arrived. This person is from the Snowball Association. She is the president of the Snowball Association." Kim Min is on the other side. As the monsters scream loudly, spider-like monster is chasing the civilians. From above, a man appeared wielding a giant hammer, ready to strike down. He aimed directly at the monster's head and shouted, "Giant, this one belongs to the Warrior Association. I am the president of the Warrior Association." He smiled with delight. "I have been itching to jump in. This is truly entertaining." Long Xingsu now had heroes appearing, blocking the monster's path. Elsewhere, a young man swung his sword with precision. He coldly looked at the swarm of bugs at his feet. Where did they crawl out from? This is someone from Crow's leader Kim Height. While Hunt was lost in thought, a monster attempted a sneak attack, aiming for the moment most heroes left the city. His cold gaze swept over it. "I do not know who planned this, but I do not care." Hyan swung his sword, taking down the monster. He thought to himself, "With this opportunity, I will level up to a rank 1 hero. Good for me." Back with Jun Yung, he looked at the surprising scene unfolding before him. "No way. How could so many heroes gather like this?" Nu raised his voice, reminding, "Because we called the heroes you sent out back." Hearing this, he turned pale. "How could you?" Out of excuses, Jun Ying pulled out Yun Sech. "What about your subordinates at the Upsy base? If all the heroes are back, then the way to save them is..." His words were cut off. "It is fine there. I have sent my most trusted person." At the Upsy area, a figure floated in the air. Smiling as he appeared, he muttered to himself, "You are also shadowing Jing. Huh. This is a member of Red A, the president of Red A. Over here." Duza Yuha looked dignified, though he did not want to admit it. "That guy is stronger than me." At the same time, Kangshan had landed near Minsu and Jihan earlier. The appearance of the stranger surprised Minsu and Jerry immensely. Even Jihan was no exception. He politely greeted them, a blue aura enveloping around him. "Looks fun. Can I join?" The strongest hero appeared. The one known as the strongest hero appeared at an unexpected moment. With the presence of a surprise character, all eyes present turned in one direction. Bikang Kron, the leader of the #1 guild in the Redhorn country and the strongest hero in Korea, is undeniable. With his mere presence, the battlefield was completely dominated. Kangshan smiled at the crowd in front of him. "So you are the head of the Lim Minsu department from UPS?" "Right." Minsu's expression did not change, but his eyes wavered. "The troll from Red Horn, how can you be here?" Jerry beside him was awkward all of a sudden. "So handsome." Suddenly, Minsu frowned in confusion. At this moment, monsters must be rampaging in Sun. It is unusual not to have a powerful force like him there. Tension creased his lips as he replied, "Because someone kept begging me." "Don't worry. The monsters you have unleashed are being handled by other heroes. Besides, There is a surprise guest here. At this point, his gaze landed on a person. Yu Jihan from the Secret Guild. I have heard Yundoa talk a lot about you. Without waiting for him to respond, the troll asked another question. But why are you here? Are you an accomplice of Lim Minhu? Jan immediately defended himself. How could that be? His eyes were full of implications. He could not hold himself steady due to Lim Mrs. magic. Kang Chan's magic far surpassed that. Is he really a hero like me? Suddenly, Kang Tron summoned magic from his palm. Anyway, it seemed that the heroes of the Bone Guild had been wiped out. The situation is a bit different from what I heard. But it should be fine, Kang spoke softly. Yet his words were filled with conviction. Because I will clean all of you up. White Sun Dream reality. The light emanating from Kang Tron was blinding. Min Su tried to shield his vision, while Longtham thought this was the famous White Sun Dream reality. He had come here with the intention of wiping us out. Realizing the situation was unfavorable, he immediately gave the order. Jerry. Change plans. Forget about collecting magic crystals. Prioritize retreating. She felt a bit reluctant. What? But Kang Tron pointed his staff forward. Coldly warning, it is all useless. You are already trapped. The surroundings had changed because this was the space magic of White Sun Dream. Minsu looked around and sighed. The space had altered. Jerry seemed a bit more distracted. Too romantic. After they finished marveling, Kang Chan spoke up to introduce. This is the virtual space I created. Without my permission, you cannot escape from here. Daihan still could not get up, and Long was secretly astonished. Unable to believe a person could create a space of this size. It is like the space that Singh created before. Thinking of this, he activated the sampling skill. The system panel displayed information about Kang Tron. Spatial magic. Bane at Meng Qi. You summoned the ice sphere. The special magic of Bin created a world where the boundary between ideals and reality was erased. He could not help but admire. Even higher, this was also a space for applying conceptual magic. Thinking of this, Jan seized the opportunity. After all, the magical power was no longer weighing down his body. Now was the time to tackle Miyu. Suddenly, Jihan was transported to Kang Tron's location. He tilted his head and asked, Your fighting spirit is good. Your body feels comfortable. And you want to attack right away. He was dazed for a few seconds. Wait, what is this? Why am I moving this way? Hearing this, Kang Chan laughed. What? Of course, I moved you. There were even some reminders. Snap out of it and look carefully ahead. His words made Jan freeze. If I just stay like this, what do you think will happen? Diane looked at the Mink Su's transformation and thought, what the hell is that? At this moment, he removed his glasses with discomfort. Nothing was going according to plan. Well, anyway, sooner or later, I will have to take down a top-tier hero. As soon as he finished speaking, the tentacles behind him spread everywhere. To learn more about the grotesque origins of Minsu, the tentacles were formed from countless merged monsters to the point of being indistinguishable. A bizarre creature was created with dozens of magic crystals embedded in it. It was the pinnacle of many years of research by Lim Misu and was the perfect fusion between human and monster that he desired. Jan cautiously asked, how many mutated monsters did he stuff into his body? Meanwhile, Kang Troll seemed somewhat amused. Looks like there is something to trust. Huh. After saying that, he turned to ask Yu Jihan to step aside, which he found a bit confusing. What do you mean? He repeated sternly again. Just as I said, stay out of the fight. However, Jan still would not give up. Even if it was you. Facing a monster like that, his words were cut off by Kangtron. It is coming. One of Minsu's tentacles lunged forward. Kangtron immediately moved him away, standing still and watching from that position. Jan was trapped inside the illusion. Feeling confused, Kangchan was just raising a tentacle shield while responding. Right now, you are just a hindrance. Minsu began calculating every move. Is the space creating the wall truly a bothersome ability? But this space cannot be inviolable. This space was created from the magical power of Kang Kron. Just to maintain this space consumes a huge amount of magical power. If he continues to deplete his magic, this space will have to disappear. Kangchan was still very relaxed, advising, just stand still and watch from there. Yu Jihan. Things like this are not easy to witness. Suddenly, his face darkened as he declared the battle of the top-tier hero Kang Troll, using a technique to slice the tentacles, summoning multiple strikes to slice through space. Minik Shu, being attacked, was astonished and frozen in place. Blood and energy surged out, and he frowned, lamenting that despite using so much high-level magic, with hundreds of magic crystals inside him, he could recover from all this damage. The illusion from above looked down. It was indeed a troublesome ability. Minyu also senses recovery ability. Damn it. I can't fully recover yet. The depths of his eyes lit up with a terrifying intent. Angiris, can you still recover when the very space is severed? Saying that, he activated it, destroying the space. Everything shattered into dust. Daihan's eyes widened in disbelief as he mumbled, the battle of the first-class heroes. Now with a terrifying twist, he curiously landed on the ground, his eyes clearly showing delight. A piece of flesh around Minsu's eyes glanced at him. "You are still alive after that hit," he was teased and hissed. "Damn it. Hundreds of magic crystals reduced to one. All were destroyed, and there is no way to step on Mew casually. What are you mumbling about? Is this pathetic thing your true form? Being crushed to death would be a fitting end for you." At this moment, Jerry finally spoke up, daring not to see him as a hostage. Killing Minsu would not be good. Up until now, Jan still could not understand one thing. In the world of Bishnu Mensch Chai, Kangkron's secret technique allowed the use of space magic without range limits. The question is, does this perfect skill have any drawbacks? The answer is yes, for a simple reason. First, the mana consumption is extremely high. Here in the world of Butch Nek using Chi, a huge amount of mana is required. If it were an ordinary mage, they could not maintain it for even a few minutes and would be drained of mana. But this was neutralized by Kangkron's extraordinary mana. That is also why he could claim the title of the strongest mage in South Korea. And the second most important thing is ensuring a safe distance. All space magic in the world of Bukyard Chi can only be activated when at a certain distance from the summoner. This is because space distortion can also harm Kangkron himself. However, a critical point is that if someone is allowed to approach within this safe distance, it becomes a state of projection, meaning he can't counterattack. To compensate for this weakness, Kangkron always applies supersensory skills to all approaching targets. But a loophole occurred. For some reason, he could not detect Jerry until she was within his range. No, not only did he fail to detect her, but he completely forgot about Jerry's existence. Kang looked at the knife pressed against his throat, wondering what trick she had used. It is strange to be able to evade his senses in this space. To completely hide her traces like this, Kangtron hurriedly cast a glance in that direction. "Could it be you are the one?" Jerry smiled with delight. "He is handsome. Does he know us?" Confirming the identity, Kangtron smirked. "Even if I do not know others, I must recognize you." The next words sent chills down others' spines. "I am the one who caused your race to go extinct." Kangtron began to recount. 14 years ago, the alien race AZ invaded Earth and caused a great war. It is no exaggeration to say that you all created the modern era, but I and 5 comrades succeeded in exterminating them. I thought we had wiped them all out, never expecting to see a survivor right before my eyes. Lucky to survive. And what you do is merely cooperate with UPS. Right, so what is the reason for cooperating with UPS? To take revenge for your race. Suddenly, Jerry let out a soft laugh from his throat. Revenge. The depths of her eyes sparkled with a strange smile. Why should Jerry care about the defeated trash? The more she spoke, the more deranged she became. "I simply find this world boring. Watching everyone prattle on about useless peace drives me crazy. I want a world where war never ceases. A world where people scream and tear each other apart. Just thinking about it is exciting, is not it?" Kangtron scoffed in response, a very typical idea of an Aya person. Jerry still did not let go and continued speaking. "So Minsu must not die. The boss needs Misu." Those words piqued Kangtron's curiosity. "Boss? Do not tell me you are talking about your leader who died 10 years ago." She hinted without answering. "Who knows, is he really dead? Alright, it is time to end this. So die." Kangtron calmly sighed. "I wanted to gather more information, but this is enough." At this point, he smirked and reminded. "First, compared to me, you should deal with that guy behind you first." Jerry was caught off guard, not paying attention to Jihan. Couldn't he use space magic in this situation? Kangtron glanced behind him and explained that applying it to another target is an exception. At the same time, Jan was readying his move. A sword swung down, bringing with it a whirlwind of fierce swordsmanship. The force so strong it seemed to tear space apart. It created a long dent in the ground. Kangtron moved behind him loudly. "Hey, know when to stop. Are you planning to cut me too?" However, Jihan simply replied, "I knew you would dodge." At this moment, Kangtron began to examine the sword path from earlier. Looking at the deep hole ahead, he thought about spreading the space of the Buchna Chi world to this extent. This is a remarkable spatial technique that can rival Yundoha. Now I understand why Yundoha cared about him so much. Previously, Doha had come to Kangtron to show off, found a top-tier spirit mage. Scary, right? Really scary, is not it? But he still did not understand what was being said. Suddenly, his train of thought was interrupted. "Brother Kangtron, please look ahead." "What?" Jan looked at Jerry and said it seemed it was not over yet. Kangtron nodded in agreement. "That is right. They have been a troublesome species for a while now. Those Ia." Jerry came back without a scratch. "My love, you are truly amazing." Jerry has fallen for him. But today's battle ends here. Something thick was released by her. "What is that?" Kangtron observed and explained. "That is a space crack. It seems your attack has accumulated damage on this space." Saying that, Jen flew directly toward her. "You thought I would let you escape?" But Kangtron stopped him. "Attacking in that state is useless. On the contrary, we risk being sucked into the crack." At this moment, Kangtron began to weigh the pros and cons, reacting as if he knew a lot about the world of White Sun Dream. Only Yundoha and that guy from Asia understood their magic so well. Could that guy really be alive? A glimmer appeared in Jerry's eyes. Despite wanting to keep fighting, the boss was calling. Either way, we will definitely meet again. Oh, saying his final words before disappearing. Goodbye then. Jan looked displeased for not being able to finish off the Minsu group. Letting them escape right before our eyes. Kangtron smiled reassuringly, saying not to regret too much. Today we gained valuable information, as it is a secret that has been hidden for decades. The survivors of Asia we thought we had completely wiped out. They are cooperating with UpC to disrupt the world once again. Not just South Korea. The whole world will be caught up in their threat. Right now, the Hero Association has collapsed. Before anyone fills that void, we must relay this information to the 6 guilds. Suddenly Jihan spoke up. I heard the whole conversation. Those collaborating with UpC are characters from Asia. If it is Asia, have not they broken the peace treaty and rebelled? Kangtron teased. You are quite the eavesdropper. Just a moment later, he returned to seriousness. No other choice. You Jihan, right now we will teleport to Sun. You have seen the scene, so you have to participate. Jen immediately opposed fiercely. The eunuch and Chu guilds are still at the UP site. We must move with them. Kangtron looked a bit surprised. That kid from the Skull Club is still alive. Then he used a skill on Jan and reminded him. I will send our Red On army over there. You just stay quiet and follow me. He seemed somewhat flustered. Oh, wait a minute. Jan was teleported into a 3-dimensional space. He stared in astonishment. This is Kangtron smiling while explaining. Long distance travel will take some time, and you might feel a bit nauseous. At that moment, Jihan was about to lose it. You should have said that earlier. Sample collected. The system displayed a notification to return to Sun according to B. Kangtron. Probability of encountering a surprise character is 99%. He wondered about the surprise character transitioning to the ruined city at night. Bodies lay scattered on the ground as a monster landed heavily. It turned its head as if it had discovered something. Behind a nearby pickup truck, a shadowy figure was tense and stammering. What the hell is this? Where did all these monsters suddenly come from? He took out his phone, wondering why he could not reach Sis Sai-hyu and brother Jihan. Suddenly, a call came in from Sis Sai-hyu. A call from Sis Sai-hyu. Soham tried to keep her voice down as much as possible. Sis, where are you? How could you leave your precious child in a dangerous situation like this? Sai-hyu's voice sounded a bit surprised. What are you talking about? What danger? Sai-hyu trembled. Feeling helpless. Sis, do not you know what is happening in the capital area? On this end, Sai-hyu was shocked to hear the news. Monsters were spilling out from Sun into the civilian area, and the situation was chaotic. She could not believe it and asked back. Monsters in the civilian area. Long them guessed wrongly. Could this also be the UpC's doing? Then Sai-hyu guided from afar. Meng Zing. First wait for the heroes to come rescue. Suddenly, a few drops of water fell from the sky. Huh, where's the water from? It turned out the monster had spotted him. Sai-hyu's voice came from the other end. Meng Zing. Hello. Instinctively, the monster opened its mouth wide and charged. Just as it was about to attack, it was stopped by a blue beam of light. It immediately crashed to the ground. Sai-hyu was terrified, feeling like she had lost her mind. While I was away, South Korea had become quite lively. Sai-hyu shouted anxiously. Meng Zing, are you okay? The man adjusted his hat. That voice. He politely took off his hat, revealing his identity as the head researcher of the Kyoto Monster Research Institute. Kim Jane, a former level 0 hero, and offered to take the call from you. After the teleportation stop, Kangchan announced they had arrived. At that moment, Jan vomited on the ground and teased. Oh man, you really suck at this, Daihan gasped. No, I really almost lost my lunch. Suddenly, he felt strange. Looked around, and asked, where are we? Kangchan put his hands in his pockets and replied nonchalantly. As you can see, this is seen. All this is the work of the UPS. Hearing this, Jan gritted his teeth. What are they doing this for? Kangtron was analyzing the situation. The scale of the damage was greater than expected. There must be more monsters lurking around here. Thinking of this, he said directly, you must have heard some about the situation by now. The Heroes Association is currently collapsing. We need to engage directly with Yundoa's team. Jian nodded slightly and said softly. I understand. He then activated the system to gather information. The probability of encountering a surprise character was 99%. Daihan thought to himself that finding that surprise character mentioned by the system was crucial. Suddenly, a voice came through. I did not need to ask. I have heard about you from Park Jung. Yu Jihan. Jan was surprised to recognize the person in front of him. It is Yundoa. Doa looked back and continued. Not just me, but other guests are waiting for you too. The man with the horizontal scar is the president of the Kangdung Warrior Association. He spoke up. Why the delay? I have been waiting forever. The girl next to him is the president of the Snowball Warrior Association. Kim Mindung also chimed in. Is the guy next to you Daihan? Kangtron met someone familiar. A light grunt, seeming like he did not need to search anymore. Jan beside him still looked a bit dazed. Warrior Association and Snowball Association. He wondered if all the strongest heroes in South Korea had gathered here. From afar, Ji-King was running over Jan. It is good to see you safe. I am quite surprised. King's face was filled with worry. How is your group?
Bang Young-sik.
Is everyone safe? Jan bowed his head slightly, his tone somber.
I'm sorry.
But when I arrived on the scene, everyone died except for Bang Yun. Bang Yun is also seriously injured, and we will begin rescue operations from Red H soon. Hearing the shocking news, Ji-King was extremely shocked. No, it can be. I can believe it. Doha was now filled with tension. Bitch Kang Chan. What happened? Hurry and explain. Kang Chan was questioned and scratched his head as he explained. I am very sorry that I could not save your subordinates. I do not know if this will comfort you, but their sacrifice was not in vain. Thanks to them, we learned about the forces colluding with UPS. His voice became more serious. The Easy clan is still alive. This news like an alarm bell for Doha. Both Min Dung and Dungin were also stunned. Not keeping them waiting, Kang Chan continued. I fought a girl named Jerry from the UPS. She used the unique magic of the Asia clan, the ability to completely conceal her presence, and after extracting information from her, I confirmed that the one who caused the Great War 10 years ago is still alive. Lias, the leader of the Asia clan, is still alive. Dungin's face darkened as he shouted. No way. We completely wiped out the Asia 10 years ago with our own hands. And you are saying their spirit is still lingering. Now, seeing him agitated, Min Dung spoke up to stop him. Kang Dungin did not mention that day when we were alone together. Dungin could not keep calm, grumbling in frustration. In this situation, how can we not mention it? Really, all of you are cowards. Suddenly, Doa called out in a deep voice, Bitch Kang Tron. Do you understand what you are saying? If it is a lie, no matter how much you tear your mouth apart, there is nothing to justify it. Kang Tron winked mischievously and affirmed. Of course, the two heroes radiate an overwhelming aura. Daihan stood in the middle, quietly observing, wondering what had happened that made them want to tear each other apart. His pupils brightened. Wait a minute. Is the unexpected character the system mentioned these people? If so, there must be something going on. In the distance, two figures appeared. Jun called out to the person next to him. There are 6 guild leaders gathered over there. See Medial exclaimed. Really? We are alive. We are alive. I am out of magic power too. Let us gather quickly. Hunta snapped irritably. Are you crazy? Aiman embarrassed herself in front of the level 1 heroes. She raised her face, frowning. What? But we are completely exhausted. In this situation, handing over command to a high-level hero is the most reasonable. However, Hyanta still refused to give in. On the contrary, at this moment, we need to show them that the Cause Guild is still very strong. After all, we will soon surpass them. See gritted his teeth. How can you say that, Maya? Standing behind, sighed helplessly, Long grunted, cursing silently. That damn lunatic. I should probably request a transfer. He saw the group ahead and quickly asked, Who are you standing over there? Are you explaining things to those guild leaders? Saizen looked on curiously. You Dihan. It really is you Daihan. Jana confirmed silently. He looked slightly different than before, but it is definitely him. Ainda felt a thick killing intent rise, wondering why that guy was standing among the level 1 heroes. Memories of their last encounter rushed back. You Jihan. I expelled you from the group, Jen asked in shock for clarification. Why is that? Hyant coldly replied in a loud voice. By the guild leader's order, all group members agreed to expel you. Don't hold it against us too much. As you know, the difficulty of the missions our group undertakes has significantly increased. Therefore, for your safety, Jan could no longer listen. He laid all his cards on the table. Lying. Don't say those things anymore. Just be honest. Hyun did not beat around the bush. Smirking. All right. To be straightforward, you are useless. With your support role, you are far too useless. And your combat ability is not impressive at all. Not at all. He added a few more words. How many times have you disobeyed my orders? Can you even count them? A talentless person should not act so recklessly. Standing on the verge of leveling up to a level 1 hero, I can't continue with someone as hopeless as you. Under the pouring rain, Jen resolutely walked away. All right. Thank you for being honest. I will accept my expulsion. Before he could ask, Hunta spoke up. Yan, do you want to say anything in closing? He paused, removing his glasses. Something you want to say? Let me give you some advice, he said decisively. No matter how hard you try, you will never become a level 1 hero. Honestly, I feel very sorry for you. Those words struck Hunta's pride like a fatal blow. The anger erupted fiercely. What do you think you are to pity me? Returning to reality, Hunta's voice softly echoed. That trash Yu Jihan. Jono pulled Valley along. Just mentioned Yu Jihan. Right. Where is he now? Jan sensed something was off. John smiled and requested. We need to see him. Just as Yu Jan turned to leave, A voice suddenly called him back. He just said, "A hun." "Right. Where is he now?" An old man accompanied by a young man. His expression suddenly turned stunned as he stared at the old man. The old man slowly continued, "I have some matters to discuss with your friend." The scene shifted to another area, where a few people were slowly lurking around. They were equipped with protective gear and weapons, when suddenly a voice rang out. Having spotted the target, following their gaze, they saw a cold body lying on the floor. They recognized the person across from them and said, "We suspect it is a survivor from the Du family guild. We will proceed with the rescue immediately." Another voice chimed in, "Where's the other one? Isn't there supposed to be a girl too? Has she run away?" Just as the words finished, suddenly threads appeared out of nowhere, ensnaring all of them like flies in a trap, causing them to panic and scream. "Damn it. We are ambushed by the enemy." The leader tried to stay calm and reassure them. "Don't panic. It is just a low-level binding magic. It won't harm us while wearing Dra more." Despite saying that, he also had doubts in his mind. But where did this binding magic come from? Suddenly, from a dark corner, Saihu emerged, loudly asking, "Who are you? Are you sent by Yups?" Seeing a familiar face, he immediately became surprised and exclaimed, "Kim Si." She was also momentarily stunned, asking him in surprise, "How do you know my name?" Seeing her astonished, he understood somewhat, took off his hood, and cheerfully said, "It is really you. Kim Siu. Who would have thought the one needing rescue would be you? What a coincidence." She looked at his face, becoming even more surprised. Stammering, "You are." Not letting her continue, he eagerly interjected, "Do you remember me? Dungji, classmate from this hero academy. That is Yun Zhong, a member of Red Hong Gun." Back outside, the atmosphere suddenly became extremely tense. Honti coldly turned to the strange man, asking, "Who are you?" Hearing this, the man could only helplessly smile and reply, "I am just a passerby. But are you talking about Yu Dihan?" He ignored the man's question and continued to press, "Just a civilian. The evacuation order has been issued for a long time. Why are civilians still here? It is the height of the war. If you do not want to die, you better confirm your identity now." With that, his eyes turned a fierce red, exuding a terrifying presence as he emphasized each word. His decisive attitude put the man in an awkward position, deep in thought. After a moment, he continued, "That is right. Though I might be a bit blunt. You are correct, but right now, I have nothing to convince you." Suddenly, another voice quickly interrupted what he was saying. "Let me explain. I am Trang Same, a monster processing staff member of the Secret Association, and this is Mia. Kim Jane, the father of the president of the Secret Association." As soon as he finished speaking, Soon was the first to realize and shouted, "Oh! Wonderful. No wonder he looks so familiar." Seeing her so surprised, Jana curiously asked, "What is going on?" Imsan asked, "Do you know him?" Hearing his question, she seemed a bit angry and said, "Of course. There is no sorcerer who does not know him. The war hero who led us to victory in the Great War 10 years ago." After retiring, he established the foundation for modern monster theory, a pioneer in monster research. For sorcerers, he is a living legend. Hearing her praise him like that, John felt a bit shy and said, "Maybe it is a bit exaggerated, but it is not wrong." Seeing him acknowledge it, she quickly took out a sheet of paper. Holding it up in front of him while bowing her head, she said respectfully, "I am a huge fan of yours. Please give me your autograph." At this moment, Kang Yu also looked at Hunt and said, "That is enough to verify your identity." Just then, a voice suddenly rang out, "By the way, why would such a great person be looking for you, Han?" Hearing that voice, Hunt's expression suddenly changed, his face tensing up. The newcomer was Kang Tron. He walked up to Hyan and teased, "You look too serious. You will age before your time." When everyone heard the voice coming from next to Hyant, they quickly reacted and looked over at him. Hyan also reacted at this moment, quickly stepping back while thinking, "When did he show up? I did not even notice until he was right in front of me." Kang Yu stood with his arms crossed, looking at them and said, "I was wondering who was lingering around here. Turns out it is the famous kids of Karos, and there is another surprise guest. What brings you to Korea?" Hearing this, Senior Kim Jang calmly replied, "It has been a while since we met. Kang Tron, you still look young as ever." At this moment, Kang Yu's expression suddenly changed, and he stared seriously at it, saying, "You usually do not show yourself in Korea. You only appear when things get chaotic. What is your intention?" John, hearing that, was not at all flustered. He smiled and said, "I have a family event that I can't miss. Please understand. Yesterday was a Memorial Day." He added. He snapped his fingers, and immediately he appeared next to John. He put his arm around him and said with a laugh, "You should have said so first. You idiot." Seeing this situation, everyone was stunned. Looking at the two of them, ignoring the others, Kang Yu continued, How long has it been? After we sort this situation out, let us go have a drink. He replied, sorry, but I am afraid I won't have the time. Just as the two were deep in conversation, a voice rang out. Munling Xing heard someone calling her, and Saoen seemed to recognize the newcomer. Sneering at the voice, it was Jihan, a long-awaited reunion. At this moment, Jan looked at him, puzzled, and asked, what are you doing here? He then glanced around, thinking about Kim Hyant, Imun, Hong Junoho, and Limia. They had all protected Sun. After thinking, he slowly walked toward Hunt. He looked straight into his eyes, neither arrogant nor insecure, and said, it has been a while, Kim Hyant. Thank you for protecting the city of Sun. Hearing this, Hunta felt a bit angry and said, you still dare to act all high and mighty. I do not know why, but being around first-class heroes makes you feel superior. Huh. Daihan heard this and asked in confusion, thank you for protecting the city of Sun. Ignoring him, Hunt continued arrogantly, it is easy to guess. You are just riding on first-class heroes for benefits, are not you? You think someone as worthless as you can level up to a first-class hero. Hearing him say that, he calmly replied, the guy has not changed at all, still arrogant and acting thoughtlessly. Don't you understand that this only burdens the team members? I have told you, no matter how hard you try, you will never become a first-class hero. Hearing him say that, Hunt was extremely angry, raising his hand toward him, intending to strike, while saying, you damn brat, how dare you speak? But before he could finish, Hisoha suddenly appeared behind him, casually saying, hey kid, what are you doing? Saying that, he gently pressed Hunta's head down to the ground, even causing the earth to crack. Seeing him easily collapse like that, he asked in confusion, huh, I just gave him a light hit. Ha, do not tell me you usually get beaten by guys like this. Daihan at this moment also stepped forward, no longer paying attention to him, just casually turning to Vio and saying, thanks for helping Yun. Buko Hyan T slowly stood up, his eyes filled with resentment. He thought to himself, you dare to look at me like that, you will soon see how I will get revenge for today. At this moment, everyone was approaching John, and Hen waved to greet. Senior, John. It has been a while, John replied politely. Meeting everyone after such a long time felt like returning to the old days. Those young people have now become outstanding guild leaders. Life is truly worth living. Liki looked at him and said, hey old man, this is not the time for nostalgia. He replied, I know the Izia clan has reappeared. Right, the Japanese side has also discovered their magic. You are not the only ones who know about this. The whole world is preparing to deal with their return. After hearing this, Dungin seemed a bit uncertain. He asked, so does that mean what B. Kang-chan reported is true? Kang Yu, hearing Dungin, asked him back, you still do not believe it. At this moment, John suddenly looked at Jan and asked, and you are you Jan? Right? He replied, yes, that is right. At that moment, the system notification suddenly rang. The probability of Kim Jin being a surprise character is 100%. He thought to himself, this person is the one the system told him to find, and also the father of Siu. Why did the system lead me to meet this person? John then continued, I have heard Shu talk about what happened. Thank you for helping to thwart UPS's plans. I have a lot to say to you, but let us save that for later. First, let us get straight to the important matter. You and Sihu should completely withdraw from this issue. Hearing this, he seemed unable to believe it and asked again, what are you talking about? Knowing he was clueless, he explained, Iya. What they really want is you, or more precisely, what exists within you, Fong Tinlinixin and Kim Su. Surprised, he asked back, what do you mean? John said seriously, Iya. What they really want is not you. But specifically, what is residing inside you, Fong Tinlinixin and Kim Sihu listen. Confused, and asked, what do you mean? Transitioning to the sky, a helicopter is moving, as it approaches a devastated city. A voice echoes, we are here, the speaker is Jay. She continues, preparing to land. Kim Siu looks extremely tense. She confirms, I am ready. Saying that, the helicopter gradually descends to the ground, where there seems to be no one around. They step off the helicopter one by one. After looking at the surroundings, Saihu asks uncertainly, is this really Sun? Ji replies, yes, it is. According to reports, most civilians have been evacuated to the suburbs. Most of the invading monsters have been repelled. Hearing this report, Su breathes a sigh of relief and says, thank goodness everyone is safe. Looking at her like that, Jinji quickly covers her mouth and chuckles lightly. Seeing this, Su shyly blushes, stammering, well, why are you laughing? I am nervous. Jean, what? Seeing her so shy, Jinjae can't stop laughing, but she also stops teasing Cyan. She says, wait, I'm sorry. You are the one who just returned from the most dangerous place and is worrying about others. It is just so funny. Hearing Jinjae compliment her like that, Saihu blushes and stammers. If being a hero means worrying about the safety of the people first, I do not think there is anything funny about it. Hearing her reply like that, Junji carefully says, you really have not changed at all since the days at the Hero Academy. That is also what I like most about you. Hearing that, Sue asks confusedly, what do you mean? Jae quickly replies, if you do not remember, that is fine. More importantly, it seems an important guest has arrived. As she speaks, Junja looks behind Siu. At this moment, a figure is slowly approaching, and when she sees who it is, she exclaims, whoa. Before her stands John, smiling and welcoming her, followed by other heroes. He happily says, thank goodness you are safe. My daughter, your hair has grown much longer, just like your mother's back in the day. While saying this, Saihu rushes over to hug him tightly, shouting, I missed you so much, Dad. Seeing this, he also smiles happily, patting her head and says, I missed you too. The others, seeing the two of them, also seem to share in the joy, each wearing a gentle smile. John was staring down silently at that moment. And so, a long day filled with events came to an end. The next day, thanks to the reinforcements from the heroes, the monsters that invaded Sun and the capital region were completely wiped out. All personnel related to the Korean branch of UPSI that caused the incident were arrested for investigation. Without Lim Minsu, there could not be high expectations for a significant harvest. The Heroes Association could not escape responsibility either. Yoon Do-ha and other association leaders had to attend a hearing to clarify the current situation. At that moment, during the press conference, reporters began to voice their questions. While Seun was in such a miserable state, what have the so-called national heroes done? Aren't you all accomplices of UPS? Hearing that, a representative from the Heroes Association muttered angrily, why are you blaming us? Fearful of his outburst, the person sitting next to him tried to console him. Please, calm down. Of course, it was said that Aya would not be publicly discussed at a time when they were still dealing with the aftermath. Talking about them would only cause more chaos. However, regarding Jerry, the heroes decided to work closely with government agencies to investigate her whereabouts. Switching scenes to the Korean National Intelligence Service, a guard said, the two heroes can go home now. At that moment, dark circles were visible under Sue and Jihan's eyes, showing their fatigue. Jan, tired at that moment, said, thank you for your efforts. Seeing the two like that, the guard could not help but feel more tense, quickly raising his hand in a salute and saying, yes, please take care. Stepping out of the intelligence agency, the two looked like they were in a daze. Sue could not escape the intelligence agency's investigation either. Thanks to the help of Bang Tron, we were released after participating in a simple witness investigation. At that moment, Sue sighed tiredly. Oh, I just want to shower quickly and go to sleep. Meanwhile, as if seeing something, Jan exclaimed, and in front of the two appeared Jin. He cheerfully waved at them. Jan reminded her, does Sue sleep later? We have a place we definitely need to go to. Right. Switching scenes to the funeral home. In a certain room, here, there is a portrait of an elf named Na. She is John's wife and also Sue's mother. At this moment, a bouquet of flowers was placed in front of her portrait. John stood solemnly looking at her, while Sue clasped her hands and said, I am here, sister. I am sorry for being late. Thank you for always welcoming me with a smile whenever I came. Saihu has become a wonderful hero, as you once said. She achieved great feats in the recent incident. I wish you could be here to witness it. At that moment, Sue could not hold back any longer. Her body trembled, and she turned her face away, unable to look directly into her father's eyes, saying, excuse me, I need to go to the restroom. John looked at her like that and simply replied, okay, go ahead. As soon as she left the room, she could no longer hold back and shed tears. Jonah watched her figure leave and sighed. He continued to look at Nay's portrait. He said, every time I visit you, Sue always does that, asking to go to the bathroom to wipe her tears. Even though it has been 10 years since you left, such a pitiful child. Time has passed but I still can't forget. You should not have left like that. We still had so much to do together. You are truly unfortunate. Scene shifts back to the building of the secret society. At this moment, Diane opens the door and enters the room. As soon as he entered, he immediately lay down on the couch, one hand over his forehead, sighing. Finally, I can rest. Saying that, he fell into deep thought. So many things had happened in just one day. Leminsu from UPS, Jerry from Ezia. The masterminds behind the incident have slipped through our fingers. Even though Sinf has awakened and I have gained some power as a spirit mage, it is still not enough to confront them alone. Thinking about this, he could not help but remember John's words. What they want is Kim Soo and Shin residing in your body. If you have been in contact with someone from Ezia, they will definitely come after you again. Hearing this, He did not understand why Izia would want Siu. At this moment, Jono's face darkened, as if recalling something that troubled him, saying, 10 years ago, right after the war with Izia ended. Shu's mother, the wife I loved dearly, Nahaz, was killed by him. He tried to seize Sin's power for some purpose. Back then, we managed to stop it, but this time, a similar situation might occur. Remembering that, he sat up suddenly, lost in thought. This is not something that can be resolved by avoidance. If he is still alive, sooner or later we will have to confront him. We need to strengthen our power further, reach a level like Yun Doho or the Round Green. Just as he was deep in thought, a sound of the door opening echoed. He quickly turned to see who had arrived. At that moment, a voice rang out, "Indeed it is here." Seemingly unaware of who was coming, Daihan immediately grabbed the sword beside him. At this time, a woman slowly walked in, and seeing her, he could not help but ask in surprise, "How did you know this place?" "So it is you, Tez?" "Yuri." She smiled confidently and said, "Long time no see, Jan." Scene shifts to the sky outside. Now turned to twilight. Saim is strolling down the street, carrying 2 large bags on either side, whistling leisurely as he walks. Suddenly, he stopped. A conversation had caught his attention. "Did you watch the video on YouTube yesterday?" "Of course. It was trending. But do you remember the hero we met at the bus station? That person appeared alongside first-tier heroes." "Really? I thought that person was just a low-tier hero." "Oh. I should have asked for an autograph." Hearing that, he seemed incredibly happy, laughing to the point of shaking. After calming down, he smiled confidently, saying to himself, "Those kids. Ha! Do not even think about getting an autograph without my permission." Jian said it. "Remember when Jihan first appeared online? He returned with other heroes. You thought to yourself that along with the monster event of Semem Long soon, the image of Jihan alongside the top-tier heroes had become a hot topic. Everyone has shown great interest and expectations, a lot of attention and anticipation. This is just the beginning. Over time, I have been following the growth of Jihan and the Met Levi Sai. The Met Levassier will become much more famous. Until then, Meng Xing will be the representative of the Met Lesa Tai and will always support and help them from behind." You walked and pondered like that, and before you knew it, you had arrived at Jian's house. You casually entered the password, stepping in with a bright smile. "Jihan, I am here." At this moment, a voice echoed in the room. "Long time no see, Jun. I am sorry for dropping by unannounced." Hearing that voice, just as you were about to step inside, you froze. It was Yuri. After seeing her, you could not believe your eyes, wondering if this was Min Yuri from the Snow Flower Association. Meanwhile, Yuri continued speaking, "I want to respond to what happened last time as soon as possible." At this moment, Jan stood across from her, beads of sweat on his forehead, seemingly a bit surprised. "You could have just called me. You did not need to come all the way here," he said. She replied, "I decided to come after seeing you on the news." At this moment, Sam was hiding behind the door, watching them talk. You wondered why Min Yuri was at the Met Lesasai office. This must be a confession. At the same time, Yuri continued, "All right, I want to be with you." Hearing that, Jan seemed very surprised. He opened his mouth but did not know what to say at first. Then he broke into a happy smile, his face clearly showing excitement as he said, "I have been waiting for this answer." Sam outside felt very moved, thinking to himself, "She agreed, they say love blooms even in war." Thinking of that, you felt emotional, tears of happiness forming in your eyes. You covered your mouth with your hand, choking out. So jealous. But then remembering something, you continued to wonder, is this really okay? Wait, what about Siu? What will happen here? Saihu will definitely. While you were pondering like that, suddenly a pair of eyes flashed behind, staring at you, making strange sounds. Escape in the room. Jan and Yuri were still talking. Daihan said, "We will discuss the contract with Ems Su later." She replied, "Yes, okay." After finishing the conversation, you finally relaxed, thinking how lucky it was if Min Yuri joined the Metlefatai. It would definitely be a great help in the fight against Izia. Did the system predict this beforehand? Perhaps it already knew it would have to face Izia. Just as you were deep in thought, a sudden crash rang out, and at the same time, yelled loudly. What was that? That voice startled both of them. They both turned their attention to where the sound came from. Diane seemed to realize something, whispering, "Huh, is that Meng Xing's voice again?" Saim was currently being bitten on the face by a mouse, struggling to pull it off while calling for help. "Jihan, help me." Yuri suddenly spoke up, her voice filled with concern. "Oh my, Chila, where are you going?" Hearing her, he was startled and turned to look at her. Huh. He then looked at the little mouse biting Siam, simultaneously imagining a much larger old mouse. He asked, "Is this kid Chila?" The scene shifts to a white car speeding down the road. Inside the car, Sihyu was on the phone. After receiving the information, she asked seriously, Min-Yuri will join the secret society. That is great. We wanted to recruit her. Yes, she is in the process of joining. I will be back soon, and we can negotiate the contract right away. Yes, see you later. Listening to her phone conversation, John asked curiously, is Min-Yuri the Tam you mentioned last time? She replied, yes, that is right. Dad still remembers. Huh. Knowing that Yuri was about to join his daughter's club, he felt pleased. Continuing, he said, how could I forget? Min-Yuri is quite famous in Japan. She is the first Tam to tame Chin-Chin-La. Hearing her father introduce her this way, she felt quite surprised. Really? Is she that special? Seeing his daughter so excited, he took this opportunity to congratulate her. Having such a hero join Sue's club means your club is growing well. Mom will definitely be very happy. Being praised by her dad, she felt shy and scratched her head. It is not that great. Mom wants to create a large guild that other races can join. I will do my best to create the ideal guild that Mom wants. I will definitely succeed. Hearing that, he continued to praise her. My daughter is very capable. Can we stay a little longer? Before we leave, I want to meet Daihan. Hearing that her dad wanted to meet Jihan, she happily agreed. That is fine. But please do not make Min-Yuri uncomfortable. The scene shifts to the secret society, where John was very polite, extending one hand to shake and greeting with the other arm. Nice to meet you. I am Kim Jim. Sue's father, seeing that it was Sue's dad, Yuri could not help but feel a bit shy. Hello, sir, I am Min-Yuri from the Snowflower Society. Oh no, I am Min-Yuri who is about to join the secret society. Nice to meet you. Kim Jane. As soon as the two shook hands, John could immediately assess her based on his experience. She is quite an impressive hero. Looking at this mark, it seems she is both a Tam Mem and an archer. Thinking that, he immediately bowed his head a little lower, making those around feel a bit awkward. He said, please take care of my daughter. Jan saw this and asked Sihyu in confusion, Sihyu, why is dad interviewing her like that? Sihyu hurriedly reacted, shouting, oh my god, what are you doing? At that moment, Sue was lost in thought. Thinking, it is only natural, with the guild threatened by Aya, he wants to assess the members' abilities himself. After greeting, John glanced at a mouse uncertainly and asked, and this is Chila, right? Yuri replied, oh, yes, that is right. It is currently in a shrunk state. Saying that, she looked toward Chila. At that moment, it was biting Siam's head. He screamed in pain. It is biting again. After receiving a confirming answer, he was somewhat surprised. It can change size. Yuri responded, yes. When it enlarges, it can reach a size of 3 meters. Hearing that, he curiously reached out towards Chi. 3 meters. This little guy is amazing. Noticing no one paying attention to him, Ji sighed, saying, am I being ignored? At that moment, his hand was almost touching Chila. He asked, if possible, could I get some fur? It would definitely be a valuable specimen for the lab. But just as his hand was about to reach her, Chila suddenly screamed. Seeing Chila like that, Yuri and Jane both jumped in surprise. Immediately, she reached out to stop Jin. She gently pushed his hand back. She felt a bit embarrassed, a few drops of sweat forming on her forehead. She said, if you need a cage, I can get one for you later. Chila was very wary of strangers, so he said nothing more. Oh, I will leave it to you then. Sihyu also rushed over to push his father away, saying, oh come on, Dad, you are so nosy, let us go. He responded a bit awkwardly, I am sorry about that. At this moment, Chila was staring at him warily, continuously making screaming sounds. Yuri was also staring at him seriously. Looking at his back, Yuri fell into thought. Chila was this wary of strangers, except for one particular case. Meanwhile, at the London branch of Chiub, 5 people sat solemnly in front of a long table. Behind them a huge magic circle radiated an imposing aura. At this moment, a figure was slowly approaching, a mysterious person whose face was hard to see. He wore long clothes that covered his entire body, revealing only a pair of bright eyes. He confidently stood in front of the 5 leaders. At this point, the chairman of UPS, Isaac Becker, spoke up. You have arrived. The newcomer curiously asked, why did you call me here? Isaac replied, the plan at the South Korea branch has failed. It seems you need to make a trip to South Korea. Go there and continue the plan as intended. Russ, at a laboratory, the electrical switch was sparking with flames. In the distance, a glowing purple glass tube could be seen. Inside the tube, a person was submerged in water, their body floating in midair. This person exhaled lightly, creating small bubbles, and there was a long scar on their mouth. Their eyes were wide open, sparkling with a purple light. At this moment, the containment chamber burst open with a force from within, shattering into pieces. The man stepped out, water droplets still clinging to his body. He looked down at his hands, gasping for air. While he was deep in thought, a female voice called out, "Good morning, Minsu." Hearing someone call him, he looked toward the voice. Minsu raised his tone slightly. Jerry, upon hearing this, laughed and walked forward. Jerry stepped in front, looking plump and irritated. "I almost died of boredom. I have been waiting for you for 3 days." Minsu, hearing Jerry's complaints, looked confused. He was silent for a moment, then looked down at his hands. "Still wet. The fact that I woke up here means the plan has failed." Jerry laughed as Minsu realized the situation. "That is right. Minsu has died before." Minsu was stunned to hear this. "So why did you bring me back, the survivor of the Asia clan?" Just then, someone walked in from behind. "It was because I ordered it." Minsu was utterly astonished. Seeing Leet approach, Minsu wondered to himself, "Who is that?" Leet stepped forward with a pensive look. "Limyu, you still have value." When Minsu clearly saw the person in front of him, he became flustered. "Sir Laius, why do you seem so different from that shy demeanor?" Suddenly, Jerry dashed away. Jerry joyfully lunged toward Lai. "Leader, I missed you so much," but Laius immediately dodged to the side, causing Jerry to fall flat on his face. Jerry cried out in pain. Jerry pushed himself up, pouting, "You are too harsh." Laius did not even glance back. Speaking coldly, "We just met yesterday. Do not overdo it." Jerry teased back, saying that no matter how many times they met, it still was not enough. At this moment, Minsu knelt before Laius. "Sir Laius, I truly regret the planned scheme." Jerry stood up and waved for Laius to come joyfully. Laius put his hands in his pockets. "Jerry has already explained everything. You guys are facing the strongest hero. That is quite a challenge." Laius finally brought up the important matter. "I heard that the Wind Spirit Mage has appeared." Minsu lowered his head upon hearing this. Lit looked down at Minikshu, commanding, "The Wind Spirit Mage Yu Daihan. Tell me where he is." Outside, the sky was clear and the clouds drifted silently. Saihu's father stood in front of the car, pulling a suitcase. "Then I will go to Japan." Saihu was a little worried. "Do you need me to take you to the airport?" Saihu's father gently reassured him. "I have many things to handle. It is not necessary." He looked at his daughter, glancing behind her. "You have excellent teammates. I feel at ease now." Saihu still wanted to clarify something with her father, but she thought he should meet her first before going. Jan was a bit surprised and said he just remembered. Saihu looked at him. Dahan looked at her. "The other day I tried to call, but it would not show up." Saihu was astonished. "Huh. What do you mean?" Daihan looked at his arm. "It is strange. It has never been like this before." Chao opened the car door and said, "Maybe it is tired too. Let us meet again next time." Then he added, "I also need to go to Japan soon." At this moment, Saihu's father suddenly turned and asked, "Daihan, do you remember what I said last time?" Daihan calmly and politely replied, "Yes. I remember." Cha looked up directly at Jan. "I told you to stay away, but one day you may have to face Asia." Cha's face turned serious. "If that happens, then you must protect Siu." After giving his detailed instructions, Father Siu finally got into the car and left. Saihu and Jihan stood there watching the car fade away. Sitting in the car, Cha was full of thoughts, looking ahead with a gloomy expression. No matter how much he tried to avoid it, he could not escape his fate. Looking in the rearview mirror, Jahan and Siu's figures were still standing there. The dice of destiny had been cast. Suddenly, Saihu called out, "Hey Jihan." I was startled when I heard her call. Saihu turned around with an angry expression, asking, "What did you and my father talk about?" Daihan was startled and replied awkwardly, "Huh, it is just a conversation between men." Hearing this, Saihu scoffed, hands on his hips. "A conversation between men? Huh, that sounds suspicious." Jen worriedly reminded himself to keep the secret about 10 years ago. Seeing Jihan remain silent, Jan urged, "Just tell me the truth." Jihan turned away, brushing the subject aside. "What is so suspicious about it anyway? We should end this here today." Saihu saw Jian trying to leave and stopped him. "Oh, Jihan, wait a minute." Saihu saw Jian stop and suggested to him, "If you are free today, could you come to the bank with me?" Jian turned back with a confused expression. "The bank?" With that, both quickly made their way to the bank. Jian walked out of the building. The receptionist quickly bowed, speaking respectfully, "Thank you." "Come again." Jian did not care, looking down at the card in his hand, holding a long sword in his left hand. Looking at the card in his hand, Daihan felt oddly happy. This was the guild card, back in Kyo. Min had never even touched it. The card Jian held was a VIP card issued by the government, ensuring the guild's credibility. With the government providing some support for the guild's activities, this card was very hard to obtain. Jan held the card up high to admire it, wondering how Sue could have issued this card. While Jan was holding the card, two female friends gathered together to chat. "Oh, that looks like a hero." A nearby man suddenly spoke up. I saw that person on YouTube. These words made Jan feel quite flustered. Jan looked down at the black card in his hand and the sword he was holding. Oh no. I should not have brought it here. It seems unavoidable to attract others' attention. After sizing things up, Jan continued on his way. Long thought deeply, but enemies could appear at any moment. Just like that time during the Sun invasion, Jan walked through the bustling street, still feeling anxious. It was not truly peaceful. The battle with Upsea felt like a nightmare. Jan looked around and suddenly, the whole city turned dark and eerie. Then in the blink of an eye, it was back to the present. The chaotic atmosphere made the difference between the world of ordinary people and heroes feel strangely stark. Watching the busy streets, Daihan thought to himself, wondering how long these moments of laughter would last. Just then, someone caught Jan's attention, but he brushed past without a second glance, not expecting the person to deliberately bump into his shoulder. Surprising him, Daihan turned to the person who bumped him and said, "Sorry, I was not paying attention." Daihan glanced at the person who bumped into him and gasped in surprise. Looking at the back of this person, Jan felt somewhat confused. A beastman. But Jan just looked and walked past, feeling a bit puzzled about how a beastman could be walking in such a crowded place. Am I worrying too much? Laios glanced over at Jan. Found him. Daihan froze as a red aura suddenly surrounded them. Daihan suspiciously glanced back, certain this presence was the aura he felt from Jerry. Jan turned fully around, gone. Lias had vanished into the crowd. Jan observed the people around him, suddenly feeling an odd sense of worry. Maybe I was mistaken. Just as he doubted, a loud voice shouted, "Hey, customer, pay before you eat." But the guy kept eating, ignoring what was said. The vendor looked furious. "Do you even know how much you have eaten?" The beastman stopped. He turned around, his gaze extremely menacing. "Money. I do not have any." The vendor, hearing this, angrily rushed towards the beastman. This guy was really shameless. "So are you planning to finish eating and run?" Bystanders stopped to gossip about the scene. "Is he homeless? Hemph, such a nuisance." Daihan stopped to watch. Seeing this scene, Jan felt a twinge of sympathy. Maybe he should help a little. Jan then stepped forward through the crowd. "Excuse me, let me through." Suddenly, Jan's eyes lit up. Wait a minute. That guy is the beastman being grabbed by the vendor. And he looked irritated. "So annoying. Just over a cucumber." The vendor angrily said, "Fine. I will call the police right now." The beastman's gaze was icy and vicious. With no other choice, the beastman snapped and became a beast with a cold voice. "Just eat this beast." The vendor was startled, her eyes wide in shock. The beastman lunged at her like she was prey. The onlookers fell silent, their eyes wide with fear. After the beastman devoured the vendor, he laughed in satisfaction. Indeed, human flesh is much sweeter and tastier. The beastman completely lost control. Jan drew his sword and shouted loudly to remind everyone standing there. "Everyone, run now. The beastman is still gnawing on its prey." Upon hearing this, the people standing there immediately panicked and ran away, some screaming loudly, "It is crazy. It is a beastman." After finishing its meal, the beastman turned its attention to Daihan. "Oh, who are you? Are you my next meal?" Daihan remained calm, his sword raised before him, unsure of who would eat whom. At that moment, Daihan began questioning himself. It has been rare for beastmen to lose control lately. What has happened? Jen charged forward, the system interface also appearing, showing a 76% chance of defeating the beastman in front of him. With a determined look, he thought he had to take him down first. The beastman rushed at him. Claws extended, eyes cold as ice. Jen matched his speed and blocked the beastman's attack, both evenly matched. While fighting the beastman, Jen carefully assessed the chaotic, unpredictable attacks. The beastman lunged and struck Jan across the face. The beastman's instinctive fighting style posed a significant threat, even to a seasoned hero. Jan's eyes lit up, but that was only in a normal situation. With a powerful stomp, Daihan slammed his foot into the ground. For you, Daihan, having become a spirit mage, the beastman was no match. Daihan quickly moved behind the beastman, so fast that it did not even notice. Jan unleashed a finishing move, his face still expressionless. He thought he had caught the beastman. But one thing surprised him. The beastman had firmly clamped its strong jaws around the blade of the sword. It turned to look at Jan, its mouth still tightly gripping the sword. What is this terrible attack? Daihan was stunned by the sight and the beastman's words. The wind blade failed to activate. Indeed, there was an issue. The beastman tightly bit down on the sword, speaking defiantly, just needed to crush it. With that, he bit down with all his strength, but suddenly realized something. Why is it so hard? While the beastman was confused, Daihan pulled back his sword and kicked the beastman away. It was furious. Damn it. The beastman quickly regained balance, smirking as it said, "Oh, that thing is really tough." Daihan looked at the sword in relief, glad it was only slightly scratched, not broken. Jen looked at the sword blade, slightly surprised to see the tip cracked. Namhoon's achievement was truly admirable. Jan looked at the beastman. The problem was he could not use spirit magic now and could not fight with the same firepower as before. The system appeared again, showing a 76% chance of victory. One side of Jihan's gaze glowed a light blue. Even so, the system's chance of victory remained at 76%. Jan pointed his sword at the beastman, beginning to reassess everything. The odds were in his favor, but he could still get seriously hurt. Ideally, he needed to stall until the other heroes arrived. Seeing Jihan standing frozen, the beastman waved his hand dismissively. Hey, what are you doing? You are staring at me, are not you? Jihan then stared intently at the beastman. What is your purpose? The beastman calmly laughed and asked back. My purpose? Why are you curious about that? Jihan coldly replied. You just killed someone. The beastman laughed and tapped his head. Hee, you really talk strangely. The beastman exuded a sinister aura. Why would you need a purpose to kill something? Jan suddenly fell into deep thought. Really? Thanks for that answer. Jan was furious, veins popping in his head. Now it is time to die and stop wasting time. The beastman excitedly laughed, unable to contain himself, and quickly charged at Jihan. Shouldn't you have done this from the start? Jan was not afraid at all. He quickly charged at the beastman as well. Both struck at the same time, one attacking and the other defending. The system displayed a series of probabilities. 86% chance to attack from the right, 84% from below, 90% to the eyes, 82% to the stomach. Jihan's gaze was filled with resentment and coldness. The attack paths were glaringly clear. The beastman charged faster, as if the previous pause had struck a nerve. He laughed triumphantly. Nice block. Let us see how you handle this. The beastman lunged down from above, aiming for Jan. He dodged back, confused about how to evade. Jan gritted his teeth, a worried expression on his face. Did he change direction right before attacking? Such irregular attacks could not be read by the system. While Jan pondered, the beastman quickly dashed towards where Jan stood. He laughed loudly, asking Jan, "Where's that arrogant look of yours?" Jihan was struck by the beastman's attack and let out a grunt. One of Dian's arms was scratched by the beastman. Dian looked down at his scratched arm. Damn it. If I could use spirit magic, I would have taken you down easily. After that attack, the beastman retreated. Looking quite pathetic, Dian raised his sword in front of him, continuing to calculate. It was risky, but he had no choice but to wait for a counterattack. Dian could not just stand there and wait to die. He quickly got into a sword stance, veins popping on his face and neck. From a distance, a light footstep approached, and a girl appeared, calling out his full name. You Jan. Hearing someone call his name, he looked up. Looking at the girl in front of him, Jan wondered why she was here, but without making Jan wait long, Maya rushed towards the beastman. With a cold gaze, the beastman completely failed to notice Maya's arrival, and by the time he did, she had knocked him flat onto the ground. Maya's hand was still tightly gripping the beastman's head. Jan's gaze was glued to the spot where Maya and the beastman were. At this moment, Jan cautiously called out, Limia. Her eyes sparkled when she heard Jan call. The beastman pinned to the ground kept grunting. Maya now looked straight into Jihan's eyes, her lips moving. You Jihan. Mia finally spoke up and asked, what happened to your hand? Hearing Maya's question, Jan looked down at his arm. Maya glanced at the beastman, then back to Jan. Is it because of him? Dihan asked, looking a bit confused. That is right. Mia lifted the beastman's head, and the bloodied man trembled as he spoke. I'm sorry. Maya tightly grasped the beastman's head, her gaze cold and unsympathetic. You should not have done something like this from the start. The beastman finally understood fear, begging for mercy. Maya found his words to be like water off a duck's back. She slammed the beastman's head against the ground several times. The beastman cried out in agony. Watching this, Jan could not help but feel a bit scared of Maya's strikes. Jan stammered to Maya, you are still the same. The nickname Bloodthirsty Killer has not changed at all. Maya finally released her grip on the beastman. Her body was covered in blood, and her face was stained as well. After Maya was done, the security team arrived to cordon off the area where the beastman lay. The police rushed over to the beastman. A young officer turned to the older officer next to him. The older officer looked down. Knowing it would be hard to clean up, a young officer approached Maya, raising a hand in greeting. You have worked hard. We will take care of the cleanup. Thank you for your assistance. Maya glanced at the officer as she heard this. Maya looked towards the ambulance, her voice trailing off. If only I had come sooner. Where did Jan go? Limia. She put her hand in her pocket, glancing at Jan. You Jihan, are you okay? Jan raised his bandaged arm, saying it was just a minor injury and he had already treated it. But what happened? Jan asked. How did you end up here? At that moment, Jan was startled by a voice behind him. Aren't those two from Kim Hyanta's group? They kept whispering to each other. I only know Lim Maya. One person chimed in. Who is that? Dian turned to look back. Oh no. Everyone. Dian grabbed Mia's hand, pulling her to run. We should hide for a bit. Mia followed, looking a bit surprised. Okay. Maya looked at her hand holding onto his arm. Speechless, her face suddenly flushed with embarrassment. Above them, someone stood looking down. Observing those below, the observer was Liet. Liet stood on the rooftop of a nearby building. Liet, with a cold and calculating gaze, thought, "Looks like we have an intruder." A red aura of demonic energy surrounded Liet. "You, Jan, why are not you using spirit magic?" In a closed room, 5 people are seated around a round table, and a man with glasses has a long scar on his face. He is the guild leader. "Yun Doha?" Doha asked the people sitting there. "Do you all know why we have gathered here?" One person among them spoke up in response. "How could we not know? This person is Red, the guild leader of B. Kang Tron." Kang Tron then asked, "Since when do businessmen attend hero conferences?" The man with the goatee smiled and replied, "Red, please be careful with your words. He is Karos, the guild leader of Park Dung-seup." Kang Tron laughed, but his words carried malice. So what was Park Dung-seup doing while Sun was being invaded? Just standing behind the kids and not making an appearance. Dung-seup said hoarsely in response to the mockery. That is because I had a business meeting I could not miss." Kang Tron rested his chin on his hand and replied, "So you can't say anything, huh?" Seeing the two of them bickering, a woman sitting nearby spoke up. Irritated. "Enough, be Kang Tron. Kos is also one of the 6 major guilds, so he should be at the meeting too." Kang Tron, hearing this, easily agreed. "Oh, alright." The man in the shirt with a scar across his nose said, "This person is Warriors Guild leader, Kang Dungin." Dungin looked visibly annoyed. "Are we all here yet?" Kang Tron rested his chin, looking toward the empty chair. Sounding tired. "No, there is still one seat open." Dung-seup then spoke up. "One person went on a business trip to the level 1 ghost zone in Russia and has returned." The girl slammed the table angrily. "Wait, is not that guy expelled?" The girl was so furious that she panicked. No matter how urgent it was, they could not let him return to Korea. While she was speaking, someone quietly entered, holding a bottle of wine, drinking and chatting. "Hello, all familiar faces," the newcomer said, swaggering and mocking those present. "You all have not changed a bit." The people there looked shocked. "This person is Destiny, guild leader Kang Jubei." He had a flushed face. "Looks fun," Jubei said as he walked over to sit in the empty spot. Everyone there fell silent. Not a word exchanged. Dung-seup and the girl beside him looked strangely flustered. Jubei continued to tilt his head back to drink. Dungin found this very displeasing. "What do you think this is? A place to drink?" Dungin questioned Jubei angrily. Dungin kept questioning. "You were expelled overseas and still have not come to your senses." At this point, Jubei choked on his drink. Jubei dropped the bottle of wine from his hand, his expression darkening. "Please forgive me, Senior Dungin. I can't face my seniors while sober." Dungin's eyes turned red, feeling abandoned by his country. "Is there no way to fix this?" Kangabik is a member of the 6 major gangs in Korea. Destiny, the president of the Destiny Gang, and the last member of the 5-man group that wiped out the Izia clan 10 years ago. A man is running frantically in the dark night but unfortunately runs into a dead end. He turns back, gasping for breath. "Damn it. How could they find us?" This guy keeps looking back while cursing non-stop. People can sense our presence, but he does not know that someone is standing in front of him. There is no need to sense it. Jig holds a knife up in front of him, his expression icy cold. "Because you guys smell terrible." With that, in one swift motion, blood splatters on the wall, taking the man's life. On the path that Gubu passes, those guys lie scattered on the ground. From then on, Kangik was regarded as a master of hunting and assassination, achieving many feats in eliminating the Asia clan. But 5 years after the war, that hero committed a taboo and was permanently exiled to Russia. His crime was revealing high-level secrets. But despite this charge, he still maintains his cold demeanor without a hint of panic. Jubek's face is flushed from alcohol. "Thanks to the care of the seniors, I have lived quite well abroad for 5 years. I have thought a lot about what to say when I meet the seniors again." After a moment of silence, Mindung starts to speak. "Kanji, speak clearly. If someone hears this, they might think you were wrongfully exiled." Mindung crosses his arms, his face darkening. "You revealed things from 10 years ago to the outside. Compared to that charge, what you got punished with is pretty light." Hearing that, Gobake shrugs with a feigned nonchalance. "Senior Mindung, you have become quite shameless too." Then Gobake's gaze turns as cold as a predator hunting its prey. His tone shifts, losing the mocking edge he had when he first entered. "The tragedy we caused 10 years ago won't disappear just because we hide it. The fact that we are murderers who killed innocent people will never vanish." Jupes reveals the stark truth they wanted to keep hidden forever. Mindung knows he is in the wrong, and Doa's face darkens, taking on a serious, somewhat threatening expression. "Stop it, Kang Gabake. We agreed not to mention that anymore. That is the condition for you to come back." Doa looks directly at Gubik's drunken face. "Or do you want to get punched like last time to shut you up?" Ji's face darkens, remaining silent. Then he flashes a mocking smile. "That is not good." Jub sits at the table, Discussing with Doha. The scar that Senior Doha gave me still hurts. I won't complain anymore. Jai returns to his earlier mocking demeanor. I apologize for my disrespectful words to the seniors. Is that okay? He apologizes in a way that seems insincere. Dung-in, feeling angry and dissatisfied, snorts coldly. My Dung was also angry but did not show it as clearly as Dung-in. She just stayed silent without responding. Kang Tron, on the other hand, maintained a cheerful expression, resting one hand on his chin while tapping the other on the table. That is a good idea. Welcome back, Kang Yu. SSS. Tron spoke up in a welcoming tone, so the 5-person group was now fully gathered. But everyone here remained silent as a grave. Kang Chan's eyes glinted with a light green hue. So Yindua, everyone is present now. Let us start the meeting. The first topic Kang Chan brought up was about the Asia and Lias and also about the wind elemental sorcerer Yu Jihan. These are the 2 issues they will discuss in this meeting. Doa's glasses gleamed, but his expression darkened visibly. Regarding dealing with that guy, the sky was now turning to dusk, glowing brilliantly from the horizon. Diane was still holding Maya's hand tightly. Diane pulled Maya's hand, leading her to a secluded place before stopping. He anxiously scanned the surroundings. Is there any suitable spot? Public places like cafes attract too much attention. Maya was looking down at the hand gripping hers. At that moment, Maya awkwardly spoke up. Yu Jihan. Your hand. Jan glanced and understood the issue.
Oh, yeah, I'm sorry.
Jan then released Maya's hand. I rushed over and did not notice. Maya looked down at her hand, which had many small circles on it, but she still said it was fine. Maya's gaze caught something. She pointed to a sign in front of them and asked Jan, if you are looking for a private place, go in there. Jihan looked up at the karaoke room, but then Jihan agreed to Maya's suggestion. While walking, he carefully observed the surroundings, ensuring they would not attract too much attention. But is it really okay? Jihan went to where Thuinen was. Assist. Thuinen looked at Jihan and said it was fine. She pointed to the board behind her. Read this. Diane was taken aback. What? The board stated that affectionate behavior was prohibited in the karaoke room. Diane felt like he was struck by lightning. Huh. Immediately, both of them hurried to explain to Mess. Thuinen. We are not a couple. Assist. Thuinen looked at the 2 with the eyes of someone experienced. Everyone says that. Then she told them their room number. Room 4. The 2 went in, one after the other, and then sat down at the table. Mia crossed her arms, and no one spoke. Suddenly, Maya had out the mech towards Jan. Do you want to sing? Jihan replied very decisively. No. Then Jihan began to talk to Maya. It has been a long time since we last met. The last time was at Xi'an. Maya just softly agreed, not wanting the atmosphere to become awkward. Jan continued. Li Maya, you do not live around here. Do you? What are you doing here? Maya immediately replied. I moved here a while ago. I was about to go to the supermarket when I saw that incident. Jen looked a bit surprised upon hearing that. Aha. Then he recalled the times they gathered, thinking about how she loved to eat, and every time they sat down, she could finish 10 portions of pork, to the astonishment of those around her. Another barbecue. Looking at Mia A in front of him, a normal person would have probably turned into a pig by now. Cute pig image appeared in Jan's mind. Maya was now staring straight at Jan, her tone a bit impatient. You just thought something bad about me, did not you? Diane awkwardly defended himself. No, not at all. Mia did not let Jan off the hook, but he did seem a bit guilty. Diane silently cursed in his heart. How did she know? He cleared his throat to shift the topic. Anyway, last time I did not get to ask how you have been doing. Are you okay? Maya candidly shared to ease the boredom. Same as always, someone is making sure I do not have a peaceful day. An image flashed through Diane's mind. Is it Kim Hunt? That time. That Hunt guy knelt before Jan. That guy is really sensitive. After being humiliated like that, you would not need to guess what would happen next. Jen then continued to ask Maya. Last time I saw a new member. They came in right after I left. Must be pretty strong. Huh. Maya brushed her hair to the side. I am not sure. This answer caught Jan off guard a bit. Is something wrong? Dahan looked at Mia as if she were a stranger, because Mia is straightforward. If she likes it, she says she likes it. If she hates it, she says she hates it. When she answers vaguely like that, it means she is worried about something. But then Jan thought to himself, anyway, I am not a member of the same group, so I do not have to worry. Suddenly Jan noticed something. He reached out toward Maya. His hand touched Maya's hair. It was still messy as always. Maya was a bit startled by that sudden action. Jen then asked blankly, do you have a handkerchief? Maya looked at Jihan. Yes. Then Maya pulled out a handkerchief and handed it to Jihan. Diane used the handkerchief Maya gave him to wipe Maya's hair. Diane wiped while grumbling. Now do you know how to take care of yourself? Maya asked back unhappily. Are you teasing me? Diane just laughed teasingly. Of course, you always get dirty, so I have to clean you up, Maya bluntly said unhappily. Since leaving the group, you have become more arrogant. Diane continued to tease. If you do not want to hear these words, then fight a little better. Maya, in the face of this concern, blushed and turned away, Not saying anything more, Maya turned her back to Jihan, thought for a long time, and then suddenly asked,
You.
Jihan, do you hate me? GM was still wiping and said, it will be clean soon, then suddenly responded to Maya's question. Huh. Why would I? Mia glanced back. I agreed to kick you out of the group. You know, if I had opposed it, the outcome might have been different. Jihan seemed to have discovered a shocking secret. Really? Lim Maya, you agreed too? Mia asked back. Stepping away, don't you remember? I did. Jan blew on his hands with a teasing expression. Just kidding. I heard it from Kim Hunt, so I know everything. Jihan looked serious at Mia at this moment. Actually, I was really angry with you at first, but I know you did it to keep me safe. Jan added, and because of that, I joined a new group. Maya looked a bit worried. So do you like the current group? Dahan answered honestly. I like it a lot. This left Mia speechless. Jan happily shared sincerely. I have met good friends, and more importantly, I have become stronger than when I was in Kairos. Jihan added, now I am strong enough to protect someone. This made Maya a bit at a loss for words. Maya lowered her head. Is that so? That is great. Really lucky. During the meeting of the 5-member group, the atmosphere was still very awkward. Kang rested his chin on his hand, smiling, but his heart was not smiling. The story was nearing its end. Kang winked at everyone, his voice somewhat dangerous. So, Diane really must die. The others also began to feel uncomfortable. What are you talking about? Why kill the person we need to protect? Bitch, Kang Tron. Are you even awake? He immediately signaled to stop. Wait, let me finish speaking. I did not mean to actually kill you, Jan. The person next to him stood up. So what do you mean? Kang Chan replied. It is a trap. You explained. Leap before also targeted the Wind Spirit Mage. If he is obsessed with the Wind Spirit, then this time he will target Yihan first, so we will take advantage of him targeting Jihan to set a trap and force him to reveal himself. The night in Trumming Low City was still brightly lit. Jan and Maya stood in the middle of the street. He thought to himself that Lim Maya had talked for about 30 minutes before leaving the Karak room. He looked into the fashion store. He walked in, picked out some clothes, and then turned to her, Naya. Pick something. I will buy it for you. Maya was a bit surprised. Huh, why? Daihan explained. Because you have helped me. You keep refusing but your feet still step in. I do not need it. Daihan looked at the outfit she was wearing, thinking to himself that he had cleaned the blood from her hair, but could not clean the blood from her clothes. If he took it to wash, it would take a lot of time. It would be best to buy her a new outfit to change into. He hurried her. Hurry up, the store will close, while watching her choose clothes. He thought that for Maya, clothes were just something to cover herself. She did not care much about looking good. Suddenly Maya turned to him and said, You Jihan, I can't choose. He sighed. Then I will just randomly pick something. He went to pay and handed her the bag in front of Maya's astonished gaze. This is a reward for helping me. She took the outfit out of the bag and looked at it. Jan continued, If you do not like it, I will buy something more expensive at another store. She interrupted, No, this is fine. She looked at the outfit in her hands. I will wear this. Thank you. He lowered his head, thinking, this is the first time I am giving a gift to Lim Maya, but if not now, when will I be able to? He turned away and said, I am going this way. What about you? Maya replied, holding her bag.
Oh.
I am going the opposite way. Daihan said goodbye. Then let us part ways here. His gaze towards her was filled with affection. See you later. Be careful on your way home. He turned around and walked away. They both waved goodbye to each other. Maya looked at the bag Daihan had just bought for her, stunned. Receiving the gift, Jen kept walking but seemed to hear Maya's words. Is it really that joyful? At the UPS London branch, on the day of the press conference, a figure stepped out confidently in front of the flashing lights. It turned out he was the chairman of UPS, E.J. Becker. He bowed his head in respect. The recent tragic event in Soon has shocked everyone. I extend my deepest condolences to the victims and their families. A reporter stood up to ask a question. He officially stated that the event in Sun was not related to UPS's headquarters. So, was it all solely the fault of the Korean branch? Isaac stood at the podium responding to them. This incident occurred due to the unilateral actions of the Korean branch. That is something we cannot accept, and the headquarters will investigate those responsible. Two figures were seen sitting at the main table. The man spoke. What measures will the headquarters take to address this situation? Or is there a plan for damage control or additional support? Isaac replied, we will provide maximum support to mitigate the damages in Korea. The reporter continued to ask, Chairman, this incident has severely damaged UPS's reputation. Do you have a specific plan to restore that reputation? Isaac replied clearly, reputation is our most valuable asset. We feel responsible for the damage to our reputation. We will closely monitor all activities of the branches and ensure clear transparency. Additionally, we will not hesitate to support the needs of the people in the affected areas. He looked at the people below. We promised to clarify the truth and act appropriately to restore our reputation. And finally, he bowed his head in gratitude. His feet moved gently with each step. The figure of the tall man walking alone seemed so lonely. He sighed in relief. Whoosh! Suddenly a voice startled him, causing him to look up. The press conference went quite smoothly, did not it? He called softly. Solly. It turned out that the beautiful girl with white hair was a senior member of UPS Psi. He walked up to her, scolding, Sari, I told you not to come to the press conference. Are you disregarding my orders? She flashed a mischievous smile. She brought her nails to her mouth, biting them. Even I almost got tricked. The person opposite her removed their mask. Solly smirked. Robert. It turns out the person at the press conference was not a Zach but rather a high-ranking official from UPS. Robert. He started to remove the remaining pieces from his face. Damn. It turns out I could not fool her. I thought it was perfect. She scoffed. How many years have we been in this together? She suddenly asked. So where is Chairman Isaac, and why are you the one at the press conference? Robert took off the heavy suit he was wearing. The chairman is busy entertaining an important guest. Solly looked a bit confused. An important guest? I have not heard about this, so who is it? Robert replied. Oh, I heard it is a friend. A magical circle appeared. Yak sat quietly, seemingly waiting for someone. A figure pulling a suitcase walked in. He turned around to look. It had been a long time. Oh, it turns out the friend he mentioned is Jono. Isaac stood up. He came all the way here. Must be for a special reason. Jono immediately snapped. Don't pretend you do not know. His gaze became sharp. The incident that happened in Sun recently is not what we agreed upon. Right, Isaac explained. It was just a minor misunderstanding. The Korean branch acted on its own, but the problem has been resolved. John questioned. A minor misunderstanding. Huh. How do you explain my daughter being put in danger because of that minor misunderstanding? Isaac appeared innocent. This is part of the process in creating the paradise we pursue. Small disruptions are always unavoidable. His gaze turned a terrifying shade of purple. Moreover, if it is to turn me into a perfect being, we must accept these minor disagreements. Jono added, no matter what happens, my daughter's safety is always the top priority. I can't accept things continuing this way. Isaac sighed. Hemph, I am really disappointed in you. What could be more important than the goal we are pursuing? Jono suggested that next time, he should discuss it with me first. Otherwise, I can't guarantee this partnership will last long. Isaac echoed that statement. Huh. Can't guarantee it. He quickly went behind Jin and placed a hand on his shoulder. You have no right to say that. Jin's expression revealed panic, while Yek remained calm. Do you remember who made your research a reality? Have you forgotten? Isaac turned to look at him. How many magic essence stones have I given you? That is meant to extend lifespan, incomparable to trivial matters. I licked his lips. Showing desire, indeed. Your research is impressive. He squeezed Jono's neck, not only extending lifespan but also elevating this body to a new height. I just want to verify that myself. Jono was still trying to defend himself. That blind greed will make you regret it. Can you bear the consequences yourself? I've chuckled softly. Blind. This power is just the first step toward achieving the perfect body I have always desired. It removed his hand from his neck, causing him to cough violently. Cough, cough. He pushed Jin away. As the ruler of heaven, I need to become stronger through your research. And that dream is gradually becoming a reality. Ryan. The umbrella trembled in fear but still threatened boldly. You better not get too greedy with my research. If you keep crossing the line, that power will lead you to the brink of destruction. Isaac turned to look at him. I will remember your warning. But before that happens, paradise will be completed. He continued to look at Jin with that fierce gaze. So next time, do not even think about hindering my plans. He repeated it in his own way. The sky is blue. The clouds are white. The surroundings are so clean and beautiful. The door opened. Hoon looked out. Oh, who could that be? Seeing the group enter, he was a bit surprised. The secret society. How long has it been? Dejan greeted him. Long time no see. Nam Hoon, he stepped forward. Your fame has been booming lately. Jan replied. It is all thanks to you. Jan thought to himself, we decided to stop by your forge. Since battles have been happening more frequently, we felt the need to change our weapons. Yuri pointed to herself. I also need to upgrade my gear to fit in with the group. Sihu was delighted to hear that. You pulled out the black card. Just in time. I will gift you some equipment for joining the secret society. Jan reminded him. We won't go bankrupt. Right. He thought. We came to the forge to buy new weapons suitable for Min Yuri's role in the group. Suddenly, someone called out, Jan. Yuri blushed and exclaimed, is he from the DF race that I often hear about? How could there be a weapon shop run by DF? Siam's snake bit his cheek. Yuri pointed at Hoon and explained, no, Namhan is a genuine Korean. Yuri was startled and stammered, Korean Asian. Hein was annoyed, don't you believe me? Here, Check my it. Yuri took it and was even more shocked. She looked at the youthful photo in disbelief. 27 years old. What is this photo about? Jan explained. Not DF, but Nam Han is an excellent blacksmith. I have ordered a sword from here before. Yuri was taken aback. Oh, I see. She moved closer to Han. Sorry for not knowing. He scratched his head awkwardly. It is fine. I am often misunderstood. He became serious again. So what type of weapon do you need? Looking at your build, it seems you are the ranged combat type. Yuri was surprised by Hoon's comment. That is right. I am currently looking for a bow focused on damage rather than mobility. Han analyzed that moving from single combat to group fights means changing the style to become a ranged assassin, focusing on support from behind. Right. Yuri turned to look at Jihan. Did you tell him beforehand? Jihan shook his head. Not at all. Hoon opened the door. Anyway, if you want to find good weapons, I have some prepared already. The members of the secret society walked in, their jaws dropping. Yuri looked around and gasped. Jihan's eyes widened in surprise at the unexpected space. Hoon wore a smug expression. This was just a small part of it. Hoon reached out to Jihan. Do you need anything? Jan picked up a weapon and examined it. I was just about to ask that. He stared intently at the item in his hand. It seemed fine on the outside, but after recent battles, I wanted to check the state of the sword. Hoon took the sword from him. This is my masterpiece, so it is hard to get scratched. Let me see it. He gently placed it in the old man's hands. The old man looked at the sword and thought for a moment. Jan asked anxiously. What is wrong? Is there a problem? Hein remained contemplative. The old man's eyes narrowed. There is something very strange about this sword. Daihan asked. The sword damage? Hein replied. No. The spirit within your sword is currently afraid. Upon hearing this, Jihan suddenly felt a shock. He asked in disbelief. Afraid? Why is that? Hoon sheathed the sword, seeming like someone or something was overpowering it. His gaze was sharp. I do not know exactly what is causing it, but the magic of the spirit in the sword is not circulating well. In this state, no matter how many times you call it, it won't respond. Daihan pondered. Was that why it was silent during recent battles? Hoon closed the sheath. Jan took the sword back from Hoon. Then how do I call the spirit back? He reminded him. You need to find out what it is afraid of. He continued analyzing that the power of the spirit is not just a tool. Without building trust, the relationship will break. Looking at the scratches on your sword, I can clearly see how you have treated the spirit. He reminded him. Now that you are the wind spirit mage, you must talk to the spirit. The old man's face grew serious, just like its former master. Jan wondered how Hoon knew that name. Hoon mouthed the words. About that, Saihu waved to call Jan. Aren't you going to check it out? Jihan. Exum hurriedly ran up. Jihan. This is truly a treasure. Han turned away. You should go, he reminded them. The journey ahead is still long, Jan said seriously. I understand. Yuri looked thoughtfully at the bow in her hands, while Siu and Same on this side were still discussing enthusiastically. Her gaze on the bow was bright, and the next morning the weather was still beautiful. At this moment, Saihu held the black card in his hand, crying silently. How could the bow be so expensive? Yuri comforted her, saying she really did not need to do that. Daihan added, lucky we have not gone bankrupt. He casually remarked, the card has just been made for a while, and you have already spent more than half the budget. Shouldn't the committee be more conscious about spending? Hearing this, Saihu stood up straight, angrily pointing at Saihu's face and scolding. And what about you, Jihan? Do you think you have the right to say that, Jihan? Also frustrated, turned around. Why are you picking on others like that? I never spend money wastefully. Shu pointed directly at him and scolded. The day you received that card, I knew you used the club's funds to buy women's clothes. Yuri was taken aback, frozen in shock. So was silent, thinking, no. There was a reason for that. But how would you know? Saihu crossed his arms defiantly. Oh. Did you go on a date with someone on your day off? Yuri bit her hand. Does Jihan have a girlfriend? Jan quickly denied it. No way. That is just a misunderstanding. Saihu's gaze was full of sarcasm, then explained the cute pink shirt signed on the receipt. Jan hurriedly waved his hand. The fashion style was just too cheesy. In his mind, he thought, if I say I met the club's ghost, it would only complicate things. What to do now? Sa spoke up. Does Siu. Does Yuri. Please respect Jan's privacy. Saihu frowned. Meng Dang. Are you defending Jihan? Is this again a matter between men? Jen looked at Siam, confused. Meng Dang. What are you talking about? Siam started to act. Do you feel comfortable revealing that Jihan has a hobby of wearing women's clothes? Jan's gaze darkened. That guy. Yuri spoke up. Oh. So he has that kind of hobby. Saihu's eyes were filled with fear. I am so uncomfortable right now. Sa winked. And the more Jan looked, the more uncomfortable he felt. Don't make that face. I want to kill you right now. He grabbed Saim by the collar. You are the biggest jerk. Saim was panicked. Huh. Why is that? Just then, a drunken man walked by. He mocked Jan. Cough. You are doing well. You Jan from the Met Leshy Club. Jan's actions suddenly stopped. Saim was stunned. Huh. He staggered away, holding his head. Oh. My head. Sojudu is really not my taste. Diane looked confused. Who is that? The guy's eyes glinted. Even if I say my name, you would not know. Jan's gaze was confused. Don't talk nonsense. Who are you? Suddenly, a bottle of alcohol approached him. Diane's reflexes were quick. With a few moves, he smashed the bottle. His gaze sharpened as he looked around, thinking, it is gone. Suddenly, a voice called out. What are you looking at? He was standing on Jihan's sword in a ghostly manner, even more unreal than a ghost sleeping on a thread. He looked at him, smirking. You are so weak. He continued to drink alcohol in a ghostly manner. He wiped his drink with his sleeve. Oh. Finally showing some spirit. Huh. Vodka is still the best. Diane looked at him seriously. Who are you? Really? He lowered his eyes to look at him. Hemph, you really are persistent. If you are that curious, I will tell you. He twirled the sword in his hand. I am the current president of the Destiny Association, and you are the former level 1 hero expelled from South Korea. He gripped the weapon tightly. Introducing himself, I am Kangubake of the 6 Great Guilds. Nice to meet you. Jahan retracted the sword. The Destiny Association. Then why did you attack me? Jubab jumped down to the ground. You Jihan of the Secret Guild. Your case has been discussed at the meeting of the 6 Great Guilds, Jan asked. The outcome of the discussion. Jub pointed his weapon at him. You are the target I want. So at the meeting of the 6 Great Guilds, there were opinions to protect you. But I do not think so. If I just kill you, Izia will naturally lose its purpose. Right. That is why I am here to test you. He immediately charged to see if you were truly worthy of our protection. Both began to engage in battle. Jihan scoffed, thinking that even though it was just a dagger, it was very heavy. Gub assessed him. The reaction speed was not bad. But if that is all you have got, I will be very disappointed. Why are not you using your elemental power? His words made Jian freeze. He stepped back, going silent. All right. He charged again. If I keep pressing you, you will have to use it. Right. Jan's eyes lit up again. He stepped forward and gave Gubik a strike. He bowed his head to dodge the move. He looked at him with a smirk. Your moves are too obvious. Such attacks are just bait for a counterattack. Jihan replied, I know your eyes change to 2 colors. You will dodge and counterattack. Jib easily avoided the move. He glanced at the attack behind him. Gubek's gaze was alert. Great skill. The figure of Yuri faintly appeared. I heard the secret guild does not have long-range shooters. She approached him. Are you alright, Jan? Jan looked at her appreciatively. She arrived just in time. She adjusted her scarf. Is the opponent an enemy? Jan did not look at her but answered. Considering it so for now, Dihan explained the situation. Now that I have heard it, I understand. That person is a level 1 hero. With our current strength, we can't face him. This is a bit much to ask. But help me now. Sai-Hu approached to ask him. How long do you need to buy time? Jen contemplated for a moment and then replied, as long as possible. Wutch scratched his head. Hemph, have you all finished discussing? My patience has its limits. He thought to himself. Hemph, a swordsman is standing in the back. What kind of scheme is this? Yuri's gaze was cold. I am ready. Sai-Hu responded to her. Sai-Hu immediately launched an attack toward him, her eyes full of smug confidence. Binding magic? Huh. Even though it is basic magic, it seems she applied the transformation independently. Sai-Hu launched her attack right away. Multiple spells, 6 wind arrows. Yuri also supported her with ice arrows and ice dance, both of them pouring all their strength into attacking Gubek. His gaze remained confident. Ha, this is so fun. He immediately countered, leaving Sai-Hu stunned. No way. He blocked all of that. His killing intent erupted. He smugly said, Is that all you have got? Is that all? Dahan stood still. Unmoving, he remembered Hoon's words. The power of the spirit is not just a tool. If you can't build trust, the relationship will crumble. Looking at the scratches on his sword, I can see how you have treated the spirit. Now is the time, as a Wayne spirit mage, to speak with Sin. He closed his eyes, focusing on what he had to do. Suddenly, he opened his eyes to a strange new space before him. He thought to himself that this was the dimension created by Sin. He looked around, but where was F? His gaze noticed something. He realized Sin was in a bubble in midair. He thought. Found it. He rushed toward that bubble. Sin, I am here to see you. She stopped him. Don't come any closer. He suddenly halted before the barrier. Sin looked at him and said softly, You Hyan. I do not want to kill you. He approached the barrier. You do not want to kill me. What are you talking about? Sin deliberately ignored Jihan. You know, the first contract signer with me. She worries about Jihan and her fate. Jan hesitated, asking if she was Siu's mother. Sin hesitated to express her feelings. She truly is a great person. She possesses a spirit stronger and kinder than anyone. Her eyes glanced, suddenly filled with more emotion than anyone. But she was also quite foolish. She sincerely expressed, Yu Jihan, I can't let you make the same mistake she did. Meanwhile, on another side, the tension was high. Jubik, full of killing intent, approached. Are you done yet? Is that all? His gaze was red and sinister. Not planning to attack again, he stepped forward nonchalantly. And I won't harm you. I am only concerned with Yu Jihan. Jubik smirked with arrogance. If you step aside, you might just keep your lives. Yuri spoke softly. This is not over yet. She immediately gave the order. Chila appeared, ready to stomp Jubik. He glanced back, wondering when it had shown up. Chila stomped fiercely. But this attack Gub could completely withstand. What kind of monster is Chila? I heard there is a domesticated one in Korea. He raises his voice in challenge. But it seems the rumors have been exaggerated. Geek looks down in disdain, while Qilon is in total disarray. It is just big, but completely soft like cotton. He jumps out quickly. I do not have a habit of bullying other people's pets. He kicks Chile out, so just be quiet and sleep. Yuri shouts anxiously. Chila. Chila. Severely injured, lies in her arms. He smirks and says, so that is the end of the show. Saihu kneels down helplessly. No, this is bad. He is too strong. She turns around and yells, Jan, where are you? You said it would only take a little time. Jahan is now silent, his face dark and brooding. Yuri gently takes something out. I trust you. Daihen. She pulls out an item with a bang, placing it firmly in front, leaving no room for guessing about her resolve. She only said that she would buy some more time. Yuri's eyes are filled with determination, so please keep an eye on Jihan. Yuri glares at her opponent in hatred. Is that what you chose? Hoon admires the bow Yuri holds. She has a keen eye. Yuri simply says, this bow is of excellent quality. I want to buy it. He means well by giving her advice, but she needs to think it over. Leaves Yuri confused. Why? Hoon patiently explains. That bow is a shape-shifting weapon, capable of changing its magical properties. If someone is not skilled at using it, the magic in their body can be completely drained. This makes Yuri cautiously ask, do you mean my magic could be fully depleted? Hoon does not deny it. That is right. He strokes his beard mysteriously. If someone is not skilled, just a small mistake. Now, with the bow purchased, it stands tall before Yuri. She grips it tightly, remembering that it could cost her life. Jubi smirks and asks, changed your weapon, but the situation won't change. In her hand is an arrow full of magic. No need to test it to know. She gently pulls back the bowstring. Focusing intently, it seems to absorb everything in the world. A tremendous amount of magic is gathering on that bow. This time, if hit, it could be quite dangerous. Jubi is also a reckless type, rushing forward without hesitation. That is, if she hits. Yuri's eyes are filled with hope. She will definitely hit it. One side fights with weapons, while the other has no one to fight. The air is tense. This time, Jub still has mockery in his eyes. He is strong, but it is just an arrow. Dodging a regular shot is as easy as pie. Suddenly, his gaze tightens. What is going on? The power gradually shifts, and the arrow's shape suddenly changes. The arrow is blooming into shards of ice. Yuri finished her attack and lowered her bow. She sighed, certain she had hit the target. Even more convinced with her judgment, she thought that even a first-level hero would be incapacitated by this strike. But then Yuri's expression changed suddenly. Did he disappear? He was clearly caught in the explosion. Sihu shouted a warning. Yuri. Behind you. But it was too late. Gubake had appeared from behind. His entire hand grabbed her face. Nice bow you have got there. Jubuk pressed a blade against Yuri's neck, taking her hostage. Just before hitting the target, it had changed its magic form to create an explosion. I almost got defeated. His smile grew deeper. But unfortunately for you, he began to recount his hardships. When I was exiled to Russia, I had to live in freezing temperatures every day, describing how harsh the climate was, how miserable it felt, where even breaths would freeze. If you want to freeze me, it better be with the freezing technique of Mastermind. Jich leaned in to whisper every little detail. Anyway, it is a pity to have to deal with such an outstanding hero personally. Then he presented a decent offer. How about Minyuri joining the Destiny Guild? If so, I will overlook all your mistakes. Sihu raised his weapon to save his teammate. Quickly let her go. But in Gubuk's eyes, this was just a farce. Don't he make useless moves? Surely you would not want to harm your teammates. Would you? He taunted, saying she should stop and stay quiet for Yuji-Han. Mentioning him, Gubake turned to look for the figure that was nowhere in sight. Where's Yuji-Han? He angrily summoned his acceleration energy, preparing to strike. His eyes were resolute and hollow as he stared at Gubake. You want to see my magical spirit? Right, well, now I will show you to your heart's content. Jan struck fiercely as if wanting to cleave Guk in two. This left him wondering how could a teammate being held hostage still wield a sword. Was he so confident he only aimed for him? Jubi kicked up, flying towards Daihan and tossing Yuri aside. I have been waiting for this for so long. Jich smirked slyly. What are you doing letting your teammate stand in front of you? Do you have a scheme? Daihan calmly replied, something like that. His eyes shone with analysis. Daihan scanned the surroundings to avoid any unforeseen incidents. The probability of civilians being around was less than 10%. The chance of civilians getting caught in the battle was under 10%. He carefully ensured everything was in order. At least he should see someone evacuating. Then Jian glanced over at him. Well, that is fine too, he gently told Sihyu and Yuri. That way, no civilians would be involved. Sihyu. Yuri. Thank you both for buying me time. His body was brimming with magic. Now let me handle this. And you both should get away. His gaze was full of determination. I can guarantee safety for both of you. Let us go. Sin. Before that, he had a clear conversation with Sin. You, Jihan asked. Confused. You Jihan, I can let you follow in her footsteps. Why are you saying something different now? Sin's hand was casting a spell while answering. Last time you said choosing me as the heir was her wish. At that time, I wanted to respect her wishes. Memories flashed before my eyes, but now I understand she was wrong. She believed that by sacrificing herself, she could save everyone. Everything replayed so clearly, but look at the current result. She is gone, and what remains is a cycle of hatred and war repeating over and over. Sin has her own suffering. Protecting everyone from the start was impossible, and I fear you will ultimately face a fate like Jan's. So, are you telling me to run? It does not deny it. That is right. Run away. Sin glanced at Jihan, every word dripping with implication. What they want is not you. You Jihan. But me. The sources of spiritual energy swirled as if to chase Jihan away. From the start, you had nothing to do with this. I can't drag you into this tragedy any longer. Sin was trying to push the Jihan away. Hand me over to them and return to your precious teammates. Go back to the men at Lekovai where Miss Kim Soo is. But Jan was gradually resolving all misunderstandings. You are misunderstanding something. He gently touched the barrier. For me, Sin, you are also like trying to break it. A precious teammate. But Jan warned. You are trying to step into my magical barrier. It raised a hand to stop him. It is pointless. This is my mind space. You can break that barrier. But Jan was steadfast in his decision. If I can break through such a small barrier, how can I achieve anything great? Witnessing this scene, Sin could not believe it. No way. How could a human break a fairy's magical barrier? Their hands clasped tightly. He spoke encouraging words. Do not try to bear it alone anymore. Sin gasped. At that moment, both you and Sin froze. Yuji spoke heartfelt words. Both I and Miss see you. Everything we achieved today is thanks to you. Sin's eyes widened in surprise. So from now on, trust me. Then his gaze subtly changed. You and Nae are really just fools. Sin touched Daihan's injured face. But maybe it is the fools like you that I need. He decided to place his trust in him. You Jihan, I will trust you this once. That is why Sinf appeared in this battle alongside Jihan. This time, I will stand with you. Sinf was filled with fighting determination. The long, sharp sword brimming with magic, Jan forcefully threw it towards Jibek, and as it approached, he carefully blocked it with both hands. The density of magic was terrifying. A normal sword would not have been able to block it, but he had a delighted smile, countering with a move. Interesting indeed. He ran as fast as lightning. Why did you only show me this now? I volunteered to take care of it. Daihan used his signature move. The rapid acceleration of the blue and red fists clashed with extreme boldness. Jube got more and more intense, but Jan showed no emotion. Both sides fought fiercely, neither willing to back down. Yuri on the sidelines could see the tension. Whoa. The speed is incredible. I can't follow their fight with the naked eye. She turned to ask Ju. What happened to Daihan? He's gotten stronger, far beyond the time at the foggy area. Last time Ju glanced at her palm, but then blamed herself. How could Jan become so powerful while she, as president, had done nothing? Those two are fighting without anyone stepping in. Right. Jihan's face grew more and more serious. Jubsh was still smiling victoriously. Didn't you learn anything? I told you. Overly obvious moves make for easy targets for counterattacks. As soon as he finished speaking, he charged in for a counterattack, but Gyubik sensed something was off. Sin quickly blocked Jan. He is using spirit to block the attack. Daihan chuckled. I told you so. Then he used a violent wind move in return. Was he planning to do this from the start? An explosion erupted, filling the area with horror. Smoke billowed up thickly. Jubu Bh laughed heartily. That is amazing. Are there still heroes of this caliber in Korea? Daihan exclaimed. He is quite resilient. Sin seems unable to hold on any longer. Yujian is running out of time. It is almost time for my form to dissipate. Jan decided to take another risk. Then let us finish it with the strongest blow. Channel it into the sword. But Sin's actions only increased Gabek's contempt for him. Is that your strongest skill? Let me witness it. Jan raised the sword high, ready to attack. He did not need to say anything. The overwhelming power unleashed made me intend to do the same. Jik was not afraid, charging madly, when suddenly a third person intervened. These reckless guys are exactly why I hate Hothids. That person unleashed a wave of power to block. Jan's gaze suddenly hardened. A mysterious figure appeared. Be Kang-chan. Kang-chan smiled softly, stopping them. You two should stop here. Are you planning to destroy this place? During an important meeting, protect the Red H Society while setting a trap to lure Elias here. Kang-chan calmly expressed that nobody had any objections to this plan, so we will proceed immediately. But someone spoke up. I oppose, drawing his attention. Oh wow. Kang-chan turned to face Deng-si. Be Deng-si, are you still here? Deng-si replied loudly. The 6 major guilds are protecting Yuan-jan. I do not think he is worth that much. Deng-up lay back with arms outstretched. Speaking of Yu-jan, I have worked with him for 5 years at the Coast Association, so I know him well. He is just an average hero with mediocre abilities and no standout traits. He voiced his opinions. Moreover, a guy like that is truly a wine spirit mage. Honestly, I doubt the judgment of the Red A Association and the Bone Death Association. Deng-se is also paying attention, and so is the Izia clan. Is he really still alive? He continued to express his opinions. While there is no clear evidence he is alive, everyone is overreacting as if it is some grand scheme. Jich then revealed a piece of news. Elias is still alive, making Kang-tron frown. What? He is going on about his past again. When I returned to Korea, I could smell him. He is definitely in Korea. He keeps showing off. But as the Co's president said, I am not sure if Yu-jan is the person we need. Jub slammed his weapon down on the table. So what if we do it this way? He volunteered. I will get up and go meet him. Investigating him the old way. Jub tilted his head and asked, no one has any objections. Right, the senior is getting rounder. He is pondering something with his chin resting in his hand. Back to the intense battles between Gubake and Jahan. The power spread to the corners of the alley. Kang clenched his fists, grinning sarcastically, the old way. Huh. His sarcastic tone echoed. That is pretty difficult. Jich slowly approached him. Senior Kang-chan, we agreed not to interfere. Right. Kang-chan turned around with a faint smile. Don't he act like that? He raised his voice in questioning. Even if it is you, confronting them directly is dangerous. So what is the outcome of the test? Jubuk smirked mysteriously. Perfect. Dahan stood there speechless, then asked him, bitch Kang-tron, what are you doing in the neighborhood? Kang-tron replied, he is all set up. I evacuated the civilians a long time ago. The guards surrounded the area. I was ready before you all arrived. Dozens of people are pointing guns at Jan. It is the Red Hess Rapid Response Team. Sihu shouted. Alert. What do you plan to do? Ji softly warned. Don't you resist uselessly. Kim Si, she has appeared with that team. We do not intend to harm you. Sihu was extremely shocked. What are you talking about? Jan yelled angrily. Do you think we will cooperate if you force us like this? Kang-chan simply said. You do not have a choice. A suffocating feeling from Kang-tron hit. So just comply. Waves of power erupted, leaving a mess after the fight. John Gigi pointed at the debris and ordered, quickly handle the damage. The army is on standby. Yes. Understood. Sign had been observing everything, feeling worried. Damn it. What is going on? Suddenly attacked by a level 1 hero, and now he has even been captured. He fell to the ground, trying to hide, needing help right away. Who would have thought they would spot him in just a second? How should we deal with this rat? Then they sprang into action. First catching him, being a civilian. They should not hurt him. Sam knew he was in trouble this time. Oh no, the scene shifted to another place. The 3 of them stood in a room full of machinery, the air thick with tension. He spoke with a sinister tone. So, you have finally decided to act. Yudi, he called his 2 underlings, Jerry and Lim Minsu, asking about the progress. Is everything ready? The girl is always eager to contribute, and Jerry is all set. Minsu chimed in enthusiastically. Everything is ready as ordered. Lyos activated the machine using all the mana crystals stored in the laboratory. The machines powered up. 85 enhanced humans were activated. All of them, a vague conspiracy. Lee was very pleased with their attitude. Good. We won't delay any longer, he exclaimed with a calculating tone. Let us start the Paradise Plant. The next day, at the 5-star skyscraper, headquarters of the Red Hue Society. As they stepped into the headquarters, the 3 looked around. Where are we? Just a few seconds in, someone appeared. You are not feeling nauseous anymore, right? Kang-chan greeted cheerfully. Welcome to the Red H Society. He politely welcomed everyone. It might be a bit sudden, but thank you all for agreeing. Sai, who wanted to curse after hearing this. Agreeing to what? We were practically forced. Kang-chan chuckled dismissively. Forced? If Senior John hears this, you are in trouble. Jan did not say much. Let us get straight to the point. Please explain why we were brought here. Kang-tron finally followed Jihan's lead. Those spellcasters are always so impatient. Alright, I will explain clearly. He outlined each point. First, we want to protect the Met Lesasai from Jupist and Ezia. You must have heard about this from Kangubake. He listed everything clearly. And second, we want you to use your magic powers to their fullest, but you have already shown this in the battle against Kang Jubu. Kang was serious. Presenting the final and most important point was to lure Elias here. That is the one who can sense your magic. However, Jian still had doubts about how to ensure he would show up here. Kang Chan did not refute this. Of course, just that alone is not enough. Butch Kang Chan, leaning on his cane, raised 3 fingers. So for that purpose, you all need to become bait. Kim Si's face showed a bit of surprise as he anxiously asked back. Bait. Min Yuri stood there, equally worried. You want us to be the bait? Kang Chan calmly replied to both. Exactly. You will lure Aloy out, and we will catch him. His gaze looks a bit tired right now. Meanwhile, you guys just need to unleash your magic and wait. Simple. Right. Jan has been silent until now and seriously asks, what if we refuse? Kang Chan raises his hand, gently touching his face. Tiredly replying, if that is your choice, I will respect it. But in that case, I will have to resort to force. He slowly opens his eyes, only to see the coldness in his emotionless gaze. Suddenly, a tremendous source of power radiates from Kang Tran's body, quickly directs straight towards Jihan and envelops the space. Kim Soo and Min Yuri look extremely panicked and worried in the face of his power. Is this really the magic of a person? Kang Chan, intrigued, winks and slowly extends his hand forward, so to avoid unnecessary trouble. Let us resolve this peacefully. Shall we? Suddenly, Diane has drawn his sword from somewhere, pulling it out of its sheath. You ambushed us, attacked us, and even captured us, and now you want us to just sit still and wait. His whole body is now brimming with power as if a fire is blazing. I refuse. If he appears, I will fight too. I do not know when Sin also made an appearance. Kang Chan and Jihan are facing each other, separated by a good distance. Surrounding each person is an immense personal power enveloping the entire space. Kang Chan suddenly smiles with delight. His eyes are fixated ahead. Yun Jihan. This guy now resembles a true mage more than before. He is no longer influenced by power. Then old memories surface, where he held a delicate red gemstone staff, gently stroking his golden hair. He can act freely according to his own will. Just like back then, when her face was filled with confidence, looking straight ahead without fear. Back to the present. Kang Tran, after a moment of silence, continues, and that is why I can't let you meet him. Suddenly, his eyes turn completely white. Kang Chan slowly raises the fur on his coat, asking with a cold gaze. Jan's expression is quite calm, but he does not quite understand what he hears. What are you talking about? Kang coldly responds back to him. Do not know why you do not ask your senior. After he finishes speaking, suddenly sharp stones rise from the ground, aiming to encase Jihan. Jan's eyes suddenly light up with worry. He is utterly astonished. That skill can't be done. The stones are slowly closing in on him, and just like that, very quickly, those stone claws have wrapped around Jihan. A strong wind blows from somewhere, making it hard for Kim Soo to observe. She tries to call out. Jan Min Yuri stands beside it, equally worried. Suddenly, a light appears from nowhere. Min Yuri looks down in astonishment. Sue, that person is suddenly stepping out from another space. A trade. Huh, are you talking about me? That person is none other than Yun Doha. He just said, his hands suddenly lit up. I have never had such a rebellious junior. Yunha looked extremely tired, raising his hand to support his head. No matter how many times I move, I still can't forget. Yun Doha from the Bone Clan asks. One person in the group wonders. Kang Chan is still standing with his cane, observing. He arrived late. I almost got into a fight with his disciple. Yun Doha stepped forward from behind him, hands in his pockets. Next time, please set the coordinates more accurately. Kang Chan smiled happily and continued speaking. Anyway, you arrived just in time. Yun Doha replied calmly. He won't be able to move for a while. We should go too. Suddenly, a voice called out from somewhere. Let Jan go now. Hearing that shout, Du's gaze slowly turned cold as he looked up. The speaker is none other than Kim Sai. At this moment, she has cast numerous spells in the air, illuminating a vast space. From those formations, countless rays of power shot straight toward the rock that imprisoned Jihan. But after it ended, the rock remained intact without a scratch. Kim Si-hoo was surprised by this sight, worrying silently in her mind that it had no marks at all. At this moment, Doha observed and spoke up. Don't waste any more time. The binding magic of the earth spirit won't let him escape without my permission. Suddenly, Daihan's voice echoed. Permission? I do not need it. Yun Doha and Kang Charn turned to look closely at his voice. If there are obstacles in the way. When his voice rang out, sources of power wrapped around the large stone simultaneously. Daihan's half-face inside was shadowed. Only his bright eyes and the sword emitting power could be seen. And I just needed to cut through everything. His eyes held nothing but coldness, devoid of emotion. Please surround me with your magical spirits. She also appeared there, closing her eyes with both hands, starting to gather strength. Wait, do you think my magical power is limitless? Please open your eyes, she said. All right, my magic power is fully charged. Just hearing that, Dayan quickly swung his sword back, his whole body filled with energy to break through. The earth can be tough, but it always has its cracks. Jan slashed forward, his eyes white as a demon rising. Outside, a massive explosion was about to occur as small blasts appeared in the cracks of the large rock. Now, we could break through those fissures. Soon after, the large rock was sliced into tiny pieces, flying in the air along with a tremendous force. This was a wind-cutting technique, as the wind could blow anywhere. Kang watched everything happening without any fear, even enjoying the observation. Oh! Kim Soo and Min Yuri were delighted to see him break free like that. Looking at Jan with joy, Yun-do had a contemplative expression. He was silent, as if lost in thought, but then suddenly broke into a strange smile. You have gotten much stronger. That is what a true junior should be. One eye of Jan still retained a hint of power as he held his position, letting the mist swirl around him. Jen pointed the tip of his sword directly at Kang Tron and Doha. If you two plan to stop me, then fight seriously. Now my hands are confident that I can slice through anything. As he spoke, one of his eyes brightened once again. Kang Chan glanced back at Doha, saying, Did you hear that? Yun Doha, how have you trained this junior? Saying that, he laughed delightedly. Doha, feeling a bit annoyed, put his hand behind his head and fell silent. But he quickly looked up and said, You Jan, I do not intend to fight you right now. You know facing both of us alone is impossible. Hearing this, Jian calmly replied without fear. Perhaps he could not win, but to escape from here, he could not let him finish speaking when someone interrupted. No, that is completely impossible. Dijan squinted his eyes in irritation. What? Doa casually put his hands in his pockets and explained to him. Aren't you curious about where you are standing? You Jihan, right where you are is below the Red H gathering next week. From the outside, it is a skyscraper. But inside, beneath the ground lies a cave. It looks like the head of a monster with glowing eyes and is inside the belly of the earth spirit that I summoned. He raised his cold, emotionless eyes. In other words, no matter what you do, there is no way to escape this barrier. Jen was a bit irritated at this point. He clicked his tongue, but then quickly stood facing both of them and began to speak. Why are you making such a fuss just to stop me from meeting Lut? He is targeting me, not you. It was unclear how Doa felt in response, only that he slightly bowed his head. This is the grudge between us and Lut from years ago. We won't let the tragedy that happened 10 years ago involve you. Jan stood still, listening to everything he said. When he looked at Kang Chan, his entire being was surrounded by a fiery aura of power. Kang Chan wore a slightly savage smile. The target had taken the bait. Elsewhere, the shadow of Lut cast down onto the ground. He stood still in place. The source of power surrounding Lut's body began to glow a bright red. So you guys are hiding here. Lut stood coldly in front of the building. Looking inside, Lias, devoid of any emotion, raised his eyes upward. The hunt has begun. From below, looking up, all one could see were the towering floors. Inside, several people in protective gear held weapons, monitoring the area. They quickly communicated with the others via radio to report. So far, there are no unusual signs. The people in protective gear are slowly approaching the glass in front. The entire area of the declaration room has been cleared. Isn't something coming? Why is it so quiet? A person in a protective suit said to the one in front. It is concerning. The other person slightly turned their head and replied. Stay alert. We can't let even an ant slip through. While they were still talking, Li took a step past the barrier. This was a direct order from Lord Bang Trun. His whole body radiated dark power. Li casually put his hands in his pockets and walked inside. His cold eyes glanced up. You are mistaken. Wake up. The people in protective gear suddenly stood still as Leet casually passed by them. Wherever he went, the source of dark power followed. Leet continued to walk in nonchalantly as the people in protective gear finally began to talk. Wait, something just passed by. Right, you are mistaken. Wake up. Lai raised his hand to gently touch something. Suddenly his eyes lit up with an emotionless face. Where are you? You Jan. Then suddenly, his image appeared. Daihan swung his sword back, preparing to build momentum. His entire body was enveloped by a great source of power. Leet touched a wall in the building. Suddenly, a beam of light began to appear around him. He seemed to sense something. Leet slowly glanced down, sensing the presence of spirits below. He continued to place his palm on the ground and felt it. They finally met. From underground, you could see two small circles of power suddenly appearing in the palm of Leet. The entity we had searched for had suddenly revealed itself. Just like that, a great source of power suddenly erupted where he placed his hand. It brought small lightning bolts into the space. Leet quickly dove down through the hole on his head. His face remained emotionless. focused on his thoughts. If it were you, you would give me the answer. Li dropped for a moment before quickly landing on the ground. A hole of power he created still appeared in the ceiling. Li looked up ahead. In front of him was a door sealed by a barrier. What is behind this door? Li stared intently. He raised his hand. It was now covered by a surging source of power, a complex sealing magic. They had reinforced many layers of barriers surrounding the outside of the structure. Li spoke while slowly reaching his hand towards the source of power, which quickly dispersed and enveloped the door. After all, that was useless to me. His power was so great that it was not quick. Then a large hole appeared in front of him. Lias retracted his power into his arm and calmly walked forward. Each boundary was pushed to this extent, but after walking for a while, what appeared before him was just an empty void. How disappointing. Liat stepped inside without a doubt. He did not expect he was entering a new space. The aura of the spirit had vanished here. There must be something. Liat suddenly felt a strange source of power, and his face turned pale, his eyes wide open in shock. His entire body felt like it was in an electronic void, his eyes blank. He was in pain from the immense power in this space. Liat cried out in pain, covering his face with both hands. Veins appeared on his face. He was still in agony. What are those things anyway? Memories that never existed within me. Liat disregarded his exhausted body and continued to move forward. Those memories were deeply engraved in his cells. Unrelated to Liat's will, his hand still covered half of his face, but his eyes were now bloodshot. When his existence was denied, hidden emotions surged strongly. Liat now stood in a chaotic place, surrounded by scattered corpses, the scene a mess, awakening a flood of memories. Death was etched into his cells. Darkness seemed to obscure half of Liat's body. He remained in his position, beginning to mumble. "Oh, I see now." Liat slowly removed his hand from his face. Both his eyes were now red. This place is my ending point, and also the beginning. Around where he stood in the memories were countless dead bodies, and it was raining at that time, the place where the Agencia tribe perished 10 years ago. He talked to himself, and the more he spoke, the colder his expression became. "And this must be your memory." A corpse lay on the ground, my original self. Liat stood still there, turning his head to the darkness, making his expression hard to see. Li continued to ponder, saying meaningless words. "As you wished. This time I will definitely capture the wind spirit." Suddenly, while he was still speaking, a tremor appeared around where he stood. "That is the reason for existence and also my mission." A source of strange power appeared from behind Liat. He quickly sensed it and glanced back. Suddenly a stone shot straight forward. Dust and the smell of flesh filled the space, making it hard to see anything. Suddenly, Liat's feet landed powerfully on the ground. He moved swiftly, not letting the stone cover him. The entrance was completely blocked. Suddenly, a voice echoed from somewhere in the space. "Did you enjoy the welcome party?" He glanced at where the voice came from. It turned out this was a trap from the start. The lights in the room lit up. All the lights turned on one by one, making this place no longer dark. Liat raised his hand to shield himself from the sudden light. "It is quite a journey to get here." The one speaking is none other than Yundoa. He stands confidently at a considerable distance from him. Anzia's gaze fixed on him. As he spoke, a delighted smile spread across his face, his body surrounded by a powerful aura like a blazing fire. "I did not expect to see this face again. It even makes me feel happy." Yunha of the main guild. Anzia was not surprised and calmly responded. "It is indeed a strange hobby, trapping memories of the dead." The more he talked, the brighter his eyes became. "What is happening?" But on the outside, he remains calm and composed. "That is right, the dark power is slowly radiating out. I am in a state of concealing my presence. But clearly, he has already noticed me." Suddenly, another voice echoed. "You seem to be wondering a lot." "Anzia." He glanced back at a figure not too far behind. It was Kang Tron. "I bet you are curious how we found you." "Right." He still had that relaxed attitude and an unclear smile as he continued speaking. "Want to know why?" With that, Kang Tron slammed his staff down on the floor. Suddenly, a thunderous sound erupted from behind, lighting up the space. He stood there without moving. Out of nowhere, Kang Jun appeared, dressed in a way that looked down with disdain. The guild leader of the warrior guild trembled. Shortly after, Kim Min-dung made her entrance. She looked coldly with her red eyes. The guild leader of the Snowball Guild, Kim Min-dung. Next came Park Dung-seop. Unlike the other two, he had a somewhat worried expression. The leader of the Kuro's Guild, Pung Seop. Following him was Kang Yu, who coldly raised his eyes, holding a knife pointed towards the leader of the Destiny Guild, Kang. All four appeared behind Kang Kron, the 6 major guilds of the Republic of Korea. Lias's face looked somewhat surprised and stunned. The answer lies in looking at Kang Tron's expression, as he spoke while sneering. "I want to tell you." Anzi remained standing still, turning to stare intently at Kang Tron's group. It is unclear what his expression is at this moment. He just stands and stares intently. Dung Seep's face showed signs of fear and shock. Suddenly speaking up, "Angelius, are you really alive?" His face was slightly flushed. Looking pleased, it was hard to believe. Mindung, standing at the front, was also a bit surprised and spoke up. Why does he look exactly like he did 5 years ago? Kang Chan, not surprised, kept his smile and said, he even looks younger. No need to verify his identity anymore. Handle it immediately. Where he is placing his hand is the tip of the staff radiating abundant energy. Lias, unfazed, merely stood coldly, silently contemplating. He had already taken a hit, remembering back to when he placed his hand against a wall in the building and sensed what Li could feel in the Red Aid Guild was just Yu Jihan's spirit. Then came the moment Kang Tron slowly appeared in that space, but it was a sophisticated trap using spatial magic. Or suddenly, it felt like thunderbolts struck down behind him. Butch Kang Tron had left everyone outside so Lias would not notice and had used layered magic to gather them here. It is easier to understand now that Lias is standing in the center, with a magical formation appearing beneath him, while the others stand around him. Li, overly confident in his tracking abilities, chased after the trace of the wind spirit and walked right into their trap. He stood there, frozen like a statue, but the strange source of power still lingered in the air, and one question remained unanswered. How could they detect the hidden magic concealing his presence? Kang Chan's staff struck the floor once more. What are you thinking so intently? If you stand still, I will strike first. After saying this, Kang Chan suddenly unleashed countless streams of power like daggers straight at Lias. I did not react at all, just glanced at the streams of power rushing toward me. Lias raised his hand, and a shield appeared in the air to block those attacks. Useless. Dung Siup, still anxious at seeing that scene, felt increasingly gloomy. He neutralized B. Kang Tron's cutting move. Yeah. After a moment of silence, Lios finally spoke to the others. You know that spatial magic does not work on me. Have you forgotten? Suddenly, several strange red orbs appeared out of nowhere, resting in his palm. I am also a space mage. Hearing this, Kang Tron's face lit up with interest. That is right. You are the one who created the concept of spatial magic on Earth. Once, you taught humans magic and collaborated with them. So why did you betray us? Lei stood still in place, maintaining his posture while listening to him speak. Then, Lei calmly replied, unhurriedly, that is what I want to ask. The more he spoke, the darker his expression became, his eyes shining bright. Why did I trust such wicked people in the past? Kang found his meaningless words a bit hard to understand. You, in the past? What are you talking about? Looking over at Liat, half of his face had turned dark with rage. The cube hovering above his palm suddenly glowed. People like you do not need to know that soon everything will become meaningless. Around that cube, it seemed a fire was slowly heating it from within. Finding a way to escape is not difficult. Let us temporarily retreat today and wait for another opportunity. But suddenly, the cube exploded, scattering fragments everywhere. Liat found the scene very confusing. He seemed frozen in place, staring intently at the spot in his palm. The teleportation magic had been forcibly cancelled. Huh. What is happening? Kang Tron pointed his staff forward, excitedly telling him, we have prepared many things. It would be a shame to let you go like this. Then suddenly, a source of bright power surged forward, creating a massive shockwave. Struggling to maintain his balance, he looked up to find the surrounding space covered in a layer of green ice. This is the virtual space he created. From the very beginning, he trapped me in this space. The gem held by the snake-headed Go suddenly lit up. He cheerfully continued, this space is under my control, so let us finish the battle that was left unresolved 10 years ago. While Leos was still focused on listening, Junin leaped from behind, wielding his giant hammer towards him. His eyes sparkled like stars, fiercely striking forward. Let us finish the battle that was left unresolved 10 years ago. With that, he slammed the giant hammer down powerfully onto the ground, causing the earth beneath to shatter into small pieces, creating a massive shockwave. Luckily, he quickly dodged to the side. Seeing that, Junin felt furious. Damn it, he avoided it. Goo. Feeling helpless, struck his own head in frustration. Who sings while launching a surprise attack? Junin, slightly frowning at the comment, replied, shut up. That is my fighting style. Leah staggered a bit from the gust of wind after that unexpected attack. How could he target me while I am hiding my presence? Louis' eyes suddenly widened as he saw something unexpected. The image from earlier appeared, showing Lias using his dark power to break the barrier. It must be because I touched the barrier at the entrance then, he thought while looking at his palm. I thought it was just a regular defensive barrier. Lis' eyes widened in shock once again. Looking closely at his arm, strange black marks began to appear. This mark was visible as he focused, and suddenly, Gub darted past him like the wind. So you finally noticed. Hub moved quickly behind Lias. Do you like my gift? Lias, not too surprised, glanced back. As he swung his knife in the space, Lias skillfully dodged. He evaded every strike that came his way. Lias dodged quickly while asking, are you Gu from the Destiny Guild? Did someone else put this mark on me? Gub replied while continuing to swing another strike toward him. It is an honor that you remember my name. Lias kicked straight at Gub. What did you do to that mark? His face flushed with excitement. He blocked with his hand and replied, "Oh, I have placed a restriction on your most annoying skill, your exclusive skill, the mark itself. This mark will cause part of my magic power to continuously interact with you." Just as he said, when Lias looked at the marked arm, it was absorbing dark power. Gub continued, "No matter how hard you try to hide your presence, the magic link to me will reveal you." Lias stared at his arm, which kept absorbing power. It truly was a pointless game. Suddenly he continued, "You, a worthless rat who can't hide." Li glanced back, and when he looked down, his feet were frozen solid. "My feet. The one behind this is none other than Kim Min Dung." She stood a short distance away on the small ice slabs. Raising her hand, her cold face said, "You should stay still. Just a little movement and your legs will shatter." Li was in a dire situation. His hands were being drained of strange power while his feet were already frozen. Suddenly, a voice came from behind. "Did you think we just sat idle for the past 10 years? The speaker was Yunhe. He said this with a smirk, showing no signs of worry. Suddenly, he snapped his fingers forward. "Now, be silent and die." Spirit Easia. Then, unexpectedly, rocks began to rise around where he stood. Lias was not frightened. Instead, he looked around coldly despite the rocks trying to encircle him. "That was a very strong earth-binding magic. This is bad. I have to cut off my frozen legs." Kang pointed his staff forward and said, "Did you forget? You can't use spatial magic here without my permission." Lias could only watch as the stones rose from below, shattering the ice. The stones continued to get closer together. Lias was trapped inside, his feet frozen and unable to do anything. Soon after, he was enclosed by those stones. Seeing this, Du laughed with satisfaction. Time to end this. The large rock surrounding Lias was now covered in a layer of ice by Min Dung. Lifting it into the air, she looked up and shouted, "Come here." Dungin harnessed his power, holding the hammer brightly as he charged forward. "Okay," he yelled loudly, his body soaring through the air. The massive hammer aimed straight at the frozen rock. Dungin struck down hard on the giant block of ice, causing it to begin cracking. The giant rock slammed into the ground, making the surrounding space shake, and large ice blocks began to rise from nowhere. Kang, with his hands in his pockets, looked down. "We have prepared a grand feast for ourselves." He said this with a wink and a pleased smile. "Now, let us have dessert." As the gem in the snake's mouth suddenly glowed, its light shimmering through the space as he unleashed the technique. Infinite Slash. The atmosphere turned hazy yet also sparkled with a magical glow. Du rubbed his eyes to see the reality before him, looking astonished. "Whoa. I can't believe this. This power exceeds that of a level 1 hero. These are the great heroes who led humanity to victory in the Great Asia War. The 5 elite death squad." After finishing their task, they stood together, coldly observing. "It was curious. It is over." "Right," Lo immediately replied. "All our attack squads hit their targets." "Of course, he is dead." "Hey, back Dung Siop. What are you just standing there for?" Dung Sop coldly responded. "I just missed my chance. I did not really need to intervene from the beginning, did I?" Dua spoke up to Kang Chan. "What do you think? Can you sense his magic?" Kang Tron, still focused, exclaimed, "Oh, I can't even sense him with my detection skills. Can he really die so easily?" "That Liat. When did Jib show up behind you?" "It seems he is waiting for the right moment." Suddenly a voice rang out. "Is this all your power? How disappointing." Jeech was pushed down to the ground by the group. Cough. It seems Gubuk is being controlled by some kind of power. What is wrong with Kang Jubek?" Jubek realized that his magic was overflowing into him through the mark. Huge chains were surrounding him. Hin and Doha rushed to Kang Yubek in panic. Immediately both of them were bound by that cursed chain. Kang Tron stepped forward and cast a spell, but then his expression changed. Teleportation magic. He felt extremely confused. Clearly, I had control over space magic, so how could he? This side was closing his eyes coldly and slowly opened them. He strode confidently in front of Gubek. Jube choked, trying to speak. Cough. "What the hell? Did you crawl out from my arm?" Lias examined his hand, which was marked by the imprint you left. The prey mark, an exclusive skill of Kangyu, creates a flow of magic to track the marked target. Lias turned that flow of magic against him. Lias recalled his difficult moments back then. "You cornered me with those impressive attacks. If I had taken all those hits, I would have been in trouble. But in that moment, the flow of magic created by the mark became my perfect escape. If the mark is the path you created, then I just need to walk back along that path." Jubj felt immense rage, grinding his teeth. "This is ridiculous." Hang Chan heard Lias's admission from afar. "Thanks to that, I can open the space without being affected by the White Sun Dream world. The White Sun Dream only controls space. It can interfere with the magic flow. You underestimate me too much." Back round, Duha, in a hurry. Thought that just catching him would be enough. But he was too hasty. Du felt extremely confused. The elemental magic was blocked. Lia coldly spoke. Yundoha, you have clearly gotten stronger than 10 years ago, and so have I. Then he turned and attacked. Lias faced off against Kang Chan while Doa shifted his focus to Jihan. Yuri shot an ice arrow. Su followed up with ice shot. Two streams of power interact as they collide. Yuri appears helpless, not moving at all. Daihan believes they should not attack anymore. It is just wasting magic. His keen eye begins to analyze the probabilities. The probability of breaking through this place is indeterminate. Daihan thinks for a moment, and even if he tries to analyze it again, the answer remains uncertain. But the fact that it does not respond means there is still a way. Right, let us try using the spirit again. Sin flies over to Jihan, feigning annoyance in a teasing manner. You Jihan, are you using my power again? Daihan is startled upon hearing its voice. Looking up in surprise, Sin informs Daihan that this place is a type of space created by the Earth Spirit, and it can't be escaped through force. Daihan wonders what to do then. Sin suggests that when the contract signer is not here, the only way left is to directly persuade the Earth Spirit, like how you did with me. You Jihan, Jan chimes in, talking to it. How? Sin sighs in frustration. I do not know either, but who knows? Maybe if we call, it will appear. Daihan feels increasingly confused, saying something that makes sense. If talking was that easy, we would not be in this situation. Don't be like that. Let us try it. We need to give it a shot. Saihu believes there is no other choice but to wait here. I can't just wait here like this, Jan exclaims as he looks for a place to rest. You know it is impossible. First, let us rest and think of another way. Standing for too long, Su also feels helpless. Hey, Daihan. She shows her annoyance and then sighs. Fine. Then I will do it myself. Then, Su raises her hands to the sky and calls out, you stupid idiot. If you are not a coward, come out now. Jen is also amazed by Su's action. What are you doing? Saihu explains to Jihan that they have to provoke it. Then Saihu turns around and exclaims, you too. Yuri seems a bit hesitant. Huh. Me too. Su looks at Yuri. This is the president's order. Only then does Yuri smile. Alright. Saihu continues with her task. Shouting loudly, if you are not a coward, then come out. Moo. Yuri also shouts but is still cautious. Moo. If you can hear me, please come out. Yuri's tone makes Su feel infuriated. Yuri, you are being too gentle. Provoke it, Daihan sigh. What are they doing? In that case, Moo won't respond. Yuri yells out, the Earth Spirit is an earthquake, not a ground dragon. Dian silently admires the effort. That was something. Hey Yuri. Suddenly, the atmosphere changes. Moo can no longer hold back and appears, saying, I am not an earthquake. Saihu is overjoyed and opens her arms to welcome Moo. It really showed up. Dian finds this hard to believe. How did that actually work? Saihu shouted loudly. See, I told you. Moo immediately questioned the group of people. Moo. Why were you called out here? You all are too noisy. I am thrilled to welcome its presence. Moo. It has been a while. Moo replied politely. Oh. It is very nice to see you again. Taking the opportunity, Yuri made a suggestion. Moo. Could you let us out of here? Moo immediately declined. That is not allowed. Minli promised Yundoa, so no one can go out. Jan, unable to take it anymore, drew his sword. Then let me give you a taste of my spirit sword to wake you up. Sin rushed to stop him. Wait. Dun-Ti. Moo did not do anything wrong. Saihu had a worried question. Moo, can you tell us what is going on with Yundoa? Moo hesitated for a moment. What is going on? Alright. Moo knew Yundoa's condition. Right now. Over there. The chains were intertwined amidst the bright red space seen through Moo's eyes. Everyone felt the ground shake. What is happening? Moo shouted. This is bad. Yuna is in pain. Yuna is in danger. Jan was shocked by the news, making him extremely anxious. Yundoa is in danger. Looking back at the mysterious bright red space, an unknown lens fell into the dark land. Jubich fell to the ground as he was pierced through the back by the spikes. Coughing. He exclaimed, never having heard of this ability, dazed by the surrounding space. What is this red space? Suddenly, a voice rang out, answering Yubik's question. No need to be so surprised. This is a type of unique skill that you humans often refer to. So it turns out that person is Lias with that cold face and demeanor. He spoke up. The spatial magic verdict, like the White Sun dream realm of B-Gang right here. The conceptual magic targeting space. Juch gasped. What about the others? Lyos informed Gyuk. I have sealed them in different spaces. Your 6 great guilds will be used for the Heavenly Party project. Juch was stunned, showing anger upon hearing this. Is that the purpose of your P? Is that your aim? Lu calmly announced that, after neutralizing all 6 great guilds, we will carry out a large-scale airstrike nationwide. Thanks to your trap, the plan has gone more smoothly. Give it up and tell me where Yu Jihan is hiding. If you do, I will let you and your teammates live, Jube exclaimed. Let us live, Jubsh. Furious, broke the staff in his hand, then unleashed a wave of power towards him. Firmly declaring, that is not up to you. La calmly awaited Gyu's attack, then Leet said, you must have seen already, your spirit magic is no longer a threat. Soon, Gyubu's power shattered into pieces. Jube frowned in confusion, the spirit magic is being fragmented. Lees looked towards Gubsh and exclaimed, this is the ability of the judgment boundary. In this space, you won't be able to use skills normally. The spatial magic of the judgment boundary can control the magic flow of the target within the space. When the target's magic flow falls under Lias's control, he can suppress or fragment their skills. Lias even raised his hand, drawing in the magical energy inside. This is the feeling. The spirit magic of yours, he can still use the target's powers. Jitch still felt very uncomfortable and puzzled. How could he use the spirit magic? Suddenly, Gub was surrounded by magical rods. How does it feel to be bound by your own spirit magic? Do you still think you are the master of this special power? Jube could not believe what was happening. It was impossible. Only those who have directly made a contract with the spirits can use spirit magic. Lios stepped closer to Guk. Impossible. That arrogance is humanity's greatest sin. I will tell you an interesting truth. 30 years ago, a portal opened on Earth, and alien races came to invade, and you humans faced extinction. A miracle happened. Your heroes appeared. Those who gained the power called awakening. That moment was after the Asia tribe arrived on Earth. Jube looked at Lias with a deadly glare. What the hell? Does Lias confirm that your awakening power comes from Aya? All the skills you use are merely remnants of Asia. Jube stared in disbelief. Lias continued with the story about the opening of the portal and granting powers to humanity. He added that it was due to Lios of the past. My original self did that. Jube seemed to be led from one surprise to another. He hesitated to speak up. The original? So who exactly are you? Lios paused for a moment and then raised a hand to receive a stream of magical energy. Enough talk. If you do not reveal Yu Jihan's location, then you are of no value anymore. The magical energy swirled into a vortex, then began to spread, about to fall on Gyubi. At this moment, Lias spoke up, I will slaughter the Asia tribe. Die to pay for your sins. From the magical energy, gigantic arrow was slowly being released. Jube felt a bit apprehensive. Just then, Kang Chuan appeared like a god with a voice saying, luckily it is not too late. Lias was shocked to see his appearance. Kang Chuan quickly ran over to free Gyu, and then he stroked his hair and smiled with a confident gaze. The main character has arrived. Gubi was also amazed. Kang Tron spread his hand, causing the arrow to emit a cracking sound as it shattered. He used his power to shatter it in an instant, leaving Lias in shock. Kang Chen still wore his usual smile. You two are having an interesting conversation. Can I join in? A fake Liat. Hearing that made Liat furious. He thought, how could he be here? The place sealing Bang Chuan is under a control verdict, and with both magic and skills being suppressed like this, how could he escape? From the start, the current Bang Chuan could not sense the flow of magic. The fragments continued to break apart in the space. Wipe the blood off his mouth. It is too late. Are you trying to let me die? Kang Chuan replied to Go Bi. You talk like that to the person who just came to save you. Ju hurriedly asked about the situation. Where are the others? Kang Chen replied. I just managed to escape alone, and I am nearly out of magic. The two of them looked up at Lios, feeling disheartened. To be honest, the situation was not promising for dealing with him. This time, I will try using that, Jik said curiously. What is that? Kangjin exclaimed, surpassing even Bikin Mamming. My strongest magic. He smiled with satisfaction. The Niminzig. 30 years ago, in the Republic of Korea during a chaotic escape, Kang Chuan's parents were trying to get him out of the fire. Don't look back. Just keep running. The huge flames had burned so many people on the spot. He was blindfolded. Don't look back. His mother tried to reassure Kang Chuan. We won't end up like them. We will survive and get out. At that time, he was just a little boy. Yes. The three of them ran together. His father encouraged him. Just a little more, and we will reach the place with the heroes. Just hold on a bit longer. Suddenly, a giant foot with claws appeared, looking fierce and terrifying. The whole family froze. Everyone panicking. A monster. Hope turned into despair. In an instant, the monster raised its weapon. Siv. Suddenly, Kang Chuan was pushed back by his parents. He was utterly stunned. Oh! His parents said goodbye to each other in tears. You must survive. Kang Chen was filled with fear. Mom and Dad. That night, my world shattered. The monster roared and charged at Kang Chen's parents. He witnessed everything through the innocent eyes of a young boy, and I was reborn. Giant footsteps gradually appeared closer to Kang Chuan. Soon, they emerged behind the boy. Then, the giant monsters rushed towards him like a pack of hungry wolves. Kang Chuan had sensed it. The once luxurious town quickly turned into a battlefield. Tall buildings collapsed, and people lay sprawled on the streets. A group of people appeared at the scene, led by Kim. looking like they belonged here. One person behind him had to cover their nose with a cloth, showing an annoyed expression. That smell is terrible. Kim gasped as he witnessed the scene before him. All of this caused by that child alone, truly an unimaginable talent. Quickly take the child away. Gongcha stepped forward, smiling warmly at him. Hey kid, it is okay now. Come with us. He shouted loudly right after. My hand. The blonde boy exclaimed in panic. Damn it. Goon Gong-chan has been taken down. That kid is unstable. The disheveled boy stood up, stumbling forward, mumbling, kill them all. Gong-chan stepped back to report to Kim Jun. What should we do, Colonel? The guy in the black hat finally spoke. It is a pity, but we have no choice but to kill. Let us see what happens. Kim turned his head back. You are the girl in the black hood approaching Kang Chuan. The boy raised his hand, signaling, don't come closer, I will kill. After removing her hood to reveal her shiny blonde hair, she spoke. You are too aggressive, kid. That person is Anna. She smiled at the boy, Kang Chuan, and assured him she meant no harm. The sharp point of her ears became the focus of Kang Chuan's attention. Kang Chuan suddenly panicked, waving his hands. Don't come here, monster. Suddenly, she drew a sword, startling both Kim Jun and Gong-chan. Seeing Kim Jun and Kang Chuan worried, she raised her hand to stop them. Don't come over. I am enough on my own. You are just a kid, but you already have uncontrollable power. Then she extended her hand towards Kang Chuan. I do not want to. To survive I have to kill, otherwise I can't protect my family. But surprisingly, Ona embraced Kang Chuan tightly and covered his eyes, whispering, just stop. If you are tired, then do not look anymore. It is not your fault. Hearing this, tears streamed down Kang Chuan's face. Those were tears of sadness and self-pity that he tried to hold back. That was the first time I met her. She saved a child who was being manipulated by hatred, and now it is my turn to take revenge for her. Back in reality, Liat looked at Kang Chuan and thought, does he still have this much magical energy? No. Wait, this magic feels strange. Magic is an energy that contains mass. The purer the magic, the more mass it holds. But why can't I sense any mass from Bang Chuan's magic? It feels like an illusion that is not real. Lias reached out and felt, then exclaimed, so this is just an illusion. I can sense any magic from that staff. Your strength. Lias raised his hand to the sky, summoning spiritual power. Do you think I will be fooled by that petty trick? You have not forgotten. Right, ancient magic announces judgment. Saying that, gigantic arrows began to appear from the swirling crimson space. This place is inside the realm of judgment of death. As soon as he finished speaking, the arrows, like iron nails, were activated. At this moment, Kang Chuan and Guk were protected from the arrows by a barrier. Jubu seems worried. Hey Kang Chuan, when are you going to use your strongest magic? Kang Chuan replies back, just wait, I am almost done. Leith smugly exclaims, it is over. But just a second later, he gasps in shock. Is the verdict disappearing? Over here, Kang is crushing something. Materializing the White Sun Dream is not just about the staff. It is the means to unleash the sealed power within. It is just a tool for my unique skill. And today, I have decided to unleash it. He is casting some kind of spell. Kang looks at Leet with a challenging gaze. Hey fake, do you remember? Leet stands there in shock. That shape is damn familiar. It is a memory. Fragments of memories start to engulf Lit's mind, showing a woman holding a baby. Lai is becoming confused. Who is this woman? I do not know this woman. But why? Kang Chuan is manipulating the orb, revealing these memories of Lias. Nea's shadow appears behind. But being a fake, she does not remember anything. The corners of his mouth curve slightly upwards. Then let me pull it out. His gaze reveals madness, and he will end your nightmare. A massive explosion occurs, shattering everything. From the blazing red portal, sharp thorns sprout. Lias unhesitatingly launches the thorns forward. The spikes rush towards her and Kang. He wears a smug smile. It is pointless. Then around Kang Tron, powerful spiritual force radiates. Your attack can touch me now. These words make Lis ponder for a moment. Again, why did my attack disappear before him like an illusion? He keeps thinking, just like the magic he is releasing. What is he up to? At this moment, Kang Tron mutters, if the White Sun Dream can manipulate space, then the Heavenly Sun Dream, the orb in his hand, shows cracks manipulating reality. That source of spiritual power is becoming stronger, and then immediately attacks directly with Louis's strikes. At this point, he can only stand in silence, unsure of what to do. Louis' eyes widen in horror. The verdict is collapsing. Is this his spatial magic? His pupils are shaking in shock. No, it can't be. His spatial magic has been sealed for a long time. This thought only excites him more. Realizing now is too late. Meanwhile, figure with golden spiritual power appears. Duga emerges from behind. Your space has shattered. His gaze is sharp. Thought you were going to drown. Is the verdict or whatever over? He immediately counterattacks. Damn it. I am too late. Lewis' earth-shattering blow sends Doha flying. He shows clear panic upon seeing this. Gotcha. Hit directly and the earth elemental magic will definitely kill you. Suddenly, Lewis loses his balance and falls backward. Grinning smugly, sinking into the nightmare, he was pushed off the cliff, his gaze fixated on his opponent. Damn it. At this moment, Lewis had sunk deep to the ocean floor, staring blankly into the void ahead. Was this the place where Lewis gently reached out to touch the water's surface? As soon as he realized, his eyes widened in horror. A long vine had tightly wrapped around Liz's arms and legs, leaving him no choice but to stare in shock. I can T-move. Now, a figure appears in front of Liz, who still has not realized it. Seeing the presence of his opponent, he was even more terrified. Lee casually put his hands in his pockets and said softly, "You are just a copy." He almost shouted, "Is this also an illusion created by that Kang Tron? I want to be fooled by these silly illusions." Hearing this, that guy's expression showed even more amusement. "If I am an illusion, then what are you? Do you think you are real?" Ly's next words left him in shock. "Then what do you know about it?" Ly, under the clear blue sky, wondered, who was I once? He remembered the days spent with the kids. Was I once the king of Ezia? Lyos gently patted the kids' heads. Do I hate humanity? In his mind, each image grew blurrier. He could not remember anything. Ly stiffened, as if someone had forcibly erased his memories. Memories distorted and worn away. He kept wondering, in the past, what did I do? What did I want? What did I live for? I can't remember anything. You are just a copy. Everything shattered for Lee. He kept muttering, fake copy, in Lee's mind. It was in complete chaos. Am I just such a mundane thing? Suddenly, a hand gently touched him with a reminder. No, Ona said softly. Louise, you are not that kind of existence. Ly suddenly wondered, is this a deeper original memory within the cells? What is my connection to this woman? She continuously encouraged the kind and warm side within you, if you do not completely destroy it. The sincerity in her eyes could have been on your side. These words instantly awakened him. I am truly sorry. Louis still felt very vague. The existence within me. Those words are for the original, not for me. He held his face. But why did that person's words move me so much? What am I really? Li's pupils widened. Then he roared. No, the remnants of the past do not matter. He clenched the fabric at his chest. With only rage and revenge as my motivation. Memories are a luxury. Emotions are meaningless. Everything else is useless. After saying that, Liz tore that piece of fabric away, revealing the gem embedded in his chest. There is only one thing to prove. That gem immediately glowed around him, radiating a powerful aura. He was determined to use these hands to punish humanity. Nothing more. Then, Li seemed to unleash all the power within. The energy was so strong that it created blinding light, as if being thrown into chaos. This scene made Dua curious. Hemph. Suddenly exploding. Huh, he asked loudly. Hey Kang Tron, what is going on? Kang Chan quickly replied. He broke the heavenly dream and escaped. It seems like a dragon's upper half appears as he said. The monster has awakened. A drop of blood rolled down his cheek. The eternal dream of Butch Kangtron no longer exists. He was completely immersed in the desire for revenge. Now I will end that dream. Scene shifts to Uppy Branch in London. Night has fallen. A large magic circle appeared in the middle of the room. Ajaka looked up at that magic circle. He could not hide his satisfaction. He has awakened. At this moment, UP senior official Robert was slightly surprised. Faster than expected. Senior UP's officials seemed very excited. Do not let the plan be disrupted. At this moment, a voice rang out. No, this is Data. Lias this time is an individual with a strong will. UP senior official Leonard spoke up hesitantly. I know best because I managed that cell. UP senior official Carden questioned. Is that the precious Leonard? Isaac decided. Then we must act. He predicted to create paradise. First, we will go to South Korea. Ryan slowly stepped out and spoke softly. Certainly. That ruby constantly radiates powerful spiritual energy. Lit's entire body was enveloped in a strange red-black energy. Doha began to feel tense. What is attached to his chest? A magic spirit stone. Kangtron replied immediately. A disgusting mass of magical power. Is that also a UPSI product? He began to analyze. It takes time to recreate the heavenly dream. For now, we must avoid direct combat. Li showed clear signs of urgency. How long are you going to just stand there? Immediately, he created a powerful source of energy. Then I will strike first. The massive energy in front made them a bit wary. As he prepared to take the hit, he reacted quickly. Thu summoned a shield to block the attack. He shouted. Damn it. The magical density is astonishing. Is he going to wipe us out immediately? But Kang Chan said, no, on the contrary, the bright spiritual energy he created. He predicted he was concentrating magical power in one place. His eyes shone brightly, and the corners of Lit's mouth slightly lifted in satisfaction. Hold back. Lit continued to channel his inner power, continuing to compress. He exuded a heavy murderous intent, ready to eliminate his opponent. A cold voice rang out. The divine spear of judgment. Soon after, a vortex of magical power appeared around Lit, making Yuha tense. He was astonished by this scene. There is no way he could compress that huge mass of magical power into the spear. The figure of Leet now resembled a demon. He had surpassed the limits of normal power. Leet's hand trembled uncontrollably. Fear. The familiar dread had arrived. The shattered scene from the past appears. Although Mun has witnessed countless comrades sacrifice themselves, he remains powerless in this tragic past, standing among the heaps of corpses. He can't help but reflect, feeling the horror born from utter helplessness. Then he speaks again, startling Zidu. What is wrong, Yun? The look in his eyes shows both excitement and fear. Just like that time, this immediately infuriates Ula can't hold back and shouts to shut up. Seeing the tense situation, Kangchan quickly yells out, stop it. Yundoha. Over here, he keeps provoking, just despair in your powerlessness. He charges straight at his opponent, ready to die for it, but Leet is not one to back down. His gaze sharpens immediately. You are the one who is going to die. This instantly puts Daegoha in a panic. What? Soon after, a source of energy opens up, revealing the entire galaxy. Inside that energy is a sparkling universe, where a single, gentle cut erases everything in its path. He channels power into his weapon. This is the strength that combines the demonic crystal and the Asia tribe. Leet's ultimate skill at this moment. But he mutters, what a troublesome ability. Now, the space around the two of them is an endless void. The celestial sun dream of Kangchan has surpassed danger. The Siu can't hide his confusion. What just happened? Clearly, I was struck by this spear. He spits out a mouthful of fresh blood, and he gently says, don't rush in. You idiot. Luckily, the bridge was created just in time. Kang gathers energy in her hands, needing to gather the bridge to counter him. She also gently closes her eyes, realizing she might have to use the last resort. Lio suddenly wonders, the celestial sun dream of Bangchan. What is the limit of that power? He recalls the scene just now, the moment the divine spear struck Yundoa. He must have died. Lee quickly notices the oddity, as if reality is distorted. His death seems to have never happened. Lee ponders. This form I have never seen is an unbelievable ability. But there must be a weakness. He still focuses on gathering energy in his hands, the corner of his mouth stained with blood. When destroying the judgment scene and saving Yundoa, he used the bridge in both hands. Not wasting a second, Louis charges forward quickly. This means he realizes that without the bridge, the celestial sun dream cannot activate. Leet makes a beautifully executed spear cut, obliterating the divine spear. Seeing this, O immediately raises his voice to warn, bitch Kangchan, while he remains focused on channeling power. Now, Kangchan speaks up. From the beginning, I said. His pupil has a few cracks. There is only one bridge. Lio suddenly halts. Does he have another bridge in his eyes? Immediately after, the two sources of energy clash directly, blue and red light charging in like a storm. He grips the smoking spear tightly, and in Leet's heart, he can't help but ponder. He uses the celestial sun dream to erase the existence of the divine spear. That ruby still shines brightly, but it is okay. With my magic, recreating the divine spear won't be difficult. Suddenly, something ahead catches Liet's attention. His gaze meets that of the woman. Her gentle face appears in Li's mind. He grits his teeth in frustration. Who keeps appearing in my memories like this? As Luz gets distracted, Kangtron appears. Even if it is just a fake, you can't ignore it. He smiles crazily because she is Nahaz, your original self once loved deeply. Everything around him feels like it stopped, unable to believe his ears. Anahaz. That source of memory keeps coming back. A warning sound rings out. Yunha is in danger. He slowly draws his sword. Staying here won't change anything. It is now very close to them. Jan's gaze is filled with determination. Open the gate. Blurry. He declares firmly. We will join the fight. Meanwhile, Louis still stares at her. Lios unconsciously mumbles, huh. Did I once love her? Kang responds, it is not just a simple love. Your original self once respected her greatly. He recounts. But you betrayed everyone. The more Lias hears, the more shocked he becomes and wants to kill her. Memories of that woman emerge vividly in his mind. Those images blur more and more, causing Lia to clutch his face. Horrified, the memories are a jumbled mess. Ona had taken care of him since he was very young. Liat's pupils dilate. What did I act for in the past? Kang softly says, whether you are real or fake does not matter. Right after, he strikes. In the end, you are just a bug that needs to disappear from this world. He looks around confused. What is this space? The magic is sealed now. Kangtron raises his voice. You can't escape, because this is an isolated space created by a sphere. In his eyes, it seems like they are about to burst. And the sphere is finally here. After saying that, Kangchan prepares to strike again, leaving Light to grit his teeth in frustration. You can still control such a large amount of magic. The corner of his mouth lifts. It is not the magic of Heaven Daydream eating my dreams. Millions of crystals surround Kangtron. Heaven Daydream is a power activated through dreams. Not magic. His gaze is incredibly vacant, revealing madness. He has lived his whole life without sleep, accumulating all kinds of hopes and nightmares. That energy is growing larger and larger, and now he is channeling all those dreams to activate the final skill of Heaven Daydream. Ona's face lights up. The extreme Heaven Daydream. She unleashes an enormous amount of energy. As the dream ends, he hurriedly raises his weapon to evade, but it seems all efforts are in vain. As that light envelopes all of Liat, he is completely submerged in the energy. The ruby in Liat's chest is also blown away. Ona stands in the center, surrounded by a radiant aura. Her face looked like it was about to melt. At the same time, Kang Chan coughed up a mouthful of fresh blood. His bloodied hand trembled slightly, but his eyes were filled with satisfaction. It is time to wake up. Kang Troll declared that no dream lasts forever. He felt like he was floating in the air. Kang Tron's eyes slowly closed warily. That was his mission. Just as he was about to fall, Doa caught him in time. He frowned slightly. Don't act like that. If you want to die, then finish the fight first. Even though he was exhausted, Kang Troll still managed to crack a famous joke. He still had the mood to bring up old stories. But Yun Doha, you once lost to me, making Doha complain. Shut up. Do you want to fight? On the other side, the ruby was gradually cracking, as if it were being corroded deeper. The immense pressure was too much for the ruby to bear. Wake up already. Suddenly, Lai jolted awake, instinctively looking around, facing a hazy figure. He asked, "Who am I?" He saw the person reaching out to touch him. A haunting voice echoed, "Your name is Lias. You were born to avenge the Asia clan." He widened his eyes as his face was gripped tightly, and other memories were unnecessary. The only thing you needed to prove was that the black pupils around him were surrounded by powerful energy. He had completely transformed into a monster. Punish humanity. The person was momentarily shocked to see Lias in this state. While supporting Kang Tron on his shoulder, he wondered how that guy survived those blows. In a daze, he mumbled, "What a monster." This appearance of the opponent made Kang Tron sigh. Truly overwhelming. The dark red energy gradually surrounded everything. The initially brilliant crystal was also dyed a sinister black. Arrows filled with lightning simultaneously shot towards the two of them. He glanced at them with a look of fury. Die. Pressured into a difficult situation, Doha could not react in time. He frowned tightly upon hearing his next words. "You big shots were so boastful, and now look at you struggling." Suddenly, a portal resembling a sunstorm appeared. The man wielding a sword charged out from within. They were all surprised to see Yu Jan. Jihan's gaze was both sharp and calm. "Come on." Hearing that it quickly shot out, "Just leave it to me." He executed a beautiful sword dance, casting wind elemental magic. Each of Jihan's strikes was sharp and swift. Then he immediately attacked his opponent head-on. The two energies collided, creating a powerful explosion. Luz could not hide his surprise. He had neutralized the divine spear, compressing high-level magic. "There is only one thing that can destroy my power." Standing opposite Jihan, he thought, "It is wind elemental magic." However, Leet smiled excitedly. So this is finally the meeting," he shouted. "I have been waiting for you. You Jihan, you are also ready to jump into battle. Are you Lias?" Jian and Lias stood face to face, exchanging affectionate glances from their respective sides. Jan gripped the sword tightly, summoning his spiritual power. Lai smirked, arrogantly thinking, "I will surpass the original and become the one and only." He pondered softly, asking, "Do you remember anything about him?" It closed its eyes to think back and then provided an answer. Due to the broken pact with Net, the memories were incomplete, but Sin suddenly opened his eyes, and Liat's silent body emitted strange dark energies. Liat thought to himself, "The demon crystal embedded in my heart craves Yu Daihan's power, the wind spirit," which the original followed. If obtained, please continue the unfinished answer. The lace I know does not emit this kind of magical energy. Jan reminded himself seriously. Beck and Yun Doa struggled like this. They must not be complacent. Analyzing the probability, his eyes immediately went into action. The system provided the results. The probability of defeating Liat showed a red alert. Unmeasurable. Daihan wondered in confusion. Unmeasurable. Even the system can't determine it. Du suddenly shouted from behind. "Yu Jan, how did you get here? There is no way to escape Mu's space." Mu's voice suddenly rang out. Mu opened the way, and Dudoa froze. A spatial circle was slowly being opened, and the secret melting society descended from there. Mu cried out in alarm. "Yun Doha, it is dangerous." Mu had no other choice. Su threw it towards Doha. He exclaimed in surprise. "So did." Yuri confidently spoke up. "We are here to fight alongside you." Doha immediately reminded them. "Lias is not an opponent you can face." Saihu frowned and asked. "Lias is the one who killed my mother, is not he?" Diane exclaimed in shock. "How do you know?" She explained. "Because I have a feeling, whenever Iji is mentioned, everyone acts very strangely, feeling unable to hide it anymore." He spoke up. "Right, continuing to hide it is not good. But to be exact, he is not the real Lias. Ubzi created him based on Lias. This guy is a clone." Dark energy was gathering into the spear in Lias's hand. The spear of judgment appeared, and he slowly approached Jan. He thought in astonishment, the magical power is terrifying. The demon crystal in his chest is the source of strength. I quickly urged, Yu Jihan, it is best not to touch that spear. I sense a very bad energy. He thought, then the only way is to keep my distance and fight. Actually, this makes sense. The wind spirit technique is originally used for long-range combat. Daihan was attacked aggressively. He grimaced, thinking, too fast. He closed the distance immediately. Liat swung the spear around, releasing an indescribably terrifying power. Su shouted in panic, and Jihan Yuri beside him looked equally worried. Li was disappointed, thinking to himself, Yu Jihan, is this all you have got? His gaze was cold, cutting through with a deadly glint. Above, Lut darted in like lightning. Jan tightened his grip on the sword, ready to defend. Here, he did not need to worry about collateral damage. He could freely deal with the magical spirit. Jen unleashed a powerful wind sword attack with significant damage aimed straight at Lut, who struggled to block the fierce strike with his spear. Lut sighed, realizing that even the divine spear of judgment could not stop the magical spirit. Luce excitedly laughed, exclaiming, absolutely, this is the power I have been seeking. He channeled all his strength into the divine spear but still could not pierce through Jihan's wind sword. Doho was stunned by what was happening, exclaiming, Yu Jihan, when did he become this strong? Kang Chan suddenly spoke up. But it still was not enough. Jan focused entirely on the battle, thinking, got it, this is the key. Suddenly, he was surprised to see the magic crystal on Lut's chest glowing, its magical power being drawn in stronger and stronger. Concerned, he spoke up, Yu Jian seems calm, but if we do not destroy the magic crystal in his chest, we won't be able to kill him. Lai growled. Yu Jihan, as he prepared to charge forward, Lut Ludley demanded, give me that power. Daihan calmly challenged him, try and take it if you can. Then the two charged at each other, both unleashing their full strength in their attacks. Jan's face was tense and unchanging, while Lut wore a wicked grin. He was unexpectedly hit by Lut's tail. Lut continued to scratch Jan fiercely, but he managed to dodge it lightly. Unfortunately, Jan still felt the impact. He angrily growled, damn it. Jahan quickly lunged forward to counterattack. Lut also received a cut across his face, bleeding, but he suddenly burst into laughter. Jan immediately threw a punch straight into Lut's mouth to silence him. Lut lost his balance and fell backward, but he eagerly charged forward again. He exclaimed, not only does he have magical spirit, but he is also quite skilled. However, it is useless against me. Jan pondered deeply, realizing that the healing ability from the magic crystal would only prolong the fight to his disadvantage. He quickly asked, how much longer? It replied nervously, just a little longer. The last move drained my magic power. Jihan raised his sword and softly said, that is enough. Then he immediately unleashed a powerful wind sword attack. Jan's technique was rushing toward Lut, who was always waiting for the magical spirit. Lut quickly reached out to block Jan's wind sword attack. Daihan thought in astonishment, can he really block the sword with just his bare hands? Wait. That guy. Lut's clothed hand gently held back the wind sword, standing still without letting it touch him. He then released his grip, and the wind sword's power was drawn into Lut. He exclaimed delightedly, so this is what it feels like, the flavor of wind essence. Daihan was astonished, mouth agape. Has he absorbed the magical spirit? The power of the wind sword was being frantically absorbed by the magic crystal on Lut's chest, and he was absorbing it at an alarming rate. Daihan, confused, asked, what is happening? Please report. It is beyond my ability. This is the first time such a case has occurred, so I am not sure either. He is converting the magic spirit into his own power. Liat excitedly chimed in, that is quite a powerful ability. Yu Jan. The magic crystal suddenly emitted a blinding light. He stood frozen, watching as he charged toward him fiercely. Liat's voice turned eerie. Give me more. He immediately struck Jan, sending him flying backward. He gritted his teeth, lost in thought. His power had significantly increased. Not only that, but his speed had also improved greatly. He was turning the absorbed wind spirit magic into his own. Lias forcefully grabbed Jan's sword, squeezing it so tightly that it trembled. He could not help but be stunned. Jan helplessly exclaimed, this guy again. He decisively kicked Lai in the stomach, pushing him back. Daihan, fatigued, panted, realizing even the magic spirit on the sword had been stolen from him. He silently wiped the sweat from his face. La laughed and asked with a mocking tone, what is wrong? Yu Jan, you look tired. So different from before. He confidently replied, just wait and see. I will show my nose soon. Liat grinned as he spoke. Is that so? May God bless you. Daihan seriously swung his sword forward. He did not hesitate to meet him. Their techniques clashed, creating a blinding flash. The terrifying light of the battle illuminated the space. Su and Yuri were left stunned witnessing it. Jan's four friends all looked up, intently watching. Sue spoke worriedly. Jan is being pushed back, Yuri said with a serious face. We have to fight together. Du from behind raised his voice to remind them. You kids, quiet down, still not understanding this battle. The two sides are not on the same level. You jumping in will just be a hindrance. Yuri's voice unexpectedly rose, causing him to fall silent. That is how the core guild operates. We will act in the way of the secret guild. Sue stood in the front line with her eyes full of confidence. Du helplessly clasped his head, exclaiming, the whole guild is just a bunch of stubborn people. Kang from behind suddenly spoke up. But they are not wrong, Du asked in surprise. What? He coldly replied. Even if we can't fight directly, if we can increase the chances of winning, there is still something we can do. Over here, Jan and Lias continuously exchanged techniques without stopping. He arrogantly roared, give me more. Let your spirit completely belong to me. He struggled to raise his sword to defend against Lias's fierce attacks. Jan thought to himself, this guy is getting stronger. He suddenly called out, please respond immediately. Understood. Daihan pointed his sword forward, channeling all his energy, unleashing the wind spirit sword. This swing emitted a tremendous force. The shadowy figure of Lias slowly became clear after Jan's attack. He sighed helplessly, truly living long like a leech. He coldly spoke, what is going on? Yu Jihan, your power has decreased compared to earlier. It just won't die. Please explain. Because Lias continuously absorbs magic power, the spirit sword's full strength cannot be unleashed. Jen gently commanded, you have worked hard to maintain your magic power. Please continue to accumulate it for me from now on. Sin gently patted his shoulder and asked, so what do you plan to do now? Dahan expressed the opinion that we should first stop using spirit magic against him. It jumped in shock, questioning, what? Are you kidding? How can we fight him without using spirit magic? He firmly asserted, I am not joking. The more you use Sin's power, the stronger he becomes. Coincidentally, I also want to try something. As he finished speaking, the green aura emanating from Jihan's body slowly dissipated. Leet stared blankly, wondering if the spirit magic surrounding Yu Jihan had vanished. He excitedly laughed. Leet charged like a raging storm and exclaimed, fighting barehanded is no better than letting the spirit be absorbed. A terrible move. Yu Jihan, you could only withstand my power thanks to the wind spirit. So why are not you using it anymore? How foolish. He silently bowed his head, then opened his eyes, beginning to perform a probability analysis. A green network was formed. Jan had set up a hypothesis for a special skill of probability analysis, moving in battle, predicting the enemy's actions and timing of attacks. The probability analysis provided him with countless data, but there was a big problem. Activating the skill was completely random and did not provide necessary information for every situation. That was because the amount of data the probability analysis provided exceeded Jan's reception limit. But what if it were 2 instead of 1? Kahoki had vowed to share magic power with each other, not just simply borrowing the spirit's strength, but the essence of their connection. If they could share the probability analysis beyond their limits, pushing the ability of the probability analysis to the maximum. Leet wanted to claw at Jan with his clawed hands, but he remained calm and composed in the face of his aggression. Clawing with tremendous strength, he suddenly froze. His face stiffened as he coldly spoke. I knew you would attack like that. La looked on in astonishment. You blocked my attack with your bare hands. Oh. The system just reported. Strength index 97.3%. Speed 92.6%. Reaction 95.1%. Advanced regeneration ability. Predicting the attack. Moving the upper body center of gravity in 0.2 seconds. Then turning left to overload the weak point of the magic crystal structure. Destabilizing the body. Reducing reaction speed. Jen thought with satisfaction. Just as I predicted, thanks to synchronization with Sin, the speed of probability analysis had reached its limit. Both Lias's attack, movement, and reaction speed were now clearly displayed. He angrily shouted, don't get cocky. He gently swung a sword, causing Leet to flinch. He gritted his teeth in frustration and exclaimed, it is absurd. My attack was clearly faster. What trick is he playing? First, he created distance and analyzed. Daihan suddenly charged forward, silently asking, where do you think you are going? With that, Jin gathered his strength and struck down hard. Frustrated, he cursed under his breath. Damn it. Again, it is like he can see my movements. How can he fight like that without a magic spirit? Lei suddenly laughed and questioned, I can't understand. In that split second, what did you do? It is like you have become a different person. Jihan happily replied while holding his head. Maybe I should say I saw something. The future where you can't defeat me. He scoffed. The future where I lose. That is not happening. Lisa's magic power display system combined with the absorbed wind spirit magic has a power amplification ratio of 150. He summoned the divine spear in his palm. A red warning appeared, activating the unique skill of the divine spear. The arrogance lost danger level warned. Don't get delusional. Yu Jihan, I let you live just to absorb the entire wind spirit. I seriously advise you. Yu Jihan. Be careful. That spear can destroy everything except my magic spirit, he coldly affirmed. The ability to destroy everything. Huh. As long as I do not get hit, I'm good. Lius practiced a few moves with the two divine spears, launching a series of attacks towards Jihan and taunting him. If you can dodge it, go ahead and try. His eyes immediately lit up, calling for probability analysis. The network quickly appeared, announcing 4 trajectories to dodge the divine spear. The optimal route search was completed. Jan smoothly dodged Lisa's very devilish attack. He was astonished, his eyes wide open as he exclaimed, "Did he just pierce through the trajectory of the divine spear?" Diane appeared right in front, and Lid asked, "I dodged them all. Is there any fruit?" He immediately countered with a series of wind sword strikes. He shouted loudly, trying his best to fight back, with a slash hitting Lit's collarbone, the same on one side of his face. Lit could not believe what was happening and wondered, am I being pushed back by such mediocre attacks? Even after absorbing wind spirit magic, the system continuously displayed, predicting the trajectory of the divine spear and the counterattack route. Every move of Lias was anticipated, and if he aimed for his magic stone, Jahan would win. He suddenly paused for a moment, his thought process slowing down. Jen realized that the probability analysis feedback had reached its limit. It must end before the probability analysis collapses. Lio seized the opportunity to bite his wind sword and spoke up, "Gotcha. It seems like your age-old movements are done. I have won. I thought it would end here, but no." He suddenly took a hit from behind. Leos gritted his teeth in anger and questioned, "Where did that attack come from?" It originated from Sue and Yuri. They shouted at him. He cursed under his breath. "Those dull humans." Lewis immediately attacked the 2 girls and shouted, "Don't get in my way." Kangtron unexpectedly rushed up to block for them. He firmly asserted, "No." This action took him by surprise. Kangchan smiled and said, "Our lovely next generation still has too much to do to die here." "Right, Yun." Doha was standing at the mouth of the Mu, gathering magical energy. Du reminded excitedly, "I am focused here. Do not disturb me." Then he combined with Mu to unleash a seismic strike. Its destructive power was unimaginable, and Lias was struggling alone to withstand it. Surprisingly, he managed to push back the quake and shouted, "Yun Doha, your useless magic spirit." Doha eagerly responded, "Come on. Yu Jihan, finish him off." Immediately, he confidently charged in with a slash. Lias was stunned, gaping as he thought, a sword wrapped in wind magic. Could it be he planned this from the very beginning? I could not absorb the wind spirit in time. He stood frozen, while Jen madly rushed in with a flurry of slashes. One side of Lias's face was shattered, and he angrily exclaimed, "Damn it. Losing to humans again." The magic stone on Lisa's chest glowed. Jan stood contemplatively watching his body slowly being consumed by flames. He calmly sheathed his sword and said, "Not just humans, it is because Mai is human that we lost." After that finishing blow, Lisa's body slowly dissolved into nothingness. Jan stood still, his gaze following each piece of Lisa's remnants fading away. He silently thought, "We are returning to our original reality. So this is really the end." Suddenly, a loud cry broke Jihan's train of thought. Jahan, Saihu and Yuri rushed over, looking panicked. Saihu could not help but rush in, hugging Jihan tightly, leaving him stunned. "Is everyone hurt?" Overwhelmed with worry, she angrily shouted, "You idiot. Do you know how many times you almost died?" Seeing Jihan like this made Saihu unable to hold back her tears. She sobbed, "If I lost you, Jahan." "I really?" Saihu's concern warmed Jihan's heart immensely. He gently reached out and pulled her into an embrace. Jan softly spoke to reassure her, "I won't die and leave you behind." Doha and Kangtron also caught up. Seeing this, he could not help but tease, "What is this? Kids these days learn so fast." Du turned to ask, "Are you jealous?" Kangchan could only smile a little at that, but seeing this made Duhai incredibly proud. Well, they are reliable juniors after all. After a tiring battle, Jen checked his body, feeling each wound throbbing. Seeing him grimacing, Yuri worriedly suggested, "First, let us treat your wounds." Daihan, "I am confident in my healing magic, but given the current situation," Diane flatly refused. Celebrating the victory was good, but there was still work to be done. Diane glanced at Lyost, who was slowly fading away, his eyes shining faintly as he activated his analysis ability. After a moment, the system responded that Lias would completely disappear in 3 minutes. But he could not let him vanish that quickly. He needed to extract information before that happened. With that, Jahankli activated another skill to investigate the clues about Leos. Everyone gathered around the fading body of Lei, their eyes filled with vigilance and curiosity. Doa took advantage of the remaining seconds, raising his voice to greet him. "It is over, Lias. Hurry up and spill your whole paradise plan." Jian also pressed on with questions about the true purpose of UPS. However, despite what they said, Lias remained silent, causing everyone to gradually lose patience. They urged loudly, "Hurry up, can you hear us?" After a moment, he suddenly opened his bright red eyes wide. Lisa's gaze was fixed on Siu, who was quietly standing behind him. Her familiar face made Lias vaguely remember someone from the past. Ona looked so much like her that he could not help but ask, "Who are you?" Saihu glanced at Jan beside her, and upon seeing his nod, she agreed to reveal her identity. Saihu introduced herself to Lias. "I am Si, daughter of One." Upon hearing this, he could not hide his surprise, his gaze suddenly becoming chaotic. The daughter of One. The child did not beat around the bush. Saihu bluntly stated what she knew. "I know I killed my mother." She commanded him to recount what happened. "Tell me what happened that day." In that moment, Lukuinian seal on Lisa's memories was broken, and fragments of memories surged, forcing him to confront the brutal truth of the past. The Great War of the Asia tribe, a tragic and bloody history between humans and the Aya tribe. After a long time, both sides signed a peace treaty and prepared to establish a new era. At that time, the representative of the Asia tribe was Lias. Outside the door, a girl with shimmering golden hair gently swayed in the wind, slowly stepping inside, inviting Onian, no one else but the representative of humanity. She sang. The two were happily conversing and signing the treaty at that moment. "Let us begin signing the peace treaty." She would be the bridge between humanity and the Asia tribe. But on that bright full moon night, the luxurious glass door was suddenly shattered. In the middle of the church, under the moonlight shining through the broken glass, a woman appeared, cradled in Lias's arms. A tragedy had unfolded. Her body was drenched in blood, staining the pure white dress red. Lias's eyes were filled with murderous intent as he held Ona's bloody body tightly in his arms. And in that moment, he trampled upon all hope. Suddenly, from the deep darkness, a cold voice echoed. So it was true that Asia shed tears of blood. The man stepped out of the shadows, delighting in seeing the blood tears rolling down Lias's face. "My experiment will not shed a single tear, and because of that, I have discovered something interesting." Jono finally revealed himself, stepping forward to greet. "Long time no see, old friend." As soon as Jean saw Na's lifeless body in Lissa's hands, he exclaimed, "Is she dead?" Without waiting for a reply, John sighed and cursed. What a stupid choice. Oh no. His eyes were empty, showing no pity for her death when he thought she would understand him. Ignoring Jine's muttering, Leet spoke up irritably, asking why they were being divided from humanity. Hearing this, Jine contemptuously responded, "I do not know. Even if I explain, would you understand my grand plan?" As soon as John finished speaking, he threw his suitcase down hard, creating a loud thud that echoed throughout the room. Furthermore, John calmly put on his gloves, his whole body now radiating a menacing aura. "I am really angry." After saying that, John began to unleash his power, dense purple energy quickly enveloping his entire body. "Please excuse me if I seem a bit rough." Lai also refused to back down, his eyes flashing with murderous intent, his whole body erupting in a fierce red energy. Equally intense. "What I want." Both of them wasted no time, charging at each other simultaneously, creating a breathtaking battle to determine the outcome. Their punches collided, both streams of red and purple energy bursting forth violently, illuminating the entire space. That terrifying explosion created a cataclysmic blast, sweeping away everything around. The air seemed torn apart by the shockwave. After the violent onslaught, the place was left in ruins. The ground cracked, and dust filled the air. The recent fatal blow left Leet unable to hold on any longer. Coughing up bright red blood, his body trembled uncontrollably, his eyes wide with panic, unable to believe what he saw. No way. He was injured, bloodied, which made him extremely angry. Shouting, "How could you use our power?" Witnessing this, Diane calmly replied, "I told you, I used your race as test subjects." He continued, "The demon crystal originated from the Asia. I only used that power." Hearing those words left Leet utterly stunned. He exclaimed in horror, "You extracted magic from us to create all this. You are insane." No matter what he cursed, John still nonchalantly continued with his ruthless plan. "The war between humans and Aya was all orchestrated by me. Your body and words are merely pawns in my plan." He reached out, pointing directly at Lias, revealing his reason. "It is all just to awaken your wrath," John said with eagerness. "The hatred and bloodlust accumulated from the war. The frenzied energy of the Asia is the material I need most, and the final key is perfect." He glanced over at Nee's body lying in a corner, slightly disappointed, saying, "Even though it is now shattered." Jine's voice was filled with regret over this situation, but hardly anyone had a pure spirit and body like hers. "I did not expect her to choose death upon learning the truth, but that feeling quickly faded away." He coldly spoke, "But it is fine. I have prepared a backup." Upon hearing this, Leet suddenly realized something. His face changed instantly, panic took over. A backup? This bastard. Could it be? Seeing that Leet finally understood, John merely sneered. "Exactly." A sinister smile suddenly spread across his face. "My child and a Kim Soo can replace it." With that, Jine charged like the wind, and in the blink of an eye, his hand pierced straight through Lios's body. Without hesitation, John coldly thrust his hand through the opponent's chest, pulling out the still beating heart. You shall die. In that fateful moment, he still wore the eerie smile. Bidding farewell, meanwhile, Lais had not reacted at all and fell under the fatal blow from his old friend. Right when the peace treaty was about to be signed in the Harmonia Cathedral, inside the beautifully decorated glass of the cathedral, the hall was filled with high-ranking officials. Everyone faced the stage, waiting for the signing ceremony to begin. Ona joyfully spoke up. She thanked everyone who had come here for peace. We have lived in fear of each other for too long. Everyone sat seriously, listening to her presentation, but now it is time to turn that fear into courage. Ona smiled brightly, her eyes full of hope. I believe that it is our differences that can make us better. Lai beside her also agreed with her. This is our last remaining chance. He kindly proposed to end this war of teachings. Seeing Li cooperating like this, Orna smiled with satisfaction, her eyes shining with contentment. No one in the crowd dared to speak up. Everyone wore a hesitant expression. After a moment, finally, one demon spoke up in agreement. If Lord Leet has said that, then there is no reason to doubt anymore. We are also ready to embrace peace. The humans agreed as well. Too much blood had been shed. It was time to cut off this vicious cycle. After a while, the entire auditorium passed this proposal. I agree. I support it. I am in favor. And so the meeting came to a satisfactory conclusion, with a unanimous vote. I declare that the peace treaty between the Aya clan and humanity has been successfully signed. The citizens waiting outside heard the news and erupted in joy. The war is over. Ona could not hide her happiness. Turning to him, we did it. Liat, we are so happy to see her like this. Ona, I knew you could do it, he added, reaching out his hand. This is just the beginning. Suddenly, Gino stepped in, blocking Laius's arm that was about to touch Ona. He smiled and said to them, what a historic moment. You two have worked hard. Seeing Gino interrupt made Liat extremely annoyed. Kim Janey, he glanced down, noticing his arm being tightly squeezed by Gino. Vines bulging, Ona seemed oblivious to the strange situation, still happily greeting him. When did you arrive? Gino replied softly. I could not miss a day as important as this. He spoke while glancing outside, and that stubborn princess kept reminding him. Outside, Sai-Hu and 2 bodyguards were waiting for them to come out. Today is Sai-Hu's birthday. She was all smiles, waving and calling out to her parents. Ona watched her child like this, unable to hold back her joyful cheers. Princess is always adorable. Jono beside her suggested. Can you spare some time to celebrate Su's birthday dinner? Hearing this, Ona hesitated a bit with the current situation. Right now, what should we do? There are many more schedules ahead. Seeing this, Liat quickly stepped in to help her. Just go, Ona. I will explain to the counselors. But he still hesitated. But. Liat continued. Try to convince her what could be more important than family. Go on. After a moment of consideration, Ona finally agreed. Thank you. Jono beside her smiled in satisfaction, saying, it won't take long. Then they both left with their little child in hand, their figures gradually fading into the twilight, leaving Liat sitting in silence. His mind was filled with tangled thoughts. Family. A wicked thought suddenly crept into Lias's mind. If I had met her earlier, maybe I would be by her side now. This made him unable to help but smile bitterly. Such a silly thought. Outside the gate, a shadow completely shrouded appeared. Enveloped in a thick aura, Jono subtly brushed past the stranger. The moment he locked eyes with those fiery red ones, he paused for a moment. A chilling sensation washed over him. Jono stood there until he called out, Hey, she is worried. We should probably go back. This left Jono feeling extremely confused. Ona's face was gloomy, feeling uneasy inside. She had a feeling of anxiety, as if something would happen if she was absent. Seeing her make such a sudden decision left Jono puzzled. What is she talking about? Sai-Hu was still here. Sai-Hu listened to everything and flew out with a heartbroken expression. Mom, are you leaving again? This makes her feel reluctant. Sai-Hu stood silently there, unsure of what to do. After a moment of careful thought, she made a decision. No, how can you leave Su behind? Hearing that, Jin Yu happily cheered up. That is right. Orna, you need to rest a bit. After all, we will be back soon, he continued to reassure her. No matter what happens, Lais is already in the hall. Inside the hall, everyone was still gathered after the negotiation to discuss. The stranger finally sneaked inside. Suddenly, the guy slowly approached a child standing nearby. Hello. Little girl. Unexpectedly, the stranger pulled out a pitch-black gun, pointing it straight at the girl's head. Want to play shooting with me? The girl's face turned pale, her eyes wide with fear, her whole body trembling. This is just a joke, right? Without saying another word, the gunshot rang out, taking the little life away. The guy showed no remorse. Instead, he smiled cruelly. If you do not want to, then forget it. The hall was suddenly drawn to the sound of the gunshot. Everyone stunned by the scene that just unfolded. Lysa's face darkened, his eyes flashing with anger at this invasion. Someone quickly rushed over to see what was happening and shouted, "Humans! Humans are killing children!" Fai Ku, after witnessing that scene, suddenly became furious, scolding, "Those humans, are you deceiving us?" Both sides, not understanding what was happening, rushed into a fight. "This is ridiculous. This is not our doing." No matter how the human side justifies themselves, the demons continue to launch attacks against them. Silencing them once more, the demon faction immediately erupts in chaos, believing that the humans struck first, claiming Izia was killed by them. "Yet we still trusted you." While he was still rambling on, a figure quietly appeared behind him. "Is this what you call peace?" The chair slammed down with such force that the demon could not react in time and fell down instantly. Seeing the tense situation, both sides rushed at each other for a decisive battle. "Those damn beasts, ungrateful for our mercy." Leet was thrown into chaos by the scene before him. Everyone stopped, suddenly wondering what was happening. Suddenly, the image at his feet made him freeze. The body of the little girl lay scattered in a pool of blood, leaving Leet in shock. He stared at it, his mind racing with thoughts of whether she could change this situation. Leet gently reached out, holding that small body tightly. He cried out in heartbreak, "Why? Why?" That sorrow quickly morphed into rage. Leet tried to brace himself. If it were her, could she suppress this rage? He suddenly recalled her image from earlier. Nala unexpectedly approached, hugging Leet from behind, continuously whispering temptations. "What are you hesitating about, Lias? You belong to the Azia tribe." That person kept whispering temptations into his ear. "Our nature is to seize what we want. Do not hide your true self anymore. Just do it and you can have everything." The stranger suddenly broke into a strange smile. "Your race is safety. And the elf you like." Those words hit Leet's dark heart hard. "Just seize it." Finally unable to resist the temptation, Leet screamed in madness. The demons around him also went berserk, howling loudly. The scene turned chaotic, and the humans panicked and fled, screams echoing everywhere. "Help me." After a while, she hurriedly returned. She anxiously flung open the church door. "Is everyone okay?" But before her, Nala could only see a pile of bodies lying in a pool of blood. Witnessing this horrifying scene left her in shock. In the distance, Leet stood among the stacked corpses, exuding an overwhelming aura of killing intent. La looked at his strange figure in disbelief. Why? The events that followed unfolded as the world knew. The peace treaty was revoked. The war between Izia and humanity became an unavoidable fate, and I killed her, returning to reality. After hearing this, everyone's faces displayed horror. That was the truth. Leet felt bitterness thinking of the mastermind Kim Jine. It was all his scheme. He then turned to warn Saihu, saying he would sacrifice her too. She was so shocked by the news that she fell to her knees. Saihu. Too many truths crashed down at once, leaving Saihu stunned, unable to believe that her mother's death, the war between the races, all of it was due to her father. Her face was filled with terror. But why? Dua did not want to believe this and shouted, "Don't be deceitful. Leeti, now you are saying you were manipulated." He was filled with anger, loudly questioning, "Do you know how many teammates died right in front of you? Are you really going to use someone else's conspiracy as an excuse to cover everything up?" Kang Chan quickly spoke up to stop Duha. "Stop it, Yundu," he gently advised. "We also raised our swords without knowing the truth, and just like that, stepping over the blood and bones. We are no different from him." Hearing this, Dua fell silent. Daihan then spoke up. "Lias is telling the truth. Seeing you act this way only frustrates Dua even more." "You Jihan, what do you know to be so bored?" Jihan's eyes lit up, beginning to activate his ability. The probability that Lias was telling the truth was 100%. He stood there, staring intently at the man before him, analyzing that what he said was true and that expression was not that of a liar. Suddenly, Lias spoke up. "You Jihan," he made a strange request of Jihan. "To destroy my heart," Lias continued, explaining for him to understand. What Kim Jin wanted was the awakened heart, the power of rage. As long as it disappeared, his conspiracy would be thwarted. He earnestly pleaded with Jihan, "Please help me atone for my sins." With hands bearing the weight of silence, he glanced away. Jan stood there waiting for everyone's opinions. After a moment, Kang Chan nodded in agreement. He then accepted the deal with Lios. "All right," Jan said as he drew his sword. "I will do as you wish." He began to unleash his power, a new energy swirling around the sword. Once ready, he immediately pointed the sword at Lios, fulfilling his wish. Suddenly, a series of mysterious portals appeared in the space, and from within, black chains lunged out. They rushed to wrap tightly around the blade, thwarting Dai Hun's plan. He stared in shock at their sudden appearance. Chains. Sin suddenly appeared, voicing a warning. "Be careful, Yu Jihan. This is binding magic strong enough to seal even the magical spirits." Witnessing this powerful ability, it seemed to guess that this strength was indeed significant. From the black holes, A multitude of chains continuously rushed out, surrounding everywhere, quickly binding Duha. Kangtron was also captured by them. Su and Yuri looked on in fear as the chains tightened around them. Seeing them captured like that made Jihan panic immensely. Suddenly, behind him, another black hole appeared unexpectedly, a hand quietly reaching out. Leonard stepped out from within, startling Jihan, who was very happy to reunite. You Jihan. His eyes gleam with malice, a cunning smile forming at the corner of his lips. And now, please leave here. Leonard reached out, grabbing Jihan tightly and pulling him into the black hole. The others immediately appeared, moving to restrain Duha, pulling him inside. They were successively captured, dragged into the darkness, leaving only the last one standing amidst the battlefield. He seemed to realize something was wrong. It could not be that they had. Suddenly, a familiar figure stepped out from behind Lyot. Long time no see. Old friend. Without hesitation, he stepped forward and stabbed through Lyos's chest, pulling out his heart. Jono radiated a fierce aura. Warning Lai, who always made things difficult. I almost repeated the mistakes of the past. The moment he saw Jano, Lyot went berserk. He growled, Kim Janie, just take out his heart already. Lisa's body began to vanish into thin air. Truly astonishing. Clearly, I had locked your memories away, yet you used your will to break through them. Jono clenched the heart in his hand, sighing. Time flies. The Iza clan still keeps me intrigued, but looking down at what I hold made him freeze. With this, I will gain your power. Huh. The heart that was just beating was now slowly evaporating into thin air. And suddenly, an unexpected figure appeared behind Giant. The heart of Lias is disappearing. The person softly said to him, it is not real, Senior Jin. Hearing this, he seemed to understand the ability to manipulate reality. Kangtron calmly stood there, smugly saying, I knew you would come, Senior. The plan being ruined like this made him extremely frustrated, the ability to turn reality into a dream. Indeed, your heavenly son dream is quite annoying, but there is still a backup plan. Jono quickly cheered up, though it would be useless. The others must have already been captured. Seeing him so smug, Kangchan just sneered. You are underestimating me, Senior. Have you forgotten that I am the strongest space mage currently? They are no longer here. Jahan's group has relied on Kangchan's power to execute their other plan. Jan held the real heart of Lias in his hand, constantly worried. Damn it, Du growled angrily. Damn it. That bastard. Get him. He was still rushing through space, but his face was grimacing. I will go back. I can't leave Kangtron alone. Jahan rolled his eyes. Turning back, you should stop. Jundoha, are you going to make the sacrifice of Bang Kron meaningless? He said solemnly. Looking serious, this is an opportunity he traded his life for. We still have work to do. A system panel suddenly appeared right before him. The chance of B. Kangchan surviving was hoping that it would be the wrong outcome. In the empty room, Kangchan faced Jim. He tightened his palm, glaring at the other person. The skill is still impressive as always, even twisting Lias's heart and the whole group in a fleeting moment. Jono grimaced, pushing his glasses up. You are always a step ahead. His pupils lit up for a moment, his expression full of malice. So, you already know your future in this case. According to him, Kangchan coughed up a large mouthful of blood, saying that if this continues, you will lose your life. The magical force around him was weakening, and his eyes were clearly filled with fatigue. I have reached my limit. I can't use the Heavenly Sun dream anymore. Jono slipped his hand into his pocket, trying to troll. He once shared his ideals with us. He pulled out a glass vial containing dark purple liquid, offering you a chance to cooperate with him and become part of the Heaven Party. Kangtron narrowed one eye, his head drooping. That paradise of yours was built on blood. Right. I am sick of places like that. The other person had a gloomy appearance, and his voice became deeper. A peaceful world where everyone lives in harmony. You know very well that such a world needs strong control. He raised an eyebrow, smirking, as if only the elder had the right to control it. John opened his arms wide. It is time to accept reality. Humans are too lenient and selfish. To maintain peace, they need to be led by strong power. His tone was monotonous. If you use power to right the wrongs of the past, then imagine that beautiful world. Kang furrowed his brow, his eyes filled with fury as he glared at him. The magical force around him trembled violently. For that ideal, he had sacrificed so much, and now the elder even intended to sacrifice his own daughter. John's face turned pale, gently pushing his glasses. Una Kim Su is the heir to the elf royal bloodline. They are very important to my plans. He revealed a crazed, stubborn face, self-satisfied smile. Both of them will understand me, because deep down, they have always yearned for the same thing. When did Kan's blood-stained palm accumulate so much magic? No, that will never happen. The glass vial shattered in an instant. Under his command, magic shot out, illuminating the entire room, Kang Tron said firmly, his gaze directed forward. The world is his dream, not what need desires. A voice filled with murderous intent reached him, leaving him stunned. So this is your choice? Fine. I respect that. The dust cleared, revealing Gen 2 still standing straight and intact. Did he take a direct hit and remain unharmed? He gently pulled off the white glove, magic wrapping around his palm. Then I will take your life. Kang Tron lowered himself, his hand outstretched. Gathering magic, if you can do it. He spread his arms wide, leaning back as waves of energy shot forward. The slash flew at unimaginable speed, aimed straight at John. He frowned. With a single wave of his hand, he neutralized the attack from him. Jono covered his hand in magic and leaped toward Kang Tron. He quickly ducked to avoid the punch aimed at his head. Before he could gather his thoughts, Jin Yu dove down from above, and he jumped to the side, dodging the strike that hit the ground. Kang Tron squinted in amazement, watching the ground shatter. The destructive force was terrifying, far beyond a third-rate hero's level. His brow furrowed, one eye shut tightly, and he was completely drained of both magic and special skills. The only option left to counter Jin's blade was the bloodstains at the corners of Jinko's mouth. Ultimately, there was only one way. Jono turned to strike at him. You do not have time to think. Kang Tron raised his hand to shield his head, the powerful blow shattering the invisible barrier. He coughed tiredly, a single blow shattering the space shield. Jono appeared behind him while he was unaware. His eyes gleamed with cunning. Your shield is too thin. Jonoko thrust his hand through the chest of the other man. Kang Tron coughed up a large mouthful of blood in pain. Johnny's hand on Kang Tron's chest kept him from collapsing. I should thank Leet. Really, thanks to him weakening you, I can handle this easily. Suddenly, his eyes widened as a strange wind rushed in. You have chosen a meaningless death. The wound on his chest began to close. What? My hand is stuck. John stared wide-eyed, the corners of his eyes crinkling. No, is he pulling me in? Kang Tron smirked derisively. A meaningless death? You can't know that yet. He strained to create a sphere of magic between his palms. Did you forget my power? John was astonished. Streams of light flickered around him. A black hole, a dark hole created with an invisible pull. Supreme spatial magic, collapsing time and space. A black hole. Kang Tron and Zhuo were at the center, the surrounding space consumed by darkness. He burned his own existence and pulled everything into the void. His face darkened, revealing a cunning smile as the magic continued to grow. In the black hole, there was no escape or return. It was a void where all possibilities vanished. His eyes widened as he shouted, You and I will vanish together. Forever forgotten. John gritted his teeth, the darkness slowly wrapping around him. Damn. Is this his plan? Kang Tron sneered, the energy orb in his hand starting to crack. I leave the rest to you all. As he spoke, the orb emitted a blinding light and shattered into pieces. The next generation, the magical orb hovered in the air, sucking away the remaining darkness, leaving a large hole on the ground. John's square glasses fell hard to the ground, large hands appearing to split the space apart. The man with squinted eyes and long ponytailed hair stepped out from the spatial rift. What an impressive display. The best performance. Senior Ups leered, with his hands in his pockets. He leisurely walked to the scene left behind after the battle. Who would have thought Kang Tron would use a black hole and die with him? At this point, even Kim Jun would not survive. Leonard picked up the glasses from the ground, his golden sandy pupils slightly moving. There is Jono appearing in tattered clothes. He knelt on the floor, his hand raised to support his forehead. If I had not intervened, he would have raised his face from his palm, his brows knit together. Eyes sharp. Leonard, how's your heart? The other man laughed joyfully, his eyes squinting, having determined the coordinates of the pursuer. Here are his glasses. His bare face looks really scary. They must be about to meet. Waiting for John Tew to put on his glasses again. He continued, no need to worry too much, because this time... Leonard sneered, his face darkening with a cunning look. Even the chairman will personally participate. In the ruined city, everything seemed to be engulfed in smoke and fire. I really look forward to that outcome. The time-space portal flickered, and a figure appeared. Jan's eyes widened, his body trembling. What the hell is this? Before them was a pile of ruins of a city already devoured by the Great Fire. What happened here? The group of four, Jan, stood frozen in the middle of the city. Yuri frowned, her voice trembling. What on earth happened? Saihu behind her was also astonished. Everything had been completely destroyed. Du looked serious. The situation was worse than the previous terrorist attack in Sun. Jan pursed his lips, his gaze filled with anger. This must be what they mentioned. What exactly are they plotting? He lowered his head, intently looking at the heart in his hand. Up in his mind flashed the image of the middle-aged man with square glasses. Kim Jim-shi frowned sadly, hugging his arm close to his chest. Doha approached him softly. You Jan, how much longer do you plan to keep that heart? Shouldn't you destroy it before it falls into their hands? A glimmer of light suddenly appeared in Jahan's eyes. Now is not the time. The crimson heart lay still in his hand. The heart's destruction conditions have not been met. To destroy the heart, certain conditions must be satisfied. Memories of facing the last soul table of the white-haired man flashed through his mind as he tried to destroy the heart before. Jan pursed his lips, his brows furrowed in the system space. Li's heart is indestructible. The conditions are not met yet. I have discovered through analysis that it is inviolable. He rolled his eyes at your expression. It seems it really can't be destroyed. Huh. Jan saw Kangtron standing behind. Doha, do not panic. Only you can hear my voice, bitch. Kangtron, how did you get into the analysis space? The other person still had one eye tightly shut, with a streak of blood at the corner of his mouth. I have vaguely sensed it for a while now. You can see the truth. Jan was confused hearing what he said. I have met someone like you before. Another one. Kangtron stuffed his hands in his pockets, standing opposite him. I wanted to say a lot, but there is no time left. Listen carefully. Yu Jihan. They are heading towards our coordinates, he continued while imagining the lunar group along with a high-level space mage. A Kim Jane. Coming here. Jan squinted, his face focused. Then we should eliminate them at the same time. I have enough power to do it. Kangtron interrupted him. He turned to look behind. No. With our current strength, we will be at a disadvantage. You still have people to protect. Behind them, Yuri was gently comforting the frightened blonde girl. Her pupils were dilated, and the Kang troll glowed, causing magical energy to ripple in the virtual space. I will buy time. In the meantime, take the heart and that girl away. A blue light flashed, and he disappeared. Jan gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with furious determination. Bitch. Kangtron, you have reached your limit. If you face it alone, one of your eyes is darkened and tightly shut. You are right. If we fight here, one of us will die. That eye suddenly opened wide, revealing a shattered emerald pupil. So this is something I must do, he said firmly. The image of a golden-haired spirit appeared in his mind. This is the will she entrusted to me. You, Jan. You are her heir. You need to find the mission that only you can accomplish. Jan was puzzled. The thing that only I can do. The space around him lit up. I understand now. Daehan pursed his lips, his eyes filled with determination. I swear I will complete this mission. So you must survive too. Kangtron froze when he heard him call his name. Senior. He scoffed. You are arrogant. Each beam of dazzling light shot straight up into the sky. Don't forget this. Daehan pursed his lips, his determined gaze fixed on the heart in his hand. The opportunity that B sacrificed his life for, I won T let it go to waste. He turned back, ensuring that there was something he needed to do first. Saihu was still holding his hand tightly. He gently called out as the other person was still lost in thought. Saihu. Jan turned to face her. It might confuse her, but I have to say this. He furrowed his brows, his gaze resolute. I will defeat your father, a Kim Jane. His words made Sue momentarily stunned. And I will protect you. Jen maintained a serious expression as he continued. That is why I became the Wind Spirit Mage. And that is Nahaz's will. Sue stood still, expressionless, intently listening to his steady voice. Now it was just her choice. What would she do? Doha frowned, deep in thought. Yuri also pursed her lips, watching her closely. Saihu bowed his head. I still can't believe that my father did such things. The flames still burned bright, smoldering, corroding each skyscraper. But I could not just watch my mother's world crumble. A vision of peace. Happy people dancing appeared in her mind, the future her mother envisioned. And now everyone was fighting to protect it. I want to hold on to it. Sue bowed her head to the ground, crying uncontrollably. So please help me prevent the tragedy my father caused. The tip of the slender sword struck the ground forcefully. Jen knelt on one knee in front of her. At the command of the president, one hand gripped the sword tightly. The other held her heart, his eyes shining brightly. I will protect the world you dreamed of, no matter what happens. Sue's face showed a smile, with tears still lingering in her eyes. Jan stood from afar, watching the two of them. He pursed his lips, pondering. At first, I thought we had to be the ones to end it, because this whole tragedy was caused by our generation. The past memories felt like they were playing in slow motion. Jan tightened his grip on the sword, charging forward without hesitation. But they did not turn back. He raised his sword in front of its spear. Knowing this world was twisted, Yuri and Sihu simultaneously drew their weapons in support, ready to confront this nightmare. Like a relay race, the hope was passed from one hand to another. What we need to pass on is not the mistakes but the opportunity to continue. Yuri also stood from afar, watching Jihan and the others. She rubbed her neck, tilting her head with a forced smile. At this rate, I won't get a chance to intervene. Chila lifted her head from her shoulder as if discovering something. Suddenly, it puffed up and let out a loud growl. Chai quickly drew his sword to shield in front of Saev. Doha used magic to levitate shards of stone in the air. Who is there? Identify yourself. A tall, thin figure appeared in a hurry. Wait, it is me. Do not shoot. The middle-aged man raised his hands in surrender. Terrified, Yunha, You are alive. That is great. Ki Dong-siu frowned and grumbled when his name was called. Why are you here? The other presidents should be trapped in Ulho space. Right. Dong-sio's reached into his coat pocket. Slowly approaching, you must be surprised that I survived. Right. That is understandable. Everyone was completely overwhelmed by Leet. He pulled out a pocket watch. The speed artifact Temporus. I use it to escape from Lias's spatial magic. Doa grabbed his collar tightly. You have such an artifact and you used it alone. The suddenly captured man was frightened. Don't misunderstand. It was the best choice at the time. I needed someone to inform everyone of the situation down here. A voice calling from behind caught Dong-sio's attention. Yunha paused. Jan slowly approached. The past is behind us, and right now we need to focus on stopping Kim Jin. He secretly muttered Yu Jihan's name. Dong-siop lowered his head, paying attention to the heart he was holding, and it was clear that he frowned when he heard him say Yu Jihan. Unbelievable. Holding Leet's heart means he has defeated him. Right, Dong-spa scoffed, reaching out towards him. Hurry up and give me the heart. I have already reported to the government. Before it falls into Up's hands, I will hand it over quickly. Jan pointed the sword across his neck, cutting him off. Back Dong-sio's. How do you know about the heart? The other person shouted in panic. Hey, what are you doing? He found you annoying. We just discovered the heart a few minutes ago. Someone who ran away should not know about this. He was scared, his teeth clenched. Back Dong-sio's. Who are you? A large sword was formed. Damn, it is too sharp. A figure appeared from behind, swinging a sword at Jihan. The man with slick back hair scoffed. Let us see what you have got. You trash. Yu-ji. A big explosion occurred. The city lay in ruins, burning beneath Hunta's large sword. It was empty with no one in sight. He raised an eyebrow and scoffed. What? So Yu-ji, you're becoming a spirit mage is not just talk. Huh. He swung the sword forward, creating an invisible wave of magic. Jan spoke in a deep voice. What are you doing, Kim Hyunt? He bit his lip, glancing back to see how Shen Yuri were doing. Yuri was holding Chala tightly in her arms, shielding herself and Sue with a little glowing dog. Oh, Mumu protects everyone. The scar-face guy approached Jan. Since I entrusted this to Mew, it will be fine. He softly thanked him. Yunhao. The other person frowned tightly. Now focus on those guys. Facing Deng Sep and the traitorous teammate. Kim T laughed arrogantly, sticking out his tongue to reveal a purple gem. Still playing the hero. Huh. Deng Sp behind him frowned and coughed. What are you doing? I said to avoid fighting if possible. The other person was annoyed. He told me to fight if the situation got bad. The tip of his sword struck hard against the ground, and Kim T's whole body was enveloped in a strange purple magic. It was odd to have such power and not use it. Dian furrowed his brow at Kim Hyunta's magic stone. How did you get this power? The other person laughed gleefully, his tone mocking. Stop pretending to be holy. Can't you see the situation around you? Flashbacks of the group fighting the monsters flooded back. Kim T spoke softly. While you were fighting a guy named Lias in the Red H Guild's basement, launched a large-scale attack across South Korea. Evil demon corpse, covered in blood, stood in front of the mages' corpses, resulting in the heroes being defeated. Kim T triumphantly raised his arm. This country has completely fallen to ups. Everything is over. No one can protect this land anymore. Dian shouted angrily. So you have joined the enemy. Huh. Kim T rested the large sword on his shoulder, hands on his hips. It is not about following. It is about choosing the stronger side. That is always the wise decision. He smirked. You said it yourself, that I can never become a top hero. Kim T stood across from him in the desolate setting. As much as I hate to admit it, you were right. My limits can't breach that wall. He stuck out his tongue, revealing the purple gem on it, his eyes wild. But Ray has broken through that wall. Dian's pupils dilated, and Kim T blinked before swinging his sword at him. Dian struggled to counter, stumbling back. This guy was much faster than before. Kim T gleamed with pride, stating that by joining Upsy's Heaven project, we decided to become the masters of the new era. Jan leaned back, thrusting his sword forward. Stopping this nonsense. Kim T glared, raising his sword for momentum. Yu Jihan, in the name of old friendship, I can give you a chance to become one of us. He lunged forward, relentlessly swinging. If you hand over the heart, Liat, we can avoid this. The wind spirit suddenly shouted loudly. Yu Jihan, we have gathered enough magic power now. He gritted his teeth, mustering strength to withstand the blow from that guy. The system interface appeared. Analyzing compatibility. The risk increased, and attack accuracy decreased due to rising temperatures and the spreading effect of the fire attribute not being favorable for him. The tiny wind spirit stood against the fire and flame spirit. In terms of compatibility, wind cannot defeat fire. It is like a natural law. Sin smiled faintly, holding the fire spirit in his hand. But in Yuduan's case with the magic spirit, he could excel in compatibility. But the gem glowed with an odd purple light. The power of the magic crystal within Kim Hyunt had greatly widened compatibility. Dihan pursed his lips, Charging forward, if I recklessly use the magic spirit, it will only make his flames stronger. Facing Kim, swinging the sword. He pondered. There were clear openings in Kim Hyant's fighting style with the great sword, and he knew from continuous observation from the outside, his large sword swung toward him. Daihan was astonished. Looking back, his eyes narrowed. Had he really been cornered? Kim to wrap magic around the sword, leaping into the air. It is over, Yu-jan. He bowed his head, speaking in a low voice. May nothing change at all. The space around him suddenly transformed. Always lacking stability, Du appeared behind Kim T, arms wrapped in stone like a child. He could not react in time, his eyes wide. These bastards had targeted from the start. A powerful punch struck down, shaking the ground, followed by a massive explosion that cracked the earth around. Sung Seep shielded his eyes from the dust. Astonished. Kim Hyant. You bastard. I told you to avoid fighting as much as possible. He squinted. Calculating, if I do not hurry, that person will arrive, and I have to get the heart of Liat before that. A voice from behind interrupted his thoughts. Shut up, Bakdung Seep. Du frowned, his eyes widening. I thought he had some kind of attack plan, but this guy, Kim T, was able to block his punch with just one hand. I am completely disappointed. You are going to defend the town with your bare hands. He scoffed, his other hand tightening around the hilt of his sword. I heard you are the last remaining level 1 hero. If I kill you, I can become a level 1 hero myself. The blade began to glow with a red light. No, I do not need those standards anymore. Powerful swing sent debris flying. Kim T laughed arrogantly, because I will stand at the top of all heroes. Jahan panicked and shouted, Yundoha, that guy is staggering out of the flames. Do not overact like that. You landed safely in front of Kim Tia, who squinted with delight. Maybe it is because you are an earth spirit mage that your physique is so tough. Uha bent over, gasping for breath, beads of cold sweat dotting his face. But it seemed he had taken quite a bit of damage. His eyes narrowed, pupils slightly shaking. I have expended too much mana in the last battle, and my spirit power is currently below 100%. The closely observed the Kim Tivan in front of him. This guy was completely different from the last time I met him. Is this the power of the mana crystal? That guy planted his sword into the ground. Arrogant. Wanting to say they could both charge at him at once, but fighting 2 spirit mages alone was a bit too much. At his words, 2 more figures appeared, so I will call on my allies too. Kim T raised his voice to greet them. Yu-jan. He stammered in shock. There was a muscular man and a girl with red hair and vacant eyes stepping forward. Hong trembled. Imun. While he was not paying attention, another person charged from behind, meaning the girl with short hair silently approached Jan. Even Mia is here. With his quick reflexes, Jen noticed someone behind him and turned to look. Maya glanced to her side. Having sensed the movement next to her, Mia jumped high from behind Jihan, preparing to ambush Jan. But at that moment, an energy flashed by rapidly. Yuri aimed to shoot an arrow to stop her, but she easily dodged it. Even Yuri herself did not expect this. She dodged it. I clearly attacked her blind spot. Maya landed, using her hands to push against the ground, quickly twisting her body to land successfully. She looked at Jan in front of her, thinking to herself, what amazing reflexes. Jan pointed his sword at her, but did not forget to thank Yuri. She almost missed hearing that. Thank you. Min Yuri, that was close. It is nothing. I have not even shot them yet. But Jan did not hesitate to acknowledge her contribution. No, you have already helped me a lot. His words left Yuri speechless and unable to respond. Dine looked at Mia in front of him, only wishing he could kill her immediately. I almost killed Mia with my 9 hands. Maya's body emitted a mysterious purple energy as she held 2 small daggers, the mind control state from Limia's mana crystal. Maya and the others are not fighting of their own free will. She flew to Daihan's side to remind him of something strange she saw from Maya. Seek that power. Someone is definitely controlling them. That is right. You guessed it. Daihan also figured out who was manipulating Maya. Kim Hyant. That bastard is the one using Kim Hyant. Daihan shouted loudly, questioning what Hyanti had done. What the hell are you doing? Kim Hyant, Hongzhou, Imun, Limia. They are all your teammates. Your questioning only made him laugh mockingly. Ha! So what? How to use teammates is the captain's right. He used his power to control others to do his bidding. He did not hide it but made it public. Just give the order, and they become loyal puppets unafraid of death. That is the ideal teammate. Maya is still being controlled by him with the purple energy. This is his. Hun wants to use his teammates to force Jihan's morals. Now, what will you do? You Jihan, can you kill your old teammates? He did not expect him to use such a dirty trick. That coward. Junho's figure is rushing toward Jan. He wants to take the opportunity to ambush him. He turned just in time to catch this moment. Hong Runho. Chala quickly ran out, jumping toward Junho. Chia. It stood in front of Jan, wanting to confront Junho to protect Jahan. Chila Chi. Yuri. holding a bow and arrow, prepared to draw her bow. She requested him, "Just let us handle it. Min Yuri like these people." Yuri raised her bow. Aiming at Hunta's group, she hinted, "I have heard the situation and understand it roughly. They are all being controlled." Right. She shot an arrow straight at Maya, who was rushing in, but the arrow vanished upon hitting her, seemingly ineffective against her. Lightning began to appear around Yuri, and she wondered. Thunderbolt. Huh. Isn't she an assassin? Maya used a thunderbolt strike to reflect Yuri's attack back at her. A massive amount of thunder strikes hit where Yuri was standing, sending her flying away. It turns out Shun is the one behind casting that spell, another sorceress. She was preparing to cast a new technique while being free at the moment. Countless formations appeared above her, but on Jihan's side, there is Siu. The sorceress. She is the one stepping up to confront her. "Let me handle this one." The formations of both sides began to intersect, creating a massive wave of power. Mia hugged Sun and quickly ran out of the flames. Both sides are now in a balanced state of power. Sihu and Yuri are ready to fight. Dung Seos, watching the battle from outside, immediately became furious and cursed Hunt. "Kim Hyant, I told you to avoid combat by now." He glanced to the side, secretly calculating in his heart. He has gone mad. In this situation, we have no choice but to use information to join them. Suddenly, the rocks began to move towards him. Someone used stones to block Dungshov's path as he hurried forward. Right. Doa stood confidently with his hands in his pockets. Beside him was Chila. "We still have a lot to discuss." Yundoha, upon seeing Dua, it seemed he had not anticipated the veins in his neck starting to bulge. Dungstu pulled a compass from his sleeve, his expression dark as he looked at Doa, truly a burden. When Hyant saw the newcomer, he rubbed his head in apparent helplessness. "Hemph, this is not the scenario I was hoping for. I wanted to see you collapse under the pressure." Jan stared directly at him. I struck at the weakness in his heart. "You would not understand. You have never fought with faith in anyone." He raised his sword before him, declaring sharply to him, "That is why you will fail, and I will save everyone." Jihan's words felt like a joke to Hunt. He smirked, questioning him. "Save everyone? Have you ever considered the worst-case scenario?" He also raised his blade, preparing to attack him. "When you lose both your old and new teammates, that is the worst outcome." Jan swung his sword at him, asserting firmly that won't happen. Hyant was no less than him. He also swung his blade toward him. "Then I will show you right now." The swords clashed dramatically, creating a tense scene. Hyant continuously delivered more slashes. His strikes came at Jan in rapid succession, making it hard for him to predict. The speed of his massive sword swings was terrifying. With unpredictable, irregular attacks. On this side, Hyant was goading him to unleash all his strength. He was hiding his true power. "Are you just gonna keep defending?" Jan swung his sword to break all the strikes he just threw. One of his eyes suddenly sparkled. Ianti charged at Jan, preparing for a surprise attack. At that moment, Yujan heard her reminder and began to attack fiercely. His slash enveloped Hunt's body with a wind blade. He exerted all his strength to counter Jan's wind blade attack. But Jan's strikes felt like ants biting to him. He jumped high, gathering strength in his blade, ready to strike down. That little wind. Dian looked up sharply, thinking to himself that his spirit technique only made the fire stronger. Hyan felt smug. His attack was gradually descending. "It is over." Yu Jihan. His slash struck the ground below, instantly igniting a cosmic fire. Just one of his strikes had engulfed the area in flames, leaving cracks in the ground. At this moment, only Hunt's silhouette remained behind the hazy smoke. His face was dark as he stared straight ahead. Hunt wore a confident, victorious smile. "Ha, hey, I won. Yu Jihan, in the end, you could not protect anything at all." But then, the sword in Hunt's hand suddenly cracked. He watched in disbelief as his sword exploded right before his eyes, a wave of blue energy spreading out in front of him. "All right, are you done talking?" Jan, expressionless, appeared somewhere nearby. If he was done, he had gathered his power into the sword, ready to strike Hyun. "Now is my turn." The sword swung straight toward him without holding back. A wave of blue light radiated everywhere. Jahan continued to stare at him. Jan's strike was almost upon Hyant. At this moment, he still truly did not understand why. He widened his astonished eyes at him, filled with confusion. "Someone like you, expelled from the team. He could not accept being defeated by you. How could he defeat me?" Jahan's immense power enveloped both of them. In a forest, it began to rain as monsters crawled out. "I once wanted to become a great hero." The silhouette of a young man rushed to fight that monster. But unfortunately, the young man's hand was bitten by a monster. The young man used his own sword to slay the monster. The passionate young man at that moment was Hunt. After a while fighting the monsters, he sat on the ground, breathing heavily as if he had realized something. Thing immediately directed his sharp gaze forward. Damn, countless giant spider monsters surrounded Hyant. More than he had imagined. He looked at his arm. injured by the monster earlier, thinking to himself, they even know how to use paralysis poison. And then a beam of light appeared above him. The spider monsters jumped up, preparing to attack him. Is this all there is? That moment, a voice rang out, encouraging Hunt. Don't give up, Kim Hyeon. A man appeared before Hyunt. He began to strike down the monsters he had seen earlier. Hyung-sik arrived just in time to save his son, his father, a level 1 hero and president of the Inferno Guild. Kim Hunts. He turned and questioned his son. Where are the team members? If it were them, they would be done for. Meanwhile, Hyunt's teammates were surrounded by spider monsters elsewhere. They were likely surrounded by the Red Weavers in the heart of the forest, and must have been wiped out by now. Hyunt shot a glance at his son, scolding him, "You pathetic fool." He was the one who had taught the philosophy of being a hero. Remember this? Kim Hyunt. A hero draws their sword not for themselves, but for others. Ain-sik also made sure Hyunt knew what he needed to do. Those who abandon their teammates do not deserve to be level 1 heroes. As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately ran away from there. Hyunt could only stare blankly, calling out, "Dad, you are a righteous man, and people follow you for that." Hunt's teammates are still trapped inside. Everyone is following the T. Hunt's group looks ahead in confusion as if they have discovered something. Look over there. It turns out Hunzi has gone inside to rescue all of his son's teammates. As the guild leader, he has returned alive. The whole team survived. How did that happen? Hyunt feels joy seeing his father able to save his teammates. He is everything I aspire to be. I dreamed of becoming a level 1 hero like him. One rainy evening, Hyunt stood silently in the downpour with a gloomy expression. Behind him stood others in black, mourning someone. The portrait displayed Hyunt's Hunty's father, and then he left us. He fought alone against those giant monsters. He plunged into a level 1 dungeon by himself to rescue his trapped teammates. He got them out, but he could not come back himself. Hunt bowed his head, silently gazing at his father's portrait, which was exactly the choice he would make. He always said, "Heroes exist to help others." He stared blankly at the portrait without saying a word. If you ask me, did he die a foolish death? The crowd below at Hunty's funeral kept whispering to each other. I heard he stayed in the dungeon just to save one teammate. We lost a level 1 hero because of a useless guy. He used cruel words to criticize Hunt while showing pity for him. He could only grit his teeth and endure the insults. What a foolish way to die. Now he leaves behind a fatherless son, and every part of me screams to protect him. Hyunt tightened his grip on his sword, wanting to prove to Hunt, I want to say that my father was right, that he is the strongest hero I have ever known. He raised his fiery sword with the most vicious look, preparing to strike down. But they were not wrong. What they said was the truth. Hyunt decisively slammed the fiery sword down into the ground. The people at the funeral could only crouch down, holding their heads, questioning him. Hyunt, what are you doing? You call yourself his son and act this way. Hyunt's face was filled with veins, tears streaming down uncontrollably. Father was wrong. I am not like him. The entire house had turned into a sea of flames as he declared, I won't help trash. Hunt now seemed like a different person. The following year, I left my father's guild and joined Crow's, but his sharp demeanor and gaze remained unchanged. You are about to join us as a new assistant. The figure of a young man wearing glasses did not turn around but greeted everyone. Very pleased to meet them. Jan seemed very shy, scratching his head to introduce himself. I am Yuja, and from now on, I will be the assistant for the group. I hope everyone will help me. And that is when I met him. Soon seemed delighted to approach and shake hands with him, appearing very happy with his joining. Whoa. Finally we have an assistant in the team. Looking forward to that mana supply. We are all about the same age, so let us talk freely. Okay, but Daihan has outright rejected her proposal at this point. Sorry, I really can't provide any mana. Oh, so maybe you are the useless support type. I can't be useless either. I absolutely can't use magic. Hearing Jan's words, San's face immediately turned pale, looking very surprised. Hyunt, after hearing that, showed his displeasure with a gloomy expression and started to criticize. Hey, why would you bring back trash like this? What are we supposed to do with a support who can't use mana? Dung approached Jihan, placing a hand on his shoulder, explaining that everyone here who can control mana has already been taken by the top teams. Unfortunately, this is the only support I can give you guys. Jan, hearing what he said, felt unhappy and pushed his hand away from him. Just accept it. After all, it is only temporary. Jan then stepped forward and boldly declared his self-affirmation. I know I am still lacking, he confidently asserted to everyone here. But at least I won't be a burden to the team. I will support as much as I can. Hunt had been watching Jihan with a wary gaze, wondering about him. What is this guy? Despite the ridicule, his expression did not change at all. He looked into those sharp eyes and could guess part of Jan's personality. No. Actually, there was a strange confidence shining in his eyes. Even so, Hyunt still wore a sarcastic smile at Jan. All talk, truly trash. Fine. I will see how long you can last before allowing Jan to join. He made it clear about the conditions for coming in. But let me be clear. The moment you pull me back, I will drop you without hesitation. I had to use that condescending gaze to remind Jahan to do his best. That trash Yu Jihan, despite being harshly scolded by Hunt, still maintained a calm expression. A level 3 spider snake den, with a strange green light. Ayant held a sword to light the way for everyone to enter. Despite Shin's fear, he still ordered her, quiet, shine, sweep the area. Alright. C quickly used his wizard potential to scout inside. Reading the mana waves. There are 6 creatures. They must just be ordinary snakes. Everyone slowly advanced inside as Hyan coordinated the team to carry out the mission. Hong Jan stayed at the front while the support was clear behind. Jan used his trusting gaze to observe the cave, and at that moment, he seemed to notice something. Suddenly, 2 snakes lunged out to attack him, causing him to shout in fear, noticing the spider snakes ahead. Then he regained his composure and immediately eliminated the 2 snakes in front of him. Meanwhile, Maya had to focus on dealing with other snakes. Hyan sliced the giant snake in half with a single slash, but it seemed he discovered something surprising. In front of Hunty, many other snakes appeared, and he was confused. Didn't she say there were only 6? Their numbers did not decrease, but instead increased quickly. The tail of a snake wrapped around Hunta's leg. He also realized something was off. The snake knocked him down to the ground. Now, his limbs were entangled by those snakes. Unable to escape, he closed his eyes, accepting his fate. But then, loud noises echoed again. After waiting for a while with nothing happening, Hunta slowly opened his eyes. He sat up, and before him stood a tall figure. Hyan Sekh turned around, and at the same time, Jahan's figure also turned to look at him. He asked about Hunta's condition. Are you okay? Kim Hyant. Hyantiev looked on with suspicion at the figures of the 2 in front of him. At that moment, he was overwhelmed with confusion and realization. That day, I realized I could never become a top-tier hero. Back in reality, Jahan's attack power enveloped both him and Hunt inside. Jan lowered his head but could not hide the grim expression on his face at that moment. Just then, the surge of power faded away. Jan stared straight ahead with his sharp eyes. His previous strike had taken away one of Hyanta's arms. Hanta was severely injured, but he still had not grasped the truth. How could someone like you? He immediately collapsed to the ground. Unconscious, 2 sources of power, one yellow and one purple, intertwined in the air. Suzan and Maya were still under control. Maya was charging forward. Yuri and Sihu were preparing to attack, discussing their fighting strategy. It was indeed a Ko's meeting. It is hard to subdue without causing harm. If we can control the fastest one, we might have a chance to win. Yuri took on that responsibility. She drew her bow directly at Maya. If it is about control, let me handle it. The arrow was shot by Yuri towards the charging Maya, but unfortunately, each stone arrow passed through Maya without hitting her. Suddenly, a beam of light appeared right above Maya. Typical. Yuri's power erupted with force. After shooting that arrow, Yuri was confident. Alright, with this shot, I have at least controlled her for a moment. But Yuri miscalculated. Maya's strength was stronger than she thought. Maya overcame the attack and charged forward, leaving Yuri stunned. Mia had her spear aimed at Yuri, leaving her astonished. She wondered, how did she avoid that explosion? Now, Mia faced Yuri directly. Seeing her face, Yuri felt confused. Why am I fighting this person? Maya still pointed her spear at Yuri. But now she questioned herself. From the beginning, why was I fighting? The mind control had been shattered. See you. Over here, looked down in confusion. Below, Sai was trembling in fear, biting her nails. Finally, I am free. Hyanan has woken up. The company groggily sits up right in front of Chila. He realizes he is still alive. Dung Seos is fighting over here. He turns his head to look at Hunt. He has figured out that the mind control placed on them has been lifted. That means Kim Hyant has, at that moment, a voice interrupts his train of thought. Why are you so distracted? Dungsta quickly regains his composure. He uses his technique and rushes towards Iko. Dung Seos is gathering power on the compass in his hand. Impressive. That artifact is quite special. Doa calmly puts his hands in his pockets. He has anticipated Dung Sepi's move. It separates the user from the flow of time, significantly increasing speed. That is an extremely powerful ability. Dunk's gloomy face clutches his chest. His expressions have been quickly noticed by Du Liu haha. But it seems the risk is placing great pressure on his heart. Damn. Has he figured it out? The large rocks move once again. Doha unleashes his power to manipulate the red stones, transforming them into a giant monster. Your defeat is inevitable. Just give up. Jan slowly approaches Hyant with his sword in hand. Hyanan slaps his forehead. Laughing loudly, hee-ha. Jan looks at him laughing maniacally on the ground and immediately questions him. What are you laughing at? Maybe Hyant is using his hands to hide the emotions in his eyes. Looking ridiculous. Right, he removes his fingers from his eyes, revealing his furious gaze. My father died protecting his teammates until the last moment, and I swore I would never do anything foolish like that. He never expected to find himself in the situation he despises the most. But in the end, you saved me. You stopped me. Another one walking that path. He still rests his hand on his forehead, confessing to Jihan. The truth is, I always knew you had something I did not. Perhaps Hyanting acknowledges this, but he just forces himself not to reveal it. Here, he also wants to confess to Jihan, which is also a confession to himself. I just do not want to admit it. I was afraid. After a moment of contemplation, Jan finally speaks up. Kim Hyunt, do you remember? Memories flood back into his mind. The day of that conflict appears again. The day I was kicked out of the group. I told you that you would never be able to become a level 1 hero. Daihan had cried at that time. He turns to look behind him. At this moment, his best friend has also acknowledged Hyan. In fact, that was a lie. What I said left Hunta speechless. Jan pointed out his selfishness. You are stronger than anyone, but you never let anyone be by your side. Hyan Dian stood up to expose Hunta's weakness without hiding it. You never learned how to fight alongside them. How to trust someone. You refused to understand that until the very end. He looked at him lying on the ground with a determined gaze, honestly acknowledging that he might have become a top-tier hero. His words felt like verdicts delivered to him. But he had already walked away from that path himself. Jen reached out his hand, wanting to help Hunta get up. It is not too late yet. Auntie stared in shock, unable to believe he thought of him like that. Make can still start over. Daihan's outstretched hand reminded him of what his father had said before. A true hero is someone who reaches out their hand to anyone. Perhaps now he finally understood his father's words from before. Now I understand, Dad. Finally, Hyuna raised his hand to Jihan. Jihan slowly helped Hyan to sit up, realizing what it meant to be a hero as his father had said. Jan still treated Hyan with that gentle gaze, even though he had brought up so many things with him before. Suddenly, someone appeared, letting out a heavy sigh. Oh, this is so boring. The red power surged around Hunt. Jihan's eyes widened in surprise when he saw the person in front of him. Why do people always choose this script? Jerry appeared from behind Hyant, his innocent face revealing everything. Redemption. Remorse. Tears. It is really so hollow. She pointed her blade at Hunt, declaring, so from now on, Jerry will make everything more interesting. Jen quickly let go of Hunt's hand. He drew his sword, ready to fight her. Hyant reached out to him, hoping he would live well. Jian slashed at Hunt repeatedly, causing him immense pain. Seeing Hyant being cut right in front of him, Jihan immediately shouted his name. Kim Hyant. Jen knelt before the fallen Hunt. Jerry mocked him on this side, feigning sympathy for the enemy. You are weaker than I thought. Jerry licked the blood off her blade seductively. Do you miss me? Darling. Dian Dean glared at her with rage, his voice low. Jerry. Hyant lay collapsed on Jihan. Purple aura radiated from his body. He now felt deeply sorry for Jihan and his teammates. In his final moments, he tried to express his apologies for everything. Hyant's body had vanished into thin air. Jihan's hands could no longer hold on to anything. Jihan. He bowed his head, biting his lip, his face dark as he witnessed Hyant leave in his arms. Kim Hainan. Jerry continued to babble. It seems she still harbored the intention to brainwash him. Why are you so soft-hearted? Not like you at all. I told you so, did not I? Her eyes revealed death and danger. With that defeated one, only death awaits. Isn't that right? Jan threatened her with the sword in his hand. Say one more word and I will cut your throat right here. He pointed the sword directly at Jerry, declaring to her, you will soon become that. Just a waste. Jerry was excited to see Jan's outburst. Oh yes, that is it. Her face turned red with embarrassment. She still had no shame, standing here flirting with Jan. That face was where sadness resided. Rage and emptiness blended together. Just seeing him made my heart skip a beat. Jen did not want to hear Jerry jump again, so he rushed in, ready to attack him. With a sharp gaze, he swung his sword straight ahead. Jan, with his piercing green eyes, stared ahead and then realized Jerry had vanished from his sight. He also noticed she was concealing her presence with mana. Suddenly, Jerry reappeared right behind Jan. With an expressionless gaze, he focused on your chaotic fighting style. At this moment, Jian glanced behind him and spotted Jerry. Now I see through you. He quickly turned around, dodging his attack. Dian raised his sword high, gathering energy, preparing to unleash the next blow. Accelerating, he swung his sword, unleashing a burst of blue light. Jerry, caught off guard, fell victim to Jan's attack, clutching her stomach. Now I feel doubtful. Even though I concealed my presence with mana, he still read my next move. She was injured, collapsing to the ground right in front of Jan. At this moment, Jan radiated energy, looking down at Jerry ominously, declaring, you are no longer my match. Jerry. He had grown much stronger. Now, he did not hesitate to expose Jerry's true intentions for coming to him. I know you are collaborating with Jino Kim. What is he planning to do with Russ's heart? Even at this point, she remained tight-lipped, The heart of the master. Jerry had no idea what you were talking about. Out of nowhere, a heart appeared before Jan. Wait, are you talking about this? Upon seeing the heart in her hand, Jan was taken aback and questioned. Russ's heart. When did she get it? Jan's brow furrowed tightly, staring intently at that heart. Suddenly, a loud explosion occurred, and the silhouette of someone appeared here. It was a surprise appearance to warn Jihan of the situation. Yu Jihan apologized for jumping in suddenly, but danger is approaching. Receiving this news, he also praised it. Good decision. Seeing the figure in front, he also showed suspicion. That guy, you fought him before, right? Yeah, I think so. Jin also recognized the true identity of the mysterious person before him. He was one of the enhanced beings created by Ubasef. Die. You hero. Seeing the mysterious figure, Jan recalled something from the past. Wait, I definitely defeated him before. How is he still alive? But then he stopped caring about that. I remember the crucial mission right now. Forget it. First we need to find Jerry and get Reyes's heart back. That figure suddenly spoke up. Surprised. Huh. You should not be like this. The enhanced humans can be replicated whenever we want. Minsu greeted Jihan with a casual smile. Long time no see. You Jihan. Seeing Minsu here, Jahan began to piece everything together. Lim Minsu. I should have guessed you were behind this. Minsu put on a fake smile and explained. Ha. I am not pretending that I did this alone. Kim is the one providing the resources to create these products. With a snap of his fingers, more monsters appeared behind Minsu. The angry monsters stared ahead, and Minsu proudly introduced the creatures he created. And as a result, I have been able to showcase 85 of the greatest masterpieces in the Republic of Korea. He even threw a challenge at Jihan. So why do not you try fighting them? But seeing those monsters, Jihan maintained a calm, sarcastic expression. I am so tired of you guys. Jihan glanced back. I can handle this myself. Q and Yuri were surrounded by those monsters, and he was very worried about them. But Sue and Yuri were in danger. Yuri, seeing the monsters in front of her, wondered, who are these guys? They are enhanced humans, merging manacores taken from monsters. Saihu recalled his father. Dad, why did you harm so many people? Yuri over here also thought of a new plan. If the manacore could be used on her. She remembered soon lying in bed, barely breathing, waiting to be saved. Perhaps it could heal soon. The monsters then simultaneously attacked the two of them. A monster's hand slowly approached, and they noticed she was still standing there, frozen. Just then, Juno arrived with those monsters. Chillarin. Chilla also attacked the monsters. Yuri and Saihu were both surprised to see them here. Flymaster of Krosos. Right. Junho explained why he was here. We will also join the fight. At the same time, Mai and Sun arrived to back them up. Limium with a terrified expression, questioned. You should have run away silently. Why are you coming out to help now? Mia suddenly grabbed her by the collar and ordered. Shut up. Maya threw her into the group of monsters, reminding her to use her specialty quickly. Electric magic. Huh. This crazy Limia immediately unleashed her power, incinerating those monsters. Jin also turned to greet everyone behind him. Everyone is back now. After witnessing everything, Minsu felt dissatisfied. I knew I could not trust that idiot. He is more of a nuisance than a help. Minsu quickly ordered the monsters to attack and eliminate them all. Jan stood silently, waiting for the monsters to charge. At this moment, he unleashed his technique, a surge of blue energy radiating from his body, speeding him up. With just a few basic sword strikes, Jian took down quite a few maximum power monsters. Minsu, observing from the outside, felt very puzzled. What was that movement? Seeing Jihan's powerful attack surprised Minsu. You Jihan, when did you get this strong? Jian shot a sharp look at Minsu, declaring, stay right there. I will be there soon. Bright purple space portal appeared, revealing the shadowy figures of several people. X slightly bowed his head and spoke in a deep voice. We are here. He looked straight ahead, hands in his pockets, speaking in a grim tone. The first heaven, chairman of UPS Isaac Becker. Isaac smirked, his eyes glinting coldly. Bring my heart here. Each of his members stepped out of the portal one by one, the three of them appearing with confident demeanor. Yes, sir. The monsters stood still, eyes blazing as they watched the two slashes coming at them, while Jian charged forward with his sword, his gaze fierce. Mindu stood behind the two monsters, observing, his brows slightly furrowed, feeling a deep tension rise. Even the most skilled warriors, stripped of emotions, would tremble. Minsu closely followed Jihan's attacking movements, realizing just how great the distance was between them and Yu Jihan. His eyes lit up, voice low and challenging. Stop hiding, come out here, coward. Minsu pressed his lips together, angry at Jaehan's provocation. He narrowed his eyes, focusing his attention ahead, feeling an ominous premonition. Wait. This feeling, Maya wielded her dagger, slicing through the beastmen. She exhaled sharply and turned to assess the situation. Maya's gaze was fixed on Jihan as he swung his sword to eliminate the monsters with swift motions. He was so strong that she almost did not recognize him. She suddenly remembered his cheerful smiling face. Silently evaluating, strong enough to protect others, she smirked quietly. So you were not lying. Maya was stunned as a monster lunged at her. She whipped around, eyes wide in shock. I was too careless. I should have finished them off right away. Maya stared blankly at the monster collapsing right in front of her. Yuri lowered her bow, worriedly asking, Laya, are you okay? Sue rushed over with a weapon, suggesting, we will cover you from the back. Maya glanced at the two women in front of her, those whom Yu-Jan wanted to protect. She lowered her head, lips slightly curling in bitterness. I once wanted to be someone like that. Suddenly, Maya's eyes widened as she looked up ahead. She turned around, her gaze landing on Cecily, who had her hands clasped behind her back. What kind of disgusting magic is this? Cecily touched her cheek with her index finger, a sly smile creeping onto her lips. Oh, so you are the ones ruining our plans. She raised her hand, conjuring a source of purple magic, her tone dripping with disdain. It is really disappointing that you are all so weak. Mia's face revealed an unbelievable tension. That woman can't be serious. She immediately turned around and urged, everyone, run right now. Cel wasted no time raising her hand to unleash a massive burst of magic toward Maya. She pointed her finger under her eye and stuck out her tongue mockingly. Too late now. The ground trembled, and a cloud of dust rose up, engulfing the space. Mia braced herself, raising her hand to shield her face as she struggled to open her eyes. She stared in shock at the scene before her. Maya looked at Junhee's solid back as he created a barrier to block the attack and protect everyone. Hong shouted. She was so anxious that her voice trembled with confusion. Hong shouted, that woman is him. He gasped, sweating and breathing heavily. I know who she is. Junnik watched Slee standing across from him, full of arrogance, providing information about the former level 1 hero of the Yuk. Side-eye. She had ranked in the top 10 globally as a damage-dealing mage but suddenly retired to become the director of UPS. Sue exclaimed in surprise. Steven recruited a level 1 hero. Yuri was puzzled. What on earth is that organization? Mia hopelessly suggested. We need to get out of here. We can't face her destructive power. Joniku suddenly hinted. Have you forgotten? Limia glanced back with a proud smile. We have someone just as strong, a mage with destructive power to match. Jonik shouted. Imshan. Are you ready, Sizen? Face resolute, clasped her hands together to create a surge of electric magic. Don't rush me. She tightened her grip on the staff, and a violent burst of electricity erupted. I will use my strongest magic. Sue extended her hand, launching magic straight ahead. Her form released a powerful electric current, a brilliant light tearing through the space. Slow spread her arms, casting a spell, her voice playfully chiming in. So, the hero of Korea is not half bad. She opened her purple eye with a sharp, arrogant gaze. Oh, but it is just level 2. Sulzing raised her hand high, casting the anti-gravity magic void, wondering if you all could block it. Sue slightly recoiled, straining to use magic to absorb her attack. She widened her eyes in shock and exclaimed, no way, it is absorbing my magic and getting stronger. Just as Sizen thought that, a massive explosion erupted, too fast to avoid. Runho shouted in panic. Imshan. Doa clicked his tongue. Really a noisy little brat. He lifted Scene up with one hand, grumbling. Those innocent kids. She glanced over at Doha. Yun trembled and raised his hand to support Shun in response to his complaining. You kids are blocking the way. Move aside. So crossed his arms behind his back with a smirk. Level 1 hero Yuna. It is surprising you are still alive. She touched her finger to her cheek, smirking sarcastically. If you do not want to end up like your friends, then cherish your life. Doha raised his hand to his face, unfazed and challenging. Shut up and come at me to see what a level 1 hero from England can do. Sully laughed at that. Sorry, but fighting one-on-one with you is just too chaotic. She continued as she noticed Robert and Kane behind her, so I brought a few friends along. He kept a serious expression, coldly denying the relationship. I do not consider us friends. The UPSI director, former level 1 hero. Robert Kin raised his hand to touch his collar. Bored. I am tired of waiting already. The UPSI director, former level 1 hero, trembled with panic while still carrying Shun. Impossible. They are both former level 1 heroes. He looked at Doa standing in front, whose expression remained unchanged. Even Doa could not take on 3 level 1 heroes alone. Suddenly, Doa broke into an excited smile. His eyes sparkled with confident provocation. Come on, all of you filthy pests. On the other side, Jan rushed forward to attack the monster. He looked at the 3 remaining in front of him, thinking, just 3 more to go. Diane tightened his grip on the sword, using magic to charge straight ahead. It is over. Lim Min closed his eyes slightly behind his sunglasses, speaking in a low voice. So you are the one called Yu Jan. At that moment, his surprise was evident on his face. In an instant, he had tightly gripped Jan's sword. He shot a sharp glance at him. Growling, Where's your heart? Jan stayed still, watching Isaac hold his sword. He frowned in confusion. Who are you? He squinted, lifting the sword to assess. Brave, are not you? No wonder you defeated the awakening light. He spoke in a deep voice. Introducing himself, I am the chairman of UPS. Isaac Becker. Jan's eyes widened in astonishment. The chairman of UPS. Isaac narrowed his eyes, intensely staring at him. But I do not sense a heart in you. Please worry and scream out loud. Yu Jihan, be careful. Jan quickly dodged Isaac's sudden attack. He held his hand in the air. A delighted voice rang out. You managed to avoid it. Impressive. That is the youth for you. He leaned slightly forward, keeping his eyes on Isaac. Thanks. I owe it to you for avoiding it. Jan observed the large hole dug into the ground from his magical attack. Pondering, that blow was not skill or magic. He simply compressed space with dense magical power. He firmly confirmed in his heart. Without a doubt, that was the power of the magic crystal. The display system began to analyze. Diane wondered how much magic crystal he had absorbed. Ek was engulfed in layers of red squares. Warning, reaction density exceeds threshold. Error, reached system power limit. Warning of detecting strange structure. Warning of feedback reversal phenomenon occurred. Jan placed a hand over his face, leaving only one eye visible. Stopped the analysis. Detected danger for the user. He felt tense, even though the analysis was activated. He still could not read him. The cause was given. The magic density was too thick. Nothing could be analyzed. It immediately reminded. Yu Jihan, that guy is very dangerous. Standing opposite him, spoke up with disdain. I do not need a heartless person. Minsu approached, then bowed respectfully before him. Chairman, it is a great honor to meet you here. Someone slightly turned to ask. Lim Mitsu. Right. He put his hands in his pockets and ordered. Report to me. Starting with the results, Minsu immediately reported the situation. The heart of Laios is currently in Jerry's possession. We just need to eliminate the obstructing factor to complete it. Isaac praised with satisfaction. Got it. Well done. Where is Jerry? Suddenly, a cheerful person appeared. Jerry had always been right beside him. He called softly. Jerry spoke up with a sly tone. Here is the heart of the leader you wanted. Sir, Jerry took great care of it. Isaac reached for the heart. So this is what will make me complete. At this moment, Jihan rushed forward with his sword, shouting, how can you just hand it over to him? He swung his hand down towards Isaac. Jan's eyes widened upon hearing his disdainful voice. Foolish. Isaac suddenly appeared behind him, not acting when given the chance as arrogance. Diane fell into confusion. His body could not move. He stared back in surprise, wondering how he got behind him. Even the analysis could not read his movement. He held the heart in his hand and a new idea sprang up. Fine. That is convenient. I was planning to test the power of the liquid heart and quickly channel my magic into it. He stood still as the magic gradually gathered at the heart. The group of Junho looked up in astonishment at that scene. Yuri and Sihu frowned with tension. Doa's gaze is now filled with rage. Slee exclaimed in delight. Is it starting? Meanwhile, Robert slowly raised his hand to check the time. About 5 minutes earlier than planned. Isaac saw the massive source of magic before him, not expecting the awakening of the supremacy. Minixu excitedly praised. It truly was a stunning sight. This is the power of the chairman. You dominate the heaven party. Jerry smirked with interest. You dominate heaven. That black magic source gradually enveloped the space. We will see that. Uck looked down at the cracked glasses he was wearing, overwhelmed by the power of the magic. Even as the glasses shattered and fell, he remained expressionless. Isaac clenched his fists, aligning them with his heart. He raised his beastly hand, speaking in a deep voice. This is truly a perfect being. Uck grinned excitedly. Even greater than we imagined. At that moment, Jen rushed in from behind, calling out. Hearing the sound, Isaac turned sharply, shooting a bolt of magic at him. Silence. Jen was stunned, taking the full brunt of the attack. Barely realizing the hit, he coughed up a stream of red liquid and collapsed to the ground. Sin shouted in panic. Yu Jihan. It flapped its wings and flew over, shaking him vigorously. Jihan. Wake up, Yu Jihan. At that moment, he felt something was very wrong with his body. Damn it. They hit a vital spot. Consciousness was fading. Jan slowly lost awareness, his eyes gently closing. Could this be the end of the will that One entrusted? Sin released a stream of magic from his body. Not yet. Yu Jihan. Your role is not over. He unconsciously called out its name in his mind. Sink unleashed a torrent of magic that spread up to the sky. He spread his arms wide, laughing maniacally. This power is truly terrifying. A tilted his head back proudly and shouted. With this power, I can make anyone submit, even the gods. Suddenly, he frowned, halting, his face growing tense. A's body began to swell painfully, and he screamed loudly as it slowly transformed. What is happening? Are the cells going out of sync? John looked at Isaac and reminded him. I warned you. Do not be greedy for power that my research cannot support. He stepped out from the spatial gate with his hands in his pockets. The power of Izia is not something you can easily absorb and control. You need a suitable host to contain it. Jonah looked straight at Izak and spoke. In the end, you chose the path of self-destruction. At this moment, Izak could only darkly call out for Kim Jin. Izak turned sharply to observe him, then resolutely stated, "You must know how to bring me back to normal at this very moment." John lowered his head, his brows slightly furrowing at his words. "Go ahead, my friend." He watched Izak with calculating eyes. "All right then." John lunged forward, thrusting his hand straight through him. Gripping his heart tightly, Izak trembled in pain, confused by this surprise. Kim Jin, what are you doing?" He did not answer the question. "Without my research, you would have died decades ago." John used magic to extract the heart from his body. "It is time for you to return to dust." Ak was stunned, his body gradually turning into tiny specks. "Why, my friend? I thought we were friends." Jono stood watching him lying on the ground. Ak stared wide-eyed in disbelief. Jono just smirked. He brought what was in his hand to Yak. By then, he was gradually fading away, leaving only purple streaks in his last words. "He said he needed a friend like me, did not he?" John wondered quietly. "A friend?" He smiled brightly, his eyes narrowing as he casually replied. "I never considered you a friend. Not even for a moment." Izak slowly turned to nothing, his heart shattering. "No." John quietly watched him completely disappear. So now only the host remains. Held the heart in his hand and turned to ask, "Where is the girl?" "My daughter." Kim Soo-jen rushed straight towards John. "Do you want to take on another son?" He glanced at him warily. Jan decisively swung his sword to attack John. He frowned, his eyes shining with determination. Before looking for his daughter, he had to settle things with me first. Jono smiled widely, clearly amused. "Yu Jihan, you are still alive." John and Jan unleashed magic at each other simultaneously. He gritted his teeth, his eyes blazing with resolve. Raising his sword high, John focused his Ji and cast a purple spell. He shot up. At the point of impact between the two attacks, Jan landed on the ground. John also landed but had to step back to maintain his balance. Jiang lunged forward with open arms towards him. Jan decisively swung his sword at Jun. His eyes widened, filled with determination. John leaped off the ground, facing Jihan. He reached out to catch the sword's tip, then praised him. "Impressive," Jono remarked in a deep voice. "Even in a situation where a small mistake could cost you your life, you did not hesitate at all. Your decision is nearly perfect." Suddenly, he asked a question. "Do you really see the correct answer?" Jan replied without wavering. "Then let us see you withstand a few of my blows." The more John watched him, the more amused he became. "You truly are unpredictable. If you get hit, you could die right here." Jan was stunned by his remark. "You exceed my expectations. It is not just about strength." John shot him a sharp look. "Surely you have some ability that I do not know about. What is it? The thing that makes you so troublesome?" Jan kicked straight into his stomach without hesitation. "Don T pretend." John fell hard to the ground, but his laughter did not stop. Right. You are the most interesting creature I have ever met in the age of Nahas." He continued to strike at him, asking, "So what is your real purpose?" John leaned toward Jan. "My purpose? Isn't it obvious?" He swung his hand straight at him. "Evolution." John quickly tilted his face, dodging the blow. "Evolution." He and Jan charged at each other fiercely. The awakening of heroes, the emergence of other races, the mutation of plants and animals, and undefined threats. He watched the sword in Jihan's hand getting closer to him and continued, "All in just 30 years. As Jan swung a long strike without caring about what he was saying. "So what?" John jumped up. "Just as I said, there is no guarantee these absurd events will stop." The corner of his eye crinkled with excitement. "To face it, humanity must break the mold and push past limits," Jan firmly stated, "and there is no guarantee they will continue either. Your argument is a bit extreme." He focused on Jean, rebutting, "Your reasoning is completely meaningless. Stop spouting fancy words. Just say what you really mean." He squinted, chuckling with delight. "Your eyes are quite determined, are not they? All right. I will tell you the plan." Jono kept the smile on his face as he explained. 30 years ago, when the first gate opened, I nearly died." He sat helplessly on the ground amidst the flames. "All I saw were corpses and fire. No rescue. No help." He trembled at the sound of the monster growling behind him. Ryan gasped when he heard the piercing scream. He was stunned and turned around abruptly. "That was when I would encounter it." Jono was transfixed, staring intently at the figure before him. A shimmering being appeared, creature far beyond humanity. It slightly parted its mouth, a beauty that humans could not comprehend. The being gazed ahead, embodying a fear that could never be touched. John stared at it, utterly captivated. I was instantly enchanted. He stood amidst the flames, filled with regret. Since then, I never saw it again, nor did anyone else. John raised his hand to his face, wondering, what was it, an ally or an enemy? Can it be called an existence? He covered most of his face, leaving only one determined eye visible. I must find the limits of humanity and how to reach it. Jan frowned, questioning him. So why did you cause this chaos just to see it again? John looked at his hands and answered the obvious question. If it was just to see it, I would not have come this far. He channeled magic into his hands, ambitious to continue. I am trying to recreate that being with my own hands. Jihan was surprised. Recreate it? John grinned brightly as he calculated. When the gate opened and other races flooded in, conflict was not all they brought. They also brought knowledge. The book he thought of appeared, a magic book from another world, containing a completely different logic. Two spirits stood back to back, combining two opposing forces. A gate would open in the void. Jono remembered reading books for information. After countless experiments, he believed that the gate led to where that being was. Jan vaguely realized his intent. So you plan to use Lias and Na Kim-su's daughter as hosts? John did not deny it but stated it outright. Exactly. He raised both hands, his voice deep, filled with rage and peace. Destruction and harmony as two opposing forces balanced in one body. Then John intertwined his fingers and declared, that being above humanity will be recreated here. He turned to Jihan with curiosity. Well, you Jihan, are not you even a bit curious? He bluntly replied. Not at all. John imposed his thoughts on his own. No, you definitely felt it. The image of Jan carrying a bag, quietly walking alone on the desolate road. A fleeting sense of helplessness in living a human life. That limit. That lowliness. He looked up, enduring each drop of rain, feeling it more clearly than anyone. John observed Jia, manipulating his voice. We deserve to break free from those chains. We are the ones worthy of leading paradise like the Supreme Being, squinted with a benevolent smile. Reaching out to him, my daughter Kim-su will become the vessel for that blessing, and you will be the key to unlock the gate. Saihu lowered his head, ominously asking, are you done speaking? John gasped in shock. He was suddenly attacked from behind by multiple magical strikes. Su created a magical circle, continuously striking at John, unable to hear any more. It was disgusting. Diane turned back, calling out to Mies. Tears streamed down her face as she choked out each word. No, Dad. You really are trash. John bent down, covering his face behind a cloud of dust. Kim-si, he smiled menacingly, looking at his hand, emphasizing each word. You are such a disappointing child. Jahan and Su stood still, watching John. He asked Han anxiously, are you okay, Saihu? Saihu replied firmly, this has made me realize something. She looked at John, who was radiating magical power from his entire body, then raised her hand to her face. That man is not my father. He is a monster. He issued a grim command. Kim-siu, I do not want to hurt you. You just need to obey and become the vessel. Saihu pointed his staff at John, commanding decisively, shut up. That will never happen. She summoned a barrage of arrows aimed straight at him. Lo Si Lien Hon Tin. John raised his hand to block the attack. You really are just as stubborn as she is. He squinted and flashed a sly smile. But that is what makes you the perfect vessel. John narrowed his eyes, focusing intently on Jihan. In this regard, I am very grateful to you. He quickly blocked a surprise attack from him. You Jan. Jan frowned in annoyance at John's words. Thanks to you, I can nurture Kim-su and achieve my plan. He gathered magic into his hand, coldly declaring, your role is over. John unleashed a massive burst of magic toward Jahan. Get lost. Su shouted in panic. You, Jan. He bowed his head and defiantly questioned back. Who said that? John was surprised to still hear Jan's voice after his attack. Sorry, but my role is not over yet. He stood in midair, summoning magic, his eyes gleaming with determination. I promised to Saihu that I would change the ridiculous world you created. Saihu felt a weight lift from her heart. She joyfully called out, Jan. Jan raised his sword high, aiming at John. Until then, my role still remains, he confidently proclaimed. I will defeat you. Kim Jane. John excitedly made a suggestion. Have you been gathering magic power all this time? Very good. Show me your strength. Jan decisively swung his sword down towards him. Spirit blade. He looked at the magical energy heading straight for John. John was astonished, raising his hand to block. This is the power of sin that Nai is using. John is reminded of Ni's form and wonders inside. Why you? Even with this power, the explosion of magic sends debris flying everywhere, revealing a huge, deep blue pit after the attack. Jan lightly lands on the ground, squinting to observe the situation ahead. He stands still, using the analysis skill to scan for life signs. The consciousness reactions, and the remaining energy level is negligible. Survival capability. He does not take his eyes off the pit, feeling a growing sense of alertness. Analysis does not lie. Is Kim Jin really dead? Saihu runs over to Jan and asks, is it over? Jan. He replies thoughtfully, his tone uncertain. Maybe. I have not detected any life signs from Kim Jin. She looks contemplative upon hearing Jan's words. He must be dead. Saihu's eyes widen in sadness. I understand now. She clenches her hands in front of her chest, blaming herself. I am so foolish. Even with everything happening, I still can't escape his shadow. Saihu gasps in surprise at a strange question coming from someone. I want to be someone's necessary existence. The shimmering being replies. But right now, I have nothing left. Everyone is afraid of me. She narrows her eyes, examining it closely. Someone. The strange creature grins and answers. And you are me, flies over, gently touching Saihu's face and says, only I understand you, so come to me, child. Jian tightens his grip on the sword. Gathering his magic, he closes his eyes, calling out in his subconscious, Sin, if you hear me, please respond. Sinjan frowns, opening his eyes with tension. Just as he expected, there is still no response. He recalls when Sly used magic to heal him. Since Sin healed him, his connection to Singf has been severed. Dahan looks down at his sword thoughtfully. I can still use some magic, which means Sin has not vanished. He tells himself that now he must join the others to eliminate the remaining monster remnants. Daihan turns to speak. Saihu. Noticing her unstable state, he raises his voice. Saihu. Saihu opens her eyes wide, struggling to call out. Daihan. Daihan is shocked and rushes towards her. Saihu. What is wrong? He is bewildered, asking what suddenly happened. Suddenly. She smiles, answering nonchalantly, there is no need to be so surprised. He stares wide-eyed at her words. The child's original intent was to awaken as a vessel. Leonard, from the space portal, grins as he pokes his head out to greet. Hello. You Jihan. Finally met you. Jihan is confused by his words. Someone. He feels a flicker of confusion inside. Why is the analysis not responding? He half closes his eyes, lowering his head and raising his finger to his lips. Introducing himself, I am the multidimensional space mage. Leonard, I waited behind the dimensions for you to let your guard down. Jen was caught by countless hands from the circle behind Leonard. His ability could not detect beings in other dimensions. He frowned, struggling to ask the question. Do you know about the analysis? Leonard looked at Jihan with interest. Analysis, is that what you call it? He smirked, his eyes glinting with a cunning order. Anyway, you are interfering with the awakening of the Supreme Being, so you have to come with me. Leonard demanded. In the multidimensional space, Jen tried to break free from the series of hands. No. He quickly reached out towards Saihu, his whole being radiating unease. I can't leave Saihu alone in there. A patch of darkness enveloped the space, and a portal appeared. John stepped out holding a heart, standing behind Saihu with a sly grin. Finally, it is just the two of us. Our daughter. He sternly raised the arm holding the heart high. I really am. John pressed the heart against her, offering words of praise. So proud of you. Saihu spat out a mouthful of red liquid, her eyes widening in shock. Saihu glared with eyes full of horror. Then she broke into a strange smile. Saihu looked up gloomily, wondering, have we finally become one? Jan was pulled into the swirling space filled with mysterious purple light. His face was stunned as he raised his hand, asking himself where he was. Diane stared blankly at the mystical purple universe unfolding with shimmering magical streams. This emptiness felt like being at the core of the Xin. Suddenly, Leonas appeared, making him unexpectedly glance over. Hello. Daihan, he smiled with squinted eyes, one hand in his pants pocket. Waving cheerfully, you have come to a place beyond space, a place created just for you. Jen was shocked by the person in front of him. Renat. Leonard narrowed his eyes, a cold glint revealing countless calculations. Sorry for bringing you here so suddenly, but this is the only way for us to have a proper conversation. He predicted Jan's movement and quickly leaned back to dodge the strike. Oh. You are really quite disappointing after all. His face showed anger as he gripped the sword tightly, commanding without hesitation. Take me back right now. Leonard hardly cared for Jihan's words, lowering his head and lifting one leg. Speaking darkly, I told you that you are quite impatient, and it seems that is really true. But if I were you, I would not waste energy so recklessly. He reached for the tip of Jan's sword, calmly stating his hypothesis. Perhaps the Supreme Being has manifested through that woman's body. He subtly deduced Leonard's plot. And you expect me to just stand still while hearing that? He arrogantly asserted that you can't stop it if things continue as they are. Leonard flashed a bright smile as a drop of sweat trickled down his face, suggesting, so why do not you be quiet and listen to what I have to say? After everything, I am just carrying your will like you do. Daihan frowned, his eyes glinting with suspicion. What are you talking about? How do you know about that song? At that moment, Kang Chan suddenly appeared behind him, demanding he put down the sword. Jan said firmly, he is not our enemy. Hearing that familiar voice, Jen was stunned and turned around. Kang Chan made a V sign under his chin, winking playfully. Is there a problem? Why are you looking at me like you have seen a ghost? He was shocked to recognize the person in front of him. Yang Chan. Jan stood still in front of the green square grid, activating the analysis magic. He scanned Kang Chan to check. The probability that the person in front of him is Gang Qian B is 100%. Daihan showed a hint of confusion. That person is really Gang Chan. Kang Chan raised his brow, pretending to be sad. I can you believe you did not recognize me? That is really hurtful, and I thought we had built some respect by fighting together. He exclaimed. Bewildered. What is going on? When I took the sample, it indicated you had no chance of survival. Leonard calmly raised his hands, naturally explaining to clear up Jan's confusion. Of course, it is because Gangan has been trapped in this rift in space all this time. Your ability could not be used here, so you did not detect anything. Kang Chan assured him. You are actually very accurate. Jan looked down, his face showing a hint of concern. I am not considered alive. Kang Chan clasped his hands together, creating a magic sphere. My plan has self-destructed through that black hole, taking Jen down with it. His mouth dripped with red liquid, but he remained determined to use the black hole. Gradually, that magic swelled violently as if it wanted to rip apart space. The luminous sphere absorbed every strand of energy. Kangtron gazed into the distance before being pulled into the black hole. At that moment, escape was impossible. Once it passes, everything is drawn into oblivion. He closed his eyes, helplessly sending an apology in his heart. Sorry, Jahan. It seems I can keep my word. Suddenly, Leonard popped his head out from the space gate opposite Kang Chan. I guess you are not ready to give up yet. He calmly reached out and grabbed Kang Chan's wrist. Nice to meet you. Gang Chanbi of Red Han. This is just to let you know you are not dead yet. He moved one hand slowly to explain to Jan. Without him, I would be trapped at the boundary between life and death forever. His face broke into a cold sweat as he looked at Leonard in suspicion. Renat, who are you really? I thought you were with the enemy. He smirked calmly in response. It seems you are finally willing to listen to my opinion. So, let me reintroduce myself. Leonard returned to a serious demeanor to introduce his identity. For the past 30 years, I have carried out Nahat's will. He looked directly at Jihan and said, my only goal is to thwart Gihim's plans and to achieve that. John stood at the back, watching Shu gradually transform, the supreme being coming to this world. His brows furrowed slightly, his voice hesitant, filled with joy. Finally, John smiled excitedly, thinking, I am with him again. The supreme being looked at his hand, a dark sound escaping. The royal elven blood has been converted to mana since birth. She stood still, feeling her entire body surrounded by dark magic. It can't be wrong. This is the body that carries Na's blood. Among all the bodies I have gone through, this is the most suitable one. The supreme being's finger turned to probe. So, you are the one who put me in this body. John then patted his chest, confidently affirming, that is right, it was me. I brought you this world. He bowed his head and continued, we have met before. Do you remember? John recalled the scene of a being standing tall before him amidst the great fire 30 years ago. On the day the first gate opened, you saved me amidst that chaos. His face showed no emotion. That brief encounter changed my life. John raised his arm to express his words. I gave up all my honor, humanity, and even my normal life. The supreme being looked away, not rushing to answer the question he just asked. Right now, I only have one question. Why did you choose to save me that day? John was filled with ambition, raising his hands defiantly to make his case. Was there something about me that was worth it? Was I chosen because I am different? Because I possess something others do not? His mouth opened to form a wide smile, asking, I spent all my time waiting for that moment to get an answer. Please tell me the truth. The supreme being lowered his head in silence for a moment, then coldly looked at Jian and said, Who are you? His face stiffened upon hearing the disdainful words from the supreme being. Are you always deceived? You are so weak that you think a single encounter with a superior being means something significant. The supreme being took a step closer to John, his voice indifferent. But that day, I did not even notice you. You were just one of many in the crowd. He felt crushed, unable to believe what he just heard. That can't be. You know I went so far to awaken you. The supreme being wrapped his arms around John. How pathetic, she whispered sadly in his ear. You spent all those years believing you were special. 2 streams of helpless tears flowed down John's eyes. You must have lived fully with that belief, but do not worry too much. From this moment on, you will become what you desire, something truly special. The supreme being smiled, his face brightening up. You will become a part of me. Eternal. Unchanging. Never forgotten. On the other side, Dahan stared at Leonard, probing. So it was intentional. Did you really let him bring that into our world? He did not hide it and confessed. That is right. It is the only way to stop it. This is part of Ni's plan that has been in motion for 30 years. Over there, Sue tightly embraced Jen, preparing for a transformation, while the being known as Leonard squinted, revealing the reasons from the past. They are the ones who destroyed the planet Aya, responsible for opening the gate on Earth 30 years ago. He solemnly stated the information, with the ultimate goal aimed at you, Jan, so they can absorb your sampling ability. Jen silently used his magic to analyze. The superior being gently touched John's cheek, both tender and slightly mocking. Good night, the foolish ordinary person.